Oh, my.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. will hang on and win the 2023 Home Run Derby.
That was supposed to start the show. Good morning, Metroplex.
Is that our intro music?
Yeah, we need intro music because of some complications behind the scenes, but we are good to go here on Sean and RJ, and we were supposed to start with the Home Run Derby, but if you are watching live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, I don't know how we don't turn the attention to the outfit from Larry the Cable Guy here on DFW Sports Station. Ralph James Choppy. Your shirt is the same as our log today.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, these dummies left July 4th in, and you're still representing July 4th.
I figured why not, right? We're only a week past. But, yeah,
wow.
So, I was in Oklahoma. That wasn't in, Durant or, Thackerville or Oklahoma City. I was in Tahlequah, which is probably about 30 minutes from Arkansas, 45 minutes from Arkansas, far northeast Oklahoma, for a little weekend getaway. And, we were out there shooting bow.
Shooting bow?
Shooting bow.
Is that bow and arrow?
Bow and arrow, yeah. Hearkening back to our, our yesteryear.
Mm-hmm.
And, I had a Lululemon shirt on, and I said, I don't feel right shooting this bow with Lululemon. I was like, do you have anything more American? And he's like, yes, sir, I do. And so he walks in and he gets this amazing cut-off American flag shirt for me that doesn't really fit, but whatever.
So it was his shirt.
It's his shirt. And I said, this is amazing. Do you mind if I keep this? And he goes, yeah, I got another one just like it. And I said, okay, great. He goes, there's one condition. I said, what's that? He goes, you got to wear the radio on Tuesday when you get back to work. I said, you got yourself a deal, partner. So, we had to stop at Atwood's on the way home and get this hat because that's what you do when you're out in the country. You go to Atwood's.
Okay.
And, so I'm ready. I'm ready to go, man. It's going to be weird when I, go to a business meeting after this in this shirt, but whatever. We'll see what happens.
Oh, you're going to my guys.
Going to your guy, right after this. See what happens.
Yeah. Hardcore Indians you're going to see. In that outfit.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
So they will be in for a treat. I just tweeted it out at 1053SS for the RJ Choppy outfit. Now the Atwood's hat. It's a nice hat.
It's like is that a buffalo? Is that a bison? What is that? And it's got the Texas flag inside it. I think it's a great hat.
You're looking kind of as red as the stripes in your shirt.
Yeah, I left Sarah in charge of the sunscreen. Okay.
Wasn't that a mistake in Mexico?
Well, it was a mistake in Mexico, but see, she's a zigzagger when it comes to the sunscreen. So I'm going to show you this. I got a little bit of a sunburn on my stomach.
Oh, Fan Cam, y'all are winning early on Twitch. Just tune in right now as we are getting the unbuttoning right now.
Look at the sunburn.
Nope.
Right there.
A little, yep. Hide the computer screen, Ryan. Yep.
Look at the sunburn line. That's bad.
Yeah.
A bad sunburn, man.
Yeah.
But, that's what happens. I reapplied, okay, while we were out in the river.
And we have a meeting today right after the show. That'll be fun, too.
Can't wait. Reapplied on the river, but I was in one of these, river rafts that was like a recliner, so I couldn't really turn over and go on my stomach.
Right.
So I was just stuck 4 hours, in a chair on my, basically on my back. And my stomach caught the brunt of this. I'll tell you that one. But it was fun. It was totally worth it.
So how was it? What else in terms of what you do and the activities and
all kinds of activity. All kinds of activities. I'll tell you, so what we did was I went to my buddy Wes's house and we floated the river, which was a lot of fun. If I had to describe this in this entire trip in one word, it was like a timeshare. When you go to a timeshare trip and they bilk you into a 90-minute
it's a sales
pitch. I'm convinced this was an elaborate ruse to get us to take their stray dog. Because the entire time they kept saying, do you want the dog? Do you want the dog? Do you want the... And guess what? It worked. We almost took this dog up. They're going to bring the dog to town this weekend when they come in.
Oh.
So we'll see if we take their dog. But
so this wasn't for a timeshare or real estate. This was for an animal.
I think this was for an animal. I think this was for an animal. But, we floated down the...
What type of dog?
It's a border collie mix. It's a great looking dog. It loves me. It like attached itself right to me. But I've already think it's become a little bit possessive of me because anytime the other dogs came near me, it like started to snip at them.
And did Sarah take the bait?
She likes the dog too, but I don't know that she wants like that big of a dog. It's a larger size.
Yeah.
Not a huge dog, but it's much more than a medium-sized dog. She had a beagle. All right, a small beagle. So this would be a huge difference for her. And my yard's not very big. And I also feel really, really bad. I was like, man, I can't take a dog from a farm and put him into a house with 10 feet of grass.
Yeah.
I would feel really, really bad
It'd
about
be like
that.
a zoo.
It'd be like a zoo.
Be like a zoo.
It'd be just like a zoo. But well, I don't care what anybody says. I think the rednecks have life figured out. They just do dumb stuff with alcohol, and it's fun. Riding four-wheelers and shooting guns and bow and doing whatever you want. Like, he got mad. He got mad at the Ranger game on was it Saturday or Sunday? Gets mad, just goes outside, takes his pistol, and shoots like 6 times into the woods.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what they do out there.
Celebrating Aroldis Chapman.
Just like Aroldis Chapman, man. Yeah, which day it was. That's what he did. And it's like, okay, nobody says anything of it. Somebody thinks they're probably just shooting at some coyote outside.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going on there? But, they got rock bottom rivers, and you can see all the way through, not these muddy river bottoms, and it was fun. One day we floated, the next day we just went out there and sat on the rock beach.
Rock beach.
It's just like, just rocks and just beer in our hands, and you put your chair in the water and you just chill. It's like having a pool.
So now
Only
they
natural.
are coming back to stay with you. You're returning the favor.
No, they're coming back to stay with family, but they are going to see us, I'm sure, this weekend.
Okay.
At some point.
You're not keeping the dog. You're not watching
I don't
the
think
dog.
we're going to keep this dog. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
It's a good dog. It's a great dog. It's very, very loyal. But I don't think it. I think it's just too big for the house. Especially, again, it was on a farm. It was on like 20 acres.
Why are they trying to get rid of it?
It was a stray. It just showed up on their property. They've already got a couple more. And they don't want to keep that many dogs. They've already got two or three dogs now as it is.
So Ralph James Choppy showing up in style live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And I can't wait for Bobby's reaction and everyone else walking in today towards the Mr. America outfit. We got a loaded show. We got another 4-pack to hook you up with. Rangers race tickets during the Expressway. That's a 4-pack for turning it on, leaving it on. And, man, the 530 Club got even more respect and admiration after y'all showed up to Grand Prairie Firehouse number 9. The execs in the building are still talking about that. We're going to be announcing the DeSoto date for the next Firehouse tour. If you have other firehouses we need to roll out to, text us, and we'll give it to the bosses right after the show. We're looking to line up even more for the schedule. But we do have the actual home run derby to get to, and apparently the Rangers have a new addition to the bullpen. It was Tony Beasley who was throwing to Adolis Garcia last night. The home run derby, Mavs Summer League action as well. And, of course, that Rangers-Rays giveaway. RJ is back. The entire squad is back together again for a Tolo Tuesday. Just getting started on the Fan.
seconds remaining for Rodriguez, who's putting on an absolute show. Left center, pulled that one on the ground, and he's done. 41 home runs. Julio Rodriguez, who flexes now at home plate.
Now we can talk about the home run derby after RJ Choppy Shirt took over the opening segment. It's Sean and RJ back together again here on your home of the Rangers. Thanks for waking up with us on 105.3 The Fan. Vlad Jr. wins the derby. The highlights of this thing. Adolis Garcia gets taken out in round one by Randy Arozarena. You had Julio Rodriguez. Mission accomplished. He put on a show. The absolute show for the Seattle fans with 41 bombs. I didn't think Vlad was going to last.
No, I didn't either.
I did not think Vlad Jr. was going to last with the conditioning. I don't know what he was wearing around his belly throughout. He was clearly gassed. At the end of each round, he was like, screw this. They're like, dude, you got 3 seconds left. You get a final one off. And he's like, fine, one-handed swing. But Vlad Jr. beats Arozarena to go ahead and win the home run derby for the first time. I think his pops did it 16 years ago.
Yeah, look, this was a pretty good one. You had a great moment, kind of like the Josh Hamilton moment in New York, where he had 28 first-round home runs, and here you had Rodriguez with 41. By the way, they said there's like a 4-minute timer. But there are so many bonus rounds that they give you in this thing.
2 bonuses.
They just give you bonus after bonus. Oh, here's a 30-second bonus. It's like they give you more bonuses than like a lot of automobile companies, not Platinum with Stephen Gilchrist, give you upcharges. Oh, here's an additional upcharge you're going to have here on this thing.
Yeah.
You got a floor mats, $5,000. You're like, well, what is that? And this thing was like the same thing. Oh, you get 2 450-foot home runs, you get a 30-second bonus. Oh, here's another bonus. This is the T-Mobile bonus.
Yeah.
The T-Mobile bonus. What does that mean? So they're just giving bonuses left and right. But, yeah, Rodriguez put on a show there. And then I really hate one thing I don't like about it, and this is a big topic on social media, is that, should they go back to the 10 outs, right, or the bracket? And I don't care for the bracket. To me, like, if you hit 35 home runs and you're the second highest first-round guy,
yeah,
and you only lose because you get up against somebody with 41. Like, that's just stupid.
Yeah.
Like,
they wasted Pete Alonso versus Julio.
Yeah.
And Pete Alonso is just going to get taken out.
Yep.
Eliminated.
Whoever, like, what if Vlad Jr. went up against Julio in the first round? Like,
Yeah.
it's like, come on.
Because Vlad Jr. won in the semis, I think, with just 21.
Yeah.
And on the other side, I think you're like 35.
Yeah. So it's like, all right, I mean, let's just go with, the top 4, advance, and then you move on. That's how they should do it. But, this is fine. Like, I kind of miss Chris Berman.
Ooh.
I kind of miss the...
He's trending this morning.
Yeah.
He's trending.
Kind of miss Berman. But I thought it was fine. It's not something that's going to get me like... I can't say like, oh, man, today I wish there was another home run derby. But I also won't say that I'll never watch it again. I think it's the best skills of the bunch, of all the skills challenges, like the dunk contest, and maybe the 3-point contest is getting better. But I think it's pretty good. It's just, kept my entertainment.
Meanwhile, Tony Beasley, the guy that everybody loves, the third base coach of the Texas Rangers, he could be in the Ranger bullpen with the way he was pitching. Oh, man. There's only one pitcher who kind of got called out by the announcers, Carl Ravitch, our buddy, friend of the show from ESPN and others, talking about Tony Beasley throwing wild, not setting up Adolis Garcia.
He got to get rolling, and Beasley's got to start throwing a little better strikes for him. That's outside, and he pops that one up to center. And it's going to be a little disappointment on where these baseballs are being thrown from a guy that threw to him every day. That one he does look foul. Watch out, it looks like Randy Arozarena is going to advance.
Put him in the starting rotation. Come on.
Bullpen.
The number 3 pitcher for the Rangers in the second half.
He'll be right out of the bullpen as Adolis is saying, throw inside. Throw inside to me. This is where I want it. So Tony Beasley getting called out on the broadcast, and Adolis in one of the timeouts had to go ahead and counsel with him. Yo, man, start throwing it where I need you to throw it. Oh, man, he was off.
As he should have been.
You got to be way off to get noticed in the home run derby.
Yes.
To be a storyline.
Way off. But look, he wasn't very good. Let's do it. I mean, he had the under. He took the under, 100%. He had the under in this one. I can only imagine. Like, that is, I'll tell you this, and I know this from being a coach pitcher at one point.
Wow.
Peyton, there is nothing more stressful than not giving someone a pitch to hit. Like, you're out there, and because like if you ever pitch at any point, your entire idea is to not allow them to hit the ball. And now you've got to let them, you got to put it in a spot where they can hit it. Well, if you try to bust them inside because you want them to hit an inside pitch, well, sometimes it goes a little bit too high and inside, and all of a sudden it's off the handle. They don't hit it well, or you go outside. Like Pete Alonso. He couldn't hit because his guy stunk last night. His pitcher was throwing him low and outside. It's like, dude, the guy's going to break a bat out there in BP.
Meanwhile, as soon as Adolis got eliminated, I was like, okay, I'm out. I'm heading on over to ESPN and Mavs Summer League against Filthy.
Under 10 to shoot for Dallas. On the drive, Prosper picks it up and scores, plus the foul. A prosperous finish for Dallas.
Prosperous finish. Omax with 10.7 rebounds. Derek Lively. Now, Lively and Prosper, Bobby and I just wanted to see their minutes go up. They each played 24 minutes. Derek Lively ended up with 8 points, 11 rebounds, 0 blocks. Jaden Hardy had an awful shooting night, but was 12 of 13 from the free throw line. And the Mavericks come back to drop 37 points in the fourth quarter to beat Philadelphia 111-103. But, of course, we're just trying to focus on the rookie class.
Yeah, the rookie class, what you trying to focus on. You don't care about, the other guys that do this, they've already played. I mean, the entire point of Summer League.
I don't even care about Jaden Hardy playing.
Nope.
I know Jaden Hardy could light it up.
Absolutely. The entire point of Summer League, when I went out there a few years ago, was I wanted to see, the superstars. You wanted to see, I saw Porzingis when he first got out there. You want to see Wembanyama, who's no longer doing it anymore. You want to see the rookies. That's it. You want to see how the rookies do. And if they look like they actually belong. That's the key. Do you look overmatched? And if you look overmatched in Summer League, good luck. Good luck actually making it in this sport.
Lively with a team high, 11 rebounds. And I know Bobby's going to come and talk about his defensive rotations and his instincts. In what I saw, because I was going back and forth with baseball, there was no whoa. There's no wow moment from Derek. But he does look to be in fantastic shape. The conditioning, he's out there trying hard. They talked about his 3-point range. But, it's Summer League. You really have to pay attention to this guy rotating defensively like a young Tyson Chandler. This is not an offensive pick right now, and that's what you have to pay attention to.
He scored more points in this game than his entire NCAA tournament, which was 2 games. That's all you need to know about how bad his tournament was, and it was not very good. Jaden Hardy should go home.
Yes.
They don't need. It's not doing him any good out here. All he's going to do is risk an injury. Just let him go home. Let him go home. Let the other kids play. The other guys play out there. I don't need to see another second of Jaden Hardy in the NBA Summer League.
Yeah, they shut down Wembanyama. He scored 27 points in Game 2. Pop said, enough. See you later. We don't need to do this anymore. Your thoughts on Wembanyama and what highlights you were able to catch?
Man, he looked pretty darn good. He looked like he had a real game, but I'll tell you this. There is no way you could watch him, and I try not to do this with guys because I try not to say, oh, he's too small, he's too this, too that. Every single play, I thought he was going to snap an ankle. He is so skinny. So skinny. He looks like the truth, man. He looks like you could see, at least on Sunday or Saturday, you could see exactly why he went number 1. You could see exactly why the hype is there. But, dude, he is rail thin. He's skinnier on the court than he looks in person. And that's saying something. He's a menace. He is a menace of a basketball player. But, dude, he looks tiny.
Meanwhile, a story that we kind of tied in locally because of John Kitna, his son, Jalen Kitna, enters the transfer portal. He escapes. He escapes these child pornography charges. This started developing late in the show yesterday.
Yeah, so he escaped it, and he was pled no contest, which is not a guilty plea. It's also not a not guilty plea. So there was, and part of the plea deal that he had was that these charges would be dropped. He apologized to his family, he apologized to his friends, and now he entered the transfer portal. Florida had already cut him. He's in the transfer portal. I suspect there's two places that he'll go. Liberty is one of them. They always seem to take in the other people, like the players looking for a rehab or the coaches looking for a rehab. But the other places, and I don't think this count, UAB, because Trent Dilfer's the coach there, and they played the same era, him and John Kitna. I would not surprise me if a phone call from Kitna was not made to Trent Dilfer, said, "Hey, you got a spot for my kid?" You know, and he was like, "Oh, he's a good kid. He didn't, he's better than this. Let's rehab his image." It would not surprise me if he doesn't end up at UAB.
Meanwhile, we have breaking news in the world of college football. This coach is out over the hazing scandal. You're going to hear from Grant Williams for the very first time as your brand new Dallas Maverick. It could take months to trade Dame Lillard, and Dak Prescott getting disrespected by a New Yorker. Bobby walks in studio just in time for that. It's a Tolo Tuesday. Glad you're waking up with us. Shout out to the 530 Club right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Entire squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby. What do you think of Choppy's Get Up on YouTube, Twitch, and the Fan Cam?
Boy, it looks like if Betsy Ross got a writing credit on Magic Mike, he looks like an American flag stripper is what he looks like.
Very detailed.
You know what? That's actually not a bad take.
No.
That's fair.
Texas William kind of photoshopped you into a photo. UFC ringside with Kid Rock.
Yeah, I saw that.
Kid Rock, Tyson, Dana, and Trump.
Yeah, that's is that guilt by association in that one?
I don't know. We have to have guilt. I don't know. We have to have guilt. You're Guy Fieri, which we'll get into a little bit later on. But we got the entire squad back together. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. Thanks for waking up with us, y'all, here on DFW Sports Station. And the breaking news kind of taking over right now, RJ, is Pat Fitzgerald fired at Northwestern for the hazing scandal.
Yes, and this is something that really went silent. Had you guys heard about this really over the last 2 weeks at all until about 48 hours ago?
No.
Right? It kind of flew under the radar. Now, part of that's because it's Northwestern. But, Pat Fitzgerald is the head coach. He's been there for, 17 years as the head coach. He was an assistant coach for 5-6 years prior to that. He spent 4 years as a player there. He was a really good player there back in the late 90s, linebacker. So he's got that kind of crossed in old school, new school, but he's a defensive guy. He's at the hard-nosed type player. He reminds me a lot of like a Gary Patterson type, kind of like that, grind on you kind of guy.
Yeah.
And he had this hazing scandal, which was sent out by, former player, talking about various improper actions that were taking place.
They initially suspended him for 2 weeks.
2 weeks without pay was the initial suspension. And
from an anonymous source.
Correct. And then after the 2 weeks, or not even after the 2 weeks, like in the middle of the 2 weeks, just a couple of days after, they decided that they were going to move on from Pat Fitzgerald. They did an investigation. Pat had a long statement about this, basically saying that, first of all, the school, the university, is saying that the head coach ultimately is responsible for the culture of his team, which is true. If just look at like the government, like the president is going to get the credit or the blame for the economy, whether or not the president has anything to do with the economy doing well or poorly.
Right.
They're going to get the credit. They're going to get the blame. It's part of the job. This is part of the job here as well. Whether Pat Fitzgerald knew or endorsed these hazing acts, which some of them are really grotesque, according to the report, whether or not he endorsed them or not, he is ultimately responsible for what goes on under his guise.
So the investigation found 11, because my first worry in thinking about a defense for Fitzgerald, is this one person? Are we going with a Mike Leach, Craig James situation again? Is it two players? Is that enough? They're clearly disgruntled. Why else would they be disgruntled? Is this a playing time issue? Well, the Northwestern investigation found 11 current or former football players acknowledging systemic ongoing hazing within the program, including forced participation, nudity, and sexualized acts of a degrading nature. The hazing, Bobby, was well known by many in the program, though it was not determined whether Fitzgerald was aware of it. Now, what are some of these things that they were supposedly doing here in these locker rooms?
It's bad. So it was mainly to freshmen, like first year players and guys who would have errors on the field or whatever else. But one of the things described has been that there would be signals or there would be calling out at practices to inform upperclassmen, like to take care of these guys whenever practice ended. And so a lot of times what would happen is, as it's described or alleged, is that you'd get upperclassmen wearing masks and 8 to 10 of them would hold somebody down in the dark and basically violate them. And so it's pretty severe. It's pretty gross.
It's really weird.
There's zero.
Like, I did fraternity stuff. I've always said I'm gonna try to dissuade my kid from joining a fraternity. All the hazing stuff, stupid. When I was quote unquote in charge after getting in, I ended much of it. People were upset. I'm like, we're not. We don't need to dry hump. Like I'm getting no satisfaction. Jeez. Go ahead. Use these.
That's how it's being
drops.
described.
You know what I mean? That's dry humping. Like, go cook me something. Go get me something. Go clean my apartment. These are the things that you can get some satisfaction out of making pledges do for you. Things that are going to benefit you. Go wash my car. If you're late, stuff like that. Like, I don't understand why these football players are like, yeah, let's go ahead and let's dry hump them. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and put on our mask and do it. Again, there was some, Micah Parsons allegations about this when he was coming out of Penn State.
Look, I have no issue with making freshmen carry your pads.
Yeah.
Right. I got no issue.
Dez does.
Dez does. But no, look, when you become a professional, it's a little different. But when you're a freshman on the baseball team in high school, I have no problem with the freshmen having to carry the equipment if they make varsity for the upper class. I've got no issue with that. The freshmen, they refill the water.
Yeah.
That's just the job of a freshman. That's just part of the deal. You don't have to refill the water when you're a senior anymore. That's just kind of how it works. And
get Bobby his water, like DJ.
Right. Absolutely. So there's no issue with that. When you start getting sexual and doing things that are violating other people's, basically human space, dignity, that completely crosses a line. And
players did car washes where a player would stand at the entrance of the team shower, forcing others entering the showers to rub against them on the way in.
Gross.
And then, Fitzgerald is being accused of knowing about this and kind of giving hand signals during practice to be like, in on the joke, in on the hazing. So that's where he's not able to totally plead ignorance if you believe the accusations toward him.
Yeah, he's saying, he said in his statement, that the investigation.
Now, is this a statement from him?
Yeah.
Or his wife? Because because Bob Huggins would say, no, we're not resigning. Right. We're still coaching.
So in the statement that was read yesterday, he said the investigation reaffirmed what I've always maintained, that I had no knowledge whatsoever of any form of hazing. And he's gonna sue the school. He's already got his agent and his attorney lined up to try to get the rest of his money.
That's a big attorney too. He hired Winston Strawn. That's the go-to law firm that people will hire to challenge the NFL. That's the one Brady routinely would use Winston Strawn for Deflategate. Guys used it during Bountygate. Bountygate, when the lawsuit happened there, they would hire Winston Strawn. So that's a big-time law firm.
And he's got, let's see, he was year 2 of a 10-year, $57 million contract.
Ooh.
So he's obviously going to try to fight this. If you've got $47 million on the table that you can get to, he's definitely going to try to fight this. But it's probably an uphill battle, I assume.
I just can't imagine if this all happened, if they can prove it or whatever testimony's there. I can't imagine if it's as it's been reported that he has any way to claim he didn't know. It's
why look, I'll get in trouble here.
He may know that they were going to do something, may not know exactly what they did. I don't know.
Is this you go ahead.
I'm just saying that's guilt by negligence then. If that's the case, then it's still guilt of some form or fashion. And if he is telling them, go do whatever and I'll turn my back and you guys decide what it is, that's he's equally culpable to me.
If the worst is these two things that we're talking about, no, I don't want that happening to me either, but we're not talking about the allegations that happened in Waco. We're not going that far. If this happens 15 years ago, 20 years ago, is Pat Fitzgerald fired? Are we getting an investigation? Maybe not. Does this happen everywhere? Probably. I think this is a little more lighthearted versus some dark. Based upon this, I'm just talking about going in the shower and, the dry humping stupidity of that, putting on their stupid masks. It's still a little bit more lighthearted in nature than we're talking about in some other programs. This is not, I just want to be clear, this is not Penn State. This is not Baylor. It's not that degree. But today, something like this will still get you run. If it's just these two types of things. I don't know what else is going to come out. I don't know who else is going to speak out, but clearly some people are not happy with Pat Fitzgerald.
Yeah, the moment you get sexualized in this and dehumanized, that's where it becomes across the line for I think most everybody. If it's like goofy.
But we believe this happens.
Stuff.
We believe this probably happens in the majority of places, at least half of programs.
I think in some form hazing happens. I don't know if there's nudity involved, but in some form hazing happens.
I think hazing happens most everywhere, and some of it
this is not the details of what happened with Jay Novacek's child at Oklahoma. That was disturbing. I didn't get the feeling of being disturbed. It's messed up. It's stupid. You want to fire him. I'm not going to go crazy over that. I'm just saying, look, real talk. And you're going to see it on the chartwork.com text line. There's going to be a lot of people saying, 50%, I bet, that Pat Fitzgerald should not have lost his job for this. The problem with hazing a lot of times is cutting it off. Because those who experience it, like as a freshman, when they're a junior,
they want to do it.
They want to do it.
Yeah.
It's a power trip.
They want to get back at you.
They want to get back. I had to do it, so you have to do it. And there's a bitterness that grows. I mean, that was part of the thing in my fraternity. I had to tell the guys my age, like, tough. We just have to stop it. Like, they're sending us out to steal stuff and getting arrested. And, when I said go get me a steak, it was like go to the grocery store and liberate it. Liberate that steak from the counter.
Liberate.
You know what I mean?
Liberate.
So they don't
liberate that liquor bottle.
They don't want to know that it was stolen. It was just liberated.
Yeah,
it was free.
It was liberated.
You set it free.
I set it free.
You set the liquor bottle free.
The cow that was the filet that was already dead just walked off the shelf and ran out of the store. And I'm like, we're not doing this anymore. I can be the bad guy, but people want to go ahead and exercise that power trip. But man, Jay Novacek's, are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember all the specifics, but yeah, I know he had issues. We've had that's the
beatings and thrown down steps, and I mean, just ugly, nasty, violent things.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing for me here is that regardless of whether or not hazing goes on anywhere, or the fact that it wasn't Penn State. But Penn State wasn't even hazing. Penn State was something completely different and vile. But this is still, whether or not people want to say, oh, you're overreacting, you're not, it's sexual assault. It is. Mm-hmm. And so it fits a definition. If you do something like that outside of the locker room, if you go do that in public, you're getting arrested for sexual assault.
3 players also alleging there was a racist culture within the football program. So, I mean, he was there for 17 years.
Yeah, long time.
This is a long, long run, but Pat Fitzgerald is out at Northwestern.
They've got 5 10-win seasons in their history. He has 4 of them. He's only 9 games over 500 as a coach, but he is without. I mean, he's in the Hall of Fame. He's in the College Football Hall of Fame.
I would love to hear what Saban has to say about hazing and the rituals, and how do you police what you don't see going on. And I bet he's got a zero tolerance policy, I would think. And
you might be right. I don't know. I mean, there's no way, right? We haven't heard any. I don't think we've heard any hazing issues at Bama.
I just mean an old school coach. Are they okay, guys, do your little stupid stuff. Make sure my back is turned. It's just a rite of passage. You know what I mean? You're getting initiated, or you just cut this stuff out so nothing like this can happen.
No, I would guess somebody like Saban. When you hear stuff coming out of Alabama, I would not assume that he allows hazing, because it's so much, I am in control here. Nobody's going to be doling out any punishments other than me.
Yeah.
More at Alabama, I guess you'd have to deal with, domineering stuff from your head coach. But I would guess he would not at all approve of something like this.
Saban does the heavy-handed work.
Yeah, I am the law.
I am the law.
Saban.
Yeah, and Fitzgerald treats this more like, you guys police yourselves, but I'm going to look the other way, but I'm also going to tell you when to police them. it's a little bit different. It's you admire the Saban way because if assuming nothing's gone on, because he's not letting the players be the law. He's the law.
Who has a better shirt than RJ Choppy?
Nobody.
Grant Williams. Hear from your brand new Dallas Maverick. And do you think you could have pitched better to Adolis Garcia than Tony Beasley last night in the home run derby? That's next on Sean and RJ.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
He's got one over the wall, and that should be two, and it is. And there goes number 3. A little quicker start than we saw from Randy Arozarena.
24-17. Arozarena eliminates Adolis Garcia from your Texas Rangers. It's Sean and RJ along with Bobby Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. So Adolis gets taken out in round 1, and Tony Beasley is catching a lot of the heat. So Buster Olney, friend of the show, ESPN, did a little profile piece and a preview on all the hitters in the Derby. Vlad Jr. ends up winning this thing. Here's some of what he wrote. Garcia, a right-handed hitter, begins his batting practice as a lefty. Bochy said he takes 2 swings and at least one will leave the park. He's got power to all fields. At times, he'll put on a show. Tony Beasley, who's going to throw batting practice to him, said Garcia asked him to throw the ball down from the middle of the zone inward with the pace slowed down enough that Garcia can feast. And Tony said we have to make sure he stays calm. He also pitched to Joey Gallo in 2021. So those were the instructions. That was the game plan going in with Tony Beasley in the Home Run Derby, Bobby.
I had no idea that Tony Beasley had stuff, as they say.
Yeah, he does.
Some good movement, good location there. Really did a good job missing bats. You needed Clay Counsell last night. You needed Josh Hamilton's old high school coach or whoever was out there throwing him meatballs out at the Home Run Derby in 2008. Look, I mean, it's honestly impressive that Adolis was able to get 17 like he did. But man, that was just what I honestly didn't have any expectation of Arozarena was going to hit more home runs than him yesterday. I didn't think there was any chance Arozarena would get as far as he did.
How many swings did Arozarena take compared to everyone else in the field?
Yeah,
he was going at a rapid pace.
Yeah, that was it. It was about volume for him.
The conditioning really stood out. The conditioning of him and Mookie. Mookie Betts refused to take a timeout.
Didn't take a time. I know. He didn't hit many home runs either. What he had, 10, 11? But look, I mean, Vlad was gassed. You could tell Vlad was gassed. But
they were all gassed at around a minute 30. Everyone was taking the timeout at a minute 30.
But Arozarena, he's not like as big as say Vlad and or even Adolis or a Pete Alonso. So he was able to use more, volume and speed and bat speed and everything. But look, it was a good show from him. There's no doubt about that. I'm with you, Bobby. I didn't think Arozarena was going to make the finals. But a lot of this shakes out in the bracket too, and who you go up against.
Well, I'm trying to yesterday, Sean, when we were reading odds, Arozarena was either last or second to last in the odds to win it, period. Like, I mean, Adolis was a pretty heavy favorite. And honestly, if Tony Beasley gets a little bit better location, maybe there is 7 home runs worth of difference there.
It's a lot. It's a lot to make up. It's a lot to make up. But, man, it was not the best day for Tony Beasley. There's no doubt about that. I think he took the under. There's no doubt about that.
You think we have a controversy here, a gambling controversy?
We do. We have a controversy on our hands. I think we definitely took the under.
Adolis was minus 140 to win. Arozarena was plus 110. So that's the way it ended up.
That's fairly close. It's not, it's not even money either way, but it's fairly close. I think one was plus 800, one was plus 900 to win the whole thing. Neither one of them was the favorite by any stretch to win the whole thing.
No, in fact, Adolis was tied for the 3rd worst odds, I think, and Arozarena was either 2nd or worst odds.
So that was the Derby. Vlad Jr. ends up winning this thing, and then you could switch back if you wanted to Summer League, and the Mavs came back to beat the 76ers, but we wanted to grab this in-game interview from Grant Williams. First time speaking as a brand new Dallas Maverick, and you had a problem with his attire?
That shirt, man. And now, look, I can't speak.
I was going to say, be careful, stones from glass houses.
Look, this is a fantastic shirt. I know what you're talking about, Bobby. But the Grant Williams shirt, that needs to go. Whatever that was, it was brownish. It had some kind of
like seaweed.
It was a seaweed colorish. greenish brown, had a face on it somewhere.
Silky.
Looked a little silky. Look, man, you're in Vegas. You can't be. Grant Williams could not go out in Vegas wearing that shirt. No chance. First of all, I don't know. Like, you can't wear a short sleeve button down shirt going out in Vegas anyway. Short sleeve button down shirts are for going to the local. That's for going out to your Applebee's or something like that. That's what short sleeve button down shirts.
Well, it's hot. How hot? In
It
Vegas.
is warm. It is warm. Wear a designer tee, a V-neck. Get a V-neck out there. You're an NBA player. You can rock a V-neck. Not everybody can rock a V-neck. I can't.
Yeah, I mean, it functioned as a V-neck as deep as those buttons went. He was showing half his chest.
Grant Williams' first reaction when he found out he was getting traded to Dallas.
I was excited, playing with another talent in Luka and Kyrie, both great personalities, both great guys I've had experience with, and then be able to play for a great organization like Dallas. I remember growing up watching Dirk and the guys like that, J. Kidd, which is kind of crazy to play for him. So it's a special time for me, and thankful to just be able to be a part of an organization that wants me and really can use my skill.
Thoughts on this current Mavs roster that he's joining?
A wide range of talent. We have a bunch of guys top to bottom, whether it's the veterans that are on the team or the young guys like Omax, AJ, Derek, who really can contribute. And we're going to be out there competing with one another. Hopefully we get to go to training camp anytime sooner rather than later because, basketball, we all miss it.
So, Grant Williams, it's amazing how many people go out to Summer League. I love watching all these current players go out there. It really, it's a fraternity. Hopefully without the dry humping at Northwestern,
right.
That they're all out there and they're just kind of sitting around and chilling with each other. And we know that Grant Williams is a fan of Luka. Same agent, think he wears Luka's shoes. So how is he going to be able to fit in with Luka and Kyrie?
Absolutely. With the amount of star power we have, those two can carry games one or the other. And we also have a bunch of guys around them that can really impact the game and impact winning, whether it's on the defensive or offensive end. Tim, guys who can score, but also guys who can defend. So I feel like this team's very versatile. We can do a lot of different things, whether that's switching up matchups defensively or playing a different way on offense, whether it's hit and cut or even just playing with ball-dominant guys and being able to knock down shots off open shots and open shooters. So we have a lot of things that we can do.
And they were raving on the broadcast last night about what a perfect fit he's going to be, and I absolutely agree.
He's a good fit for a lot of players just because he doesn't really demand the basketball.
Yep.
He does the stuff that a lot of people don't want to do. But you're right, man. Summer League is it's if you want to be able to kind of hang out with people, it's kind of like what the combine would be in the NFL.
But there's so many more players at Summer League. I mean, combine. Bobby, being in the steakhouse, being at St. Elmo's, that's for the execs, right? And coaches?
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen. The only player I saw in Indianapolis was Greg Oden, and he doesn't play anymore.
Wow.
And so, I would imagine it's also just, you can go socialize with some of your new teammates. So, I can go see the new star player, whatever. And then you get to go hang out in Vegas with the owner or whatever else.
Versus Indianapolis.
Right.
But yes, every single GM and head coach.
You don't see players at the winter meetings.
No, you don't. You'll see maybe a couple, but.
Trying to get deals done.
Maybe if the winter meetings were in Vegas, you might. I don't know what the Summer League in Sacramento and Utah are like, if players are flocking to go there. But you could get to see every single GM, every single coach. And if you go to the secondary facility, not necessarily the Thomas and Mack, but the Cox Center, it used to be called the Cox Center, you'll see it's much smaller venues, like a high school gym. Nobody's there. But the coaches are there. So you can go mingle if you want.
And then finally, Grant Williams, your brand new Dallas Maverick. Do you have any personal goals this season with the interview on ESPN?
Yeah, my own personal goals have always been just winning, impact the winner however I can, and making sure I make the locker room as light as possible because it's a long season and we all have to have a certain level of joy and appreciation for one another because we're fortunate to be on this team, be in the position that we're in, and we're fortunate to be able to have some fun and hopefully win some games.
Bob, any other game takeaways? How did you divide Summer League versus Derby?
I watched more Summer League thanks to Tony Beasley. But no, it's yesterday. Jaden Hardy.
People were putting Tony Beasley's face on 50 Cent.
Oh, yeah.
They were holding up Nolan Ryan photos saying Adolis's BP coach.
Yeah, but he was trying to throw a no-hitter out there.
817 said Adolis Garcia needed Andrew Heaney throwing him batting practice because he definitely would hit home runs then. But no, I think that when you look at, first off, congratulations, Dallas Mavericks. Your first Summer League victory in 2 years.
They were getting beat down the whole game. I can't believe they came back and won.
Well, and
2 years.
2 years. They didn't win last year. They went like 0-6 or something. But they were. It was something where the fact that Jaden Hardy struggled as much as he did and looked as put out as he did, like he looked like he was having like he was pouting a little bit with his struggles, and he didn't make a single shot in the first half. He was awful. That's certainly not what you want to see. In addition to what you want to see from the rookies, you're trying to see how well Jaden Hardy can handle some of the individual aspects. Like, all right, show us your growth, show us what you can do here, make decisions. I was listening to something earlier in an interview where Jared Dudley talked about how they're, double and triple teaming him at practice and trying to get him used to those things of like, hey, make a decision. Here comes the defense. What are you doing? So he struggled a great deal in the first half, bounced back, played well in the fourth quarter. But biggest thing for me was Derek Lively. You saw the movement skills, the defensive skills were on display. He had 11 rebounds in 23 minutes or whatever it was. Jared Dudley after the game tweeted more minutes coming. And so, that's encouraging. The biggest thing for Derek Lively is he has got to get stronger and he has got to learn how to set screens without getting called for an offensive foul. Because right now he is either getting called for offensive fouls when he sets screens or he's just getting blown by because of his size.
That was exactly what happened in college.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened in college. He got, a ton of foul trouble. He woke up. He got to the game with 2 fouls.
Yeah, he got his fourth foul with 7 minutes left in the second quarter. Now, Summer League, you get 10 fouls, so it's not like he was close to fouling out.
Bad.
But still, you don't want to see 4 fouls in 10 minutes of play.
The Blazers general manager yesterday said it could take months to trade Damian Lillard out of Portland. On the Pat McAfee show, Shams went on with a little updated trade return and what it could possibly be right now.
There is a framework with Miami where Portland could end up with, 3, 4, at least several first-round draft picks. I don't know if it'll get to 4, but definitely Miami has 2 that they can trade outright. I think there are multiple teams that would trade at least 1 first-round pick for Tyler Hero. So then you're looking at maybe expiring contracts, potentially 3 first-round picks, maybe more, maybe other assets, swaps, second-rounders, whatever else needs to be included for Damian Lillard. Now, the question is, if you're Portland, is that enough to move off of Damian Lillard? Like you said, one of the, arguably the greatest player in franchise history, top 75 player of all time. So to me, I'm curious to see how this week goes. I think this week is going to be a big week. Everyone's in Vegas. These teams are in Vegas. There's going to be meetings that take place here. So I've definitely got my eye on it.
Here we are talking about possibly 3 first-round picks and Derek Lively, the number 10 pick in the NBA draft, coming out with these stats from college. It's just not exciting if you're a Blazers fan or the Portland organization to get 3 first-round picks unless you know that one of them is going to be number 1 and maybe number 2.
That's it. And guess what? Miami's picks are not going to be number 1 or number 2. Let's say the Mavs jump in here. Well, their pick's not going to be number 1 or number 2. And it's not even going to be for half a dang decade, right?
Won't be for 2030. That's going to the Spurs.
That's going to the Spurs. And let's see. 2024 is going to the second-round picks on the Kings. They got their own first.
They can't trade it,
but they can't trade it because they traded this year.
And they can't trade 26. So the best you can get is you can get swaps in 24 and 26 from Miami, and then you don't get an outright first-round pick for 4 years from now.
What was the number you used?
From Miami.
27. So you could do that. You could do that if you wanted to.
Which, in theory, if you were going to want picks from Miami, the idea being that they've got Dame and they've got Jimmy Butler, maybe 4 years from now is more when you'd want their picks because they're less likely to be competitive. These next couple of years, they'll be competitive. Maybe you want to catch them on a rebuild in 4 years, but I would think you'd have to get a third team involved. So it's like, well, we need some draft capital now. This can't just be Scoot Henderson and Maxi Klebas, like a whole team of Maxi Klebas running around him for the next 4 years.
Right, because Cronin would get fired by the time these picks are conveyed. You know, that would be somebody else's job in Portland by that time. Like, yeah, like if you wanted to get, like, if you wanted to say you involve the Mavs and you get their first round pick, 5, 6, 4 or 5 years from now, you're betting that Luka has asked out and Kyrie is gone at that point. That's what you're betting on. Which, I mean, that's not if you're the owner, it's like, okay, I mean, there's enough of a chance that Luka asks out here. There's right. I mean, there's probably 20, 30% chance. That's better than most.
What happens if you catch your significant other on OnlyFans Filthy teaches us a cheating lesson as well. And apparently the college scandal at Northwestern is not the only one. We have something going on at Alabama. And does RJ need to apologize like this Food Network star for the shirt he's wearing today? That's next for the 6 a.m. Club right here on Sean and RJ. Headlines coming up at 7 o'clock. We have another Rangers Rays 4-pack ticket giveaway during the Expressway at 7:20. RJ Choppy is getting it in his Larry the Cable Guy. No, actually, it's a Derek Holland outfit. Here on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. That cough sounded rough.
You know what? Yeah, it did.
It's getting better, though.
It is getting better. Only hawked 2 loogies yesterday. It's fantastic.
Nice.
Yeah, once I get through the morning, I'm usually pretty good. But whatever.
It's
going away.
My photo theory, RJ says, came into play from a UFC event as Texas William kind of superimposed RJ ringside at UFC Saturday night with Donald Trump and Mike Tyson and Kid Rock. And someone is catching heat for taking a photo with the former president.
Yes. And we have had this guy on.
Yes.
I think more than once.
I think once during a pregame show, Cowboys pregame show.
Definitely at the Cowboys pregame show for sure.
Now, can you say his name correctly?
Guy, yes, I do. He doesn't. It's Fieri.
Isn't he?
He goes, Fieri.
Yeah, isn't he Italian?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what his real name is. Maybe he is. Who knows? But anyway, Guy Fieri.
He said you got to roll the R. Guy Fieri.
Yeah, got to roll the R. So Guy Fieri.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
Was so the mayor of Flavortown was in attendance at UFC 290 in Vegas Saturday night. Also in attendance was Dana White, who's the president there. Kid Rock was in attendance, and one Donald Trump, former president, current president for some, if you still believe that. Whatever. Well, anyway, there's a photo of Guy Fieri with Donald Trump. They're just shaking hands. They're ringside. He shakes his hand. All the photo shows was a shake hand. Doesn't show no video of context of how long he's there, what they're talking about, how much they're hugging and laughing and, just chatting it up. Guy Fieri got roasted on social media. I've been trying to tell you about Guy Fieri, but a lot of you didn't want to listen. Or Anthony Bourdain couldn't stand Guy Fieri. Now we all know why. Or if you know me, then you know how devastated I am. Please don't text me. Not a good look guy. Goodbye. So, Jack White of the White Stripes. Remember him?
I do. Seven Nation Army. Yep.
Anybody who normalizes or treats this disgusting yada, yada, yada with any level of respect is disgusting in my book. That's you, Joe Rogan, Mel Gibson, Mark Wahlberg, Guy Fieri. This statement is from me, not a discussion/debate. Signed, Jack White III. So, I'm not happy. That's your theory, though. Your theory is the photo theory. You come into anybody. Do you take a photo with them, or do you stop it, Bobby?
I didn't say a word.
Or, are there certain people you would not post a photo of? Now, Guy didn't post this photo.
This is when you missed OJ by one night in Vegas at the restaurant. Was it Butcher?
Cleaver, Sean. Come on.
Fitting.
Let's get it right. Cleaver.
Axe.
Yes.
So I was like, would you have taken a photo with OJ? And Chopped without hesitation said yes. And I was like, I don't know. And here's Guy Fieri getting roasted for shaking hands or saying what's up to a former president, which is, ridiculous for him to be catching backlash. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
One of the things you're taught early on as a young man, you shake hands.
You shake hands with somebody.
You say hello. You shake hands.
Someone, extends their hand to you. You extend your hand to them.
Yes.
You shake hands. That's just kind of common. It's a social custom. Now we've lost that, I think. Where now it's like you only shake hands if you agree with that person's philosophical viewpoints on life.
Yeah.
Now it's just different. But I had to shake his hand. I shake anybody's hand. Again, I'd play golf with Kim Jong-un if we give me on a good enough golf course.
Oh, you would play? Not
yes,
you did.
I would. If he get me on a good enough golf course and he agreed to play fast.
And what do you think he would shoot?
I mean, look.
22, right?
And I guess
Missiles.
What?
I would have said, sure, man, go ahead. I'm not going to call you on that one. I'll just take it.
All right, so that's a UFC story with a celebrity getting chewed out. Bobby, is there another college scandal at Alabama with baseball?
Yeah, so this was, you remember we had talked about a couple weeks back the story of Alabama and LSU were playing baseball, and all of a sudden there was this bizarre story of every state gambling commission or whatever had basically shut down bets on the Alabama LSU game. And it's like, okay, what's going on here? And then it extended to any game Alabama is playing right now, you're not allowed to bet on. And what had come out was one of the coaches for Alabama had been accused of somehow sharing inside information and tipping things off. Well, now we got a little bit of details. Pat Ford wrote for SI yesterday the story Inside the Alabama Baseball Gambling Scandal. And the way they got caught is maybe the dumbest way possible. On April 29th, Bert Neff Jr. walked into the BetMGM Sportsbook at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati in possession of $100,000 looking to make a huge score. His proposed wager quickly aroused concern and suspicion among the staff. 3 people familiar with the investigation told Sports Illustrated that Neff wanted to bet the money on a college baseball game that night, Alabama versus number 1 LSU. The game had gotten virtually no gambling traffic, and Neff's desired bets on the Tigers far exceeded the sportsbook's established house limit on college baseball. So they start turning this away and go like, there's clearly something going on here, because he's just this obscure youth league coach from Indiana, but he had made some connections in recruiting circles, and he told them, come on, please let me place this bet. I have inside information. He tells the sports book that he has inside information. And he's texting with this Alabama baseball coach, Brad Bohannon, who gave him the tip and was trying to get him to bet on it, and they were going to share the winnings. And in attempting to place this wager, he was so indiscreet, moving his phone around, texting the guy like, hey, they're not letting me make the bet, that their security cameras could literally zoom in and see, oh, he's texting this guy, Brad Bohannon from Alabama. And they could read all the text messages that said the staff ace for Alabama was going to get scratched that night with a tight back. And so this is pretty bad, and this is pretty stupid. This is a pretty dumb way for you to get caught. But this is the type of stuff that sports leagues are worrying about right now, is the question of not just, oh, do you know the game plan? Are you betting on the over on your rushing yards because you know the game plan? But flat out, hey, this isn't out about our pitcher yet. Go bet against our team.
This is, first of all, the guy who's placed the bets, has to be the dumbest dude out there. Literally tells them, I have insider information. Has he not followed the news at all in the last 20 years? Does he not know about Martha Stewart?
Yeah.
You can't have insider information. Phil Mickelson?
Has never heard the house wins? Never heard that phrase? Like the house always wins. They're not going to let you place the bet.
OnlyFans and Philly fans.
Oh, yeah. How about this one?
Some cheating tips.
All right, so.
Or avoids.
This wife confronted the husband. So she found out her husband had an OnlyFans account. This was posted to Reddit.
Is yours still active?
My OnlyFans is active, yes.
Okay.
You've paid more for OnlyFans than for your date over the weekend.
This is a user account he had, or like a creator account?
It was a user account.
Okay. All right.
That's where you just look at other people.
Yeah.
So this is what she writes. I opened his phone upon his request. There was a tab still open on some girl's OnlyFans. I screenshot the picture, set it as his background. Boy, that's how he found out that she knew.
Man.
Well, that's first of all right there. This lady is next level.
That's brilliant.
That's next level brilliant. We've discussed my issue with this, especially when it's so personal. She doesn't like the porn stuff. I don't like it. She makes videos that are clearly meant to be perceived as between her and the watcher, especially when it's costed us money, which is scarce right now with him not working. Oh. Don't get me wrong. Nothing wrong with her, those that make their money that way. I'm just hurt that she looks so opposite of me. I'm hurt he did this again.
Oh.
So
it would have been better if she was similar looking.
Better. So she says a couple of things. One, I am the sole breadwinner of the family. All of our savings are ours that I've been able to collect over the years. The paying money bit was confirmed when I checked our bank records. It's been happening for a while. There are several charges a month. I'm assuming this means more private talks, etc. We've married 10 years, 2 kids. I'm not divorcing the man. I was venting. She keeps going on and on and on. But this is, I believe, the most brilliant way to let your significant other know that you know that you know.
Screensaver.
Man, that's a pretty terrifying way to do it. You would open it up and you'd see the little screenshot there. That'd be pretty bad. But this guy sounds dumb enough.
Hey, he handed her the phone, apparently.
Like, hey, here, I've got a tab open on the OnlyFans. I'm not trying to conceal it on the bank records at all. Like, he sounds dumb enough that maybe he would just go, oh, I must have accidentally set this as my background.
Well, not as dumb as this guy.
I love dumb people. This is the 3rd one in a row. Let's hear about him.
Let's go to Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, shall we? Quite the underrated stadium. Been there. Pretty cool. This guy's in the Moron Hall of Fame. So he tells his girlfriend that he's going on a work trip, which he was, to Philadelphia. And part of the work trip, they decided to go to a Phillies game. Well, he posts a photo. This guy wanted to get caught at the Phillies game. And in front of him, there's a guy in this very visible, very unique white and blue bucket hat. A very Tyler Hero-esque look.
It's Brian Broaddus.
Ironically, in the same day, like basically the same time, his ex-girlfriend posts a photo of herself at a baseball game. Who's in the background, Sean? Glad you asked. The dude in the white bucket hat. They both happen to be, like, what are the odds? They're both sitting in the same section, feet away from each other. No chance. Guy wanted to get caught. Girl finds it, leaves his ass, they're done. Breaks up. What a moron.
Well, you'd have to think, is my girlfriend following the ex? Which I guess she's monitoring. Or what are the odds that she's going to see my ex's social media? Getting caught at a game, that's got to start moving up the list, man. The crowd shot, kiss cam, getting caught at a game, posting your Instagram story, from similar seats. There you go.
When I went to see Garth Brooks at the American Airlines Center, I think it was Trisha Yearwood that came out and sang with him. Whoever does the song "This Kiss," is that Trisha Yearwood?
I don't know.
Whatever.
What's Basic's song?
I got a heart like a truck. So she says we're gonna do kiss cam on this song. So if you're here with someone you're not supposed to be here with, don't stand up and get caught on kiss cam.
What?
She said that before the song.
Wow.
I was like, whoa, okay. All right.
Gave the disclaimer.
The amount of people who sat down.
Would you start
For
looking?
real?
Yes.
If you're Garth, do you start looking side-eyed at her? Like, what are you doing giving this advice to people for? Because they're married.
Yeah.
So does he look at that and go like, what are you trying to hide? Exactly. See, you bringing up the social media and the ex, by the way, brings up an interesting discussion I was having with a friend the other day. What's the process on deleting photos of exes off social media? Like, is it a thing where you have to go back through 8 years of history, of photo history, to find every single one and delete it?
Yep.
Yeah, but that's one of the ways to go. Facebook's, I think, a lot harder. Instagram is relatively easy. Facebook, I mean, you got to go search them out and everything.
I would think Facebook, you could just delete what you could find, and then whenever an anniversary pops up in your memories, you go, okay, delete that, delete that, delete that.
But you also just archive, too, instead of delete.
Oh, so you're saying just save the picture of your ex, and then she doesn't have to see it.
No, if you can archive it, that way you have the picture of yourself, too, still there.
No, I'm amazed by how many people you go to their profile and you scroll far enough down, it's like them with their ex. It's a lot of women who have the ex-boyfriend up as well. And I'm like, that did get stalked out. Like when you're going through and liking all the photos in the past. I don't know. I think you got to get rid of all of them. Which Bobby, by the way, is accepting all Facebook friend requests as we speak.
Oh, wow.
He purged, and now he's accepting all the new Tolos.
Oh, yeah, because you gave me a heavy eye roll when I made my post about the Facebook purge, but this is going to take a while. There were like 1,000 in there.
Oh, wow, you're so popular.
No, it's just they've stacked up over like 6 years.
Derby, Mavs Summer League, and Rangers Race tickets to give away for you. Turning it on, leaving it on next during headlines and the commercial-free expressway right here on 105.3 The Fan.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Popped it up. Got to have one.
I don't think he did it.
He did not do it.
Oh, my.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. will hang on and win the 2023 Home Run Derby.
I did not think that was going to happen last night on ESPN. Vlad was gassed, but he takes out the person who defeated Adolis Garcia in round one. It's Vlad over Randy Arozarena in order to win the Home Run Derby last night in Seattle. These are your headlines here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo, and we're going to hook you up with Rangers Rays tickets, a 4-pack during the commercial-free expressway starting at 7:20. Vlad Jr. wins, and Julio Rodriguez puts on a show for the home crowd with 41 bombs.
Yeah, he did. He put on quite the show, and like he was in a real groove just from the start. I mean, I think he hit like his first 5 or 6 balls out, like just an absolute groove. It was a good day. Wasn't a great derby. Wasn't a spectacular derby. Wasn't terrible. It was a good one. Vlad wins.
What qualifies as a great derby?
I think one that you remember 20 years from now, like the 08 one with Josh Hamilton.
But like, what else can be done to make you say, okay, this is different? I mean, Julio hit 41.
I know. That's the thing. It's the weird thing. He put on a show. Like, he was, I mean, he put on it's different. Josh Hamilton did not hit nearly as many home runs. But the show feels way bigger with Josh.
Well, we're used to all this now. All this is like a bit repetitive. You know what I mean? They also don't isolate the home run.
Right.
So you see the majestic
Rapid
shot.
fire.
Spittle was having a problem with that last night. It's just rapid fire, and then on the other side of the screen, you know, you see where the ball lands. Unless the next ball is hit, and that's going to go out as well, then that overlaps and takes over the shot of the ball landing 400 feet away.
I don't know what the right way to go about it is.
Because if you show them all individually, it's going to take forever. Forever.
I didn't want a 4-hour night.
No.
I was fine with this. It was 2.5 hours. It's perfect. I didn't want to, you know, it's like, would you rather have seen the majestic home runs, watch them pimp it all the time, or just get out of there? Because here's what also happens when they have 10 outs and not a time. How many pitches did Josh take that night?
A lot.
Right? He was zoned for his pitch. And that's boring.
It would have saved Adolis Garcia, though.
Yeah, it would have.
Here's the thing. When you say what you know, it's got to be a memorable home run derby. That's what makes a great home run derby. The memorable ones are stuff like, okay, Sammy Sosa in Miller Park hitting, 500 plus foot shots. You've got Josh Hamilton hitting his 495 to dead center in New York, and then 518 into the upper deck. And the more deliberate pace allows for, I feel like, some of these like moon shots, and for everybody to just kind of pause and look at it and take it in. You can actually take it in, because last night it's so fast, and it's like, oh, okay, it's like a speed competition, and it sort of takes away the pageantry of it, I think, and that's what makes it memorable.
If you look
Like Chris Berman would not be able to call this.
He'd have been passed out. He'd have been passed out. If you were to go look,
like Vlad almost was
last night, you have to have 2 440-foot home runs to get a 30-second bonus. If you don't hit those 440-foot bombs in the first 2 minutes, you're not going to get them in the next 2. You're just too tired. Now, you might be able to get them in the first couple of swings after the break, after your timeout, which is never 30 seconds. It's more like a minute and a half. But, if you don't get them early on, you're really toast. And that's what happened to, Rosarena didn't get that extra time. He got the extra 30-second T-Mobile one, but he didn't get the extra 30 seconds on the 440-foot bombs. So it screwed him.
So the actual game is tonight, and you are interested in the pitching matchup.
It's a good matchup. It's Zach Gallen of the NL, who was once a Cardinal, that was traded in the Osuna trade with Sandy Alcantara to Miami.
And Adolis and a Rosarena were both Cardinals last night. They showed that photo.
Yep, they were. So the Cards, they could be well represented tonight if they actually played them or kept them. And then Garrett Cole on the American League side will be the starter. It's a good matchup. It's a good pitching matchup. And then, obviously, your lineups are going to be loaded in this one. But we still have a lot of players that are missing. There's a lot of guys that aren't playing in this game, from Clayton Kershaw to Aaron Judge, Shane McClanahan to Fromber. You got a lot of players that are really good pitchers and hitters not playing.
Marcus Semien leading off tonight. Corey Seager hitting cleanup. It'll be a good night to be Rangers fans.
Meanwhile, Mavs Summer League action as they get their first win in 2 years on Espen.
Under 10 to shoot for Dallas. On the drive, Prosper picks it up and scores, plus the foul. A prosperous finish for Dallas.
Omax with 10 points, 7 rebounds, and Derek Lively, 8 points, 11 rebounds as the Mavs score 37 in the fourth quarter. Jaden Hardy was awful from the field, but went to the free throw line nonstop. He scored 24, and the Mavs win 111-103 over Philly.
Yep, first victory in 2 years. That's nice to see. It's good to see Derek Lively contributing on defense, getting the 11 rebounds in 24 minutes of play. He was all over the glass. He had a couple putback dunks. That was huge. Omax Prosper, it doesn't look great, 2 of 8 shooting, but he played a really good all-around game, 10 points, 7 rebounds, had a block, a really nice block on a 3-point shot. He had a steal. So, in general, the young guy's impressing. I think that's good. Derek Lively's got to learn to set screens, stop getting called for offensive fouls with the screen setting, and more minutes, which Jared Dudley promised on Twitter yesterday.
Jared Dudley did.
Yes, he said, he quote tweeted Derek Lively getting a dunk, a video of it, and he said, more minutes to come.
The Spurs are shutting down Wemby after his second game, where he rebounded, no pun intended, and scored 27 in the Spurs' second outing, and apparently Popovich has seen enough.
Now, some are saying this was the plan all along, get them 2 games and make sure they saw everything they wanted to see. And once they got to see what they wanted to see, they benched him. Essentially, and now he's done. He's done for Summer League. He'll get ready to go for the start of the regular season.
The logo Jerry West on who Victor reminds him of.
But I think when he comes into the league, I think he'll be more of a, if you watch him defensively, he ruins games. He reminds me a little bit of a bigger Bill Russell with a big reach, coming from everywhere, blind side. So any offensive player is going to have to be really cautious about where he is, because he's going to mess up some offenses, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's really easy for him to disrupt somebody's shot. Yeah. Just sit there and change the trajectory of it. And he's blocking shots in his neck area. He's just swatting down like he's hitting flies out there.
See, that's the thing. It's not even talent. He's just big. He's standing right in the way, and he kind of throws up an arm and blocks it. Boy, but
got some handles, got some touch.
He does. I'm being sarcastic, but he does. Jerry West now throwing out that he's like a bigger, longer Bill Russell, and we've heard it's like Kevin Garnett on defense and Kevin Durant on offense. The hype levels are insane. But look, I also think Jerry West is not. When we wonder how much is Woj just hyping it up just because, I don't think Jerry West is going to hype it up just because.
No.
He's a personnel guy. He's a basketball purist. He's genuinely impressed by him. And that's where he's going to make an impact right away, is defensively. And I'm just a little disappointed we don't get to see him more than the 2 games. But I understand wanting to protect your asset and wanting to get him away from Britney Spears.
Meanwhile, Shams says there's a framework with Miami where Portland could end up with 3 or 4, at least several first-round picks to try to get Dame. That you have some other teams, multiple teams that would trade at least 1 first-round pick for Tyler Hero, and that this week will be very important. And Christian Wood tweeting out, bet on yourself and double down. Whatever that means for C. Wood.
Yeah. I mean, he did bet on himself, but he's doubling down on an 8 right now against a king.
Man, he is. It's funny to say, like, bet on yourself. It's like you bet on yourself for about 5 years in a row, and you haven't handled it the right way. The whole way that he's gone about this in terms of just the way he handles meetings, like we hear about, the effort that he gives on defense, the engagement level. It's so stunning because when you watch him, he is so uniquely skilled.
Yes.
That it's like, what a waste, dude, if you would just lock in.
Northwestern has fired longtime coach Pat Fitzgerald over the hazing allegations within the football program. This story broke last night.
Yeah, he's been there 17 years. Been there. He's basically a lifer at Northwestern. Played there, assistant coach there, and then the head coach. Winningest coach in program history, and in the College Football Hall of Fame, which I didn't even know that he was in the College Football Hall of Fame until yesterday. But he has been fired after a 2-week suspension. Initially was agreed upon by him and the administration on Friday. There was a more thorough investigation. They decided to say, yeah, we're gonna move on from you. Basically saying that we can't really prove that you took part in this or knew about this, but this is a culture that you are in charge of, and you failed to administer that culture in the way that is representative of Northwestern.
And Bobby, some of the hazing things that they were doing.
Yeah, the big one that's getting a lot of attention is this thing where when they'd be out at practice, freshman players, if they would mess up, they'd miss an assignment, whatever else, then the claim is that there would be a signal given, and that at the end of practice, the 8 to 10 upperclassmen would basically hold them down in a dark room with masks on and then assault them. And so if that's all accurate, you can understand why this escalated as quickly as it did. And shout out, honestly, to the Northwestern paper there, the school paper, because they did a lot of this work. And that's the kind of thing that typically...
Oh, yeah, you get shut down.
You're only and you're only going to get these stories if a school newspaper like that has the courage to step forward and write it, because they're going to have access to players that outside media aren't.
Mm-hmm. They are.
Yeah.
You'll see school papers. I mean, they're writing game stories.
Look at Mike Gundy. He would have tried to bully them out of it. I'm
a man. I'm 40.
I'm a man. I'm 40. The G-Bag Nation is going to be at the barbecue place that has blown up more than anyone else in the Metroplex. That's going to be Hurtado. Hurtado Barbecue with the G-Bag Nation today. Gavin also can finally see what another piece of barbecue looks like. He can see it's not just chicken wings. You can get some pork belly out there. You can get a brisket. I don't know if Dawson's ever had brisket while here in Texas, but he can finally see what something else looks like.
What are the chances he goes in there and tries to make his own wings?
Brandon would probably let him. He's got a new smoke box out there that he's showing off, but that place is absolutely dominating. And did you eat some barbecue over the weekend?
Yeah, I did.
You had to in that American flag shirt.
No, you had to. We get there. We rolled up on Friday, and he had some ribs ready for us.
Okay.
So we had the ribs,
smoking them.
Smoked the ribs. He had two different flavors. Don't even know what they were. They were pretty good. They're pretty good. It did. I one problem with me and barbecue is I get the most vile burps.
Oh, smoke burp.
Oh, they're so bad. Like that was the one fight Sarah and I got into all weekend. It was she was like, "Could you please stop burping? I'm going to throw up." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, I can't. What do you want to do?"
But are you belching like out loud, or are you internalizing the burp?
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah, both. Either way, it doesn't matter. Like I could try to do a silent one.
Yeah.
It's deadly. It's deadly.
Yeah. Well, that means he got some smoke on it.
Oh, he had plenty of smoke on it, man.
Stays with you the rest of the day.
Absolutely.
Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on, and we want to hook you up for listening. A Rangers Rays 4-pack. We're also going to have Ask Reddit, and Dak Prescott trashed by this New Yorker that Bobby's going to absolutely destroy during the commercial-free expressway Kicking things off next right here on The Fan. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's always like dark to start the week.
Yeah, isn't it supposed to be lighter later? Like, isn't it supposed to be nice and bright by now?
How was the Oklahoma weather for you? Well, obviously it was sunny. Looking at your I guess that's a tan.
It was a little overcast, but sunny as well. Like it rained at night, but the weather there was like mid 80s. It's not like it's far northeast Oklahoma. It's not. It's in the not mountains, but rolling hills, if you will.
Today's 70% humidity, 15% chance of rain. Only a high of 96, and then tomorrow 103, Thursday 102, Friday 102.
Okay, nice and so we're in a cool front right now.
Yeah, my son got like a little. His godparents got him like another little vehicle to drive, like a fire truck, and wife put it together inside the house yesterday. And obviously he doesn't know how to drive, and he's just running into walls and not knowing how to reverse. So I'm like, okay, we eventually have to sell this house. Like, you can't destroy these walls. So I picked this thing up, I put it in the garage. He has a meltdown, and I was like, I'll just take him outside today. I'll just go ahead and take him outside when he gets home. But then you're sitting there talking about 100 degrees. Well, I don't know what to do. Let him drive around in the house and turn this thing at every corner, 3-point turns, reversals, or take him outside. I think I'm going to take him outside. Let him get burned by the plastic, and then he won't want to go out there anymore.
Yeah, just scar him for life.
It's like touching the hot stove.
You got to teach him, right? How else are they going to learn?
Exactly. All right, Craig Carton. Who's Craig Carton, Choppy? Did you grow up on Carton? He was before your time.
Way before my time.
I mean, sorry, he was after your time.
Yeah, I was before his time.
Yes.
He is, let's see, he was on the morning show with Boomer in New York on WFAN, and then I guess he was on the afternoon show after he got out of prison.
Yeah.
He goes to prison and gets back. You go to prison, you come back, and you get the afternoon show in New York.
And then you get put on national TV.
And then you get put on national TV?
Yeah.
Which on what? Is he on CBS Sports, FS1?
FS1. He's on FS1, and apparently he had an opinion on the Dallas Cowboys quarterback yesterday.
Do you have any more urgency, Dak? He's like, considering I'm the biggest failure that ever started for the Dallas Cowboys. You're damn right there is. But look, yes, he's playing with a sense of urgency. He finally got that road playoff win off his back last year, and a lot of people, Greg, were like, well, come on, man. Tampa stunk last year. You know, anybody could have beaten Tampa. But before I get to my list of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL currently playing with 90 or more starts, Dak is, of course, one of them. Urgency, no urgency. I don't think there is such a thing. I think we invent these, these catchphrase, catch-all words that we all attach ourselves to and run with. Like, you're a starting quarterback in the NFL. As we've said a million times, for years and years, you only get 17 of these games, right? You're not going to play 500 games in your professional career. So I don't think there's more urgency. He wants to win every time he goes out on the field. He just hasn't been good enough to do it, Greg.
Worst starting quarterback? Is that what I heard?
In Cowboys history?
Yeah.
Most disappointing? Is that what he said? Or the biggest failure in history?
What would it be? His fifth year? Sixth?
Yeah, it's only been 5 or 6 years, though. So, I mean, it'll be okay.
He's got time. I'm looking over the starting quarterback list and the history of the team.
I mean, Chad Hutchinson may have been a little bit worse.
We got Quincy Carter, Chad Hutchinson, Vinny Testaverde, Drew Bledsoe, John Kitna, Matt Castle, Andy Dalton.
Yeah.
So there's Carton throwing out his New York bar opinion.
Yeah, I mean, we just named off a number of guys there. I don't know. I guess CBS, Fox, whatever the games are broadcast on, I don't know that they got those over in Rikers. And he may not have been able.
Is that where he was?
He may have missed a few years there. I mean, look, if there's anybody who knows about fraud, it's Craig Carton. What was it? Wire fraud, I believe. But look, I mean, the fact that he just sits there and says, like, the biggest disappointment, there's zero chance at being the biggest disappointment in history when you were a 4th-round pick who took the job, has been one of the 10 best quarterbacks in the NFL pretty consistently over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And even, let's just say, even by the standard of the fact that he goes, he finally got the road playoff win victory off his back. Okay, well, Romo never did. Like, Romo never won a road playoff game, and Tony Romo was not a failure either. But I'm just saying, by that measure alone, just by what he said, there's no way that you can say Dak is the biggest disappointment or the biggest failure or whatever. This is this is FS1 struggling for ratings while Dave Hellman's off their TVs during the offseason.
It is quite the take.
It's quite the take.
It's quite the hot take that Dak's the worst quarterback or the most disappointing or biggest failure, whatever you want to say, in the history of this organization. That's quite the take.
Do you think someone's got to take the anti-cowboy role on all these shows and then the pro-cowboy? Do you think that if you're his bosses, your biggest audience is coming from New York, so it's best to hate on the Cowboys if that's what you're thinking of, right?
Yeah.
Giants listening base is number one for probably Craig Carton's show. He's on TV because of New York City.
Yes. I think maybe that's what they are thinking, but to me, that's like flawed thinking. Like, you're now a national host.
Yeah, but his biggest fan base comes from New York.
Fair.
I guarantee you the biggest ratings for his show come from New York City because he crushed it on radio at WFAN.
Yeah, you're probably right.
That's the way I'm thinking about it.
Like, that's probably why Stephen A. brought on Russo for First Take.
No doubt.
If you listen to his radio show, it's a largely, they'll talk other stuff, but it's a lot of New York sports.
Yeah.
Because that's where his callers come from. That's just kind of how it is.
All right, so every day at this time, we're going to break down Jeremy Fowler's executive list. All right, this is talking to 80 people around the league. Coaches, executives, scouts, and players to go position by position. And yesterday we did off-ball linebackers. RJ Choppy, you successfully got Micah Parsons taken off of the off-ball linebacker. Give a nice little flex in the Larry the Cable Guy shirt for the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So today we're taking it to edge rushers.
Okay.
All right.
Micah, let's do it.
Now, I'm going to assume neither of you looked at this list.
Did not.
So you can guess back and forth. RJ Choppy, we're going to start first with you, the number one edge rusher in the National Football League right now.
Micah Parsons.
No.
Nick Bosa.
Nick Bosa. Last year, he was number 3. This year, he is number 1 NFL scout. Size, strength, power, speed, quickness, solid length, repertoire of moves, and high motor. He's got it all. He was the league sack king with 18.5. He had a 15% pressure rate on his pass rushes, and his 48 quarterback hits led the field by 12. He had 12 more quarterback hits than anybody else. He's just so fast and twitchy. He turns the edge so well, has a knack to get the ball back. He seems to make a game-changing play every week. RJ, number 2.
Micah Parsons.
Miles Garrett.
Did you look at the list?
No.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, look, if
He's
you
got it
take
up right now.
if you've taken Micah Parsons out of the equation, which I wouldn't have guessed him 1, I would have guessed him 2. But if you take him out, it's Bosa or Parsons at the top, and then if it's not Micah, then I think you hear people rave regularly about Miles Garrett.
Miles Garrett was 2 last year. He's 1 this year. NFC executive. I'm sorry. Last year he was 2. This year he's 2. He really probably should be first every year. He's just not as consistent as some others on the list, but he is the best singular talent. He might be the most imposing defensive player at any position. His ability to take over a game is unique. He has 24 turnovers forced by pressure since 2017, leading the rest of the defensive field by 5. Number 3, RJ Choppy.
Micah Parsons.
Correct.
Oh, all right. There we go. That's right.
Highest ranking on the list from someone else. They put Micah 1. Last year, of course, he was 2 at off-the-ball linebacker. Okay. Here's what they wrote with the ESPN recap. After the Cowboys deployed Micah as a hybrid linebacker pass rusher in 2021, we placed him in the off-ball linebacker category last summer, but many voters wondered why he didn't appear as a true pass rusher because of his obvious skills there. He did not disappoint in year 2 with a league-leading 29.7% pass rush win rate as his snaps on the edge increased Micah and TJ Watt went back and forth in the voting throughout, with Parsons winning a tight tiebreaker decided by several general managers because of youth and versatility. A coordinator said, it would not surprise me if he's number one by next year. His talent is undeniable. Since 2021, Micah Parsons pressured quarterbacks on 18% of his pass rushers. That's tops among edge rushers. He can gracefully slide into a linebacker role, play the run or the pass, and an NFL scout said he has a knack for setting up blockers and getting them off balance. It's not just ability. He sets up tackles and has a plan, and he brings versatility. So Micah Parsons coming in at number 3. Roberto, number 4.
Well, I think we just got the answer. It's TJ Watt.
It is TJ Watt. Good job listening. Last year, he was 1. This year, he is 4. Again, health is an issue. Number 5, Bobby.
Colleyville Heritage's own Max Crosby.
No, he's 6.
Let's see. Hassan Reddick.
Good job. I thought it was going to take forever. Last year, he was not ranked, and now he's sitting here at number 5. And didn't they steal him too? What was the price?
Yeah, it was not much. It was like $10 million, I think, or something like that.
Yeah. He's a closer, said an NFC executive. 3 years, 3 teams, double-digit sacks, back to back to back. That is an impossible stat. 5 forced fumbles for the Eagles, leading the National Football League. Pass rush win rate ranks second, 27%. And someone concluded this is the perfect case of talent entering the proper situation where he is used correctly. Max Crosby is number 6. You want to take a guess at number 7?
Brian Burns.
Good job.
He looked.
I did not look. This is the draft all over again. Max Crosby and Brian Burns are like the same player.
You probably went over this already with that broadest thing you guys
The
do.
Love of the Star. The highest rated podcast in Odyssey history.
2 million.
Dang, we have more views than anybody else. We're like Joe Rogan. We're just not getting paid like him.
Number 8. Bobby, just might as well give us a list in order.
Say it.
Matthew Judon.
There you go. How
Is it
about that?
Judon?
Of course it is. Yeah.
Just get it
Here's the next
wrong.
one.
Just do
Who
it
else
on-
did
just
you
get it wrong on
memorize? You
purpose.
I was gonna.
you photographic
Matt's-
memory guy.
Okay, I'll throw out the rest of my guesses. Matthew Judon, Trey Hendrickson,
No.
Of course he gave a fake. He gave what he knew was wrong. Watch it. Here comes the right one.
Joey Bosa.
No.
Nope.
Nope, not on it.
Joey Bosa's 10. AFC East.
AFC East.
Von Miller.
Yeah, I was about to say, is it Von Miller? I
Yeah.
don't know.
There you go. Honorable mentions: Aiden Hutchinson, Trey Hendrickson, Khalil Mack, Cam Jordan. So that is your pass rusher, edge rusher list from the executives over at ESPN. No surprises so far. I thought the first 2 days of doing this, right? Because there's no intentional trolling going on. That's why I love this list. It's not someone that's trying to, get on a talk show or create a headline like our 9 o'clock guest, who is not too thrilled with this show, Will Brinson, CBS, particularly Bobby Belt.
Yeah, that was that was something that when we booked that, I don't think you guys had seen. He had already replied to us on Twitter. I had seen that.
I did not see. What did he say?
He just said I something to the effect of, I would have rather you guys had me on instead of have me dig through a 15-minute podcast segment to see if I was taken out of context or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
so that was his Dak ranking. Kyler Murray laughed at this list too. So I'll ask him what he thinks about Kyler.
Well, so anyway, other than that, I mean, the edge rusher list and everything else, no real surprise. I still think Joey Bosa being down around 10 is a little much, but other than that, it's
like too low for him.
Yeah.
Rangers Rays 4-pack ticket giveaway coming up momentarily, but first, it's a Tolo Tuesday. That means this during the commercial-free expressway.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
That's right. It's time for Ask Reddit, and we want your responses as well on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Also on the Twitch and the YouTube. I know we got a lot of people lurking in the YouTube, so you can drop your answers here to some of these questions. And the first one right off the bat is just the perfect segue, I think, given what we discussed just last segment, RJ Choppy. If you burped in front of your girlfriend and she responded back with a louder burp, how would you react?
Hell yeah. That's what I would say. Hell yeah.
I'll take a little sip.
Good job, honey.
Early on, I would not react well. I would be repulsed, disgusted, turned off. Now, I know she's doing it to try to get under my skin and be funny. So she belches and burps much more than I do out loud. So now, different than in the very early stages. But a lot of guys are cool with it. A lot of guys are fine with farting, just burping, blow up the bathroom. Just go ahead and do it.
Nope, that's a no fault divorce right there. If she were to burp back
in front of you?
if she were to like just dig deep and try, yeah,
right in the face.
Yeah, that's too.
And then blow at the end.
What if your one margarita date, Peyton had done
well,
this?
she'd burp more if she had a second drink.
Yeah.
Good
Maybe that's what he's
Lord,
trying to
maybe if she
avoid.
got some queso.
My gosh.
Yeah, no appetizers,
that was
man. We
Peyton,
already
that
got
was-
we got chips and salsa, dude.
$60. We were talking about DFW
Yeah.
cost, and I was like, "How much was your date?" You know, at was it El Phoenix?
El Phoenix.
$60 for two.
$62, huh?
$62.
Look, man, if you don't, you got to get more than one drink. Like, you know what happens? The drunker she gets, the funnier you get.
Yeah, man.
By default.
Yeah, then she drives home drunk and crashes.
or you're her savior. You're her
Uber
savior and
her
say,
home?
"I will give you a ride home."
Yeah, then the $60 night goes to $140 with these prices, man.
You are the
Look,
cheapest rich person on earth, Peyton Russell.
Yeah,
I'm about to go on vacation, guys. I got to save up.
All right, very nice.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, the belching, the burping, and burping that barbecue got RJ in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, look, I had barbecue burps on Friday night.
It's a good
and
smell, though. Barbecue smell. It's a good.
That came from my intestines, man. Like, you don't want to hear. You don't want to. So I get it. She was upset with that.
Did I smell up your car with the barbecue I sent home?
It was wrapped up tightly in the foil.
Yeah.
So Kristen was actually yelling at him last night because he had eaten some of it but didn't finish it, and she's like, "What are you like?" She's like, he tried to eat it last night. She's like, "I don't know if that's good anymore. It's been like we've had it for a couple days." And it had been thawed, and he's like, "It's fine," and he just ate it. But she was like, "Why didn't you eat it the day we brought it home? That was the point."
So So you said it's grounds for divorce if the girl, if Kristen were to burp in front of you, whatever, or come back louder.
Yes.
What happens if she's in the restroom doing what girls don't do, and she runs out of toilet paper and she asks you to bring her some?
I'll do that.
You're gonna open the door and get slapped in the face with it? You okay with that?
Slide it under the door.
I mean, I would. It'd be like taking a free dive. I'd take a deep breath about 10 feet from the bathroom, walk over, hold it as I passed it through, and then wait till I was 10 feet away to breathe again.
And the ironic thing is, this is one of my techniques. If Ollie's doesn't want to go to sleep and I'm putting him to bed, I'll burp on command to get him laughing in order to lay him down. I can just burp on command.
But the
He's cool. He
starts laughing. I'm like,
like that.
I'm just summoning the burps. Just like that, and he starts laughing.
So it exhausts him? Like he just gets into laughing?
No,
fits and he's
like
tired
you
and
hear
wants to lay
someone
down?
burp, and like he's seeing my face, right? When you're burping, like, and I'm trying to like make it come up. He's laughing at all of it, and it gets him in a good mood. But I keep that behind closed doors. The belch on command. Can you burp on command?
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, you can just do it. Can you, Bobby?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
I
well,
don't
thought I had a
know
special
because I'm not a savage.
talent.
All right, next question here. Sean, you accidentally left your cocaine at the White House. What do you do now?
It was politics, huh?
It's not politics.
I've read this story
This
before.
was on Ask Reddit.
This is you find yourself in it as soon as the news came out. It's like a Seinfeld episode, I feel like. Like, oh my gosh, I left my coat. It's like an aggressive Seinfeld episode, but
Well, what do I do now? I guess I flush the rest of it down the toilet. I make sure my house is clean, that my car is clean. I have never done that. I've been offered it once. I'm too scared. I was too scared in college. Not judging those who have. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna assume I'm caught because of all the cameras you'd think the White House would have, and they're coming to knock on my door. But then I'm calling RJ Choppy for an excuse. I'm calling Better Call Chop to explain what happened and how this was not mine or how this fell out of my pocket. I don't know what the excuse is.
I mean, the excuse could be how it wasn't mine. I was bringing it for somebody else. If you wanted to go down that road.
Yeah.
I was handing it off. I didn't know what it was. Thought it was just flour.
yeah, maybe.
Baking soda. The room kind of smelled. I wanted to bring some baking soda in there. I thought that's what it was. I grabbed the wrong bag.
I see my first inclination. If I were to do something like that and it were to get left there, then my first thought is, crap, this is going to come back on me. I'm immediately starting an anonymous Twitter or an anonymous Reddit account, like the Dropping Dimes, who's like tipping pics, and I'm immediately posting on Reddit and Twitter that, hey, I work at the White House. An administration official was caught with cocaine today, and they're going to get in trouble for it, but they're going to try and say that it was somebody came in and left it there, blah, blah, blah. And then when the news breaks that cocaine was left in the White House, then it looks like, wait, this person told us before news broke that this was an administration official and they were going to cover it up. And then I'll be in the clear with the
like
public.
That. I like that a lot. You know, you could also, like, if you're like a high-ranking member of the White House and it's yours, like you start the internal investigation or something like that. That kind of goes down that road. And I mean, there's a lot of things that nefarious ways you can get around this, I guess.
682, I took it from a friend to help him quit.
Okay. Took it from a friend. Help. Do we not have any investigation results from this? They haven't figured out whose this was?
They've not publicly said it. No, as far as I've seen. I haven't seen it.
How can you do something in the White House without it not being seen on camera? You just talked about casinos. Well, yeah. You just talked about Bill. You talked about casinos in Vegas being able to zoom in on who you're texting. And we don't have this at the White House?
Yeah, I don't know where the investigation sits. I know I saw some report that was like,
or they're conveniently keeping something quiet.
It said
that wouldn't happen.
It said, like, I saw some report over the weekend that said apparently wherever this was found, it was like, well, it's not exactly just somewhere where somebody with a tour could have like left it. This is somewhere where somebody who actually like can get around the building would have had to have done it. EJL Viking on the Twitch says, just have to say it's not yours. You're good. That's it. Just say not mine. But if you're caught with it, that's the only.
That's what happens at the airport. Have y'all ever seen or heard of anyone at the airport recently? Do you know anyone in your life that has gotten in trouble at the airport for like taking weed through, or gotten a scare or checked? Does anyone know anybody who's gotten in trouble or stopped or searched? Is that a thing at all anymore?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if TSA is like looking for marijuana. Like they're looking for like guns, bombs.
I mean,
weapons.
Russia is.
Yes. I don't know. Like,
what about the dogs? You know, you ever walk by a dog with an edible or two in your pocket?
Start sniffing you?
Petrified, you know?
I don't walk around with edibles in my pocket,
There
Sean,
you go.
or
Good
in my
answer.
system.
They're usually in your stomach.
I just say no. All right. Peyton Russell.
Bobby Belt.
What's hard for you to resist if you see it on a restaurant menu? Because it certainly isn't margaritas.
It's not queso either. It is calamari. If I see it, I got to get the calamari. Oh, I love me some fried calamari.
What's your favorite dipping sauce? Or you just eat it straight with no sauce?
I could do no sauce.
Okay.
It has enough seasoning on it. I mean, I can go marinara.
Okay.
I don't know that I've ever eaten calamari. I certainly would not.
Disappointing.
Like actively knowing what it is, I would not. I don't know if I've ever tried it.
I made
by
Bobby
chance.
eat his first shrimp in Frisco. He says it was his first shrimp last year, 2 years ago.
Well, I said also that I ate the shrimp. You wouldn't have remembered from being blackout.
I was blacked out.
No, the answer here is easy. It's what he said. It's not. It's queso. If I see queso on a menu, I'm just instantly like, well, I got to see how theirs is. I got to see the quality of their queso.
You can judge a lot by a place's queso. There's no doubt about that. I think the salsa is the easy one. I judge all Mexican restaurants based on their salsa.
Yeah, but what's on a menu you have to order? Like if it's an entree or dessert, you see it, or an appetizer.
You know,
like, I have to get that.
I don't usually get it that often because I'm just Sarah's not usually isn't a huge fan, but it's calamari is one of them. But Bobby's right. Like if we see queso, when we go to a Mexican restaurant, we have to get the queso.
Yeah.
Sorry, Peyton. We have to get the queso.
I think mine is French onion soup.
Really?
I love French onion
Wow.
soup. And I judge a place off their French onion soup. I could have thrown Reuben in there because not all places have a Reuben. And I'm assuming you're doing all the steps in the process and you got the fresh rye bread and everything. So I respect a place that will give a great Reuben, but I may say French onion soup. I love French onion soup. It's good.
Yeah.
You don't like it?
I can't say I can't say I remember having it. I know
You've
I've
never had it?
No, I know I've had it, but I don't remember having it. So it must not have been very good.
Okay. And you would eat it?
Would eat French onion soup?
Yes.
Yeah.
You like onions? It's got cheese.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, I mean, I've had it. It's fine. 940 Peyton, you know that 9 times out of 10 calamari is imitation calamari that's made from pig butt, basically.
What?
Yeah, well,
That's what
pig
it
butt
says.
tastes good. So,
You know another one.
Mark.
you Mark.
Lobster bisque.
Yes. Ooh.
I don't want to pay for it.
Oh, yeah. Super expensive.
I mean, I love lobster bisque, but if it's watery, I'm bitter for the rest of the meal. A $14.95 bowl of water.
Yeah.
Sitting there.
Good lobster mac is another one you can always throw in there.
That's overrated.
Oh, gosh. The lobster mac I ate in Washington was so gross. It was so disgusting.
I've never heard anyone say that.
940 fried okra. I judge restaurants heavily on the effort and the taste of the okra. Bad okra means bad barbecue. 360 if a place has a Reuben sandwich, I usually have to try it out.
There it is.
915 eggs Benedict.
I
had a buddy, by the way,
that's a great one. That's a great one.
in terms of judging a restaurant's quality off of what they make, since that's kind of a subtopic here, I had a friend who said he always would judge Italian restaurants based off the meatballs. That he said if the meatballs weren't good, he didn't trust they were going to make anything else well.
You know, Italian restaurants should be judged off their bread, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, a lot of them just give you crappy bread.
Yeah, well, see that's the problem. Like if they don't bread to an Italian is gold. If you don't have good bread, that's like having bad chips and salsa at a Mexican restaurant. You've got to have good
Eggs
bread.
Benedict is great though because I'm never gonna make Béarnaise sauce or hollandaise at home. It's like you don't want to see what goes into that, so you just order it out. You're not gonna make it at home.
Chris on the YouTube says guacamole. Here, this I know what this answer is already going to be, but I'm going to throw it over to you, RJ Choppy. You're offered $100,000 to recite 90% of a movie. What movie are you choosing?
Asthma.
Well, I think I would either go Caddyshack or Swingers.
Swingers.
Swingers is one of my all-time favorite movies.
It's so good.
So
good.
So good.
Have you seen it?
No. I know the movie. I've just never
It's
watched
awesome.
It is to me.
I went down to John Favreau. Is that how you say
Yeah.
it?
Yep.
I went down to John Favreau, Will
Ferrell?
No, Vince Vaughn rabbit hole over the weekend. It was okay.
Yeah. Was Made one of them?
No.
That was not one of them?
It was a rom-com.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it was Couples Retreat. It was awful. Could have been so much better. It was bad.
It is bad.
I'm like, you guys are spending way too much time in therapy. Like this, it's bad. But anyway.
So Swingers, I think Swingers is an all-time top 3 breakup movie.
But
you get dumped by a girl you want.
But you think you could still recite it?
It's been a while.
A long time ago.
Yeah, a long time. I think I could do it.
Pepe?
Shawshank Redemption.
That's like a
4-hour movie.
And you just saw it 2 months ago.
Like 2 months ago. No, it'd definitely be Billy Madison. Watched that movie a lot as a kid.
Great movie.
I haven't seen it in a long time, but and there's no movie I'd feel confident with this. The one I would feel closest with would probably be Toy Story. Just because watching it when I was a kid, I was 6 when it came out, so we watched it a ton.
Yep.
And then I'm the second oldest of 9, so every kid that grew up behind it had Toy Story on a loop as a kid, and so I always heard it. So I feel like that's probably the one I could get closest to. There are a ton of answers on the truckwreck.com fan text. 808 says Harlem Nights or Talladega Nights. 817, I'm choosing
Nights overrated.
817, I'm choosing a Charlie Chaplin movie. There's a lot of My Cousin Vinny.
There's an easy answer to this that has not been said.
What's that?
Friday. That's mine. Number 1. It used to be Scary Movie in college as we would...
Scary Movie.
Oh, it was so good. We'd get ripped out of our minds and watch that, dying laughing all the time. But Friday part 1. How do you not know every line to Friday and recite it? It's amazing.
Because I haven't seen it.
Yes, you have.
I have not.
You haven't seen Friday?
No.
All right, don't make fun of Peyton anymore for anything.
Opie
I have seen
World.
Friday.
Opie World on
Have
the
you
Twitch.
seen Half Baked?
Yes.
Have you seen Half Baked?
No.
Is that Jim Brewer? Is that Jim Brewer in that one?
I mean,
It's
it's
a Ben and
Chappelle.
Jerry ice cream, too.
Jim Brewer's in it, but it's Chappelle. Opie World on the Twitch says, remember the Titans or Dazed and Confused. Mr. Rogers says, 40-year-old virgin is one. That's one that I used to get. Let's see here. What else do we have here? Jad on the YouTube says Fantasia. Eric Delgado on the YouTube says Rush Hour.
Fantasia.
There's a lot of kids ones because that's a great answer because you just have to keep it on repeat.
Yeah, you do.
You know, Disney on Ice, not Disney on Ice. Some Mickey
Mouse's
Mickey
Clubhouse
Christmas,
or whatever.
Mickey Christmas,
yeah.
something my kid loves. Twice Upon a Christmas, I think.
All right.
Minions now.
And now we're going to throw the reflective one at you, Sean.
Last one. Rangers Rays ticket giveaway coming up here to finish off the expressway.
Sean, what's the biggest difference between you now and 10 years ago? Besides the lack of affliction shirts and hair gel.
So, maybe soreness. Soreness, but, maybe 10 years. Right now, nowadays, I don't want to know when people are thinking or saying something bad about me. I don't care.
And now you did. Back then you did.
Yes. Back then I did. What did they say? What was going on? Now I know I would get worked up about it. So now I just don't even want to know.
So it doesn't hurt your feelings to know that you are getting roasted for having your wife put together the truck for your kid on the Fantastic.
Does not hurt my feelings.
Okay. That's growth.
I already know she's the man of the house.
That's growth.
There's no doubt about it. I let it be known. My job is to cook and pay the Bobby bills. And then she got the rest of the stuff within the home. But not caring or not wanting to know what's being said behind the scenes 10 years ago. But soreness probably number one.
Chop.
My ex-wife has a whole lot more of my money now than she did 10 years ago. And I was married to her then. And she got a whole lot more. And I used to be able to spend money on anything. And now I'm like Peyton. One margarita at a dinner.
Well, and
as you're searching on Amazon Prime Day right now.
Well, it's Prime Day. I mean, you can't beat these deals. Okay, when you can get something for $50, it's usually $200. I mean, that's almost free. You have to do it.
You have to. You're basically losing money by not spending money with Amazon.
This is, today's the day to become a drop shipper. Buy all this stuff today, and then a month later, sell it online.
So before Peyton and I give our quick answers, I'm curious, since you guys have been together for 10 years, how you view each of you as different from 10 years ago.
You go first, Choppy.
Sean is way different than he was 10 years ago. He will I'm trying to think of the right wording. Like, he used to be so I don't say uptight.
Anal.
But yeah, he was much more of a control freak 10 years ago than he was today. Today he's he's got trust in you or me or whoever, and he kind of lets things flow like that. He is way more calm. Way more. I thought he was going to have an aneurysm at any point 10 years ago.
I don't think you're that different.
Sure I am.
Maybe, I mean, you are different.
I wouldn't have worn this shirt 10 years ago.
No, but you're always you're the part of the show where it's just be free, belch, burp, not ashamed. You would have worn that shirt 10 years ago as well. The fun-loving free spirit.
My answer's easy. My temper doesn't get flipped as easily. I've still got a temper, but 10 years ago, it could get touched off much quicker, and it was much more aggressive.
Peyton?
10 years ago, I lived with my parents, and now 10 years later, I still live with my parents.
Let's hook up the Tolos for turning it on, leaving it on right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Tampa Bay Rays in a battle of top teams in the American League at Globe Life Field on Tuesday, July 18th. Get tickets now at Rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
And speaking of the Rangers, I have a little pop quiz for everybody. A Ranger All-Star edition of Will It Last? Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He's got one over the wall, and that should be two, and it is. And there goes number 3. A little quicker start than we saw from Randy Arozarena.
Adolis Garcia getting eliminated in round 1 last night during the ESPN Home Run Derby did not get any favors from his pitching coach, Tony Beasley. This is your home for Rangers baseball, and the All-Star game is tonight, featuring a ton of your favorite players. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station. Congratulations to the Tolo who won the 4-pack of tickets for Rangers Rays. We're giving them away the rest of the week during the Expressway, thanks to the promo department for that. Rangers Rays, and hopefully does not have the parking of Seattle that people are complaining about and going crazy about right now, as $120 parking signs have been posted around the stadium.
Yes, they have. And I went and looked. First of all, some of these game day parking in Seattle ranges from $8 to $50, depending on the time and the opponent. So they will change for the opponent. This event parking is $120, which ironically, Sean, is the exact same price as Tier 1 parking at the Super Bowl. Tier 2 at the Super Bowl is $100. So you're trying to tell me that the Super Bowl, now there's not even parking's very limited at the Super Bowl too, because they have so many trucks for TV stations and such, and expositions outside this stadium. Like, even Tier 1 parking is still a ways away. It's a mile away. But it's as expensive as the Super Bowl.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
But I'll ask you.
Super Bowl's a bigger event, right?
It is.
It is, yeah.
But I'll ask you. You have a lot next to the stadium. What are you setting the price at? Be honest. I get mad at hotels during the freeze, price gouging, $600, $700 for a night to go ahead and stay. People are freezing when their pipes broken and, trying to set a fire inside their house for some warmth, and you go and try to find a hotel room with the power out and you're getting price gouged. What would you set your parking lot price at?
Let's say I have a house right there, right, with a big yard, and I could have people park in my front yard.
Right.
And I'm right across the stadium.
Right across.
My goal for, say, the Super Bowl or the All-Star game would be
pay your mortgage for the month.
Pay my property tax for the year. That's my goal. So, if I have a 4-day golf tournament there, I'm going to be like, all right, I could probably fit, let's say I fit 20 cars on my lot. I'm going to charge $50 a car per day. Over 4 days, that's 80 cars, whatever it is. It's hopefully I can pay for some good stuff there.
And we're talking about home property, not just a business lot that you may own.
It can be your business lot.
Okay, because I would charge more if it was my home property, because you're taking on risk there and grass and everything else. I don't know, probably I just see what everybody else is and then set it $10 under. So that then, because you're going to get the business regardless, but then
you got to undercut.
People don't hate you. And so you feel a little bit I'm still cutting them a deal.
All right.
So then you feel good about yourself.
All right, little Rangers pop quiz, because we're trying to figure out if this team is in a free fall, if they're slumping, if they're regressing, have they been overachieving? Is this what they are? So I'm going to give you some players, and y'all are going to vote, will it last? For better or worse with your Texas Rangers. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I'm going to start off with Dane Dunning. I'll give you the numbers, and then you're going to tell me whether it's going to last or not.
All right.
Dane Dunning on the season, 92 innings thrown, 29 earned runs. The ERA is sitting there at a 2.84 with an 8-2 record. Has Dane Dunning overachieved, outperformed, and are we going to get worse numbers in the second half of the season for maybe the Rangers' biggest surprise contributor?
Dunning's major issue, the analytics would say Dunning has overachieved and he is going to have a drop-off. I think mainly because he's more of a contact pitcher. So I think if any of the ones are going to have a drop-off, the smart money will be on Dunning even though I really like him, and I don't know that he is. I think he's just like a really good pitcher. He's got great movement on his stuff, on his pitches. But yeah, he would be probably one due for a little bit of a regression. But even if he gets to an ERA of 3, that's a regression.
Okay. Bobby?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to regress some. Just the fact that his ERA is a run better than the FIP, and you look at just currently where he ranks on some stuff where it's like, okay, well, what do the peripheral statistics look like? Is he showing decent analytics? Well, it's even still with the movement and the sinker and everything else, it's his hard hit percentage. He's in the 43rd percentile in Major League Baseball. The average exit velocity, 48th percentile. He's still given up some hard hits. His ground ball percentage is actually down from where it's been in recent years, but I think he regresses some. I don't think he's just going to go to a complete free fall. I just think he's more likely around a 4 ERA type of guy, like low 4s. That's where I think he is.
And Pepe, feel free to chime in wherever you'd like. Do you want to chime in here?
Yes, because I believe Dane will regress some. But I think at the end of the season, we will look back and we'll be like, okay, this was one of his better seasons. We'll still take it overall.
Josh Young, 280, 19 home runs, 56 runs batted in. The WAR is a 2.7. Will it last for Josh Young, RJ Choppy?
It will. If his OPS was, say, 900, I'd be like, yeah, he's not going to wind up being a 900 OPS guy for his entire year.
It's 835.
But at 835, his OPS plus only 126, those are definitely doable numbers for him. He may hit a wall. He may hit like a rookie wall that's going to happen because, I mean, it is going to wind up being a much longer season than he's ever played before. So that might happen at some point. But I don't think his numbers are so astronomically high that he can't keep them even if he does hit the wall.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this is who he is right now. I think he's still got potential to be a 900 plus OPS type guy throughout his career, but I think right now, yeah, about 835 to 850, I think he can maintain that. He hits the ball really, really hard. Strikes out a lot. You'd like to maybe see a more patient approach at times, but I think he absolutely can keep this up. I think by the end of the year, we're going to be looking at similar numbers.
Yeah, he's going to be the AL Rookie of the Year when it's all said and done. So I think he's going to continue doing well, and I think the offense starts picking it back up too.
Nathan Eovaldi, All-Star. Will it last? 10-3 record with a 2.83 earn run average. And now, a little more responsibility with DeGrom out for the entire second half. Will it last? 2.83 with a 10-3 record.
I'm going to say no, because he's going to reach an innings that he hasn't hit in a decade. He's going to reach that really, really soon. He's at 117 innings. He has not gone over 100. He had 182 in 2021. He's never had 200 innings in his career. He's easily on pace for that.
His numbers since May he had a .96 ERA when he made the All-Star team, basically. Yeah. In June, a 3.77, and in 2 starts this month, a 2.92.
Yeah. If you notice,
started off rough, and then ERA of almost 4. Yeah. Then it dropped. It went from 4 to .96 from April to May.
Yeah, and look, I mean, his strikeouts per walk is down for his career. His strikeouts per 9 is down. Not for his career, but over the last few years. His strikeouts per 9 is down over the last few years, too. He's doing it in a different way than he's had to before. I wonder, though, because we've seen them like have to take him out, after he hits. He may not be going as deep into games or as many pitches as he was earlier on.
There was a fan article about his fastballs, too, a couple weeks ago.
His velocity was going down at the end of his start, towards the end as he approached 100 pitches. And that's kind of troubling. I think he needs this break.
I think he's about this guy. It's maybe he's a little overset, but we've seen him do this before. So I don't think you're looking at any sort of a dramatic drop off. The FIP is relatively close to where he's pitching. He has taken on a ton of innings. I mean, he leads the American League in innings pitched. He's had 2 complete games. He was getting run pretty heavily there in May, where he had those starts of 5 in a row where he was going 7, 8, 9 innings, whatever it was. And so he did seem a little worn down. If the fastball velocity can stay up, I think he's consistent. If he still has trouble keeping, the fastball up, then yeah, he'll regress.
Yeah, his last 5 starts, 31 innings, he's only given up 13 earned runs, in 30 days. So, I think a little regression here just because we assume it because he peaked really early in May. But, I don't think as much. He'll still be the ace.
Will it last? In order to try to predict the Rangers' second half of the season, Jonah Heim, 282 average, 12 home runs, 59 runs batted in. His WAR is a 2.9. Will it last for the first half All-Star, Jonah Heim, RJ Choppy?
All of his career numbers say no. I do think it will. I think he has reached a point where he's kind of figured the game out. His offensive numbers are far exceeding anything he's done throughout his rest of his career. Like, not even close. Like, his career OPS plus is a 92. He's at a 121. League average is 100. So basically, he's 21% better than league average OPS plus. Everything about him suggests that this is a career year. I think this continues. I think he just kind of figured things out.
I think maybe a slight regression. Because, you remember he started off pretty hot last year.
Yeah.
And it was around, after the All-Star break is when things kind of went downhill for him a little bit. So I think you got to guard against that. But I don't think maybe he doesn't finish the year with an 812 OPS like he has right now. But if he's in the 770 range, maybe some slight regression. But, I think he's really good.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he stayed around the 280 average all season. He's in a lineup there's not a lot of pressure on him with the bats in front of him, so I think he keeps it going. Just him and Mitch Garver really switching off time.
He'll get good pitches to hit. The issue, like you said with Garver, how tired is he going to be being behind the plate? It's really hard to maintain a good offensive game when you're behind the plate every day.
Martin Perez, 7-3 record with an ERA of a 4.81. Will it last for Martin Perez? A little bit of a trick question.
Okay, so this is what he is for his career. He's a mid-4s ERA guy. I think that this is what I think last year is being shown to have been a bit of an outlier.
Yep.
2.89 ERA last year. Every other year of his career, he's been 3.6 or above. So I think what we're seeing from Martin Perez this year is just what Martin Perez is. He's going to throw you a lot of innings. He'll get in the 170, 185 innings, maybe a little bit more. Will he have he'll have a bunch of quality starts, but a quality start still 6 innings, 3 runs. It's still a 4.50 ERA.
What ERA?
4.50. So I think this is what he is. He's just a mid-4s guy.
When you say will it last, are you saying how bad he's been? Will he get any better?
Yes.
No, he will not get better. He'll probably get a little worse. He is getting rocked. He's not striking guys out. It's not been good.
Last one around the room. Ezekiel Duran. Will it last? A 308 average, 12 home runs, 35 runs batted in, 4 stolen bases. His WAR is a 1.8. Will it last for Zeke Duran? Jared Sandler's boy.
I'm going to say yes.
Woo!
He was a very good prospect. He was a good prospect. I like Ezekiel Duran. He was one of the key parts of the Gallo trade. I think we're seeing a good player here.
He absolutely smokes the ball. He hit, and it's stunning to me. Like when you see his build, you wouldn't expect the type of pop that he has under the power. He hits some moon shots, and so I think in general, just how hard he hits the ball, the growth, the development we've seen. Yeah, I think this is kind of who he is.
I'm a firm believer in Zeke. He'll keep it up all season.
All right, so judging by y'all's answers, you do not think this first half of the Rangers season was very fluky, and they'll continue to be a good team. Now, I left out Seager. I left out Simeon. I left out some of the other bullpen pieces. This is just addition number 1, but so far, these are very non-fluky answers that you're giving for the Rangers first half.
Look, they've shown they're good. They're a good team. Like they've put together a really nice team. The young guys are, producing well, like Duran and Young. If Josh Young doesn't have the same second half as he had the first half, that's fine. Like he may hit a wall at some point, but if he doesn't, then how different is this lineup? Yeah, I'm sure it looks a little bit different.
All right, Tolo just sent us some brand new audio. Why did one of our good buddies have Deebo Samuel hang up on him while talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. That's next with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Yeah, fist pump now, Bobby, because you're going to get beat down at 9 o'clock. I am thinking it could be a little uncomfortable with the man who made the Dak Prescott quarterback list, who's going to join the show in about a half an hour.
I mean, look, we've broken bread or broken bottles together, however you want to say it. And so we've already had some time together, but look, you don't
Talk about drinking at the Super Bowl?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Which actually, when I thought about it later, I was like, I don't know how many drinks we shared together. I think we just found each other plastered drunk at the same time of the night. I don't know that we actually took drinks together, but I can't remember. There's a lot fuzzy about that night. That was part of my initiation. That's how you guys hazed me, is that Sean said, you have to drink all these drinks in this certain amount of time and take all the blame for it the next morning on Radio Row. But no, I think it'll be fine. It'll be good.
All right, we'll see. 9 o'clock, Will Brinson, CBS Sports, with the Dak QB list that Kyler Murray has already made fun of. So he'll join us. Tolo D, love you, D, always sending us all the different stories and breaking news. I don't know how she keeps track of all this, but she, is right next to Peyton in terms of great producers. This is Deebo Samuel sitting down with our boy, Zach Gelb.
Zach Gelb, who we've known for years, who is now on, CBS Sports Radio, been on WFAN. He's
good kid.
He's been very good kid. And we say kid, not loosely. He's young.
Yeah.
Like he was in this industry. We saw him on Radio Row in Minneapolis. He was probably 25 years old, 22 years old.
Very helpful to us.
Very helpful. He's got a great, Rolodex of numbers. And he has no problem sharing them.
So I want to see whose side y'all's taking this at 877-881-1053. This is Zach Gelb sitting down with Deebo Samuel.
Deebo Samuel here with us. Well, something that is your call. I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not. That shit is like, we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is, we'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
What do you mean? We have Deebo on right now?
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you
Thanks,
go.
Bye.
Deebo Samuel right there. Doesn't want to answer a few questions.
Bye.
Are you serious?
Bye.
We got hung up on because all we did was ask him about the quarterback situation and then Philadelphia? And we got hung up on by Deebo Samuel? That's a joke. An absolute joke. That's absurd. We were told we had 15 minutes with him. He was on for 5-6 minutes. And he didn't want to answer anything.
All right.
So that wasn't that sounded like, to me, that Zach was trying to, mess around with him. You know what I mean? Like, bust balls.
Well, to me, the first two questions were about the playoff game. Deebo didn't want to answer it. Then Zach did the right thing after two questions. You move on to the future, and he goes, what's going to happen this year? Here's my one possible out for Deebo, and listening to it a second time. I don't know whether... Now, Deebo was not, giving really long answers. This is probably one of those promotional things. Deebo's going on to advertise something. Mm-hmm. He doesn't want to do the interviews. Let's blow through these, get paid by my sponsor, and then bam, we go to practice. I'm wondering whether Deebo actually got pulled in another direction by someone, or he versus hanging up on the interview. You know what I mean? Play it from the beginning, and then I'll tell you when to stop at Pay. Listen, I don't know whether Deebo's screw this, I'm out of here, or he's I got to get up and go.
Deebo Samuel here with us. Well, something that is your call. I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is, and we'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
All right, that's it.
Guys.
You see what I'm talking about, Bobby?
Yeah, it's like he was like, "Hey, I gotta go."
He was like talking to someone else in the background.
Like, yeah, get me out of this.
He was not being cooperative whatsoever. He didn't want to, and I understand not want to dig up. It's an old story. It's an old story. I don't know. We'll see what happens when we play. I said what I said, but I don't know what that was.
I think Debo is being a little soft about it, maybe. And I think that Zach clearly, after like 3 questions, had already established he wasn't going to say anything about it. And so to then go back for a 4th time, it's like, all right, well, you can't be surprised that he's then like, all right, well, if you're going to keep pushing on this when I said, I don't know, or we're not talking about it, then I don't know what you want me to do. So I think Debo's being a little whiny maybe, but Zach kind of got himself out of that interview on his own, it felt like.
All right. So there you go. Zach Gill, Debo Samuel. And Zach will get national play for this. Yeah. Debo walking out of the interview.
This is a classic sort of East Coast radio, I don't want to say tactic, but philosophy where you want to get the guest on, you want to argue with them.
In the headline.
And create a fight. Oh, we're going to have this guy out, we're going to fight with him. Oh, okay.
Yep.
And that's what happens. Sometimes you get hung up on the athletes. It's different. Back when sports radio started, you could get away with that. Now these athletes they got so much money, they got so much they have their own platform.
Yes.
They don't need to deal with it. If they want to get their message out, they just go on their social media account.
Yeah. And I mean, honestly, when the last question there is, do you have a message to Eagles fans? You're looking for a quote. You're looking for a quote that people could say, Debo Samuel says, yada, yada, yada to the Eagles. That's what he wanted, and just Debo didn't feel like giving it to him.
Disgraced sports doctor. Do you remember the name Larry Nassar?
Who could forget?
He was convicted of sexually abusing female gymnasts. Well, he was stabbed during an altercation with another incarcerated person at his penitentiary in Florida. So this happened at around 2:30 in the afternoon. He's in stable condition after being stabbed in the back and the chest. 2017. Gosh, it was that long ago. He was sentenced in 2017 to 60 years in prison on child pornography charges. In 2018, he was sentenced to an additional 40 to 175 years in prison for sexually assaulting gymnasts, including Olympic medalists. And then Michigan State. Right? There were more Michigan State charges that came out with 3 more counts of sexual assault. And he got.
Yeah, he got. Like, if you're a doctor, you're supposed to protect, not supposed to pray. I'm surprised it took this long, to be honest with you. First of all, if you're convicted of certain things, you shouldn't be in a fight, man. You know what's going to happen to you. Just mind your business and don't say a word and just say yes, sir, to everybody what they say.
Maybe
Larry Nassar.
Maybe he got stabbed while minding his own business.
Maybe he did. Who knows? Like I said, there are certain things. It's the old saying, like, he's gonna get it in prison, right?
Yeah.
You get convicted of certain crimes.
Yep.
You are prime target behind bars, and he is one of them.
One of the former gymnasts, the first one that had accused him, Rachel Den Hollander, she had gotten on Twitter yesterday and she said, none of the women I've spoken with are rejoicing today. We're grieving the destruction across so much. She said, we're grieving the reality that protecting others from him came with the near certainty we would wake up to this someday, which I think is a very classy response to have right now. I wouldn't have the same response if it was somebody close to me.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, well, sorry, Larry. Too bad. Hope it doesn't happen again. Wink. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. What's going on with Threads? Jane Slater has already predictably bailed. She's turned her back on Threads. I'm hoping that Threads doesn't take off because I want to be lazy and not get involved in another social media thing. I need Twitter to stick around as the main thing. Where are we at with it, Roberto? You're on it.
Yeah, I'm on it. Jared Sandler's on it. Many of us are, but it's also just kind of like a placeholder. I have not actively jumped on there a lot yet. But there was this headline from CNBC, and a number of people had it yesterday. Twitter traffic is, quote, tanking as Meta's Threads hits 100 million users And it says user traffic on Twitter has slowed since the launch of Meta's text-based platforms Thread, which has already surpassed 100 million signups since its debut last week. Here's the problem. A, I don't think that the traffic, I'm not noticing any slowing traffic in the feeds that I use. Have everyday users bailed on it? Maybe, I don't know. But the news breakers and the people that I'm trying to follow and get information from, they're still there, so I see no difference. What I do see a difference on is going to Threads and seeing a barren wasteland. There's nothing. Nobody's on there talking about anything.
Yes.
It's Google Plus. You remember Google Plus?
I never used it.
I never used it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Google Plus was around for, it felt like a month, and then everybody was like, this is stupid, and I don't want to do this. Yeah. And until they fix the feed, if you cannot make it a chronological feed of people you just follow, nobody is going to use this platform.
Yeah, it's also, look, it's a positive environment, they say. People don't go to Twitter for the positivity. They go there for the train wreck. All right? Threads is the fastest growing app ever. 100 million users in under a week. The issue is that people are saying it drains their battery life.
Oh.
Threads drains their battery. And where are people going to complain about the Threads drain their battery? Twitter. Now, like, yeah, does Twitter have its problems? And is it over? Are the amount of users far overdone than the amount of people who actually tweet? Yeah, we've known that for years. But it's still the place that everybody goes. Threads is like, no, we don't want to become a breaking news place. Well, what do you think Twitter? Why do you think people go to Twitter?
Yeah.
They don't go to Twitter to say, hey, I'm going out for coffee.
Right.
They go to Twitter to find the breaking news.
Now, is it possible they're just trying to get through this lawsuit? Like, hey, we're not Twitter. We're not about breaking news. We're not doing their feed. Like, is it possible they're just trying to get through a lawsuit before they can establish it the way they want?
You were never tempted to open up a Threads?
No, I mean, it's if it's too close, if it's the same thing as Twitter, most of your users will be on one or the other. It's just another thing to have, and yeah, I was never tempted.
Who are the biggest X factors for each NFL team? That's next in Below the Belt, right here on The Fan.
Let's get
Be belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. Why Joe Burrow has decided to go full Gavin Dawson.
Chicken wings?
No. Although you could say he is Orange Magic with those orange uniforms.
Real barbecue, Hurtado barbecue is on the way as we speak. From Scotty Long with some breakfast tacos. G-Bag will be at Hurtado today.
Thank you, Scooter. Okay, so the 33rd team, Andy Benoit, somebody who used to work with Sean McVay. He was an SI rider, then he got a job working with Sean McVay and the Rams.
It's not Benoit.
No, it's Benoit.
It's Benoit.
Yep, but it's
you don't get to choose how your name is. Once the name has been normalized and established through years and years of history, you don't get to just choose how your name is pronounced. It's Benoit. You're fine. Just go with it. It's like if somebody comes along and says their last name is Messier. No, I'm sorry, it's Messier. Mark already established that a long time ago. Reggie Bullock.
So Andy Benoit writes for the 33rd team on the X factors for every NFL team, the biggest ones entering the 2023 season. Now, X factors are obviously different from who's the best player, or maybe even, if we just made it who's the most important, who could you least afford to lose to injury? Every answer for every team would be quarterback. So this is kind of just a floating definition, but I think we all know what it references, which is just the key player who could be a big difference maker, and how well they play could drastically change the course of the season outside of the normal names that you'd expect. So he's got 32 names here for 32 teams. And who do you think he chose for the Dallas Football Cowboys?
Well, I read your emails.
I know. I was throwing it out to Chop because I know Chop didn't read
I was going to guess Dak Prescott.
No, I just said it's not Dak Prescott.
I was just going to guess it. You got to be the only one. Micah Parsons.
No, okay. All right. Chop's not going to play.
Mike McCarthy.
Chop's not going to play.
Who else do you always just defend or hate?
Stephon Gilmore is the name.
Him, yeah.
Being on his third team in 3 years, it might not seem like Stephon Gilmore is still a high-level corner, but he is. In 2020, you hear that, Sean? He is still a high-level corner. In 2022, the Colts used him like a true number one corner, having him travel with the number one receivers, or depending on the play, pure solo coverage on a number two. When not traveling, Gilmore played the boundary side, where more defenses are placing their top corner thanks to the number of zone coverages that demand one-on-one coverage on the weak outside.
Look, I don't think he's Dion like Bobby does, but
I didn't say he was.
You didn't say he wasn't.
He has too many toes to be Dion.
I do think. That's too soon. Too real.
Like that you could have said like 2 years ago. Right.
So I could say I can say he has too many fingers to be JPP, and that's okay, but I can't do the toes with Dion.
You know what? That's a good point. That's a fair point. No matter how good you think Stephon Gilmore still is, this is still a great one because you're no doubt number two corner. And let's just say he doesn't play well or he gets hurt, knock on wood. What are you relying on? It's kind of like going down the Rangers starting rotation. Yes, we're excited about some of the young guys, but there's still question marks. There still are definite question marks. And could he be good enough, as Bobby sometimes suggests, that he's the number one? Is there any possible ways that Stephon Gilmore is a better cover corner than Trayvon Diggs, and he gets that assignment in some of these or a lot of these games?
He is a better pure cover corner probably still than Trayvon Diggs is. The question is Diggs' improved coverage ability coupled with the obvious ball skills, is that enough to make him a better overall player? But yeah, if you're just talking about keep the ball away from them, don't let them get any looks, Gilmore would probably be the guy that they're going to lean on, even at being 32 years old or whatever he is at this point. I think he's going to turn 33 this season.
Like if there's one play to win a game and the other team is on your 10-yard line and it's 1 second left, and you're up. You want Gilmore on that receiver over Diggs. So getting the interception, taking it away is not as important. You just want to cover the receiver. You'd rather have Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah, if we're talking about, final play from inside the 10 and you're going against, I don't know, who's a team who just has one dominant. You're going against the Raiders, right? And it's just Devontae Adams is really all you got to worry about. Yeah, I'm putting Gilmore on Adams probably.
Okay.
That's where I'd go with it. A couple of the other names here from the NFC East, the Philadelphia Eagles. They say Devontae Smith. Says Devontae Smith's talent level goes well beyond a traditional X Factor status we'll use this opportunity to highlight a key but often overlooked aspect of Philly's offense. It has two true number one caliber receivers in Smith and A.J. Brown.
The man who ended Richard Sherman's career.
Yeah.
Devontae Smith.
Yep. Now, do we view Devontae Smith as like a legit number one?
No.
Depends on like he's not like an ace, right? He's like a number one starter. You know what I mean?
He's a Valdi.
Yeah, he was like the de facto number one, but like you wouldn't put him in the DeGrom or McClanahan or Cole or whatever category. But he's a good number. He's a good he'd be a number one on some teams.
Yeah, I mean he can function as it. And you
Is
can
he
have
better
him
than Terry McLaurin?
I think so.
Man, I think Terry McLaurin, like, he's underrated. But, I mean, probably.
I would take McLaurin barely because I've seen McLaurin carry it as the one and get all the attention, except when he's taking on the Cowboys and he gets shut down. So I'm not there yet with Devontae Smith.
The New York Giants, it's their new acquisition, Darren Waller. And I do agree, Waller could be... depending on how healthy he is,
screwed me in fantasy.
How healthy he is, how locked in he is, how well he meshes into that offensive system. Darren Waller could be a big problem for the Cowboys this year, for the NFC East in general. Just you're giving a reliable seam threat tight end type of target to Daniel Jones, who they're buying into. And they believe has progressed to a point that this is a weapon that they need to get.
2019-2020, 90 catches and 107. 1,100 yards in both seasons. Last 2 years, 55 catches and then 28 last year with the Raiders. And, quarterback best friend, Daniel Jones. If you're not a believer in Daniel Jones like this show isn't, then there's your safety valve. There's your safety net. So Darren Waller, I would draft him again, probably, trusting, hoping for some health. But it wouldn't be at the very top like he used to be in fantasy.
And then for the Washington Commanders, it's a duo. They have two guys here.
Jace.
Brian Robinson and Antonio Gibson, the running back duo there. Because it talks about how, look, Eric Bieniemy is a well-known offensive coordinator, but nobody really knows what he is as a play caller. But one thing that he did do while he was in Kansas City was he headed up the run game. And so that's probably the first point that he's going to establish. It's something that he's
Kansas
familiar
City
with.
Great at the run game?
No, but it wouldn't they've been okay at different points. Yeah. They've had efficiency. They've had some good years and they've had some bad years in the recent history. But
if Eric Bieniemy is going to go to Washington, his entire thing is, man, let's run the football.
They better with Sam Howell.
Well, they better. It's probably the best way,
unless I'm wrong about Sam Howell.
No, because he's probably below the threshold. What's the threshold says? 17th best pass game is equivalent to the best run game in the league.
Something roughly, yeah.
He's below 17. So the run game probably is more effective than Sam Howell.
And I mean, Antonio Gibson's a really good player. And so, I mean, look, if Eric Bieniemy is able to do some different things, some creative things, especially with Gibson being a guy who can function as a receiver essentially as well, then yeah, Gibson, Robinson, they could be impactful. I don't know that I'd look at it as they are the X factor, though, because I mean they had so many problems on the offensive line. I would feel like it'd be somebody like that. All right,
they had the 13th worst rushing offense yards per game in the NFL last year, which is even more surprising because you'd assume that they'd run it more while winning games, and they were 13th worst in terms of yards per game.
I mean, when you have Patrick Mahomes, he's a run game. Let's have him keep throwing the ball.
So Joey Burrow.
I love hearing you say it. You admit that he is the man.
Your favorite. Old Joe Burrow.
Swagalicious.
Gave an interview to Complex Magazine this week and was talked about all this back and forth we've gotten from...
I didn't like his hair at the white party, though. I didn't like that. That and the turtleneck. Was it the turtleneck I didn't like? No, it was the Super Bowl outfit. Those are my two Joe Burrow knocks. That's it.
With the chain, when they asked him about it, they're like, is that real? And he's like, I make too much money to wear fake jewelry. Yeah. That was the one douchey quote I was able to get.
He's got that curl in front, right?
Yeah, I don't like it.
He does have, look, even if you think he's cool or whatever else, and I've lost, I admit I lost on there were a litany of douchey comments. I couldn't find them. You have to admit, the face is punchable. Like, as much as people say I have a punchable face, he also has one.
Yes.
So he was giving an interview to Complex, and it came up all this trash talk that's been going back and forth between the Chiefs and the Bengals. where, they said, who's the best quarterback in the NFL? Jamar Chase had said, oh, it's Joe. They said, what about Pat? And he goes, Pat who? And then
the war words.
And then, of course, once they get their Super Bowl rings, Patrick Mahomes tweets the photo and with the caption, that's who.
Woo! Oh, baby.
Travis Kelce lobbing some trash talk. So he was asked about this back and forth trash talk and losing the AFC Championship game the way that they did. You remember we had the Joseph Osai roughing the passer at the end of that game that set it up for Kansas City. But he says, look, we're going to keep doing exactly what we're doing. I think we've put together a great plan the last couple of years. Now we just have to finish it off. When he was asked about this back and forth trash talk, he gives him the Gavin Dawson line. He says, we'll see them in December. He said, the best thing about this is it's all settled on the field, so we'll see them in December. I feel like if this is definitely the best rivalry in the NFL right now, right? Chiefs and
it was Chiefs-Bills 2 weeks ago.
Chiefs-Bills were the teams that I think everybody felt like were the most talented. But in terms of kind of the nastiness back and forth to each other, I don't know that that's always existed with the Chiefs and the Bills. It does with the Chiefs and the Bengals.
Yes.
They're chirping at each other. They have high-profile, big personalities. The only one I was trying to come up with, outside of historic rivals, the only one I was trying to come up with in sports right now that it feels like, these two teams really just don't like each other, is that recent Golden State Memphis history, which is a little different now because Dylan Brooks is gone. Each team is kind of moving some parts around, so you don't know how that's going to hang up. But I think
we really don't even have a close second for NFL rivalries. It's sad. I'm looking at all the teams right now. I can't even come up with a number 2.
Yeah, you had the quarterback rivalries. You had Manning Brady for a while, and you were thinking that the Allen Mahomes, but maybe now it's Mahomes and Burrow, but thank anything to get me away from I'm sorry, I know everybody loved it. The Steelers-Ravens rivalry sucked.
Yes.
No, it
was
didn't.
so awful.
It was so good.
You had boring team.
I love 9 to 7 games.
Boring team. It was awful. I hated it.
You could say Cowboys-Eagles still. They do dislike each other. They chirped at each other in the media a lot last year with, you think you're talking trash about Jalen? Micah does not like the Eagles.
Little forced.
I think Cowboys San Fran might be better or just as good.
What rivalry?
I know, right? Hammer nail.
Below the belt, you're about to get a hammer and a nail with the guy who made the Dak Prescott quarterback list, and he's coming after Bobby Belt and the morning show. Will Brinson, CBS Sports, next on The Fan.
But let's get your carpet clean.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the fan cam. You got Larry the Cable Guy in his sleeveless American flag shirt.
That's right, baby.
Derek Holland would be very happy. Creepy Bobby Belt. That punchable face is about to get smacked by our next guest. We got Pepe and Ryan. I'm Sean Sharif here on your home of America's team. And we thought we left the site of the Super Bowl friends with a certain group.
I mean, I thought he was cool.
Yeah.
You?
I thought he was too.
I thought he was great.
You know?
Bobby?
I loved him.
All right.
We got drunk together. It was great.
Bobby and Will Brinson and the CBS Sports team were all sharing drinks at the media party. But it was not to be because the quarterback list came out from Will and CBSSports.com, which he responded to our segment over it on social media.
Yeah, look, and I'll tell Will this here in a sec. We had drinks, but you called my kid ugly. You told me my kid was ugly.
Yeah.
And now I gotta talk to you about it. But we did. We talked about this list on Friday, and the fan account tweeted it, tagged him in it, and Will Brinson said, "See, I would rather y'all just have me on than make me listen to see if I got out of context dragged." And so now we can. We bring him on the airwaves. Welcome, CBS's Will Brinson. Will, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? Last time we hung out, that was a blast. We got a little loosey goosey at the NFL media party, and I would say that I think that this is a case of me. I didn't call your kid ugly. What I did was I said, "Look at that ugly kid," and you mistook it as me calling your kid ugly. I was really calling the Cardinals kid ugly. That's what I was doing.
No.
You know what the worst part of this is like, not the worst part. Well, one, the list came out and the timing wasn't even really like, my editor was like, "Here, publish it on July 5th, right? Still July 5th. Not thinking, okay, this list is going to run in the middle of the deadest period of the sports calendar. Like it was not intentional.
Yeah.
And it has resulted in me getting some heat back, because also my colleague, Chris Trapasso, I'm not afraid to throw him to the bus, tweeted out the tiers, the list, with zero context related to the actual article or the names of the tiers.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the beef really got started, because the most mad people were Jets fans, because Aaron Rodgers was in tier 3, and Cowboys fans because Dak was in tier 4 and Danny Dimes was in tier 3.
Yeah.
Do you want to ask me a mean question, or do you want me to continue along with my diatribe about why that ranking occurred?
Well, I'll recap the tiers and the names, and then you can continue your diatribe. The big three, Mahomes, Burrow, and Allen. Tier 2 category could join them next year amongst the elites. Herbert, Lamar, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts. Tier 3 is intrigue with question marks. Rodgers, Stafford, Tua, Fields, Daniel Jones, Watson, Russell Wilson. And then tier 4, you can win with these guys: Jared Goff, Geno, Cousins, Tannehill, Carr, Jimmy G, and then Dak Prescott. And what I said, if you listen to the segment in the playback,
I didn't listen. By the way, I just figured you guys would have me on and tell me what you said.
Okay. Well, I
I
defended you, Will, because what happens with these things is we just count the names and we see how many how many numbers it takes till our guy comes up. And if you just do that off this list, Dak comes in at 15 or 16, which is pretty insulting in our opinion. But I said you actually got to read the categories, and that's where things got lost.
Yeah,
because on the
exactly.
surface, it appears very insulting that you have Dak Prescott behind Justin Fields and Daniel Jones, as you said, and in the same category with someone who's done it for 1 year in Geno Smith and someone who may be done in Ryan Tannehill. Go.
Yeah, like this is obviously the toughest part of the list, right? I mean, people sort of got Eagles fans were really ticked off that Jalen Hurts wasn't in the first tier. I think like one, you got to validate it to like let's have it back it up with another season. I think the Eagles did go to the Super Bowl last year, so it's not like I hate Jalen Hurts, and I said Hurts might take a small step, and that's why the Eagles will be better. He took a huge leap forward, but let's see him validate it. It's like when you get closer to the pin on a par three, like you got to two putt it, okay? Like I mean, I want to see the two putt. You get that par and validate it. Also, my podcast producer is an Eagles fan. I like trolling him by putting Hurts in the second tier. With the Dak thing, is exactly right. Is like I love Dak Prescott's great. I'm a big Dak Prescott fan, but I do think that if you talk about Daniel Jones versus Dak Prescott, there is an unknown about what Daniel Jones might become now that he has a competent coaching staff. I think we can. I mean, and you guys maybe you guys disagree, but I think we can safely say we know what Dak Prescott is.
Which is what?
I think he's a top 10 quarterback, right? I mean, like top 10-ish quarterback. I think I don't think Dak. This is the argument with the Dak thing. I don't know that Dak has another level that he's going to take his. Like, I don't know that he's going to elevate to another level. Like, I think we know what his ceiling is. It's a really good ceiling. It's a better ceiling than Ryan Tannehill or Geno Smith. It's just that, I mean, the Seahawks showed that they could win with Geno Smith. I mean, the Titans got the number one seed in the AFC with Ryan Tannehill. You can win with those guys. The Cowboys have won a lot of games with Dak Prescott. I don't know that, I don't know what Justin Fields is. Being in tier 3 is not necessarily even better than being in tier 4.
That's what I was going to ask.
It.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that I have Daniel Jones ahead of Dak Prescott. We don't know what Daniel Jones is. We don't know what Justin Fields is. Like, if you said you have 5 years of Dak Prescott or Justin Fields starting right now, I'm probably taking Dak Prescott because I know I'm going to get, you're going to get a really good Pro Bowl, borderline All-Pro caliber performance, and you can win with them. I don't know that the answer is the same for Geno Smith and Justin Fields. And the other thing too is they're not really ranked within the tiers. It's not. Like if Dak, I don't know where Dak is listed in that tier. Like he would be the top of that tier for me.
So we're talking with Will Brinson here from CBS Sports. So would you say then, because it was where I got hung up and where RJ Choppy and I had a disagreement on Friday, was the fact that it said tier. Because when I hear tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, I'm thinking like these are stacked in order. So would you say that maybe they should have been called groups? Like group 1, group 2, because you're saying these are not stacked by ability. You're just saying these are the way you would group them in as quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, and I think that's right. I mean that's more accurate. I mean nuance and context not a thing in July when we're talking about the NFL, right?
Right.
And I think too that coaching matters, and I'm not we're going to get into a Mike McCarthy thing, but Mike McCarthy did come out this offseason and say, Kellen Moore will light up the scoreboard. I'm trying to run the damn ball. And it's like, well, all right, you have now you were saying you want to score less points, score fewer points, which is an interesting concept.
Yep.
I know that's not really what he means, but I do think that we're gonna what is that offense? And look, Aaron Rodgers is great in Mike McCarthy's offense. There's a history of quarterbacks playing well in that offense. So I'm not saying that Dak is going to take a step back, but if that is going to be the case, and maybe it is just lip service, and he's just trying to say that's what he wants to do, and that's why he moved on from Kellen, and he wants to call plays, whatever it is. I think you can reasonably make the assertion that if based on what Mike McCarthy's saying, that he wants Dak to do less to throw less. I mean, that's literally what he's saying. So if that's the case, there is a little bit of projection here. Like Trevor Lawrence didn't play as you wouldn't rank Trevor Lawrence ahead of Jalen Hurts based on 2022 alone. But if you're projecting into 2023, I think Lawrence will be better than Hurts and will be considered better than Hurts. And I'm not saying that Daniel Jones will be considered better than Dak. I'm just saying that, I think that the way that things are playing out with the setup and just sort of what we've seen, that we might have seen the ceiling for Dak. That's not a bad thing.
Is it laughable in your opinion if we suggested that Dak is equal to Jalen Hurts or still better?
I don't think that's laughable. No.
Okay.
I think I think we are so quick. We say this. It's like we're so quick to rush to judgment, and then like every Monday morning, it's like this team is dead. It's like we try to have like nuance and context. Dak, it is not a crazy statement to say that Dak is still the best quarterback in the NFC East. Like everybody would have said that before last season.
Yeah.
And I think that you could come out of 2023 and Dak could be considered better than Jalen Hurts. And that's the thing about the groups thing versus the tiers thing makes a lot of sense too, because I'm not saying that the tier 2 guys are all going to become tier 1 guys. Like one of those dudes could become a tier 4 guy, or it's the possibility exists for them to just have an enormous season and move into that first tier. But I think the tier 4 guys, like to me, those were just who do like have we seen the ceiling on all these guys, right? Like, I mean, and I'm not saying that Dak is Kirk Cousins, right? I mean, I want Dak over Kirk, I want Dak over Jimmy G, I want Dak over Derek Carr, but like I feel like we have a good grasp on who those players are at the quarterback position, which is considered an insult, but it actually can be considered a good thing.
Will Brinson joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Who was the toughest quarterback to place?
Good question. I mean, it might be Daniel Jones. With him, like Brian Dable did such an incredible job with Josh Allen. He leaves. Josh Allen leads the league in turnovers. Allen could have, if I put him in tier 2, Buffalo would have come to my house. This entire city burned down. And then,
I mean, did you think about just making Mahomes, by the way, just tier 1 by himself?
Yeah, but I didn't want I was going to have to do some like the kids say him, he's him or whatever. I was going to have to do, that was the reference that kept popping in my head. I was like, I really don't want to do that. I hate that phrase. Mahomes easily could have been solo. And I think I would take Burrow over Allen personally. But yeah, the tier, the tier 3 guys were just difficult because Aaron Rodgers was maybe the toughest. Because his age, how can you possibly put him? He's won 2 MVPs in the last 3 years, so I'm putting him in tier 3. Of course, Jet fans, I understand why you're mad about it, but like putting him in tier 2 at his age would be weird. And I do have questions about moving to a new franchise for the first time in his career. The assumption that this offensive line, which on paper looks great right now, but it features an older Dwayne Brown and Mekhi Becton, who hasn't lived up to his promise because of injuries. Like there's paths where the Jets aren't great, right? I mean, it didn't go so well for Favre in the second half of the season either. So it's like the Jets fans and Browns fans this offseason are just like, guys, you haven't won anything in like 40 years. Settle down. Like just enjoy the hype train, man. You don't have to get mad at me because I'm pumping the brakes a bit.
Will, let me throw a dirty accusation and theory that I've long held your way since you work for a big major outlet.
Oh, by all means, I love conspiracies and I can tell you blindly that whatever you're accusing me of, I am guilty of.
Okay. When it comes to these lists, it is my opinion that if not you, the editor, the head of the internet, the head of the content says, where can we put a Cowboy opinion that will possibly go viral? How can we throw Dak Prescott in a category or somewhere on a list to get this attention? To that you say what?
I would say that you are not incorrect in the belief and assumption that when the Cowboys are in the discussion, that they certainly will drive more additional conversation, and that we know that when we talk about a Cowboys, it's more likely to pop. I can tell you with all honesty that there was none of that in this particular list. And if you question my morals and my integrity in telling you that statement, I will then point out that I wrote most of this list on the evening of July 4th and was not interested in trolling anybody so much as just getting my work done and going to sleep.
Right, right. Well, what I love on the fan cam is it says, put that back up, Ryan. Will Brinson recently ranked Dak Prescott as a tier 4 quarterback, newest enemy of the Bobby Belt Dak fan club. So we just wanted to be upfront about it. I think we sorted things out here. This could have been much uglier.
I think we did. Look, I mean, like I said, we shared drinks at Super Bowl, even though Chris Hassel big timed me.
He did.
Will didn't. Will sat there and drank with me. And now that we have some clarification and Will acknowledges that he's a top 10 quarterback, then we can, again in Vegas, do shots of Buffalo Trace.
Yeah.
So.
My biggest concern is that, because of the CBS Super Bowl, is that they're going to go through like a list of like, all right, who can we not send to Vegas for a week? And I'm going to be at the top of that. We just can't do this. I will point out too, by the way, that for all the stuff that people, Kyler tweeted about this list.
Yeah.
And they ended up the tweet that Kyler wrote ended up going on the Daily Mail or something ridiculous. He's tier 6, dude, because nobody knows if you're playing. Like, I don't have a clue if you're playing. You don't know if you're playing. Like, it is groups is probably better than tiers, but that's another thing.
Will, we appreciate the time. Thank you for being a good sport, and we'll continue to monitor all of your list. Did you come up with the categories, by the way?
Yeah, you can tell because they're like weird names. Yeah, I had some weirder ones I was going to do. By the way, shout out to the Evans family if they're listening. My peeps in Dallas.
The Adams family.
The Evans.
The Evans.
Oh yeah, Chris Evans. Mike Evans.
Thank you, Will. We appreciate it. Our buddy from the Super Bowl, still our buddy, I guess. After this interview, Will Brinson, CBSSports.com. Tony Beasley is not Adolis Garcia's buddy, and hear from your brand new Dallas Maverick Grant Williams for the first time next.
Let's get some hair put on top.
Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
You got to get rolling, and Beasley's got to start throwing a little better strikes for him. That's outside, and he pops that one up to center. And it's going to be a little disappointment on where these baseballs are being thrown from a guy that threw to him every day. That one he does look foul. Watch out, it looks like Randy Arozarena is going to advance.
Tony Beasley, unfortunately becoming the storyline for DFW when it comes to Adolis Garcia getting eliminated in round one by Randy Arozarena. That was our buddy
garbage.
Carl Ravitch from ESPN as Adolis gets taken out and Tony Beasley gets nominated as the newest member of the Rangers bullpen.
Yeah, I thought he had the under. That was one of the things I was thinking of last night.
Wait, actually, would Tony belong in the bullpen? Because he didn't give up a ton of dingers?
He might be too good.
Yeah.
Might be too good for the bullpen, the way the bullpen struggled at times.
Good
this
trade
year.
piece.
Yeah, we might be able to use him as a trade piece to get somebody here.
Man, he's catching all kinds. He's a great guy, though.
Great guy.
And the players absolutely love him. There's no doubt about that. All joking aside.
Yeah, I mean, he taught DeGrom his slider. Like, I mean, it's unhittable, the stuff that Tony Beasley's got. Great movement on that cut fastball.
Isn't that one of those things I'm like, I know I could throw awesome BP. I know I could throw perfect BP.
Man, I feel like I could, but also at the same time, I know whenever you talk to baseball players, they are very particular about, no, BP's got to be, you've got to know exactly what you're doing. When they pranked Chris Bryant a couple years ago and had Greg Maddux in a costume throwing him BP, when Maddux suggested, well, I'll get up there and throw it, Chris Bryant was like, no, absolutely not. He's like, I need somebody who I know is going to throw it the right way.
That's one of my kind of bucket list things. I want to throw BP to major leaguers. I just want to do it. I don't even care if it's front toss, where it's not really even BP or just under. I just want to do that to major leaguers.
could Derek Holland have thrown better hittable balls yesterday with his broken elbow than Tony Beasley did?
It just never mind. Like I said,
They said the plan was Tony Beasley said that Adolis asked him to throw the ball down from the middle of the zone inward with the pace slowed down enough that Garcia could feast. And, of course, Tony, I remember Tony was a little bit off to Gallo, I feel like, in 2021.
Gallo had 19. He had 19 home runs that year. He lost 20. I think it was 20-19 was the final that he lost in.
And Bruce Bochy said Adolis begins batting practice as a lefty. He takes 2 swings. At least one will leave the park. So he gets taken up. Man, Arozarena he was a machine.
Yeah, he was. He really was.
His pace, his conditioning. Mookie Betts, the only other one showing off the conditioning yesterday by not taking a timeout. Now, he didn't hit any home runs, but Julio Rodriguez put on the show for the home fans with 41 bombs, but it was Vlad Jr. who ends up winning. I can't believe Vlad Jr. lasted long enough conditioning-wise to win this thing.
He's just so strong. He's so strong. But, yeah, you could tell how gassed he was at times. He needed the breaks. He got a couple of, you got the 30, obviously you get your own timeout, and then between the bonus rounds, the multiple bonus rounds they have, there's a little bit of a break there, so he's able to catch his breath. But, I mean, Arozarena and Mookie Betts, I mean, they just put on a clinic of speed. They were just so fast. Like you said, though, Betts didn't really hit it. He didn't factor in at all.
Which is that what we care about when consuming it? Is like, wow, look at the speed with which these guys can hit them. Like, that's the problem with the timer.
It is the problem with the timer. You don't get to see these guys admire their home runs. You don't get to see the fans ooh and ah over the home runs and Berman do the bah, 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 bah. But at the same time, it's also not. You don't have guys taking a bunch of pitches. Somebody on the Truckerticon text line said they went back and rewatched Hamilton's first round in 2008, and he took 49 pitches.
Wow!
Like, I'm sorry, that's just outside the spirit of this thing.
He was up for a half an hour. He was hitting for a half an hour.
And watching, I don't want to watch each ball go wherever
repetitive.
It goes.
It's repetitive, but then again, so is this. This is very repetitive.
No, this is more repetitive.
It's way more repetitive, but this is repetitive, and so is watching guys, hammer these balls and watch the balls fly through the air.
Yeah, but
that's repetitive too.
It's speed versus the appreciation of the power. The speed of this doesn't allow you to appreciate how far this ball is being hit.
Because you don't even see it.
You don't see it.
Half the time you don't even see it land. And I like the timer aspect, and I don't like it. Like, there's a lot of things I could change. I would change the bracket. I would get rid of the bracket. That's the first thing I would do. Let me see the top 4 home run hitters, not the top 4 who had maybe the more favorable matchups. Like, whoever went up against Julio Rodriguez in the first round was going to lose. Pete Alonso was wasted in the first round.
Yes.
He could have hit 35 home runs, had the second most home runs in the first round, or whatever the number would have been, and been gone. Like, well, okay, I don't want to see that. I want to see the top 4 move on.
Do you want to see the reset totals in the second round, or do you want to see cumulative? Because that's what people complained about with Justin Morneau beating Josh Hamilton.
Give me the cum. If you hit 28 home runs in the first round, it should count in the second.
All right, so the real game is going down tonight with your Texas Rangers, plural, in the spotlight. Just got the breakfast tacos delivered from Scooter from Hurtado, and these are fantastic. Brandon Hurtado just tuned in. And I'm trying to tell everything that's in these things. I got the cheese. I think I got
the brisket.
This is brisket. But I can't tell if there's smoked pork in here, potato. I know there's potato.
A little bit of orange magic sauce.
And
not orange magic.
And the salsa is fantastic. It's got some spice. I know these are fresh flour tortillas. Here he goes. Loaded breakfast tacos for the morning show. Prime brisket, tater tot casserole.
Oh, baby!
Scrambled egg cheddar and a flour tortilla available in Fort Worth all day. And the G-Bag Nation today is doing their show from Hurtado Barbecue.
I'll take a little sip.
The barbecue that has taken over the most in DFW, serving it right there at Ranger games. Woo! These are fantastic.
Yeah, they're very good. I didn't even know about the sauce. I'm going to go get some.
Here, dip it up in this.
Did you double dip?
See what you think. I did not double dip. It was a one dip.
Oh, you guys are dipping in the same one?
Dipping in the same one. Well, I dipped once. Now, are you dipping with
Yeah, I'll get you another one.
Yeah, but see, you
ruined it.
You just defeated the double dip. You took a bite and you dipped in with the bitten piece.
You're right. 10 years, Choppy has not changed.
I'm just going to take this one and I'll get you a new one.
Okay.
Appreciate
it. It's very good. It's got some kick, got some spice. So thank you.
Heck yeah. They tweeted out my shirt on Hurtado Barbecue's social media page.
They did?
Yeah, look at that.
Wow. That's going to get a lot of retweets, a lot of traffic.
It should. People are going to ask where I got the shirt from, too. Well, too bad. Can't get one.
It's from another man's closet.
It is.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Mavs Summer League action last night. They come back and beat Philadelphia. Minutes, Bobby. Did it make you happy? Lively and Omax played 24 minutes apiece. Derek with 8 and 11 boards. Omax with 10 points. Jaden Hardy had 24, but he got it from the free throw line.
I would like to see more, but I at least now trust Jared Dudley. Because Jared Dudley told us, he said, look, they were just playing a little bit early. He said this will increase every game. And he said next game, I'd imagine they're around 22 to 24 minutes, which is where they were. And by the end, he said they will be playing 30-plus minutes. So I'm happy because I now feel like I can trust that Jared Dudley is actually going to play them that much, and we are going to see them play that much eventually. And this isn't just a Christian Wood situation. So I don't know if he's disqualified himself from Jason Kidd's staff moving forward since he was honest about rotations. But yeah, it's good to see them perform the way they do. 11 rebounds in 24 minutes for Derek Lively is absurd. I mean, that's, what is that? That's 16, 17 rebounds per 36 minutes. There was nobody on the team last year rebounding at that sort of a rate.
Look, that's what he did in college.
I like your push.
Yeah.
I like your lively push. Even though you were against.
He's not ready. He's not ready. He's not going to be ready. He's got to get stronger. Yeah. And so I don't know how much he's going to be able to contribute, but the skill set's there. Whether he puts it together is a completely different question. But remember, we are talking about this was the number one recruit in the country.
Yeah.
And it's somebody who was slowed by injury in his freshman year at Duke, and they had a lot of mouths to feed. These are all things that you can think positively on. But yeah, he is absolutely, as I saw somebody tweet the other day, they were like, he absolutely is young Tyson Chandler in the sense that he has all these skills, and he also is probably 2 to 3 years away from being a meaningful contributor in any sort of way.
There are,
Damn it.
You all right?
I didn't turn my computer off.
There are four types of players.
I'll text you in a little bit, Kristen. Stop.
In the G League, right? So there are four
Certainly
types.
Not my mom. You've reminded us of that.
There are 4 types of players in the G League. This is, and I know this from when I was a G League play-by-play announcer.
Wow.
Before I was unceremoniously fired for Jared Sandler. One are.
Don't worry, he's losing his spot soon.
Yeah, that's right. One are players who have a substance problem issue. That's not Derek Lively. 2, players who can't be coached. That does not appear to be Derek Lively. Mm-mm. 3 are players who don't have a position. And that's not Derek Lively. 4 are players who can't shoot. And that is him. And that's the thing that he has to fix or work on. They're not going to put in today's NBA, is there really room for a non-offensive player? He has to develop some offensive game, and he will. He's going to work on that, obviously. He can shoot the 3. We know he can shoot the 3. How do we know? Because there's enough footage of him just draining 3 after 3 after 3 after 3.
Yeah.
He just never takes shots in games.
He did airball the one he took yesterday. Yeah. But outside of that, he was perfect from the field, 4 for 4. But so you say Summer League or G League is what you're talking about? Because I don't believe he's going to end up in G League.
No,
he'll
probably
be
won't.
on the
I'm just saying,
roster.
The profile of a G League player is you have one of those 4, and for him, it's he can't shoot really. He doesn't have an offensive game. But they didn't bring him in here to be an offensive player. I just am curious as to the sustainability of a guy who can't play offense in the modern NBA.
Grant Williams did an in-game interview during this contest on ESPN. First time hearing from him as a Maverick. His reaction when the trade was announced.
I was excited, playing with another talent in Luka and Kyrie, both great personalities, both great guys I've had experience with, and then be able to play for a great organization like Dallas. I remember growing up watching Dirk and the guys like that, J. Kidd, which is kind of crazy to play for him. So it's a special time for me, and thankful just to be able to be a part of an organization that wants me and really can use my skill.
Give us your evaluation on this current Mavs roster, Grant.
A wide range of talent. We have a bunch of guys, top to bottom, whether it's the veterans that are on the team or the young guys like Omax, AJ, Derek, who really can contribute. And we're going to be out there competing with one another. Hopefully we get to go to training camp anytime sooner rather than later because, basketball, we all miss it.
Fitting in and playing his style with the two big dogs in Luka and Kyrie.
Absolutely. With the amount of star power we have, those two can carry games one or the other. And we also have a bunch of guys around them that can really impact the game and impact winning, whether it's on the defensive or offensive end. Tim, guys who can score, but also guys who can defend. So I feel like this team's very versatile. We can do a lot of different things, whether that's switching up matchups defensively or playing a different way on offense, whether it's hit and cut or even just playing with ball-dominant guys and being able to knock down shots off open shots and open shooters. So we have a lot of things that we can do.
So there's the first interview I've heard. Grant Williams as a Maverick.
I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Did he, when he was listing stuff there, did he say Tim? Like Tim Hardaway Jr.? Is that what he said? Because he's not going to be his teammate very long, I don't think. I think that's still a guy that's probably going to get moved.
All right, this is coming in from Tolo D. I don't know who's originally reporting it, but it's getting repurposed by Bobby's boy Dove Kleiman or whatever his name is. Zeke settled a lawsuit over that dog attack.
Ooh.
The lawsuit sought damages exceeding $1 million, and it has apparently been settled. So thanks to Tolo D. Oh, it was the Dallas Morning News who came out with it first. This guy Dove just opted to not include that.
Yeah, it takes a little time to actually figure out who is reporting this. Who is he stealing from? Who is he trying not to give credit to? Unless the story ends up being wrong, at which point he goes, well, the Aaron Rodgers thing actually came from Trey Wingo. It certainly wasn't me.
Right.
Douche.
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to...
It is time to crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan with Kevin Hagman, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. Corey, good morning. What's coming up?
Right out of the gate, guys, we get into the Home Run Derby, plus ranking all of the 2023 MLB All-Stars, and we have Mike Bassick here to judge and critique every pitcher in the Home Run Derby. And at 11:20 today, the moral compass. Folks who cut into the exit lane at the last second, how do you treat them?
What was your issue driving to Oklahoma, or was it back?
It was back. First of all,
heroes.
You're wrong about what you're about to say, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not wrong with that outfit.
Thank
though.
you.
You are not wrong with that
Thank you.
outfit. I'm jealous of that hat.
So American.
Oh, this is from Atwoods, baby. Good
I
stuff.
like it.
Is the drive home from the trip, does it not feel
It's longer.
infinitely longer than the drive there?
Faster.
Sure.
You think your drive feels faster?
Drive home is always faster. What do y'all think? We need a vote.
Ooh, that is a good question.
It should jump out to you.
1,000 times longer. 1,000 times longer. I've driven to Carlsbad, New Mexico, Memphis. We drive pretty much everywhere because we can't afford airplane tickets because 3 kids.
Never mind.
But like all this driving, you're excited to get there, and then all of a sudden you're there, and you're like, "Wow, here we are, and let's vacation now." So you're out probably even speeding a little bit to get there. On the way home, it's like, oh man, like I just have to get home, and then I got to go back to work. There's all these stresses that go into the thought.
See, and that's why I hate to be this guy, but I feel like it depends a little bit on how your trip went. Like if your trip was a drag, then you're like, oh my God, this is going to take so long to get home, to get the hell away from this place. So I think it kind of depends a little bit.
I think you're always anticipating, like if it's a trip, you're always anticipating getting there, so that makes it feel a little long.
Yeah.
But the drive back to me is always longer, unless I'm just intentionally hauling ass to get home as fast as possible.
And because you're a little tired of the trip too, I think maybe that plays into it. But the amount of people on the road who are just in their own world, and no care in the world. You got a 2-lane highway. You got somebody in the left lane and somebody in the right lane. Just driving at the same speed, man. Just blocking traffic, holding up traffic. I'm giving lights. I'm giving horn at the same time sometimes.
And they're like, "You're so rude.
They don't even
You're
notice.
rude."
They don't even notice.
Yeah, I'm married to one of those people.
Oh,
she knows. This goes back to when we were dating. She picked me up at the airport, and I told her, "Thank you very much." We're driving back. She's in the right lane behind this truck, and we are going. It felt like 30 miles an hour. Like, surely we were going like 55. And I was like, "Hey, babe, can you please go around this person?" And she goes, "Oh, are they driving slow?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" She had no clue that we were just drifting along like we were driving down Arapahoe or something. And it just was infuriating.
If you said that to me in the car, I would have pulled over and gotten out and let you drive. I would have been like, if you want to discuss my driving, your ass can drive. I'm not dealing with it.
That would have been fine.
So your wife can't give you driving tips?
She knows better. Yeah, she knows better.
But that's because you drive at an appropriate level.
I drive
sometimes
at an excessively appropriate level.
That's fine. I would rather that than the other way, I think.
My wife's the worst as a...
Let's mark that.
Yep, she is.
Peyton, 945, if you can mark that.
She's the worst riding shotgun, passenger seat. It's awful. Any little merge or turn, it's her hand like slowly grips the side of the door.
Does she step on the imaginary brake?
Right? I'm like, what are you doing?
Puts her hands on the
dash.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. What else did you have coming up?
Oh man, Josh Allen.
You have him on the show?
No.
First Bonds and Josh Allen?
Bonds is on Monday.
And Shawn Michaels tomorrow.
Yeah, Shawn Michaels tomorrow. Yeah.
For real?
Yeah.
Wait, the heartbreak hero.
We don't have Josh Allen today. So close.
No, cute. I think I'm sexy. Something good. And drive the girls wild.
Come on, Kevin.
Oh, no, I wanted to use this as his intro tomorrow.
I love
So I just wanted to
Poison.
let you...
What?
I loved Poison. They were great.
That's Brett Michaels.
Michaels, sir.
I
And
don't
he's
think
another
it
fine
is.
American.
Now the
Ask Pam
Josh
Anderson.
Allen discussion today
Oh, my
is
gosh.
that did we put that at 12:20?
Yep.
12:20. Josh Allen on vacation in Cabo with Haley Steinfeld, who is a really good actress.
Good singer
What's
too.
the deal with Josh Allen?
That's good. Yeah,
I love
the
that
question
show.
on this is what is, and we can get into some sexy time with this. Alec Medford.
Oh, my gosh.
What is the sexiest vacation destination? What's the ultimate couple's destination?
Oklahoma sounds like.
What?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty
Okay.
good. A lot of
L.A.
land.
H-O-M-A.
Like LA.
Spell Oklahoma?
Yes, he did.
Took me a while.
They used to play it when I played for the Red Hawks. I don't know what they're called. I think they're called the Dodgers now. I don't even know what they're called.
The Oklahoma State Dodgers, right?
Yeah.
Mike, how did you divide Summer League with Derby?
I watched mostly Derby live, flipped over a few times, and then I watched the Summer League game after the Home Run Derby. I recorded it and then watched it.
How'd Mo Bamba play?
What a beast.
Derek Lively was not good the first half. Unless you are tracking fouls, then he was tremendous.
But he didn't have any fouls after that.
No, but his fourth quarter, especially fourth quarter, they played very well. I see potential in him. I don't think he's an NBA player in his rookie year. I think he's very thin, very fragile. I'm not saying hurt fragile, just he gets bumped around and pushed around pretty easily in this summer league. And I'm like, hey, it doesn't mean he's not going to be a good player. It just means that probably his rookie year, he's not going to be ready for the physicality of what grown men have. And he's only 19 years old. So I watched it. Omax Prosper. I don't know if he's going to play next year in the NBA. Like I like that pick. I'm happy with that pick. I want to say that Lively could develop into a very good center. Omax Prosper could develop into a Dorian Finney-Smith like player. But Dorian Finney-Smith didn't develop into Dorian Finney-Smith till year 3 in the NBA. So it's going to take time for these projects. They were not top 5 picks for a reason. Usually top 5 picks have a much better chance of making an impact their rookie year in the NBA. These guys can make an impact on the Mavericks, just not in their rookie season.
Did you take out your frustrations on Tony Beasley last night, Kevin?
No. Yeah, I did bail after the first round. Because that event is just too long.
That's smart.
But
Dunk contest?
Yeah, I'll
or
take
this?
the dunk contest because it'll be over. You can watch it 4 times.
You can go to any park and watch the dunk contest. It's a whole bunch of nobodies doing that.
I know, but at least I can get out in 45 minutes.
It is quick. Three-point contest, I think, has gotten really, really good.
Yeah, I do like the 3-point contest. I know how people feel. I like NBA Saturday night better than last night. I know.
I think what's tough, and I'll admit this, most people don't know how to swing a bat or any clue on what it takes to swing a baseball bat. So it's confusing to them on how much energy and strength and stamina it takes to swing a bat. The only thing, like for Sean, you never played baseball in your life, right?
Yeah, I played.
Okay.
Little League.
Like, okay,
State
so,
title.
but
Bats
you
got
did,
too
you
big after
played,
that.
you played high school tennis. If I made you do a power serve 50 times in a minute and a half, you'd be like, it's impossible. I can't do that.
Right.
Like, you're going to have to give me a break. I can't do it 50. I can maybe do it 15 in a minute and a half.
Yeah.
And those guys are swinging, a 31 to 33 ounce bat as hard as they can, and then the ball going that far. But people don't understand it, so it's tough.
Well, how would you do the presentation of it? We were debating this on whether to have the camera follow every hit.
Yeah, that was tough.
Like they used to do, have the split screen. How would you do that for the presentation of it, the timing of it, all the above?
Well, you saw Derek's tweet? Did y'all discuss that this morning? The
format.
Do you want to go
tweet?
back to
About
10
the-
outs?
The one the other night?
Oh, the other night.
No,
Derek tweet?
no. Do you want to go back to 10 outs, or do you want to have the format they have right now where it's timed?
Right.
Because with the 10 outs, you could watch the home runs, leave the park, and all that stuff. With this one, they're just I didn't like it. I don't love the visual of it, but I did like watching Julio Rodriguez at 41. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Adley Rushman's whole his bit was fantastic too.
Switch sides.
Yeah, that was great. So I think that's I do want to see the monster that I still remember Trumbo hitting things off Petco's wall out there. Yeah, and I was just like, I know it sticks in my mind because that dude was hitting moonshots. I still remember Josh Hamilton. All those things are really fun to see, and I didn't see anything other than a couple cool bits at the plate.
Mike, how hard was Tony Beasley's job last night? How hard is that?
It's very tough. You're on an island by yourself that you've never been on in your life.
Yeah.
And you are having to throw the ball into a small area that's the home run zone. I was actually telling my kids, I was like, do you see how tough it is when you try to pull a ball on the outside corner, how impossible it is even in home run derby?
When you know it's coming?
Yeah, you know they're just lobbing it in and they throw the ball outside corner and then they're trying to pull it because they need that home run. That's what made Aaron Judge in Miami so amazing. He was like, that's fine. It's a foot outside. I'll just hit it 400 feet opposite field. You can't, even the greatest hitters of our generation cannot take a ball on the plate outside and hook that ball for a home run most of the time. They're going to get out by trying to pull that ball. So I was even trying to educate my kids on like, look, it's home run derby. He shouldn't just spray the ball the other way for a single. It doesn't count. But for the batting practice coach, it is really, really tough. Like that guy, Myers for the Mets, I was like, the Rangers should sign him. If he can cut the ball that slowly on the outside half, I think we can get 3 outs in the 7th inning with that guy.
Because Alonso has done the Judge route. He's gone opposite field a lot in these derbies.
Yeah, but
so he won a couple of them.
Since I was watching it and I didn't know this, he got set up for failure once 41 was hit. That was going to be almost impossible to beat. And then
nobody in that stadium cared to watch him either.
His select league coach had elbow inflammation and couldn't pitch. So his guy that's done this for his life in home run derbies wasn't available because his coach was hurt. And so
sucks.
2 days ago, he had to ask some dude named Myers, who enjoys the big league spread way too much, to throw batting practice.
Speaking of big league spread, did y'all get any of those Hurtado breakfast tacos?
Yes, sir. Good
God, those are good.
Yeah. And the spice.
Today. Yeah, G-Bag's at Hurtado today for Taco Tuesday, so
yeah,
that'll be nice.
LeBron is furious about it.
What?
Because he doesn't own the trademark.
LeBron's trying to free the trademark. Have you not seen the commercials?
Yeah.
Taco Tuesday should be
no
forever.
better way to show you're trying to free it than teaming up with Taco Bell, the little guy.
So I wonder this, my thought on the home run derby, because I'll be honest, I did watch all of it because I do love baseball, but I did get a little bit tired once we got to the finals. So I was like, all right, so another round, let me watch it. But because Adolis was out, because I picked Julio Rodriguez to win it all yesterday, he was out. I was a little bit kind of like, all right, I don't know how much more I want to really watch of this. I'm wondering if the first round is timed. We get the 3 minutes. You see the quantity you can kind of hit in that. And then the next 2 rounds, your semifinals and finals, is not 10 outs, but best of 10. Not just 10 pitches, because but you get 10 swings here. Who wins and then if it's tied, let's say 5-5, then, because one of the greatest things I ever saw, which people will forget if you're not a baseball fan, is Shohei versus Juan Soto. They actually went to like a hit off and it was freaking amazing. So Shohei has done this before and got beat out by Juan Soto. But I'm wondering, after we do the 3 minutes with the 30 seconds or extra minute, which isn't that long,
right.
Of watching a guy swing, if you understand what they're doing. But if you just maybe limit it to the semifinals and finals, these guys are a little bit wore out from swinging a bat for 3 minutes to 4 minutes.
I like that.
That maybe we go to now we're best of 10 and see who hits the most home runs, best of 10. And then we go to almost like a swing off. You get one pitch. You don't hit a home run, this guy gets one pitch. If he hits a home run, it's over.
Yeah,
you know?
I like that because then you can appreciate, the power in the second round and see the balls land and follow them. I don't want to hear Chris Berman call for every hit, every home run, but you get the amount, the sheer volume in the first, and then you slow it down.
And then you get to see the ball travel, right? Because, there are a lot of times I'm like, at one point I thought Julio Rodriguez had 22 and the thing stopped counting.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think he had 4 in that extra 30 seconds, but I guess it was only 2 because you're not seeing the ball go out of the park. You're just, I know watching also the TrackMan stuff, I know that you have to hit the ball 96 miles an hour or harder, and you have to hit it at a degree of about 22. Like 96 miles an hour and 22 degrees is about the lowest you can hit it, and maybe the ball get out down the line.
Okay.
Because I watch batting practice all the time, being there early, and they have that up there so you can start seeing when a guy hits the ball at, say, 103 miles an hour at 25 degrees, it's a home run.
Yeah,
it's going to get out of the park.
And Adolis had the third lowest launch angle of all the participants last night.
He's a line drive hitter.
27 degrees. Your mom. KMC is next right here.
What the hell was that,
I was
John?
talking about Bobby's, not yours.
Oh.
On
She's
105.3
dead.
The Fan.
No.
Commercial.
We all die.
The KNC Masterpiece is on deck. Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk a little bit more about the Home Run Derby, but also Mike, I believe, has a list ranking all of the All-Stars in...
Like, where are our Texas Rangers?
Oh, 1 through 6.
I got a question.
No, probably not. Also, okay, what's your question?
Did Reggie leave this thing on purpose? This is your Mike condom, or does he just think it belongs here? Like whenever he does the night show, does he like that's where my stuff goes after I'm done with the show, or did he leave it here on accident?
That's a power move, and I think he did it on purpose.
Interesting.
And that's why we brought in Alec, because he's more of a team player. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Reggie.
Alec's shaking his head no over there. He's like, no, I'm not.
No, because he keeps wearing those hats that he knows pisses off Mike.
Yeah.
Is my question for y'all about the Home Run Derby is because we were talking about Julio Rodriguez last night. Yeah. Obviously, multiple mentions of Josh Hamilton. Do you think, like, in instances like that, it doesn't even matter who won? Like, in years in the future, are people going to think Julio Rodriguez won this, or they're going to think he was, like, the star? Because how many people think Josh Hamilton won that Home Run Derby when he did not?
Do you remember who it was?
No chance.
Yeah.
Justin Murneau, I think.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I think it was.
I'll trust you on that.
Yeah. It was Met, I think. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, no, I think that Julio Rodriguez, like, that was the show. I really did. I loved the Adley Rutschman show because he hits all these bombs left-handed. The cool story about him being, having done that there before.
What story?
Him being a kid and playing there.
Any other story?
I don't have I do not have another story
He's
about
the
him.
number 1 overall pick.
His dad was the pitcher for him. In the final round, he says, I'm just going to the other side of the plate and hitting consecutive bombs without even missing at all. That was awesome. And then Luis Robert shows up and is like, I'll show you guys what's up, and does that thing. And then Julio Rodriguez is like, I got this, fool.
Did you see it was a different one of his family members that ended up being the star?
Dude, this always happens.
This
always happens.
Social
was that
media,
his sister?
yeah.
She was dancing, right?
Yeah.
I take this back. Was it the Milwaukee Bucks owner's daughter that was sitting there that night on draft night or whatever? And I was like, dude, she's about to be a star. Next thing you know, she had 1 million followers. Just like that.
And people were pointing out how many Instagram followers she gained. Now, I saw something from Derek Holland, and you brought this up, Corey. I was fascinated by the outcome. Derek asked, would you rather go back to the 10-out format or stay with the timed derby? He got about 3,000 votes. 80% said 10 outs as opposed to timed. I was really surprised by that.
I don't think they remember how many people take 73 pitches in a row until they get the pitch.
Yeah. That's what I remember.
And this year was the first year where you were able to just throw as many pitches as you possibly could without letting the ball land. It used to be, over the last few years when they started this time, the pitcher could not throw a pitch until the ball landed. That
screwed Prince Fielder.
There was an umpire where they're like, nope. So if you hit a ball super high, they're like, we have to wait. We know that it's not a home run. We know it's a pop up in the infield or barely in the outfield. We have to wait till the ball drops until, you see it. So to me, I will say Home Run Derby, which will happen next year. My kids are desperate to go to this. And I bet it's 1,000 times better in person because you are getting to track all the balls at all times. Where on television, it's split screen. You're seeing a guy swing, and there's 2 balls in the air at one time. One that's possibly going out, one that's not. Maybe both of them are going out. But when you get to see it live, you are seeing all the balls.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point there, Mike. Now that you just pointed that out, I want to go. I definitely want to go take the kids to see that for sure. I voted for the timed one, and I had a hard time picking. By the way, I had a very difficult time picking because my thought was, do I want the polish of the most majestic home runs, or do I just want to see the conditioning of some guy and see how conditioned he is for this? And that's why I did choose the timed version, because I was like, it's conditioning. But then the more I thought about it after I'd voted, I was like, man, but nobody hits home runs like that in games. When I'm watching real baseball, I'm watching a dude, like, it's a chance that he might hit a home run. And it's the majestic home run that you get to see. It's not like he's just hitting them over and over. So it does take a little bit away. Like it feels machine-like, which Julio Rodriguez is a freaking machine, dude. He comes set, he swings, it's gone. That's just the way he does it. It was really nice, Mike, to watch his pitcher Diaz just, short arming those in there the way he was, but you could watch his hands come set and he's ready and he's relaxed and then bam. It was really fun to watch him do that.
I want to go I have a cage in my backyard. I want to go into my backyard and throw batting practice to my boys and see if I can do what the Seattle bullpen or see what the Seattle batting practice.
Just throw.
Yeah, you don't have to step into it, which is very tough to do. Like you're preset. And so you just pick the ball out of the bucket without ever moving your feet, ever. And you just are using your arm, but you're already in a turned position, kind of like shooting a bow and arrow. Sometimes I'll tell kids, if you've ever shot a bow and arrow at some sort of camp or whatever, you don't shoot it with your chest facing the target. You turn, and that's how I want you to turn to throw a baseball. And so he's kind of in already that turn motion, but the reason that the guys are stepping is they're trying to turn a little bit of their shoulders to throw the ball. And that guy Diaz has perfected on how to just stand there without ever moving his feet and throw good batting practice.
Now, you'd brought this up yesterday, is you have a list ranking all of the All-Stars.
Yes.
I feel confident I can get 1 and 2. After that, I'm not really entirely sure.
Well, who's number 1? Because that's going to be really tough. So this is, by the way, this is from
It's going to be
MLB. .com, who's the best of the best among the All-Stars? And they decided to rank 50. We're not going to go through all 50, but they said after 50, we're not ranking to show like who are the worst All-Stars. We'll rank 50 and then have a list of about like 15 guys who are not ranking.
I assume Shohei would be 1, and then I'm going Acuna 2.
You are right on 1 and 2. So now it gets a little bit tougher, right? I mean, those two are the leading candidates and by far the leading candidates for MVP. In fact, I don't know if we've ever gotten to a all-star break where it's been this big of a gap for both MVPs. Now, there might be one year where you're looking at a certain guy and go, dude, he's taken over the National League. That's the MVP. But you'd be like, in the American League, there's kind of like 3 guys, and we'll see how the second half plays out. Do we even need to see how the second half plays out unless either Shohei or Acuna get hurt? They're both winning the MVP, right?
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
All right, so number 3, do you want me to just give it to you and you can decide?
Yeah.
All right. Mookie Betts.
Okay.
Poor showing in the home run derby, but I respected his decision to do it.
So you're out.
He's like, I'm going to lose, but my wife is making me do this.
What was it?
How many things in our life do we do going, I know I'm going to lose, but my wife is making me do this?
Can we talk about that for about 15 seconds? My wife has shown me, God, I hope she's not listening right now, 8,000 different versions of a dinosaur shirt to wear for Noah's first birthday coming up. And I'm like, sure. And she's like, well, what about that one compared to the first one or the 5th one? And I'm like,
is it for you to wear?
Yes.
Okay.
But my level of interest is significantly lower than I think she thinks it is.
You need to be more interested, dude.
I'm just like, either
just get a dinosaur shirt.
I said I will wear a shirt that says Datasaurus or whatever.
Be there for the kid you remember.
I love both.
So you believe in dinosaurs?
Because they believe in me.
I really like
believe dinosaurs believe Mookie Wilson can hit a baseball in this situation. That's the only thing about Mookie that I don't get. Like, yeah, they believe in you as a human. They don't believe in you as a hitter.
I liked the moment where Martinez was like, hey, you got to pull it. And he's like, I don't know how. That was funny. So that was fun.
Was Juan Soto pretty high?
Juan Soto is number 5.
That was okay.
Now, we have number 4 is a teammate of Mookie Betts.
Freeman?
Yep, Freddie Freeman.
Okay, that makes sense.
And now, number 6 is Corey Seager. So we hit a Ranger already in the All-Star game tonight. They are saying the 6th best player in this All-Star game is Corey Seager, who's batting 4th, right, Corey?
Yes, he is batting cleanup.
It says because he missed much of the first month of the season, Seager's career season has sneaked a little under the radar. He's hitting at the time of this article. I don't know if it was yesterday or not. He's hitting 363. I'm assuming this is at the break with a 1.048 OPS in 57 games. And he's leading perhaps the most surprising team in the game.
And Kevin, I can't understand why people are saying the numbers that he's doing and holding him missing games against him, because the numbers are even with everybody else. Like he's done it. He's more efficient. He's done it in less time.
Because like Luis Ariz is number 8, and as we're playing more and more games, right, his number of chasing 400 is diminishing by the day because it's just so tough. So they're kind of, I think they're going, hey, 363 and 1.048. Guys get off to those starts. But as you progress and you get into month 4 and month 5 into a season, those numbers will get more towards career averages if you've had a longer career. So I think they're kind of saying that is like 363 probably won't hold up throughout a 6-month season. But if you take kind of 6 weeks out, maybe it will hold up a little bit more. Garrett Cole's number 7. As I said, Ariz is 8. I think somebody that most people don't know about, and he came to the ballpark this year. Corbin Carroll is number 9, and he's a rookie. So that's somebody
your
that
presumptive
I think,
National League Rookie of the Year.
Right, and I think like a lot of people, if you're like, how come people don't talk about Josh Young? How come you're not talking about Corbin Carroll? He's literally the best player on the team leading the National League West. And who would have ever guessed that the Giants, obviously the Dodgers, like that the Diamondbacks would be the team that's right now. And they probably at the end of the year won't have that division. And you know what? Going to Washington, most people think around the country at the end of the year, the Rangers are not going to win this division.
Sure.
That's how most people think because they're a surprising team, just like the Diamondbacks. They're like, look, the Dodgers always win the West and the Astros always win the West. It's a really nice story up there in Arlington that the Rangers are doing this, but nationally, people don't believe in the Rangers.
I don't want to make you skip too far ahead, but when you said Seager was 6, I was curious. Where's Simeon on this list?
Okay, so I'll just give you number 10 is Jose Ramirez.
I'm mad.
So as I scroll down, and I scroll down a little bit more, Marcus Simeon is Rolando Blackman, number 22.
And what's the line? What's the first 2 words in this?
Perpetually underrated, if I can say that word.
Well, you're
And
not
they
you.
literally-
The person writing the article could change that narrative by being like top 10.
Yeah, and like this dude is he's fantastic. He's the leader of the team. I understand that Seager is probably the best player, one of the best players in baseball right now. But Simeon is right there in that conversation, and you say perpetually underrated, yet you put him right there in the middle of this list. That's not where he belongs.
Nate Eovaldi is number 32.
What? Look, I know I have a Rangers bias, but isn't he still one of the leading candidates for Cy Young?
Well, you know who's right above him? David Bednar.
Okay,
at
who we've
31.
been talking
Our
about.
future closer.
Julio was actually way up here, which I thought he was severely overranked, but I get how popular he is, but you would think a little bit more on kind of what you're doing. I think he is number 14.
So Julio Rodriguez,
who doesn't
right now
deserve to be
is
in the
better
game.
than Marcus Simeon.
I hate
My
saying
ass.
it. Julio Rodriguez is probably going to have a great career. Julio Rodriguez is probably going to be like a 5-time, if not 10-time All-Star. He's now on his second All-Star team. But he's only on this team because the game's in Seattle. Like, literally the only reason he's on the team is the game's in Seattle. If this game was in Texas, like if this was 2024, his numbers, there'd be no way they would put him on this team. So I said Eovaldi was 32. Next coming in is Jonah Heim at 34 and Josh Young at 35. So they're back to back.
That's interesting to me. Like, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way to Young or Heim, but I would have thought they would have been a little bit further away from Eovaldi. I think Eovaldi is underranked, I guess.
Okay. And then number 39 is Adolis Garcia.
That's fine.
So we have all of our guys are in the top 30 or
That is
top
impressive.
40 if you want to look at that. So it's really not a disrespectful article to me about the Texas Rangers. They have one in the top 10 and Corey Seager at number 6. Number 22 is Marcus Simeon. And then if you look at our other guys, they're all in the 30 list, 30 through 40.
Is it not that you're not excited already, y'all aren't already excited for the All-Star game, but it is cool to see that they're like, hey, they're not even in the others. Like, they all are legitimate All-Stars.
Also Rams,
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
The last person they list on here, because I guess it's in alphabetical order as I'm looking at it, but it doesn't matter because he is last, is Brent Rooker of the Oakland Athletics.
Because you gotta have
If you go
somebody.
look at his numbers, he's struggling right now to stay in the major leagues over the last 30 days. Like, there would be a chance if he was on another team that you would think about, and probably wouldn't do it, but you would think about, hey, do we need to make room on our 40-man roster? Like, can he stay in our lineup? And that's who Oakland has as their representative in this All-Star game. I just released him from my fantasy team. I picked him up, and I'm like, God, God, for a month now, you've done absolutely nothing.
Well, Oakland got better in the draft, I think.
It's fair.
Did they draft another quarterback? Did they draft the quarterback from USC?
I think
they drafted Caleb Williams.
I bet Caleb Williams decides to play baseball over football.
I think
what a
they
dumb...
drafted a guy whose dad played for him.
Oh, okay.
Jack Wilson's son.
Oh,
Jacob.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Number 6.
Yeah,
But
so-
I look at like that pick, like when you're like, why is Oakland so bad? I don't know. They had the 9th pick and they're like, hey, the guy that we know is going to be a first-round pick in football and will never play professional baseball? Let's take him with the 9th overall pick and see how that works.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, have the Mavs accomplished the offseason mission they laid out on draft night? Let's talk about it next right here in the Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Buddy Hield trying to shake Little. He won't be shook. Holmes fires and hits a three. It was a bailout triple. He was just going to shove it up there, and he nailed it.
We got Rashawn Holmes, but what else? So we wanted to talk about the Mavs from a very specific perspective. Is taking you back to draft night and kind of some of the mission statements or ideas that the Mavericks put out there. And I want to start with, do you want to hear from Finley or Nico?
I know Finley was the first to talk because Nico was still working the draft room.
Right. So let's go to cut 11. This is Finley talking about Derek Lively and then kind of expanding it out.
Oh, no, he didn't address all the needs. Did you see us play last year? No. No, he didn't address all the needs. It's just one of the ways of us trying to improve in that area. He's just one step in our process of trying to get those type of players on our roster that's committed to the defensive end, to rebounding. If we can continue to get players like that, I think we're definitely moving in the right direction.
All right, so let's stop with that one for there, because we've got another from Finley, another from Nico.
I like this.
I feel like that really lays out the mission statement when he goes back to the beginning. He was like, did you see us play defense last year? Or did you see us play last year? Is what have the Mavericks done since then, and have they accomplished what seemed like a very clear mission statement from Michael Finley?
So they pick up Rashawn Holmes later that night.
They do.
But in the same time frame, they have been trying to move Rashawn Holmes until July 6th, until the trade became official. They were trying to move him. There were rumors about Rashawn Holmes trying to get moved. And then we need others like Derek Lively. Well, I would assume those are 7-footers who can protect the rim. Rashawn Holmes doesn't fit that. Now, he can be a small ball center. That's kind of his position. But when you listen to that, Michael Finley saying, look, he does not address all of our needs. We have a lot more, especially he gets specific on the center position, that we need more like Derek Lively. And I would say, who have the Mavericks gotten in Seth Curry and Grant Williams who is like Derek Lively?
And because obviously Grant Williams fits the general defensive perspective.
Right.
But he doesn't address rebounding at all. Clearly, Seth Curry does neither of those things. I mean, he's a phenomenal shooter, but he does neither of those things from the other perspective. So as of right now, I feel like they most definitely have not achieved what the organization said was their goal.
No. Did they try? Did they have discussions about trades and stuff? I mean, I feel like that was open, that it was out there, that they were trying to do that. They didn't, to answer the part of accomplish, no. And I feel like they're going to continue to seek options there. But at the moment, they're like, look, this is what we got. This is what we got to run with until, basically Mark Stein's cleared it. They're done, right?
They're trying to trade Tim Hardaway Jr. to get the center that they want.
All right. Those match
or
up,
need.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you look at what Michael Finley said, and we'll go to more cuts here, but if you listen to just that first cut, you'd say right now the Mavericks offseason is a failure. They put on draft night the first time you could start acquiring new players for this team. He laid out that they needed another center like Derek Lively, at least the traits that he brings, and they have not done that at all.
Yeah.
We can fire off cut number 12. This is Finley again, circling back and hitting the defensive upgrades necessary.
I think if you are a true Mavericks fan, or even as a player for the Mavs, you understand what we needed to be a better team. Whether that was players with more of a defensive mindset, or our current players getting better defensively, we understood that was something that in order to improve on last year, that was something that we had to address.
And one of the ways I do just want to point out, one of the things he said about players improving is that's been part of the Hardy Party that we talked about last week. is they did say that they had a big focus on working on him defensively in Summer League.
I do have a question because I think I was out during this time, but do we expect Dante Exum to do anything for us? Okay.
He's Frank Ntilikina.
Okay.
He will be your sixth guard when there's injuries or guys aren't playing well. He'll get thrown in there to see. He's the pet project of the Utah assistant general manager.
Okay. You did
Who's
give
now our assistant. He is a general manager. Now he's assistant with us.
You did give, and you protect yourself with Hardaway with Seth Curry. Is you have a good 3-point shooter available for Luka and Kyrie to give the ball to, and he can hit it, pretty much whenever. Rashawn Holmes, I still have this. I don't know exactly what to expect, and I don't know if we're just counting him out and saying he's a non-factor at all because of the last couple of years, or if they can squeeze something out of him, which it's weird because they couldn't squeeze anything out of McGee. So what makes us think that they could squeeze anything out of him, or is he just another chip to be traded?
And see, at first I thought they were going to try to squeeze something out of him, but I do think now he's just a chip to be traded. And my question to go along with that for you guys then is, do you think they're the one right deal away from kind of completing a lot of these goals in terms of rebounding or defense or whatever?
I won't
if
say
they were
one,
to get another big.
I won't say one, but I will say if there's a little bit of a rumor that Toronto is trying to trade Pascal Siakam, not to the Mavericks. Mavericks don't have anything close to what they need to get a deal done. Fine. But in it, there's a possibility of him going to Atlanta. But Atlanta needs to unload Clint Capella's contract to get it done. That would be perfect for the Mavs. And what I mean by that is he has 2 years left on his contract. You're hoping that those 2 years of Derek Lively's development as a third string center, I think his rookie year, that would be the perfect position to put him in. Maybe he works his way to second string backup center as the season progresses. And then in his second year, he's your backup center. And in his third year, he becomes your starting center and everything you dreamed of him being out of Duke. But he's not physically capable of playing, I think, valuable minutes in the NBA yet. And he's only 19 and his body's going to keep, hopefully getting stronger and better. But yes, so if they were to get Clint Capella, that could answer a lot of questions because right now what Michael Finley's telling you is they need to get better internally. Or eternally, I guess. But
I mean, sure, that works too.
If I look at, here's the starting lineup that I believe they're going to put out if the first game was tomorrow. Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving at the guards. Tim Hardaway Jr. and Grant Williams as your wings and Dwight Powell as your center. That would be what they would start the season. And that means Luka, who they need to get better defensively but hates playing defense, you're asking a lot of him to play defense. Kyrie, who doesn't really care to play defense and is limited defensively because of his size and then at times mostly lack of accountability on the defensive side because he's like, dude, my job is to get 25 points and 5 assists, and that's what I'm going to do. And then
do you not think they go Green over Hardaway?
Not right now.
Okay.
Not right now. Because here's the deal. Now I look at my bench. How do I put in Curry and Hardaway at the same time?
Yeah.
And I have Hardy on the bench too. So now if I do that, if I don't start Hardaway, I just have 3 guys who are scorers all coming in the game at the same time. Hey, I got one ball. Curry, Hardaway, Hardy, go get it, boys. Like, I probably have to start Tim Hardaway Jr. He takes charges. I will give him credit for taking charges. That's the only thing he does defensively. Besides that, he loves straight line drives. He's like, would you like to go straight to the basket, my man? You got it, bro. Okay? And then Grant Williams, who is a solid defensive player, a good defensive player. And Dwight Powell, who can't play defense at all, but he's trying really hard, too. I'll give him credit. He's trying to play defense. He puts his face in the way at times and gets a foul called against the guy for hitting his face. But, that's a horrible defensive team. Oh, Kyrie, Luka, Tim Hardaway Jr., Dwight Powell for the first 5 minutes of the game with Grant Williams. That is you got 4 rebounds a game from your center, 4 rebounds a game from your power forward, 3 rebounds a game from your small forward, 8 to 10 rebounds from your point guard, and 4 to 5 rebounds from your. That's the worst rebounding team in the NBA. We're still the worst, and you're probably the worst defensive team in the NBA to start a game. But yes, Green coming off the bench can help out. Like other guys coming off the bench can possibly help, but that's a really, I won't say really bad team to me. That's a 500 team right now that the Mavericks have.
Did you suggest Hardaway coming off the bench?
I did.
And the value of Hardaway is already diminished.
Yeah.
And him coming off the bench would just diminish it even more because he would quit.
Okay.
he would say, I don't want to.
I realize I have a wasted
untie his
asset
shoes
then.
and walk off the court.
Well, that's fine because I'm going to upgrade. Well, I mean, that's not really fine. But, like, I upgrade my team defensively
I agree.
by putting Green in there.
Right.
And I'm like, that's fine. I'm bringing in Seth Curry off the bench ahead of you, too. So, like,
And Jaden Hardy.
I realize that is a diminished asset, though, which you're paying him a lot of money. And we've talked about this many times. Is I didn't pay you money to do nothing. But sometimes I wish teams were like, hey, that money is already spent. Just, you can do whatever you want with him, but maybe he's not a fit for this team going forward. And if you can't trade him, you just slide him further down the bench because moving in Green, moving in Hardy, going to Curry ahead of him, make better basketball sense.
Real quick, if this is the team Hardy watches 48 minutes of basketball, he can't play. Because when you look at the price you're paying, they're not going to do that to Hardaway.
No, you're probably
what you
right.
just said, they're
I'm
not going to do
sure
it.
you're right.
Because if I have Curry, Green, Maxi Kleba, Derek Lively coming off the bench, with probably Lively I got to really watch, and then let's just say I'm going to put Rashawn Holmes out there some too. That's 5 guys off the bench. It's really tough to play more than 10 guys in an NBA basketball game. The 11th guy is getting 4 minutes. So if you want me to say, all right, I slotted Hardy for 4 minutes a game, how does he get better? How does he help you if he's playing 4 to 5 minutes? And so that's why they desperately want to get rid of Hardaway. And hopefully it comes about. But I just look at this team and go, hey, what Finley has said in those 2 cuts is not matching up with what we see on a piece of paper yet.
And from the 4-6-9, and this kind of feeds into the Lively thing, I don't think Mike knows how good Omax will be. It could be. I think could be is the thing, because if you expect him to roll in and immediately play 20 to 25 minutes at a high impact level, I just don't think that's a fair thing to ask of him.
I don't think they're following the NBA for years upon years. Ask me the Denver Nugget, who was the really good rookie who contributed a lot to their team. It doesn't mean that white boy from Kansas that helped them out for 5 to 10 minutes a game isn't going to be good for them, but it's really tough to come into the league on a team that's trying to win. They're not trying to develop. This was the great thing about Maxi Kleba and Dorian Finney-Smith in their career.
They
went to a horse-ass team. And so for their first 3 years in the NBA, they couldn't play in the league. But it's like, we don't care. We're losing anyways. Here's 10 free minutes. Here's another 20 free minutes. Go at it. And they figured their way in the NBA and how to fit. If we're going to do that, which is a whole nother discussion with Omax and Lively, and just be like, here's 20 minutes a night every game your rookie year, that's fine, but you're probably only going to win 35 games. You might lose 50 games. But I don't mind that, but you'd have to take the mindset of, we're going to play rookies, and when teams play rookies a whole bunch and multiple rookies a whole bunch, you usually lose 50 games.
And that ain't never going to happen either. And that's
but I like Omax.
What's the date?
I like Lively, kind of.
What's the date that all the everything's done with free agency and trading and all this?
It's close to over. You have major guys, obviously Lillard and Harden, that will probably get traded. It sounds like Siakam has a strong chance of getting traded. I would say October 1st, it's totally over.
Okay.
But we're 90% done with free agency. It's now just scrap heap free agency.
Well, and that's what I'm camp's
I'm
open.
fine with that.
Camp's open late September. And that's where I'm kind of like, you have to have a plan by then to say, okay, we're going to start incorporating these things so that we know what packages we can get Rashawn Holmes on the court in.
Yeah, and you can't trade him till September now.
Yeah, and so that's where
I shouldn't say it. You can only trade him by himself. So if you wanted to do a Holmes and Hardaway trade together, you have to wait 60 days from July 6th to trade him in a deal now that includes another player on your team.
So for me, it feels like, Kevin, they're going to be scrambling as they start into camp, as they start the NBA season, still trying to figure out what they are.
Yeah.
Other than Luka and Kyrie.
No, and I agree with that, and I agree with the scraps part. I just need one more scrap. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll take Capella if we're going to call him the scrap, and I feel...
No, I don't call him that.
Okay.
He's not a free agent. A free agent is a person who's...
I meant with
Christian
trades.
Wood.
Yeah.
How about the kid that we like, Derek Jones Jr., who's in dunk competitions but can't really play in the NBA? Like, I mean, that would be like somebody you give $3 to $4 million to.
And I can see that. I still think one more move will make us feel significantly better about their attempt to address rebounding while they've tried to address defense as well.
Right now, you're starting center and forward, or major forward, Grant Williams, give you about 8 rebounds a game.
And
Let's
that's
go.
total. No,
Compare.
no, that's bad.
Well, Luka gives you like 12.
I know, but I don't
So that's
want
20 with
and your
those
main
two.
my
guy off the
point
bench,
guard,
Maxey,
point
gives you 4.
forward. I don't want that guy to be like, well, he's going to lead the team in rebounds out of necessity.
Yeah.
No.
Well, because Kyrie can be our more point guard. You see how this is going, Kevin. It's going to be fine.
And I just want people. I like Omax a lot. I've watched him quite a bit. I know his strengths and weaknesses. I've watched Lively play all the game last night. It was fun to watch him in the second half. He had an impact in the second half, and it was fun to watch. But I think if you're a true basketball fan and you've truly watched basketball for a long time, you know how tough it is to make a major impact your rookie year on a good team. Even Tayshaun Prince, who had a great year, sat the bench for the Detroit Pistons, who won it all his second year. Because it's just so tough to figure out your way in the NBA and then to try to figure out on a team that's desperately trying to win. It's really tough.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bashak.
Could the Rangers be calling up AA guys to help out the Major League team? Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, well, Diaz isn't available. I do love that song right there, but he's hurt.
We're
he's
all
out.
missing out on that.
He's hurt for the Mets. He's out, and his brother isn't available either because the Cincinnati Reds are on fire, and they probably want their closer. But I was wondering this. There are two things I want to get to. There's an article out on MLB.com, 6 trade targets to watch after the break. And there is also my opinion on what if the Rangers can't make a trade? Either they feel like the cost is too much in prospects, or it's just not available. Like, I'll just to give you an idea. Bednar is in this article. The Pirates closer who has a 1.5 ERA. He's on the All-Star team for the second year in a row. He is great. He would answer a major issue with the Rangers. You pitch the 9th inning, and now we bump Will Smith down to the 7th, 8th, along with Aroldis Chapman, and I guess Spores when we come back. But I really would like another right-hander to kind of even knock Spores down one other list. Like you're our second best setup righty, not our best setup righty. So, and I don't want to get to that yet because I'm going to give this. Let's just say the Rangers, I do think they're going to make other moves, but let's just say they don't. Let's just say, gosh, trading for that guy they were asking for Evan Carter, and we just weren't going to do it. They said Evan Carter or we're done, and we said we're done. We're not doing it. So I was wondering this. I was looking at Owen White because when I look at Cole Winn, or if I look at, let's say, Jack Leiter, I go, they're not ready for the majors. Maybe they'll be ready next year. Maybe they'll never be ready. I don't know. But right now, at the All-Star break of 2023, Cole Winn, my son asked me this, and I said it's not a bad idea. He was successful in AA and not AAA. Would you move him back to AA to just see if he can get right? I mean, that's also not a big confident boost, but maybe
I would consider it.
Maybe even move him down to A-ball.
Absolutely.
And you just go, let's now that I don't think they'll do this.
That feels harsh.
Right. But or do you go, well, you do throw hard, we'll move you into a reliever role and see if you can make it as a reliever as a prospect.
At some point, let me ask you this question. Maybe you can draw off your own experience. Did you get to a point on the way up that you were like, I don't care if you move me, if it fast tracks me to get to the big leagues? Were you ever in that position? You're like, yeah, put me as a reliever. That's fine.
That's an interesting question because I actually had this come up. Neil Huntington, who was our farm director at the time, who ended up being the general manager for the Pirates. I believe we've had him on the air. I think it was with G-Bag when I was with G-Bag, and he was still the Pirates general manager. He's a special assistant for Cleveland now. He came to me in 2001 because in 2000 I felt like I got really screwed over. I was 21 years old and I pitched in AA and was 11-11 with like a 4.5 ERA. Pretty good year. Led the team in innings pitched, led the team in wins, and AA at 21 years old. So I was doing really well. Well, I hurt my knee in the off season in Cleveland, and so I don't go to spring training on time. I show up a week late, and showing up a week late. As we're coming to a close, Carl Willis, who's my pitching coach in AA, who's the Cleveland pitching coach now in the major leagues and has been there for a long time in the majors with different teams. He goes, hey, Mike, you're going to start the 5th game in Akron because that's AA because, your arm's just not built up as much. So you'll probably throw about 70 pitches your first outing, probably 4 innings, and then we'll go from there and you'll be pretty much built up the rest of the way. I'm like, all right, great. Next day, Neil Huntington calls me in the office and says, hey, Mike, we're going to send you back to Kinston, North Carolina. We're going to send you to A-ball. I was broken. And I just went back to the hotel, just totally broken. I couldn't believe that I was, after being an all-star in high A-ball the year before and then going to AA and being a pretty good pitcher in AA, that they were going to send me back to A-ball, totally broken, furious.
Yeah.
I demanded a trade. My agent actually called up some teams and just said, hey, do you have any interest in Bassick? Because it looks like Cleveland doesn't have any more interest in him anymore. Neil Huntington was a new farm director. He came over from Montreal, so there was no connection to Mike Bassick for Neil Huntington. And Neil was kind of, being honest, he was promoting his guys that he kind of saw as his draft picks that he had just had, and I was getting left behind, it felt like. Well, the Diamondbacks actually said, oh my gosh, yeah. And they offered 3 players for me. And Neil, I came into the office and I said, Neil, can you trade me? I know that there's a trade package that a team's giving you. He's like, I'm not here to better your career. And that was tough.
Wow.
He's like, I'm here for the Cleveland Indians. I'm not here for you. And so we're not moving you just because you're not happy with your situation.
What a rig.
And so I was like, well, do you consider me one of your 20 best prospects in the minor leagues? Not counting people that are in the major leagues that are young guys with you. And he said, probably not. And he's honest with me. And I said, well, in this trade, you're getting the 16th best prospect for the Arizona Diamondbacks, according to Baseball America. So you'd be getting a guy that is considered better than me, right?
So you're trying to do the negotiation.
Yeah. And he's like, Mike, I don't care what you say. I'm not going to better your situation. I broke down and started bawling, crying in his office.
Wow.
And I said, I'm trying so hard, and I pointed to the big league stadium. I'm trying so hard to get up there, and you are stopping me from that dream. And he was like, Mike, I'm not stopping you from this dream. I'm sending you to A-ball. You can go or not go, but that's where you're going to play if you want to keep playing baseball. And I was horrible in A-ball. I mean, my first 6 weeks, horrible. And my manager,
because you didn't want to be there, did you?
My manager was Brad Kaminsky, and had a horrible attitude. I actually marked off every Chief Wahoo, not because I was against Chief Wahoo. I marked off everything that said Indians on all of my T-shirts and everything. It's like, I want out of this place. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be a Cleveland Indian anymore. And so I was horrible, having a horrible time, horrible attitude. And Brad Kaminsky, my manager, calls me in the office, and I'll take out all the cuss words that he said, but he said, look, you are getting screwed. This organization is screwing you over. But guess what? Unless you're Roger Clemens or Ken Griffey Jr., everybody gets effed in this game. Like, literally everybody gets effed in this game. And you're getting effed. But now you're effing yourself over because you are not going out there and pitching well. I can't call up Neil Huntington, or I can't call up the AA staff and say, man, Bassick's doing great. He's ready to go to you. And so that really helped me out. Then I also got the book, The Mental ABCs of Pitching, and started really reading that. And it changed my mindset, changed my attitude. It really helped out. Ross Atkins at the time was there as a special helper. He's the general manager of the Toronto Blue Jays now. We were buddies because we played the last 2 years of pro ball together. He's like, you're being a D. Like, you got to get out of this. I know you're not this person that you're acting like right now. And it really helped me out. And so after that moment, I don't know, I had like 5 or 6 starts in A-ball and probably put up an ERA of like 1.1 in those 6 starts.
Damn.
Then they moved me up to AA. I went 7-0 with like a 1.7 ERA in AA. Then they moved me up to AAA in the same year, this whole year, right? So I'm leading to this. So I go from A-ball, horrible attitude, pitching horribly, to all the way up to AAA in that same year because I took a kind of a heart-to-heart from Brad Kaminsky, from Ross Atkins.
So it could happen.
So it can happen, right? Now, the next year, I start off in AAA. And after a month of being in AAA, and I'm doing pretty good. Like, as like a 3-something ERA, I'm doing pretty good. Charles Nagy and Jarrett Wright from the big league team needed to rehab because they were not ready to pitch in the major leagues because of injury. They were sending them down to the minor leagues. And Neil Huntington called me up. I'm 22 years old. And Neil goes, Mike, I'm sending Charles Nagy and Jarrett Wright to Buffalo. They're going to be in the rotation. I got to take you out of the rotation. It's up to you. He left it up to me at 22 years old. After all of those discussions we had and bawling my eyes out in spring training to him, he goes, it's up to you. You can stay in AAA in Buffalo, and I'm going to move you to the pen. And I cannot promise that you're going to pitch much at all because I got guys that are on the 40-man roster, and I got guys that are a higher priority in the pen than you. Or I can send you back to AA and you can start in AA. And because of my maturity that happened at 21 years old and everything I went through, I said, Neil, send me back to AA so I can keep pitching. And so I don't know.
Did you talk to your dad about that too?
No, I just did it. I just said, nope. I said, I'd rather keep pitching than sit and not pitch. And so I went back to AA. Had like 6 starts, went like 4-0 with like a 1-something ERA. I don't know. You can look it up on Baseball Reference on what my ERAs were and record. And then I got sent back up to AAA, did great, went like 11-6, Cleveland Indians minor league pitcher of the year, got called up to the major leagues. And then after that season was over, I got traded with Robbie Alomar, as Steve Phillips just said, to the New York Mets.
The Bassick trade.
But I actually asked for a demotion when he gave me the opportunity. Do you want to keep starting, or do you want to go to do you want to stay in AAA and just go to the pen and kind of watch baseball games and just pitch whenever there's extra innings to pitch, because I can't tell you you're really going to pitch much. So I actually said, give me the demotion back to AA, and did great, and then got promoted back to AAA when Nagy and Wright got healthy, and then ended up being the minor league pitcher of the year for the Cleveland Indians that year.
So for Cole,
I'm saying for Cole Winn, it might be better for him at this point to take a demotion, that AAA is too high of a level for him that he cannot handle, and maybe have to redo some things. And maybe it's better to redo it in A-ball if you're going to totally redo the way you throw the ball, the pitches that you throw. So I didn't get to this, but I'm just wondering.
It kind of derailed.
I'm wondering if Owen White, he's had a good start in AAA, a bad start in AAA, and a good start in AAA since he's been moved up from AA this year. He was in AA majors for one game, back to AA, and now to AAA. They've promoted him. If there's not a trade available, I'm just wondering if Owen White is any type of solution into this rotation. I think it's very scary in a pennant race to promote a rookie, but we've seen it before where rookies have Dontrell Willis for the Florida Marlins when I was playing. Like, there have been guys, I know I just kind of ragged on Lively and Omax. It's a little bit different. There's minor leagues where there's no minor leagues really in basketball, but I'm just wondering if they have to look at Owen White as an August-September solution.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the All-Star Game is tonight. What is your favorite All-Star Game memory of all time? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan from the 682. That was a phenomenal and encouraging breakdown from Mike from the 469. That was a really cool story, Mike. Thank you for sharing your story. Cool to see the inner workings of that. Agree with that 1,000,000%.
Now read the negative ones.
No, that seems
Is
like
that how it works, Mike?
Yeah.
Is it Kevin's like, oh, but what about the negative?
You still sucked in the
I
majors.
learned. No, I learned from yesterday's experience.
Oh, okay.
And I went back to the drawing board and I was like, hey, don't be so damn negative.
No, that was really cool, man. That was I didn't know that about you, that you had that moment in your life. That was cool.
I think I told you yesterday, or we mentioned it on air, that the midseason rankings for Baseball America, Evan Carter had bounced up to 6. Owen White, 75. Luis Angel Acuna, 87. No Jack Leiter to be found, which kind of speaks to what we were talking about, but shows how viable Owen White would be as a prospect. Got the All-Star game tonight. Do you guys have an all-time favorite All-Star moment? And I'm curious, when people break this down, is it more something from when they were a kid? Because I don't think mine was from when I was like really little. Although I do remember when I was little, like stopping down for the Rangers to get that one at bat, because usually they didn't have like the star player in the lineup and you had to maybe wait for that at bat to come. But I want to play cut number 1. I think this, between Barry Bonds, who will be on the show on Monday.
What?
Yeah, really. And Torrey Hunter might be my favorite All-Star moment ever. Cut 1.
Didn't get his arms extended as he raises one into right center field. At the wall, it is caught. Oh, what a catch by Torrey Hunter. Woo. Is that any good? That'll wake you up. My goodness. Way over the wall to take a home run away from Barry Bonds.
And that moment is super awesome because, first of all, it's a great catch. And that Barry Bonds like scoops him up over his shoulders after that and everything. But it also showed like that is a competitive baseball move at a time when the sections of the NHL All-Star game, they don't even call a goal sometimes when it happens. They're just chatting about stuff. We've discussed the NBA All-Star game ad nauseum, and now we've switched to beach games for football. That was an actual competitive baseball move in the game where you're like, man, he gave everything.
Yeah, Bonds had every right to be like, dude, you could have just let that go.
Oh,
bro.
for sure.
But then, like, it just shows it kind of made Barry Bonds human for a moment, for maybe the first time. Whenever he picks him up. Like, that was a moment that I remember more than the catch, Kevin.
And I'm pretty sure he hit a home run in his next at bat.
Okay,
but,
yeah.
But you're right. How iconic was him just scooping him up?
Yeah, there was personality to it, and it looked like I don't know, it looks like Major League Baseball players can be friends sometimes. And I know you want them to like hate each other while they're playing and everything. You want that. But it looked like a fun game of baseball. And that was an awesome moment.
So I have a lot.
Okay.
So I feel like every time we get to the All-Star game, they always show Reggie Jackson in Detroit hitting it over the stadium.
I don't know if was I alive?
No.
Okay.
But like that's one that I feel like they show a whole bunch that I can remember. Another one that they've shown a whole bunch in my lifetime I guess it wasn't in my lifetime, but they show a whole bunch is Pete Rose ending a catcher's career.
Dude, by trucking him.
Yeah, so Pete Rose, I think, ended, and I'm sorry I don't know the catcher's name, but he was an all-star.
Yeah.
And then he wasn't anymore. So those are two that I think are probably like a long time ago. But I'll remember as a kid, Julio Franco hitting the ball into the right center gap at Wrigley Field and then hoisting the MVP trophy up. And just thinking, how cool is that Julio Franco, our Texas Ranger, is an MVP of the All-Star game?
Did it feel at all, and this might sound preposterous, but as a kid in my mind, this made perfect sense. That meant that Julio Franco and the Rangers were the best.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Like, I realized, Corey, that is not accurate, but that's how I felt.
Do you guys ever remember, I want to say it was in L.A., but I'm not 100% sure, when Bo Jackson led off the game with like a 500-mile-an-hour home run?
Yes. And did he win MVP that year of the All-Star game?
He might have. I just remember.
I think he was off Rick
Russell.
He had
windmill tips.
He had a great catch in that one too. He had a really great catch in that game too. But that wasn't. Did he run up the wall in the All-Star game?
No, that wasn't the All-Star.
Okay, then I'm
I
remembering.
can see how you would put those together.
Then I'm remembering Pudge hitting a double that got stuck in the wall in one of the All-Star games, and that's one of those things that really sticks in my mind.
But I remember
Ray
that
Fosse,
Bonds one, Ray
by the
Fosse. So I remember the Bonds one too. I was thinking about the Bonds one. I mean, in a weird way, I can remember. Didn't Hank Blaylock have a big triple
He
in
did
a game
to win the game
from the 2-5-4? Hank Blaylock go-ahead home run.
Home
off
run?
Of Eric
Okay, home
Gagne
run. Okay.
is my most favorite memory from
And
the
we wanted
4-6-9.
Gagne.
I know. Hey,
We
he was
got
useful
Mike Adams
for us.
instead.
Hank Blaylock home run from the 817. Hank Blaylock home run. That is it for a lot of
I
people.
did not remember it correctly though.
I picked out a different one that I thought maybe you were going to say.
Okay.
From the 817. By the way, from the 214, Bud Selig's face when the tie happened. I'm pretty sure that's the Torrey Hunter game. The Torrey Hunter
In
Barry Bonds
Milwaukee?
game. I think that's the same
I think he's
game.
in Milwaukee. I'm not
where they were like, oh crap. And wasn't it the very next year when they were like, this time it matters?
Yeah.
And they
It
started,
really screwed over the Rangers.
It really
did. Thanks
honestly,
a lot, C.J. Wilson.
You probably are World Series champs if they just go by the better record.
What? C.J. Wilson gave up the runs that lost the All-Star game, that lost the World Series for us.
Or do you look back at that other All-Star game that ended in a tie as realizing that was the point that the Rangers lost the 2011
man.
World Series?
Yeah, that's a good. Or whenever they hired Bud Selig as the
Okay. Oh
commissioner.
my gosh.
That's how you make the NBA All-Star game
Holy
relevant.
smoke.
Whoever loses the NBA All-Star game, all the players that lost have to play in the remaining games of the season. They can't load manage.
That's a great
They have to play
idea.
at least 20 minutes of every game the rest of the way. That will make them play hard. They're like, oh, no, I want to sit out seven more games.
I'm going to switch that from the All-Star game to the NBA Cup. So when it's tournament night, you're like, you're damn right I'm going to play, and I'm going to win. I don't want to have to play these other games. But Corey, I'm also fascinated by this alternate timeline where maybe if Bud Selig was never born, never made the commissioner, there was no tie, the Rangers win the World Series.
All right, can I throw mine out there?
Yes.
All right, it is the first All-Star game. Babe Ruth steps
What?
up. Okay. No, seriously, it's
What
the
year was
Randy
that?
Johnson, Larry Walker, John Kruk moment.
Oh,
That was hilarious. Like this is similar to Beltray pulling the circle over to where he wants it to be. This was like him being up there. Randy Johnson throws one. I think it whizzed right past Larry Walker's head. And John Kruk gets up there and he puts on his helmet backwards and he's just like, I got to protect myself there. So I just thought that was
Didn't
a
one of them
hilarious
bat
moment.
right-handed the rest of the way? Was it Larry Walker? Who's like, I'm just going to get in the right-hander's batter's box. I don't want any part of this.
Actually, no, it was Kruk that almost got hit, and then Walker. Yeah, Walker was the one that went up there and was like, I don't want to deal with this at all.
Kruk who did that
Yeah,
as
and
well.
Kruk put his, he swung at a ball like 8 feet outside on the last one, like a slider, and he just put his helmet on the ground and and bowed to I'm out of here.
I'm not dealing with it.
this.
Kruk turned his helmet around. Walker went righty. That was what it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then multiple people are saying Michael Young on the triple.
Triple, there we
yeah.
go. But I do remember, Michael Young, and then now I am remembering Hank Blaylock's big home run. I just remember those two guys had big moments. It was really, the Rangers have had big moments for them being not much. I mean, I hate saying this, but really in the history of baseball, for the Rangers not being much of a franchise in the history of baseball, when they write the history of baseball, there's really not much to write about the Texas Rangers. And they have had players have big moments in all-star games.
And somebody brought this up in the fan text, and I did double check it on an MLB article I'd been looking at, is that Bo Jackson home run. That's when Ronald Reagan was on the call with Vin Scully.
Wow.
Like, yeah, it was in the...
Is that on TV or is that a radio call?
I think that was the TV call, and it was the summer of '89. So right after Reagan had just been the president, and Scully goes, and Bo Jackson says hello. And that's just crazy that those are all of the people. I thought you might say...
It's our childhood right there.
I know, it really is. I thought you might say number 2 is cut number 2 on here. I said that weird. Cut number 2 on here is when A-Rod switches places with Cal Ripken, and then Cal Ripken Jr. comes up to the plate, and this is how it goes down.
Standing ovation. It will grow as Ripken bats here in the third. The man of 1,000 stances leads off, rips one, goodbye. Ripken homers in his final All-Star game.
That's awesome.
That's pretty cool.
I forgot about that. Chan-Ho Park, right, was the pitcher? Is that correct?
I think that might be correct, actually.
So, yeah, that
Was he a Ranger?
No.
Oh, no, that was...
Because he's a Dodger, I believe.
Yeah, he's still a
pitching
Dodger.
great. We had
yeah.
to give him all the money. But yeah, so A-Rod, when he went out there, he's like, hey, let's switch positions.
That one's... I've seen that about 8,000 times behind Mike's head as they've been, not today, but over the last couple days. They've been showing it over and over and over. I see it all the time where A-Rod tells me that it's an awesome moment. It really is a cool moment to say, oh, man, we all grew up watching you, to give some honor to the dude that played that position for so long.
It's random what I remember and don't remember, because that brought back memories. I just don't remember exactly where I was. I can remember in 1999, I had just gone to a theme park in Ohio. I was on All-Star break in Akron. And so we're all eating dinner. In fact, like Dave Roberts is there, and like Danny Peoples, who I got traded with to the Mets, and Mark Budzinski, who's now the first base coach for the Toronto Blue Jays. And we had gone to a theme park there in Sandusky, Ohio. And people might know that theme park. I'm just forgetting the name of it. And this is the first time I ever rode roller coasters, and I'm swearing and cussing
Great
on
America?
them, and I'm scared to death. It wasn't Great America,
Okay, I don't
though.
know
But Pedro Martinez, just is striking everybody out. He was just dominant in the 1999 All-Star game, that start of it. But I remember just sitting there with those guys and just watching Pedro just dominate everybody.
Yeah, at the 806, there's something truly magical about baseball, man. And
Agreed.
And I do, there is something unique about the game that gives me a different feel. The first Field of Dreams game. I mean, the Tim Anderson moment was amazing, right?
You're right.
And you can't, they can't recreate that. They can't accidentally recreate that in the same way. I mean, they're trying to redo it and everything, but there is something about this game, and I don't know if it's because it's kind of built for pageantry, or if it's because there's so much space in between the action that it allows for more memorable moments to happen. I love football. Football is my favorite sport. But there is something that makes me, I don't know, the hairs stand up a little more when it comes to baseball. And I don't know if it's just because that was my childhood and it's nostalgic for me, but it just seems like they have more special moments in the game.
In this one, you're
Cedar Point.
Cedar Point.
There's a million people texted in. Thank you very much, Tolos.
Yeah, that was my first ever time to ride roller coasters, and I was scared to death. At Six Flags, the biggest one I'd get on was Judge Roy Scream.
Yes.
So that was the first time I got on bigger roller coasters, and I got over my fear of roller coasters there. But I think what's fun about tonight is the best play against the best, and they're trying. The NBA All-Star Game's just fake. Gosh, Jason Tatum had 88 points. I don't care if he had 168 points. You can have...
I might care about that.
It's easy to have... if you wanted to score 200 points on your own in an NBA All-Star Game, I think you could. Just here's the ball. Just go lay it up every time. Nobody's going to stop you from doing it. But this is actually... back in the day, I'm looking at the box score now. Pedro Martinez starts off that game, 2 innings pitched, no hits, 5 Ks.
Do they have scouting reports for this game?
No, but you have an idea.
I know that guy.
Yeah, no, I think it's you're saying they're trying. They are. Nobody wants to be alone in the batter's box and get fooled in front of 30,000 fans.
Right. But the hitter's trying their best to get a hit, and the pitcher's trying their best to get the guy out. That's the only game where that happens anymore, where it's an all-star game and the best are actually trying. The outfielder's trying to go run and catch the ball. The double play infield of Seager and Simeon are going to try to turn a double play if the ball's hit with a runner on first base tonight. They're not just going to be whatever. I'll just walk and see the ball, and this guy will just walk to first base and then jog to second. Who cares? I just want it to be a double. Everybody's actually going to try in this game.
Somebody brought this up, and I was like, okay, I need to go watch the video. They mentioned Ted Williams. So Ted Williams in 1941, he hit the first ever walk-off home run in the All-Star game. And it's amazing because I watched the video. First of all, was I a little surprised there was a good video of it? Yes, I was.
Is he really fast in the video?
No.
Okay.
But he is skipping and he's pumped. There are a shocking amount of people wearing straw hats or whatever in the crowd. I'm telling you, go to MLB.com.
You should dress up to go to a Major League Baseball
on YouTube
game.
That's
right
a good
now.
point. Watch this video. At least 65% of those people in the audience, I know you think I'm inflating that number. I am not, have straw hats on
When did we stop wearing ties and button-ups and straw hats to baseball games?
They did not care about people running onto the field either. There's like
there's
80,
a whole bunch of people
there's
just
as he's touching third base, there's a good 150 people just running onto the field. There's a kid at home plate in a shirt and tie, meeting him at home plate, going, "Great job."
But Ted Williams
Pal.
is pumped. He skips going around first base. And they're, like I said, he's right about all of that. But there's a shocking amount of people wearing straw hats and
He finished
suits
second in MVP voting for that season.
Is he behind
1941.
DiMaggio?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I want to say we'll look into it. We probably won't.
He had a 406 batting average that year, Kevin, and finished second in MVP voting.
Just shows don't be a D to all the people around you, and you'll get what maybe you want. If you're a great person, you get like $11 million a year from the team that really loves you.
Okay, I know how you feel about Dwight Powell, Mike.
then
We all know how you
Williams
feel
has
about
plenty
Dwight
of time,
Powell.
though. He has plenty of time to change.
Yeah.
You know,
but then, honestly, it's a really fair contract. Dwight Powell's on the right salary now.
How did he get there?
Okay.
How did we get there?
By the way, I did decide to investigate Joe DiMaggio, who had his 56-game hitting streak that year.
More important than 406, huh?
That's what the voters said.
Wow.
15 first-place votes to 8 first-place votes. To be fair, Joe DiMaggio also hit 357. So he was pretty good that year, too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are they the scourge of the roadways or unsung heroes? The moral compass, folks who cut into an exit lane at the last second. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
He's got one over the wall, and that should be two, and it is. And there goes number 3. A little quicker start than we saw from Randy Arozarena.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where Adolis Garcia had 17 home runs in his first round loss. The exact number that our very own Alec Medford predicted if you go watch Carter's amazing video at 105.3 The Fan.
I have the Powerball numbers.
The backward D hat works.
It does.
Upside down D hat. Backwards? Is it backwards?
It's upside down.
Upside down.
Not backwards, I don't think.
Yeah.
But yes, well done, Alec. You got that correct. Adolis Garcia, however, lost in the first round. But we're going to talk about something totally different here.
I predicted 6 home runs, by the way.
Were you the most off?
Well, did he hit 16?
17.
No, I was
Got
close.
changed.
And I was close.
I had 16. I thought I was going to win.
I think y'all had him winning. So.
Were you hoping he didn't hit home runs in the end?
When I thought he was going to lose. Right? Yeah, no, I could see that. I could see that. We're going to do a little bit of a moral compass here based on something that is happening right now is people who try to pull over into the exit lane at the very last second. Now, in Boston, they are, I saw the video that you sent me, Corey, is a cop cites somebody for crossing the solid white line, and they immediately get pulled over. I guess pulled over, but the guy's on foot, but he just like steps in front of the car and waves him off to the side.
Can I explain something to you real quick? Have you ever been on Mockingbird?
I have.
Right.
Everybody's been on Mockingbird.
Good. You ever been on Mockingbird right over White Rock Lake?
Yeah, because it's a long road.
It is a long road. Yes, Mike. One day I was driving home from the grocery store, the Kroger, over off Mockingbird, going back to the house across the lake. And I'm going a pretty good 55 here. And it's 45 in the zone. And I see a cop step out into the road in front of me and put his hand out like that's going to protect him if I'm not paying attention. And granted, if I kill him, obviously a lot more trouble.
Oh my God.
Right? Like, no, if you run over a cop, you're in a lot of trouble, dude.
I agree.
But I came to a stop and got my ticket, and, Avery was crying in the back seat because he was a baby and he didn't know any better. And it's me. It's me. I mean, Adrian did my defensive driving, but even still, this is a long story. That was the first moment I had seen cops stepping into the street and going, stop. And when I saw this video, that's the first thing it reminded me of.
Yeah.
But this is a situation, Kevin, that you've shown me many times you're not against this at all.
I'm not.
The getting over at the last second part.
And I know it's going to infuriate people, and I get that. But the reason why I'm not against it is because if it's not me, it's going to be somebody else. Now, I realize that people will argue that's part of the problem. And I do already see from the 806, nothing is more infuriating than someone cutting in line while people are waiting patiently in a car or on foot. Just wait your turn. I hear you. And I tried that for a really long time. But then I saw person after person just cut right in front because the people weren't paying attention. I think the people who really deserve the blame for this are the people who are like, la, 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 I'm driving. And they don't pay attention to what's happening in front of them. They don't care if that car's moved. They don't care if the lights turn green. They're just going to sit there doing whatever the hell they feel like forever.
Phone time.
That is what allows those people to cut in. If everyone stayed focused and kept moving, then I would absolutely stay in line. I did that for years and years and years, and then realized I was a chump because there's always people not paying attention, and I end up moving further back in the line because that person swung right in front of whoever wasn't paying attention. So then I became that person.
When I drive to the Globe Life Field, I have to exit off of what was George Bush and is now some new highway and I exit at whatever it is, just past Egyptian Way. And as I exit there, it backs up really bad. And Avery and I were going to the game recently, and I went all the way to the point of exit and got right over and basically was already there past, 200 cars. And Avery was like, "Dad, is that legal?" And I was like, "There was an opening. Like, if there's an opening, I used to be one of those. It was like get in line and wait your turn, but no more. I'm no longer like that. That is, hey man, I'm going to take the risk, and if I have to deal with it, I have to deal with it."
And I understand there's already some people who are like, that's a D move, and I get that.
Yeah.
I think it's a D move to sit there and
not pay attention.
But people don't view it that way. I get it. It's an easy thing to be like, oh, if you do that, you're a D. That's fine. As long as you also acknowledge that people who sit there and do nothing and hold up the flow of traffic, they're D's as well.
What about the people that will drive down the median on 75?
Like the shoulder?
Yeah, the shoulder part of 75, and they'll just drive down that just to pass all the traffic. And you're like, come on, dude.
That is very much against the law. I get it. Still against the law to cross the white line. Although I had the solid white line. Although I had a friend years ago that said something that like really won me over, and he goes, "It's just like it's frowned upon." And I was like, "I'm pretty sure that's the law." And he goes, "No, if it was the law, there'd be a wall there."
Mm-hmm.
And so, like,
that's a good point.
Oddly stuck with me.
There would be a wall.
It feels different if you're driving on the shoulder. Also, that seems like a foolish decision for you and your tires. If you look at all the crap that's usually out there, that just seems like a bad decision.
But Kevin, you said there was a study in Germany that said that the zipper method is the best possible way to make sure that the efficiency in driving exists.
Yes.
And the zipper method is,
I'm a big proponent of the zipper
that
method.
you as a somebody getting onto the highway, you wait till the last second. Is that correct? You wait till the last second and get on, or is it get on as early as possible and the other people wait till the last second?
It just depends on like where you're at. There are some highways where you're like, you damn sure better get on the first second you can, because but
otherwise you're never going to get there.
Yeah, but I hate the people who like slow down or stop at the runway is there for you to figure it out. But yeah, I'm very much a proponent. This is a big thing when people leave parking lots is you go, I go, you go, I go. Like, let's all just keep merging this in. But everyone's like, no, I have to protect my spot in front of you. And they're like, I have to protect my spot in front of you. And that's why people don't move. If we just zippered it, I think we would be able to move out of those parking lots a lot quicker.
The one that drives me totally insane every morning is the bridge that I have to get on from Oak Cliff.
The bridge from nowhere?
And
I've been there.
And they give you a whole lane. They give you a whole lane that it's impossible for the traffic to get into that lane. A person would have to go through their green light and then dart over 2 lanes to where there's no lane, and they would try to rip their car off the bridge and kill themselves. That's the only way that a car could hit you, as they give you that long to merge. They give you like 100 yards where no car can get anywhere close to you within 2 lanes. And then as you merge onto the lane, you can take kind of a circle thing that kind of puts you on either 35, or you can take the tollway, or you can then get on the horrible traffic to try to get on 75 where I get on. And there is a zillion people that stop. Like they go to a yield stop, and I'm like, they made this bridge where there should be no stopping. You can drive at like 25 to 35 miles an hour, and they give you a good 200 yards to eventually merge over to the left and then go. And there's people that stop all the time. And then that line is literally, all it takes is one person to be like, I got to stop until I get the green light, which I can't even see anymore. It just means that there's no cars going. It will then back up by like 100 cars because there's multiple lights that then we're stuck at waiting. So sometimes I will drive up to the light where you got to go left. You can't go straight. You're near the Trinity River there. And you have to go left. And I just go all the way up to that light and then take a direct right turn. And I'm like, I'm not waiting in this 150 car line because there's morons that don't know that there's no stop there. You can keep going.
It's interesting because somebody texted in and they were like, look, that's fine, but if you're not using a blinker, you're not getting in front of me. And that just points out, Kevin, that everybody has a different interpretation of what's important to them.
And see,
every person gets to is out there deciding
You're right.
based on what they think is the most important thing, instead of us all having, I try to teach Avery right now. He's in driver's ed. I'm trying to teach him. They're all kind of working with the same general rules that you are. Everybody is. You have to trust that they are, and if they don't, that's when problems happen.
You know what? That is an amazing point, Corey, because I was going to say we all need to sit down to the negotiating table and come up with a set of driving rules, and I know people will be like, I know. But
my kid did it today.
But my point is, people think different rules are the bendable rules,
Yes.
right? Like, there's some people who are like, if you see a no U-turn, you're like, get the F out of here.
Yeah, stop sign with a white line around it.
Or don't turn right on red. And then there's other people who are like, oh, speed limit. And like, everybody thinks a different rule is
Can be bent
bendable.
just a little bit.
And so if we made our great unified driving rules that we all agreed we would really follow, and at the negotiating table, they're like, I'll zipper, but you have to put on your blinker. I'd be like, deal.
I can do that.
That's a fair ask. And I think we can figure that out. So I realize there's a unified set of driving rules, but not in practice, because everybody thinks one rule is more bendable than the next.
Can we also agree on this, though? There is nothing that about somebody cutting you off or not letting you in that you should take personal and pull a gun out on somebody for.
Agreed. It's hard not to take it personally. I will say I see multiple people that say they defend that spot to not let people in. I'm here for that.
That's fine.
I respect that because you're keeping things moving. I agree. Never pull a gun or get out of your car and beat someone down or anything like that.
That person has no clue what I'm dealing with on that day, and I don't have a clue what they're dealing with. We should just... I have too many things at home I have to worry about than getting into a fight over traffic.
I agree with that. It's hard not to take it personal. Like, I'm not going to get out of my car and shoot somebody. I think that is absolutely crazy. Or like get in a fight with someone in the middle of the street. But it is hard not to take it personally. And you're like, that son of a...
What do you... So what at this point, I remember there was one time, Kevin, you and I were leaving a remote and we were driving back across, DFW. And I was looking at the split, and I didn't know if I was going north or south. And at the last second, I went, oh crap. And it just clicked in my mind that I needed to go the other way. And I went, Rrr! And almost flew off the bridge. And I've had, maybe the only moment in my entire life that I've made that decision. Usually I will say, you know what? I'm taking my losses. I'm going to go just turn around at the next exit. But for some reason in that moment I did. Usually I just go and take the next exit. But a lot of people are like, nope, I got to turn around. I got to make this move right now.
I remember that because I called you.
Yes.
Because we were going opposite ways. And I was like, are you okay? What just happened? But like he wasn't doing it to be a jerk.
No.
And there was nobody on the road because it was late at night. He just all of a sudden he was like, I'm going left at the split. And you're right. It's on a bridge.
Yeah.
So if you miss.
I was going right off the bridge.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going left. I'm going left. Oh crap. I'm going right. And I was like, what the hell just happened?
So that's my best suggestion is, hey man, I know last second feels like you got to swerve 4 lanes from the left lane to get all the way over there to get to your place that you're trying to get to. For the safety of everybody else, just take the next exit and turn around. It'll take about 2 minutes longer.
Yeah.
Yes, Mike? Oh, okay. Mike's like, no, I don't want to.
No, I'm fine. I'm just watching old timers baseball games, and this is the most entertaining thing I've ever seen.
All I know
It's
is
so horrible.
I
It's
walked
great.
over to watch 70-some-odd-year-old Ted Williams, and he was bitching about a strike call, and it was amazing.
Did he lose his head on that one?
Oh my God! Stop that! Stop what you're doing. We're the KNC Master. That's your fault, Carter. Coming up next.
Only after death.
It's time for Gridiron Gravy. The votes are in. How many top-notch cornerbacks do the Cowboys have? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming out tonight.
Dak protected so well. Gilmore with the pick. No flag. Fans wanted it. There was a lot of contact. Gilmore inside the 20 and down at the 19-yard line. Stephon Gilmore.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, people talk about Stephon Gilmore as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip. Biscuit. Now, today...
It's Taco Tuesday.
Hurtado's dropped off some for us, and the G-Bag Nation will be at Hurtado's doing their show today. So you're right about that. There's also Cornerback Day on ESPN.com. If I tell you they have their top 10, and then they have 5 honorable mentions. So there's 15. How many top 15 cornerbacks in the league do the Dallas Cowboys have?
6. I mean, with
That
Kelvin Joseph
is-
and
What?
is that Homer? Is that what that?
Kenny the Shark Gant.
I'm not going back in time of active contemporary players in
Dude,
the
he
NFL.
was a good guest last year, by the way. That was a really fun
Slot
guest.
corner.
Yes, we can have him back on at
Number
any point.
29. Who do they have?
I mean,
Top 15, 1.
top 15.
Top 10, 1.
I would
Top
say
15
1.
maybe 2.
I would say 1 in the top 10.
Yeah.
But in the top 15.
1.
2.
Okay. Here are honorable mentions.
Anthony Brown.
It's not Anthony Brown.
Oh,
Spoiler alert.
man. He doesn't have enough chip on his shoulder.
L'Jarius Sneed, Tre'Davious White, Tariq Woolen, J.C. Horn, and Xavion Howard are your honorable mentions. So that's 11 through 15. Number 10, A.J. Terrell. Where would you put Trayvon Diggs? Then I'm assuming, unless you think it's Stephon Gilmore that goes in the top 10.
Number 7.
Okay.
Because that's his number.
And it's 7-Eleven Day.
Oh yeah, did you see that? I was going to talk about that later today.
Oh, do you get a Slurpee?
It's Slurpee Day. Yeah. They're about this big, by the way, for people
Oh.
listening on radio.
How big is that?
2 inches.
Yeah, Mike, you were able to get that pretty quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but hey, it's Slurpee, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It costs like 99 cents.
Micah tweeted out "Happy 7-Eleven
I
Day."
don't know. Nowadays, it probably costs like $7.
So it was
Stay focused,
it was
Mike.
a picture
Thanks a lot,
of
inflation.
Diggs and him because that's
That
7-Eleven.
makes sense.
I would have Diggs like 10.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought he was better last year, even though he had less interceptions. I thought he was a better cornerback for a majority of last season.
Okay.
But I still think he has more room to grow.
Number 10 on the list, A.J. Terrell,
Okay.
the Atlanta Falcons.
I already know that.
Number 9 on the list, Denzel Ward with the Cleveland Browns.
High pick.
That's true. Number 8 on the list, from your Dallas Cowboys, Trayvon Diggs.
Nice.
The highest ranking he got from anybody was number 3 in the league. So that's pretty impressive. And I just want to run down the list from there and see if you think this is about right. Marshawn Lattimore with the Saints.
Phenomenal.
Marlon Humphrey with the Baltimore Ravens.
Wanted to draft him. I really did.
We dropped the ball.
Couldn't do it.
Darius Slay, Philadelphia Eagles.
He's very, very good.
Yair Alexander with the Packers is number 4. Jalen Ramsey with the Dolphins, not Rams, Dolphins is number 3.
Dude, is it not wild to you that one of the top 3 cornerbacks in the league has been traded twice or moved on from twice?
It is. It's pretty crazy.
That's just weird to me that, like, we could have had him, yeah, but for some reason teams haven't wanted to keep him 2 times.
Number 2 on the list, just finished his rookie year, Sauce Gardner.
That's impressive, man.
And number 1 on the list, the guy we would have drafted, Patrick Surtain.
Instead we got Micah
Parsons.
We turned out.
We all right? We all right?
You'd keep Mike ahead of Patrick Surtain, right? Is that fair?
Not at corner.
No, just as a player. Okay.
Would you take Surtain as a defensive end, though?
Not.
Or
I'd
edge
take
rusher?
Micah over.
Okay, all right.
Okay, but assuming you could just have one player on your football team and you could put them wherever you wanted, you take Micah, right?
I want them both. Oh my God. I want playmakers.
You are the worst at this.
We need
game.
more playmakers.
I want next year's draft. I want all the top 5 picks.
Yeah. Let's just get that and then draft the playmakers. That's a joke, by the way.
Let me see if I can get
About
underneath
somebody
the camera
that-
level right
Inside.
Yeah.
joke.
Yeah, no, like Surtain's great, dude. Like we all saw it and we were all like, yeah, he's going to be fantastic. And here he is, the top 1. It was interesting.
Now, I know he didn't make the honorable mention, but the top on the honorable mention is Stephon Gilmore. So he finished 16th on this voting. And so, I know, why aren't they
On the honorable mentions, is that in order or is
Yes.
it just loot? Okay.
It feels like honorable mention would be better than honorable mention.
You know what? That's a great point. Do you feel like the PPS is more important than the PS?
Sounds like it.
Okay. Well,
if I get a A+ or an A++,
yeah.
or
right.
an AA+, I feel like an AA+ is better than an A+, or an A++ is better than an A+.
And you definitely rather have AAA than need to be in AA, right?
Yeah.
See?
Yes.
This makes a lot of sense. All right. Then in regular honorable mention is Stephon Gilmore.
Okay.
And then honorable mention, he just missed out on that.
You need to send a note to ESPN, by the way, so they can establish
I
their
got lots of thoughts.
tiers here.
So Stephon Gilmore, 16, Trayvon Diggs, 8 in terms of the league in cornerbacks.
So can you confirm something with me? Is there another team that has 2 in the top 16?
Ooh, I think the Eagles do.
Whatever.
I'm sorry, you asked.
They think they're all cool.
Let's see.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, no,
dude.
they don't. Because you know why? James Bradbury, 17th on the list.
So yeah, like that's where I kind of look at this. I feel really good in you can. Oh, here we go with the Homer thing. I feel really good about our cornerback situation.
Do you, just for the record, just to show that Corey,
Obviously, health needs to happen.
Corey's not out on an island here. Bleacher Report said best cornerback duos in the league. Cowboys are second.
That's pretty good.
They put the Eagles at number 1 with Slay and Bradbury.
And I personally think Gilmore's better than Bradbury.
Okay. You think Slay is better than Diggs, though?
I do. But just I think they're pretty. That's a pretty tight bunch right there, and I don't think that that's something that you can look at and say that's not real. So
Yeah. Well, just as an aside, like we don't make anything on Bleacher Report, and they said the Cowboys' second best tandem, and so that's pretty impressive, right there.
the 214. Wait, what's wrong with AA?
No, there's nothing wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
But just if you had your choice, wouldn't you have rather never gone down that path of addiction?
I don't know.
Okay. You know what? You might be on
That person right there. Maybe they're like, this is the thing that I needed.
No, there's nothing wrong with it. But if I was given a choice between the place that's going to come get my car and change my tire or needing to go somewhere because of my addiction issues,
I understand.
I pick the tire
All right.
and car place. All right. Let's go from that to, are you going to watch the show Quarterback? It comes out tomorrow. Remember the Netflix show?
Oh, I wanted to cancel.
We canceled Netflix.
Dang it.
Did you?
Can
You can still cancel.
Can I borrow your?
We're doing a thing where we have a rotation now to try to save money.
Mm-hmm.
So we're back on Disney Plus for a little bit. And then I can't remember at what time. I'm not really in charge of any of these things. But then in like October, we're going to get Netflix back for like, let's say a month
Stranger
or 2
Things
months.
Yeah.
And so because when you have Netflix for a long time, you're like, there's nothing on here.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm with
And
you
so
on
if you
that.
cancel it for 2 months, it's a monthly subscription. You're like, I'm just going to have 2 months off. And then in 2 months, when I click back on this thing, I think there'll be a lot of things to watch. So I don't know when I'm going to watch it, but I think I'm interested in it. Isn't Patty Mahomes on it?
Yes, Patrick Mahomes is on it. We talked about this. Kirk Cousins,
Don't
Marcus
care.
Mariota.
Really don't care.
But his end of the season should be really interesting when he just quit. But just an aside, if you're looking at this, if you go to Amazon today and tomorrow, they got Prime Day deals. They've got a couple of premium streaming, not Netflix, but a couple of premium streaming networks available for 99 cents a month for a couple months.
Really?
Which ones?
Stars, Paramount. There's some others. I don't remember. Go check it out.
I'll look it up right now, Mike.
All right.
Okay. But yeah.
Go to break.
The Netflix show comes out tomorrow.
You're gonna have to talk to Mike for the next few minutes.
Okay. Oh my gosh. All right, Mike. You might be interested.
Hey, Kevin, where do I go to find these?
Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
No, I'm there, but like once. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Stars.
Okay.
VIX.
What is that?
PBS.
So the story of Michael Vicks.
Is that worth an entire station?
All Michael Vick shows.
Why would I pay 99 cents for PBS?
Or the Vapor Rubs.
Paramount save up to 50%.
See, there's some stuff.
MGM Plus.
All right. It's got a show from
Oh, you can get a Peloton bike for 21%
Hey,
off. Right
Alec,
Cinemax.
I need to tell you something just real quick because I know you'll care.
BritBox.
Is Josh Peterson, who's the son of the Jaguars head coach Doug Peterson, has in fact signed with the Jags. And I just thought that might be something that you would want to know while everybody else on the show is actively looking up streaming deals today on Amazon, which I'll admit, partially my fault. Did I think they might check in the break? Sure.
Lifetime Movie Club, Mike. That's an option there. Acorn TV and Noggin. I don't know if you like Paw Patrol.
Noggin's a kid one.
You're going to have to help me out with this. I just see this Bissell Little Green, vacuum is 51% off.
Oh, you're
today.
on the Amazon. That's the Amazon app, Mike.
Oh,
you need to go to
20%
Amazon
off
Prime
the
Video.
Apple Watch
Yeah.
SE.
Prime
Okay,
Video.
well, we're not going to read off all the specials unless they start advertising here, all right?
I don't know, man. Those are kind of cool specials.
Okay. Yes, I know. That's
I
why
love
I
a deal,
told y'all
Kevin.
about it.
I love a deal.
Prime.
I needed a new vacuum.
I hate
Jack
you too,
Ryan's
man.
on Prime.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
What? We were having such a good segment.
Who
Prime Day deals?
is the oh my god? Who is the most improved Rangers player this season? And I swear, if you end up saying Paramount Plus, I might flip out. We'll do that next right here on The
20%
Fan.
off?
This is really good.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Who is the most improved Rangers player this season? 877-881-1053. You got the All-Star game tonight. We've talked about the All-Star rankings for all the different Texas Rangers, how good a season that they've had. But who do you think is the most improved Rangers player this season?
I think the awesome deal here, Corey, is you can pick like 7 people and you'd say, yeah, I can see your case for that guy.
Here's because somebody said Dane Dunning, and I don't know if that's necessarily the case for me. I think Dane Dunning is kind of giving you. Maybe I'm wrong about this. He's kind of being the same dude he was last year. He's not an ace. He's not even your number 2 pitcher, but he's good enough to be your de facto third if you needed him to be.
I think he's been way better than last.
But I think that he's like I still think he's kind of a 4-piece for me, and I'm happy to have him on my team doing that thing. But like, so you think and Mike, you've seen his stuff. You think, and he did talk about his hip injury a while back and how like him. I tried texting this to Derek while you were talking to him over the last week, and how he can extend his body a little more. He can lengthen it, and it allows his stuff to dance a little more. So maybe not having the hip injury is very helpful for him this year, and that could be the difference. But I think that Dane Dunning is just as solid this year as I thought he was last year. He had some kind of ups and downs last year that I kind of expected, but I think he's really solid. But most improved, I think Josh Young. There's no other person for me to say than Josh Young because he's a rookie and he couldn't stay healthy. So the improvement is the dude's been healthy for more games than he's ever played in his life, and he's hitting at a Rookie of the Year Major League Baseball player pace right now. So that's my most improved guy is Josh Young.
I like that answer. It's interesting because you're going off of more what he did in the minor leagues and health, because last year he had a few major league stats, but very little. But I'll tell you what, Gunnar Henderson is starting to take off in Baltimore. So I know he won Rookie of the Month his first month and the second month, and he's a starting all-star. It looks like as this season's progressing, Gunnar Henderson could be the guy that was kind of favored in Vegas before the season. He's starting to take off where you're like, Gunnar Henderson could make a second half push at this Rookie of the Year thing against Josh Young.
Do you think that Josh Young can keep up the pace for the first half of the season, or do you think that's kind of tough?
It's tough. I mean, it's tough to be a 280 hitter with an 835 OPS your rookie year with limited minor league experience.
Add another 19 home runs on the other side.
Yeah, now you have to kind of, I would say, kind of take those numbers and times them by maybe 0.8.
Okay.
Because you're already 91 games in, so you're not at the halfway point. There's less games in the second half. But yeah, if he hits, let's say 35 home runs his rookie year, my gosh, yeah, you look at his RBIs at 56. If he ends the year with 100 RBIs and 35 runs batted in, that is freaking amazing.
Struck gold, boys.
So hopefully
it feels like it.
There's nothing that would indicate that he's going to slow down, except, to your point, Corey, is his body going to kind of fail him? Not that it's going to get hurt, but it's going to go, dude, I've never done this before. And he's just going to be tired. Last year, Jonah Heim was having not as good of a first half as he's having this year, but he's having a pretty good first half. And then his second half was a big struggle. And his body was like, dude, I've never been an everyday catcher for 6 months in the major leagues. And he just kind of really struggled. So hopefully for Josh Young, his body doesn't go, hey, man, this is game 115 and we've never come close to this. So there is that concern, but hopefully he powers through it. For me, I'm going to go a little bit off of what people are probably going to guess, because I think a lot of people would say maybe either Leody Taveras or Ezekiel Duran. I think those are great choices. I'm going to go with the Rangers' best player, Corey Seager. He batted last year He was a 245 hitter last year in the major leagues for the Texas Rangers. He's batting 353.
Insane.
If you look, he is 100 points higher than what he hit last year. And so I'm not saying this is the right choice. I'm saying there's a lot of choices. I'm just throwing out a guy that people might not think about right now.
I would not have thought about that. So
because
I'm
of the
intrigued.
money he's getting, right? Well, we expect him to do this because of the huge contract he got. But when you look at his numbers in the amount of games he's played, in 59 games, he has 52 RBIs.
Wow.
He has a over 1 OPS, a 1.026 OPS. His WAR in 59 games, if you look at games played for Marcus Semien, it's 91 because he's played in all of them. Marcus Semien's WAR for the year is 3.5. I hope this is right because I'm on ESPN and they can screw me over on WAR on this. But Seager's is 3.9. His WAR is 0.4 higher than Marcus Semien, who has played in 91 games to 59 games. So I think there's a lot of people to choose from. But I wanted to throw out a candidate that I think maybe people don't think too much about because of his status, because of his salary. But Corey Seager is one of the 5 best players in the American League this year in limited games.
2 things. One, I appreciate you saying his full name is not to confuse me. So thank you for that, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
And also, do you think he's finishing second for MVP then? I mean, like we talk about Shohei. You think that Seager's finishing second for this?
If he does, then the Rangers won the division.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think here's the deal. I think if the Rangers end up being I know they only have a 2-game lead, so it wouldn't be like, oh my God, they blew a 2-game lead in the second half. But I think if the Rangers end up, let's say, winning 86 or 87 games and getting the final wild card spot, I think some people around baseball, and I think most of it will be here locally, will go, God, what a disappointment. And we'll have to look at it and go, well, we are in the wild card. We got a chance here. We got to win a 3-game series and get into kind of the playoffs where you get home field and you go back and forth in a 5-game series. But I do think Corey Seager has a chance to finish second, but you would have to have total health the rest of the way.
For sure.
And you would have to be around a 350 hitter with an OPS over 1.
This is...
And Shohei would still get all the first place.
Sure. What I love about this is y'all had different answers. You said there's a lot of different viable options.
Name one.
Well, from the 817, Tavares by far. From the 806, Young or Tavares. From the 903, Tavares. From another 903, Jankowski. From the 214, Jonah Heim, without a doubt. Oh, man, Dane Dunning is a good one, too. So, like, even in that one, they said without a doubt, they're like, maybe it is Dane Dunning. I'm going to go with Leody Tavares.
I like that pick.
There's a couple of things. First of all,
power.
Were we sure? Yes.
Yeah.
That's been a pretty stunning turn of events. Did you kind of think there was a shot he would be back down in the minors by now? And then somebody texted in, they think Evan Carter might be here, if not for Tavares. I don't know about that, but I think he has been a revelation this year.
And Bochy's, like, based on what we hear from him, he's like, we still are just scratching the surface on the kid. You know, he thinks there's a lot more to get out of him. Now, that could be Bochy, you know, propping up the kid for confidence purposes, or getting him to buy in on, hey, we got you this far. Let's take you even further to go be a great player. But yeah, I mean, my concern was not him being back down at this point, but more along the lines of I'm still waiting for second half. Mike, you talked about it with Tavares specifically. I want to see him do it for a full season now. You know, I want to see just like Jonah Heim, I want to see him do the full season at this level and go, man, we have something special. But yeah, Kevin, for the first half of this season, Leody Tavares has been exactly what you want in your center fielder.
Just real quick about that, Mike, is even if he were to falter,
right?
That's what happened to Adolis Garcia is in 21 when he had his breakout first half and he made the All-Star game. Then he fell off a cliff. And then we've seen since then, he has gotten to be a much better player.
You have a great answer. I think Leody should be there in the All-Star game over Julio Rodriguez, but I totally get why Julio Rodriguez is there. We just saw last night the crowd reaction to Julio Rodriguez. You're not getting that for Leody Tavares. So like, who's Leody Tavares is what would be the major question if he was on the All-Star team and got into the game. I'll give another one that I don't hear you have said yet on the fan text. Do you know that this is the 3rd most wins in any season for Nathan Eovaldi?
He
had 14 wins in 2015. and he had 11 wins in 2021. He is 10-3. That is the third most wins in his career.
And that makes me feel oddly a little bit better because going into the season, I said Nathan Eovaldi was a guy. Yeah,
his ERA is 2.83.
He's been tremendous this year.
In 2018, his ERA was 3.33. Now, that was only in 12 games pitched. So if you look at 2019, he had a 5.99 ERA. If you look at the next year, 3.72, then 3.75. Last year, 3.87. So if you look at it, he's improved his ERA a full point from the last 3 years in Boston. And so I would say Nate Eovaldi stepping up. Here's the deal. I was talking to Gordon Beckham the other day. He's NBC broadcaster. He works for Chicago White Sox, Atlanta Braves, former big leaguer for 10 years.
Bins it.
And we were having a little discussion. Do we think Nate Eovaldi is going to keep his ERA under 3 at the end of the year? Because that would be pretty much almost a full point better. And these are things that have to happen. All these improvements, if you're going to win the majority of if you're going to play over 500 in the second half, Eovaldi has to keep his ERA around 2.83, and John Gray has to keep his ERA right around 3, and Leody Taveras and Ezekiel Duran Josh Young have to keep doing these things, and Simeon and Seager have to be, the best second baseman, shortstop in the American League. Can all of these things keep up to hold off the Astros?
And I know that
it's another question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to add another question in
but
there.
I think you bring up a great point and really illustrate what we talked about all the different options. From the 972, Heim, he already has a career high in RBIs. Young, because his defense is awesome compared to what we expected. That is a really good point. His defense is way better. And then we see Zeke, Leody, Dane, Young. You brought up Seager, Adolis. There are a lot of options for why this first half has been so fun. And the flip side that I know people will bring up and we can talk about, later this week is maybe some of the downturn that you've seen in the last 2 weeks or so is because it was probably never feasible for all of those people to keep doing what they're doing. Not to say that some of them can't.
And it's just been really, I'll tell you, for John Gray to be able to throw 93 innings in the first half of the season, we were worried about his injury history last year and how healthy can he be? Because when he goes on the injured list and comes back, he's not like Adrian Beltre or how Corey Seager was this year. I know those are position players, but he just comes back and he just picks up where he left off. It takes him a start to kind of maybe get back into a little bit of a rhythm to get major league hitters out, So I look at this and I go,
he's halfway, Mike, he's halfway to his all-time wins lead. He's got 6. His all-time is 12.
Yeah.
So he's getting, he could be, have his best. You're right. To have all the guys having career years at one time is an anomaly.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen that often, but some of them are playing to as good as they can play.
And if enough of them keep it up, you don't need all of them to play at this level.
Gosh, I know we're out of time here, but it's I just keep thinking about Chris Young and going, he's looking at all of these things too. And he's going, yeah, this is who we are. All the guys we name that are having career years and doing these things.
Is it fool's gold?
Is this what they're going to do for the last 70 games of the year?
He's got to start thinking contract futures and stuff too with some of them.
And the trade situation too. Do I give up, some of these guys in the farm system to add to this team? Because if I add to this team and some of these guys go back to regress to the mean, regress who they've been in their career, how much does it help to get 2 right-handed relievers if all of a sudden my lineup doesn't hit the way that they hit for the majority of the first half?
That's what will dictate the success or failure of the second half of the Rangers season, I feel like.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's a packed lunch rush. We got Mike Likes It, the elimination of box scores and game stories in newspapers, and Josh Allen, his inspiring romance and vacation plans. So what is the ultimate couples destination? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you
Allen back to pass, surveying the field, fires to the end zone to Davis. Did he get both feet down? Touchdown, Buffalo! A 23-yard missile launched by Allen to Davis.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, where you would think we would be about to talk about Josh Allen's acumen.
Or baseball.
Football player. That person's an idiot.
Just wait till Mike likes it.
Are you going to talk baseball?
Oh, my God. You
I
better
am going to
not.
talk about grass, though.
Okay, now we're talking. You're going to get our nighttime audience back in.
Not weed.
Oh, okay.
You don't know.
Josh Allen, the football player, is still the co-favorite for MVP. But, Corey, you want to talk about a different element of Josh Allen. And I got a quick question.
And his
for you.
game?
No, yeah. Do you want to talk about this because you're genuinely interested or because you think the gal is attractive?
Multiple things.
Okay.
Look, talking about Haley Steinfeld's
Right.
relationship with Josh Allen isn't going to get me Haley Steinfeld. So why would I just want to talk about her? Because I think she's attractive. 877-881-1053. If you agree, you can text in and let us know. But Josh Allen and her were caught making out in Cabo.
What do you mean caught? Aren't
Caught?
they together?
Did you know they were together?
Who's this person?
Haley Steinfeld. She was in Pitch Perfect, not Pitch Perfect.
With Elaine Kramer.
No, that's
Steinfeld.
No, she
That's
also,
what Wash told me.
She was in Hawkeye.
He was watching Steinfeld.
She was in Hawkeye. She's been.
I think she was in Pitch Perfect.
Okay, I think I've seen her and stuff.
Here's something. She does a song called I think Coast with Anderson .Paak. Anderson .Paak, by the way, the only famous person I know of from Oxnard, California. So that's where we're going to be for Cowboys training camp.
Okay.
She's a pretty young woman.
Yeah. So Josh Allen, I guess he had some weird like breakup with his last girlfriend. It was some weird like situation that it kind of popped up on him out of nowhere, and he was caught off guard.
Oh.
And now he's with Haley Steinfeld, and that's kind of cool for him.
Do you ever wonder how these famous people meet?
Yes, all the time.
Okay.
I feel like agents have a lot to do with it.
Okay.
All right, let me throw one your way. Do you know who Kaylee Cuoco is?
The gal from The Big Bang
Yes.
Theory?
She has a baby with the guy who was the brother in Ozark.
Okay.
And you know how they met? Their agent.
Oh, they're in the swimming pool hugging. and
Okay,
stuff.
Mike's seeing the pictures
But
here.
if they're a couple, why is that caught?
They were caught. So
I don't feel like that is right.
But my real question here is
They were enjoying each other's body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see it. You can see it. They are definitely enjoying bodies. So
that's okay, though, right?
The question, though, is what is the greatest, the ultimate lover's vacation? Kevin,
okay.
If you were going to sit down with your lover, all right, and decide we are going to this destination and we are going, you know what? We're not really concerned about the nightlife. We're concerned about spending 3 days together in a love nest.
Yeah, Noah's a crawler. You need to do that. Hey, lover boy.
No.
And you need to crawl on the floor to each other sexily.
No,
like
because that movie is wrong.
Like Dirty Dancing?
Yes. No, I'm familiar. How old are those people in that
Uh-huh.
movie? Because one of them is an adult and one of them is not. Here's the thing, Corey. I'm not trying to circumvent your question.
All right.
But you know the type of person I am. I'm not going on vacation to have a love vacation, all right? I'm going on vacation to go someplace I've probably never been or rarely been and to go do stuff.
Okay.
I don't go on vacation to relax.
You don't want to
do
go
stuff.
and just hang out in the pool
No.
and then go make sweet love
No.
in your personal hot tub.
Look, that sounds like a giant waste of time. It
Wow!
does.
Hold on.
You can do that at home. Why would you have to go somewhere else to do that? Why am I going down to Cabo for a sex vacation? You can have a sex vacation at your house. Just send the other people away. That is a
You
waste.
just said time spent with your lover.
Yeah.
Is
not what I
wasted
said.
is wasted
That is
time.
not what I said.
Making love to Jess.
That is not what I said. What I said was spending money to go on vacation just to do that is a waste.
No,
and
you can
I
do other
stand
things.
by that.
I mean, while you're there, that should definitely be part of it. Romantic
But that's
vacation.
not what you said. You said that's like the whole point of your
You don't
vacation.
want to go on a
That
romantic
is a wa-
vacation.
No.
Wow, where's your sense of romance?
You know this. I'm the person who keeps their eyes open when they kiss. And you're like, don't you want to be swept away? I told you before, I'll tell you now, that ain't me. If we go to Paris, I want to go to Eiffel Tower to see it and be like, that's super cool. Not to be like, this is the best thing ever next to you.
Mike, have you ever been to
Paris?
Paris?
Should get punched in the face.
It's the most romantic place in the world. That's what people
it seems
propose.
like there's a lot of political chaos there right now.
Yeah, I did see that recently. You got a good point. You know, history has told us, though, over time, in the past, it was a very romantic place.
Look, I am not begrudging anybody who wants to go do that. You live your life however you want. Why can't I live my life the way that I want? From the 806.
You got a lot of
damn, Kevin, I feel sorry for your wife.
Uh-huh.
Right now, you know what? Alec, I'm going to text you my wife's phone number. I would like you to call her right now and tell I'm just going to give you her phone number. She'll tell you I'm doing great today.
All right. Okay. All right. I guess we'll get, I'll ask him later.
All right.
All right.
So next year, in October, we are going to Italy.
Wow.
So I think that's pretty romantic.
Mm-hmm. That's why you're going?
I think so.
To spend time with your significant other.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah.
Okay, so you had no say in this.
No.
Have you ever wanted to go to Italy?
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Does it look like a romantic kind of place? Wine?
I think so, yeah. Wine and bread and cheese.
Water.
Bruschetta.
Yeah.
I think they have good bruschetta there.
Is that
with
the fancy
mozzarella and tomatoes.
You just call it fancy bacon.
Basil.
Isn't that what it is?
No. I don't know what you're thinking of. Bruschetta is like a piece of bread. It can be like
what's the fancy
with like
bacon
mozzarella and tomato and basil with like balsamic vinegar on it.
Help me out. What's the fancy, like it's a meat and it kind of looks like it could be fancy bacon. It's something like that. From
chicken?
No, it's not. It's not chicken. Prosciutto. There you go.
You called it fancy bacon.
That's what I call it.
It kind of is.
Okay.
I can understand where you're coming from. I just didn't get bruschetta to prosciutto.
From the 682.
Prosciutto.
2-year anniversary is coming up. I need some advice from Kevin since he seems to have it all figured out in the romance department. Alec, do we have her on the phone?
She is listening, and she's like, I'm not taking part in this.
I got voicemail.
Yeah, she's like, I'm definitely not taking part in this.
My whole point was, I think she would tell you that I am doing excellent as a husband right now.
I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying that you haven't convinced her of that.
Yeah, she just has, standards.
Yeah.
And you're meeting them. But I don't know if that would be met by all women's standards.
I think.
Hey, she's a catch, dude. Then you're there too. Like you're a catch.
Oh
you're a catch too. Yeah. Y'all are both catches, and y'all caught each other.
Indoor water park, and that's great.
Is that romantic to you, or are you
That's
like,
horrible.
man,
It's wet.
I can't wait to be in this indoor
There's water there, so that has to be miserable.
My personal opinions, though, are not the only things that dictate what we did.
So beach is horrible, right?
She's about to go on a fancy or a nice beach vacation.
With who?
With Noah.
With her. Hold on. You're not going?
It's warmer in California.
Oh.
It's warmer in California?
No,
I said
when we're going to
we're in
California.
California.
She planned a vacation
No.
with her son.
No.
While he's out working.
I planned a vacation for her to shower her with love.
So you were like, hey, look, I don't want to go to the beach and be in the beach with you.
You ever heard of Joe? They got a pool and a lake there.
And they have Sandy Beach, don't they?
Yeah.
Joe Pool Lake.
See, so why is that fine? But all these other people, she's calling in now. Is that my wife?
Okay.
And you know what, Corey? I'm not 100% sure how this is going to go. I think it's going to go in my favor. But she might be like, you know what, Corey? You're right. He knows nothing about
She doesn't
romance.
have to deal with me when she gets home. She has to deal with you. She's going to say everything positive. I know how this works. She's going to be like, no.
You've only been married for a few years. She's not going to really tell you how she feels yet.
Oh my gosh, is that true? By the way, thank you to everyone who knew that fancy bacon was prosciutto. Hey, Jess, how's it going?
Hi, it's good. It's going.
It's not going super well for me right now.
Let me explain, Jess, what's going on here. we
Okay.
are doing a segment talking about the ultimate couples romantic destinations in the world. And
Okay.
Kevin says that that's a waste of time to go on a romantic vacation with his significant other. It's a waste of time and money.
Hold on.
Let
me just correct that part.
All right.
They said to go on some sort of love vacation where you're just doing it all the time. And I was like, you can do that at home. I think doing nothing but that on vacation is a waste of time.
Romantic
and
dinners are also part of making love.
Yeah.
Like that,
Okay.
part of
You
leads
didn't
to it.
say that.
Yeah.
Gotta have energy.
Yeah. Come on, are you going to get your electrolytes up?
I was actually calling not for any of that. I was calling to see how you feel about my level of romance and doing romantic gestures, because everyone is texting in and saying that it sounds like you have the worst life ever, and it made me sad.
That's so rude and not true at all. I think your level of romantic gestures is adequate and lovely.
It's not quite what I was hoping for.
Does he get you flowers, Jess?
He does, yeah.
Does he
will
hold
give
your
me
hand?
flowers. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, this is helpful.
Could you talk for hours?
Yeah, we can for sure.
Because you know he's your man.
We've been like doing lots more like chit-chatting and without the TV on and just like, I think he does really great. He's very thoughtful and lots of small random things rather than he's not a big gestures person. He's the everyday small random thoughtfulness.
So you're saying that you could talk or not talk for hours with him, huh?
Oh, come on.
If he ever wanted to redo the Dirty Dancing scene where he crawled on the floor to you and said, that would be romantic, right?
Do that again, you mean?
Whoa! Okay.
Whoa! That is awesome.
And also,
I love you, Jess.
I
You're
just
awesome.
booked a vacation for you too, right?
Yeah, he did. It's usually he doesn't have as many like big plans. Let's go on this big romantic vacation. But like the other day, out of the blue, he just said, "Hey, do you want?" Well, he knows I want to go to the beach, and so we booked it right then.
Yeah, well,
and that was not expected.
Would you go on a romantic getaway for a few days where it was just the two of y'all and y'all could do whatever you want?
Of course, please. Are you going to keep the baby? That sounds great.
Yeah, if you can keep the baby, that would be great.
Yeah.
Because ain't no romantic multi-day vacation happening with the baby around.
Look, here's the thing. I know who I married. Like I didn't sign up for big, huge, grand romantic gestures. I signed up for the everyday, loving, sweet thoughtfulness that I have.
It's beautiful.
You're the best, Jess.
Jess,
Thank
what have you been forced to watch that you've liked the most with Kevin, and that you've been forced to watch that you've disliked the most?
Oh, that is just really not something I feel comfortable answering.
Oh,
I
no.
really like my marriage. I watch a lot of things that I wouldn't have normally watched, and he knows the things that I enjoy and the things that I watch just for him, and the things that I say, no, you know what, you can watch that while I go to bed early.
When I showed her that trailer for Renfield, she's like, no, if you want to watch that without me, that's all right.
Well, Kevin, is there anything you want to say to her before?
I love you and baby Noah, and let me know if you need me to get you anything on the way home, because I'm glad to do that.
Okay, well, just surprise me with things I like you usually do.
Like your adequacy. That's awesome. Thank you, Jess.
I love you, baby. And then you said, and Noah?
I love you, Jess, and baby Noah.
Oh.
Bye, Jess.
Received. Okay, bye-bye.
You're the best. She's awesome, dude.
love her.
She's perfect for you.
See, like I said, it didn't totally work out exactly how I'd hoped
That
it
went
might,
exactly the way I wanted it to go.
I
don't think I could have predicted that any better. That
There's
was
multiple
great.
people from the 817. Adequate. Boom. Not inadequate. Better. And then there's other people who are like, I am very concerned about Jess's safety. No, I love Jess and Brandon and baby Noah.
Colby Sapp just texted me and said, adequate. I've never cringed so hard at the word adequate. But Kevin, she added, once she said adequate, she said to lovely. So there was a great range.
Yes.
I just stepped over the lovely part and we only heard that. Dude, she likes you a lot, man. You're lucky, you know? Can you imagine being in a relationship where she didn't like you? That would be the worst. So good job, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, back to this though. That was
Thank you
blast,
very
man.
much.
I've been to Cabo. It's awesome, dude. And so that's why I was asking for the suggestions. That's what we started as. I did not expect it to turn the direction that it did. That was great though.
And I just wanted to read this to give you an example sometimes for people who are like, is the fan text really that bad? I'm going to read this to you. The 214. Dude, you sound like an effing loser reaching, having your wife on the air. This show should be canceled. No one wants to hear about your S at home. And they sent it now 4 times and then said, someone get this loser off the air. I hope Gavin Spittle fires your ass. This is all from the same
whole number
person.
What's the first 3 digits?
It's 214.
What's the last 4 digits?
I will not give out the rest of that.
I will. All right, here goes.
Just as an example sometimes of how, like, what kind of miserable messages you
tweet
could be.
it.
I don't mind if you say that about me. My wife is delightful, and everyone who says she sounds too nice for you, for sure. She's a 1,000,000% too nice for me.
Yeah, everyone should kind of feel that way about their significant other. That she's like, man, she's the best. I don't know how I landed her, but I'll just keep trying to do what I'll keep. What is it, Mike, that your GM said to you? I'll just keep trick effing her, right?
Wow.
What?
It's not really my goal.
Is that not
necessarily?
Don't say that to Adrian.
Yeah.
When Shaq and Charles are around, don't say, I'll keep trick effing her.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. And somebody asked, can't you block numbers? You can, but usually, like, we try not to do that because we like to interact with people.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was kind of
that was Jim Bowden.
Not my favorite thing.
Don't worry about it.
Did that go the way that you hoped? What? Where's your romantic destination?
I mean, like I said, Cabo was fantastic. I went there for my honeymoon.
You couldn't win a playoff
do you
game.
know what my intention on the honeymoon was? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that sweet love. The whole that's your whole. You just got married, and I guess like Hawaii is a dream of that, but I don't know. I've never been there. I don't know a lot of people that have been there.
I really liked San Francisco. We had a really fun trip there, rode the bike across the Golden Gate Bridge. Like, that's something, right? You're doing stuff, and then we rode way too far. But I was fine with riding that far. But Sue was like, when are we turning around? And then we got back on the ferry, which is a boat.
Okay.
That takes you across the water.
God. Some people don't know that there's a boat that takes you back places that's called a ferry, Kevin. He was just making sure that people knew that.
And it was romantic until we were going to like a late breakfast one morning and a homeless guy pulled down his pants and took a dump into a cup. That wasn't romantic.
How is this a romantic story, Mike? What is happening in this segment?
It happened.
Some people, they want to be on the beach.
That
Some
wasn't
people
romantic.
want to be
like,
at a
what
great.
is that guy doing? And then I saw what he was doing. I was like, I'm turning around and don't look.
Yeah, because this is not romantic.
Yeah.
Some people want to be up in a mountain lodge. I didn't know if anybody was like, no, skiing in this place is the most. I didn't know. So that's why I was asking how to get. That's where the conversation started, Kevin, because Josh Allen, a quarterback, sports, is hooking up with Haley Steinfeld, entertainment.
By the way, somebody said you should have just responded, been like, that's fine, but what's your romantic destination? And I think that should be the correct response.
Hey, if you're not going to take part in this segment, don't text in things.
That person is, from the 940. Jess sounds like a saint. Way to go, Kevin. Is one of the first things she goes, what's my best quality? And I said, you're the nicest person I know. And she's like, nice is a cop-out. And I was like, no, you're literally the nicest human being I know.
Artolo Aaron Malloy posted a GIF of Kevin and Jess on the Titanic being king of the world. Man, that's awesome.
And I just wanted to throw out one other thing real quick. Do
you like cruises?
I've never been on a cruise. We've been talking about that.
It's as long as your wife doesn't get or you get car sick or anything. Like if there's like motion sickness in your life, then I would say don't do it.
She actually does get motion sickness sometimes, but she said she's been on multiple cruises and been fine. I've never been on a cruise.
With other guys?
No, with her family,
okay,
I hope. Or at least that's what she told me. Is Tyson Fury, boxing's heavyweight champion, is going to fight Francis Ngannou, who never lost the UFC heavyweight championship, October 28th in Saudi Arabia. And it's unclear as of now if Fury's WBC heavyweight title will be on the line and if this will count as an official bout or like an exhibition, but it's going to happen. The boxing heavyweight champion against the UFC heavyweight champion who never lost his belt. I know they stripped it from him. I am oddly intrigued by this fight. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
All right, so on the television, there's actually a really nice match going on between Rublev and D. Djokovic. How come they don't say D?
It's just, I don't know.
There's a capital D there, and then it's Djokovic, but we just silence the D. How many times do you silence the first letter of somebody's last name?
Ooh.
Very rare.
10%.
I guess in Serbia, they do it a lot.
Well, Kevin's last name, I always call him Kevin Hagelin. I don't say land. I say Hagelin.
I don't know if he totally got it.
Yeah, I don't think you're listening to me.
All right.
About it.
I'm trying to text Jess.
Okay, so here's my thing about Wimbledon. How upset is the guy who keeps the grass so nice? By the time we get to the quarterfinals here, it looks like a mess. Like, do you not know how to grow grass? Because where they serve and a lot of even the person who's the ball boy getter or ball girl getter, they ruin the court too by just where they just, there's just like a bunch of dead grass by the time we end this thing and it looks like crap.
And they don't have the days off like they used to as regimented anymore, where I know they would try to reseed, resod. Not that that's just going to like fix everything. But I do think that by the time you get to the finals this weekend, is the groundskeeper's like,
this is more like the French Open.
Yeah, I had this looking so nice.
Okay, next thing. They slide a lot. In fact, we're just watching a replay here of D. Djokovic as he has a great return. He's up 4-2 in the third set. And how awesome would it be if a person put on metal spikes and like, I'm not slipping today?
Oh,
that would be very interesting because
I know they would never allow it.
Do they have different grip on the bottom of their shoes?
I'm sure there has to be grass tennis shoes, and then there's
like
hardcourt tennis shoes
and clay,
and there's clay tennis shoes.
I'm gonna look this up real quick.
But I was just thinking, God, how much could you just crush that place if you just put on metal spikes and be like, watch, I'm not gonna slide today.
Would that not slow your overall mobility at all, though?
Well, I think though when you are setting up to hit a forehand or a backhand when you start the volley, that you are so planted into the ground that you're going to have more power.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming also to your point when they're sliding, like these guys and girls are so good, they know like how far they're going to slide and then they know when their foot is going to catch the grass and then stop so that they can change their direction to go possibly get back to, let's say, center court to then return another backhand or forehand. You just call it a volley. You just say return.
Well, I mean, that depends on where you are in the court. Not necessarily a volley, but yeah, backhand or forehand works.
All right, so my next Mike Likes It, I guess people aren't going to like this because I'm going to go back to baseball, is the Rangers drafted yesterday picks 4 through 10. They didn't have a second or third round pick. I'll be honest, on the plane I said, Sandler, how come we don't have a second and third round pick? I thought they changed the rule on draft picks. Like, I thought they took out the rule. Like, when you signed Seager and Simeon, that was the reason the Rangers drafted Kumar Rocker with the third pick and then Brock Porter with the fourth round pick and then I thought, they took that rule out, though. I thought they wanted to encourage teams to sign free agents without losing draft picks. And he's like, well, they never came to an agreement on that one. So that is why DeGrom and Eovaldi cost you your second and third round pick. So once again, the Rangers didn't have a second and third round pick. They didn't have any big free agent who left them to pick up a comp pick. So they didn't pick again till round 4. And then they picked 7 guys yesterday, rounds 4 through 10. I don't want to go over those guys' names. I saw who they were, mostly pitchers. They picked up a few position players. But what's amazing out of the MLB draft, which I try to say every year, so if you've heard this for 10 years, here's your 11th year, is out of picks 4 through 10 that the Rangers took, because they don't even have 2 and 3, one of those guys is going to make the major leagues. One.
Wow.
If you hit 2, if in rounds 4 through 10, 2 of those guys make the major leagues, you have now beat the major league average. So all those guys, and they are going to get somewhere, they're all going to get six-figure bonuses. Maybe the fourth round pick were to get $1 million, but that seems too much for a fourth rounder for a college guy that they took out of the University of Miami. But you're looking at guys getting around high six figures to 10th round, very low six figures, maybe $100,000, maybe $150,000 for a 10th round pick. As I just think of those guys and their dream came true. They got drafted by a major league team, this being the Texas Rangers. And out of all of those guys, one of them, it's like put them in a room and go, one of you guys is going to make the major leagues. And I'm not saying just for the Texas Rangers.
For all
one
teams.
of you guys is going to make the major leagues in your career. And it might not even be for the Rangers. Maybe we trade you and you make the major leagues for the Miami Marlins or something. But like, it's so tough to make it. So it's kind of like, yeah, the Rangers drafted those guys. They're going to draft 10 more guys today. But when you look at it, the likelihood of the 10 guys getting drafted today by the Texas Rangers and making it is less than 10%.
I always think about, I hope this fits and is relevant to what you're saying, but I always think about it where like Tommy Lasorda got Mike Piazza drafted as a favor.
Yeah.
Just to show you, like, they got to the point in the draft where they're like, I don't know, these kids probably aren't going to make it. Like, hopefully they will, but they probably won't. So we can afford to just use a draft pick. And obviously that turned out excellently.
And in 1996, the year I was drafted, I think that it still was unlimited rounds.
Yeah.
The draft just ended back in like Mike Piazza's day, and I even think in my day, when teams were done drafting. So you could get to like the 55th round and you could have 5 teams go, we're good with the 54th round. We don't want to make any more picks. And they're like, all right, Cleveland, Boston, Detroit, and Texas have dropped out of the draft. They're done. Does anybody else want to keep going? And there's like 15 teams on the intercom that say, we would like to take one more guy, or we want 3 more rounds. We got 3 more guys that we think we want to take. And like, all right. And I asked
wild.
Mark Shapiro about this one time. He's now the president of the Toronto Blue Jays. At the time, he was assistant GM for the Cleveland Indians, now the Guardians. And I said, how long does it take for you guys to make a pick? This was before it was televised, and it was more like just on the internet. And he said, if you don't get your pick in within 10 seconds of the last team picking, all the other teams and general managers are like, what the hell are you doing? Go. Like, it's with the first pick, it's pick, and it's like a number. It's not even kind of a name. It's just like this number that's assigned to the player that is kind of draft eligible or whatever. And then just goes to the next team, you're up. Then we pick this guy. Next team, you're up. We pick this guy. And it's literally just flying every 10 seconds. He's like, when a team takes 30 seconds, they're kind of like, what in the world are they doing? Because you can't trade the pick.
Yeah.
Like, you can't move up. People were asking this. You cannot move up or down in a draft the day of the draft. You can trade, I believe now, there's limits on it, but you can trade a future draft pick possibly, but that's still very limited on the rules of trading like a future pick. And then after you pick a guy like Wyatt Langford, he cannot be named in a trade. If the Rangers for some reason trade Wyatt Langford, he cannot be named in the trade in the next 3 weeks. It would be a player to be named later. And then after like this minor league season is over, you can name Wyatt Langford is the player to be named later going in it. But you can't just take him unless rules have been changed that I am not currently up to date with. But you can't trade Wyatt Langford in the next 2 to 3 weeks. You can trade him, but it'd be a player to be named later type of deal. And then in September, you would find out that Wyatt Langford is now not even part of the Rangers organization. He was traded for Shohei Ohtani or whatever. Now, I'm going to Shohei Ohtani. Obviously, he will be a guy that is only hitting tonight in the All-Star game. But I found this interesting. I was listening to G-Bag yesterday talk about possibly trading for Shohei because there's a little bit of buzz at the All-Star break that they're now below 500 and the Angels aren't looking like a team that's going to make the playoffs. And so now the Angels are to the point of, what do we do? Mike Trout won't be back until September, most likely. We're probably not going to compete for a playoff spot with the way the Rangers have played this year. The Astros and the Mariners are probably better than us. So here they are going, we're not going to make the playoffs. What do we do with Shohei? And it brought up kind of a Rangers discussion with the guys with G-Bag. And I just want to say this. I know I'm adding on to a conversation that most of you might have not heard, but if you did hear, they were kind of talking about Broadus saying, trade major leaguers, trade your guys on your team now to get Shohei. And I just want to respond here saying, I understand where Broadus is coming from, not wanting to lose maybe Jack Leiter or Luis Angel Acuna, or obviously Evan Carter, who's your number one overall guy right now. And Langford is right there now too, and you can't trade him. But I would say nobody ever does that. A major league team is needed. When you think of Barry Bonds, never won anything. Ken Griffey Jr. never went to a World Series. Mike Trout's never got close to a World Series. Neither is Shohei Ohtani as Mike Trout's teammate. Baseball is so team-oriented. Even though we think of it as such an individual thing, you need 9 guys in your lineup that are a threat somehow, some way. You need 3 starting pitchers that can really pitch in the playoffs. You need 5 in today's game. You need 5 closers in your bullpen. Do the Rangers have a closer in their bullpen? I'd say Will Smith and Aroldis Chapman can close out games, but that's kind of it.
And they're both lefties.
Right. So, like, you need 3 more guys. So the Rangers are a good team, but the Rangers do need 3 guys that you could say they can close out a game if I need them to close out a game. And so I was just listening to it. I'm not opposed to trading for Shohei Ohtani. I am opposed to trading kind of Evan Carter or Wyatt Langford in the deal because I think those are possibly 10-year outfielders for you.
Yeah.
But I can't trade Ezekiel Duran and Jonah Heim in the deal because that hurts me so much on my major league team that it doesn't make sense. I'm watching Shohei. He can't do it by himself. I'm watching Shohei and Mike Trout. Can't do it by himself. So you do need in baseball, you do trade prospects. And what I'm kind of getting to tie it all up is picks 4 through 10. One guy's going to make the major leagues. So you'd rather trade guys that you're not even sure if they'll ever perform in the major leagues over guys like Ezekiel Duran and Jonah Heim who are already performing. I need 9 guys to perform in my lineup if I'm going to do something special in the playoffs. I need 3 good starting pitchers, and I need 5 great bullpen pieces.
Yeah, interesting breakdown, especially compared to the other sports. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hey, did Marshawn Lynch do it right? Next on the Fan.
Probably not.
Goodbye. I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Heck yeah, we'll see Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, and G-Bag Nation live from Cowboys training camp. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got the C Block coming up in just 1 second, but
Brag about the show real quick.
I will. I actually want to brag about the station if we can.
All right.
Because there's one person who's trolling right now who just doesn't believe fundamentally how numbers work, and that's neat. But they're like, you know who's awesome? Nosebleeds. Agreed.
Yeah, they're
fantastic. You know who's awesome? The Get Right. Agreed.
I didn't like nosebleeds. I had them as a kid. Sometimes it's because I picked my nose.
The
Other times I
radio
just have
show
'em.
that is now part of the G-Bag Nation is we all get along on this station. There were times when that was not the case.
Yep.
But right now, we all get along great on the station. So if you're like, I like this show better, that's okay.
Yeah.
I think our other shows are really awesome and everyone has different tastes. And I hope you get to turn it on, leave it on, because that's what's making this station rock and roll the past year or so.
You know what would kick my butt is if I turned on and I heard the same thing for the entire day. I would be like, oh, why do I want to listen to the same thing?
Yeah.
I like all these different personalities together. And man, when we hit Oxnard, it's going to be so much fun because we finally, we'll all be out there.
So you think.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I come down with something right before we take off. No. But that's like Mike was missing a couple years ago and Kevin was missing. This year we did get at the Super Bowl. We had most of the group together. And that was a lot of fun. That was an absolute blast. So I'm looking forward to getting out to Oxnard. Brought to you by whenever we get there. I'll let you know who it's brought to.
I don't get to know until then.
Yeah, I'll let you know then.
Man. And I'm going to take the advice of the Tolos, the Twolos, and the YouTubers. We got unbelievably positive feedback, and a lot of times we do, and they're like, why are you caught up with the troll? And I was like, that is a fair point. I will work on that. And thank you so much. I responded to a whole bunch of people who had lots of positive feedback. So thank you guys very, very much. Now, the segment that always gets positive feedback, the C Block starring Corey Majors.
From the 940, nosebleeds are way better than you guys. I blame
We're
Corey.
bedwetters?
Well, yeah.
I don't like that guy.
Well, and they blame me, and I can totally understand why. All right, so I saw a video of Marshawn Lynch at the Home Run Derby. Now, here's the question. Is this baseball or is this football talk? Nobody knows. Good luck. He collected 2 pockets full of Home Run Derby baseballs on his way out. Because I don't know if you saw, he ran out there and had the trophy and stood at home plate. It's Seattle. Makes sense.
Yeah.
They love that dude no matter what. A lot of people do like him. Kevin doesn't.
Oh, no.
But he does so much to help his community and all those things.
He
sets up 401ks.
He does amazing things. Just sometimes I thought he was harsh on reporters for no reason.
Yeah. But he collected 2 pockets worth of home run derby baseballs. Yeah. He signed a few autographs, and I wish I could remember the tweet I saw this on. Signed some autographs for some kids. On his way out, grabbed a T-Mobile pillow, grabbed one of those T-Mobile towels, and then dipped. It was like, see y'all later. And go ahead.
My quick question. Do you think no matter what level of fame or riches you achieve, everybody likes a good freebie?
All right, that's the question.
Okay.
That's where this segment's going. What is the most important thing to take from the game? Whatever game you're at. If it's a baseball game, if it's a football game, you're going to a Cowboys game, it could be a playoff game. Because, Kevin, I do believe Broadus loves cups. Not the one.
It is weird.
Not like the one that Mike pitched in, but Broadus loves collectible memorabilia cups. And I think he's got like a whole bunch of them. You have a bunch of Jared Sandler face cups.
I like 8 or 10.
And so that's, I remember I always would get like that memorabilia cup and it would have Dirk on the side or it would have Michael Irvin and Darren Woodson. I'd be like, this is awesome. It's going to fade. If you use it enough, it'll fade.
Sure.
But you love that thing, man. You have it.
Is that the sign of a good cup? It's faded because you
used it so many times. Yeah, absolutely it is. And then also, like, my grandfather, we're cleaning out the house. We're cleaning out their house. We just went through it all. Lots of stuff, lots of memories there. My grandfather gave me, or my mom was like, hey, take these. And it was a bunch of Pepsi and Coke bottles from the Cowboys championship seasons, even the 70s seasons. So those are cool and everything. But I always wonder when you're at a game, because when I was a kid, I would go to the Devil's Bowl Speedway. All right.
Oh yeah, Mesquite.
And yeah, is that Mesquite?
I think it's a Mesquite.
I would go to the Devil's Bowl Speedway, and what I would collect is those plastic sheets they have on the masks. So, Mike, when you're on the mud track, mud gets in your face mask. So they have these thin plastic sheets on their face mask that they can just tear off like bags at the grocery store and just throw out the window. And I would pick those up, and I just thought they were the coolest thing. I don't know why. I just thought it was cool because I was 7. And so, but I see adults all the time collecting cups, grabbing a few of these or that as they're leaving the game. And so 877-881-1053, what is the most important thing to take from a game? You're probably not catching a foul ball. Most out of how many people catch a foul ball in one game?
Yeah, like, I don't know, 12, 10.
I saw a game this year where one guy in Oakland caught 2 home runs.
That's so nuts.
Pretty incredible.
So, but yeah, like, do you pick up some things and take off with them as you're leaving the stadium? All right, Kevin, you look like this is built just for you.
I got a Major League Baseball from the Washington Nationals game that I was at.
Oh, the one that you just called over the weekend?
Yeah.
How'd you get it?
One of the reporters who knew who I was, but he's a really nice guy. And we were talking in the clubhouse, and we'd talk to players or whatever, and then he just walked by and he grabbed a Major League Baseball and he gave it to me. And I was like, oh, thanks. And then I was like, I guess I'm keeping it.
That is awesome.
I kept it.
From the 254, the ice cream hat, the ice cream helmet. Got to have the ice cream helmet.
Okay.
Forgot to bring an ice. They had the Washington Nationals ice cream helmet.
What a brilliant
I
idea,
forgot.
that person that said, hey, let's turn this helmet upside down, make them small, and put ice cream in them.
That person is
Genius.
a hero. Now, this is an important question I want clarification about as well from the 214. The move is to wait until some of the fans have cleared out so you can grab the 20 cups left behind you in the section.
True. My dad does that.
That's-
Drives me insane.
And that's okay, right? As long as you take them home and wash them because they weren't your cups.
Yeah, you're going to walk.
Okay.
You trying to drink out of them on the way home?
Yeah, that's
No. I'm saying it's okay.
Somebody use that as a spit cup.
Even though you took home a cup that wasn't
Yeah,
yours.
you're going to wash even your cup that you drank at, let's say, the Maverick game or Stars game. You're going to then take home and wash it and then use it as many times as possible, and it does fade over time.
Yeah, every restaurant you go to, that silverware
That's
and
true.
plate and glass
That's
has
a
been
great
used.
point. Mine used to be, but we're doing away with this a lot, is the ticket stub. Because especially...
Stinks, man.
I know.
I hate that's happened.
For the Rangers, is used to, like, sometimes it was different, just colors on the sides of the tickets. Sometimes you had little designs for, like, the Mavericks and the Stars and stuff. And it felt like each ticket was individual. They might not have the most differences in the world, but they were different.
Yeah.
And so I miss that.
I agree with you. My kid went to the Adolis Garcia 3 home run game, but he doesn't have a ticket from it because it was an electronic ticket. So I don't know what, at that moment you can be like, yeah, I was there. Like, hey, here's my phone that shows my electronic ticket I was there. And that's why they came up with those fake NFT things, you know.
They're
like,
still real.
Yeah, hey, guess what? You're at this game. Here's Sean Rooks. And I'm like, Sean Rooks didn't play in this game, and he was not a good Maverick, but I do remember him and Donald Hodge as our freaking centers. Lorenzo Meyer eventually came on, or Lauren Meyer.
I was going to say, I don't know.
Lorenzo, we didn't know.
I don't know who that is.
Lauren Meyer.
From the 561. Hey, guys, when I was a kid, I'm 54 now. Congratulations. My dad used to take me to the horse track, and I used to collect all the losing tickets, and I still have them to this day.
I think that
some of them
is very clever because not only could you see some of the super fun names, you could always see that guy who tossed his like $200 ticket on the ground. You're like, oh, he really thought this was going to hit. I think that would actually be probably a lot of fun to go back and look. Does everybody take the time at some point in life to go back and look at these things? Because I know I have boxes like in the garage. I know other people have them in the attic of stuff you definitely want to save. But do you take the time to go back and look at these things then?
Sometimes. Like, there are some things that are hanging around. Like, I do have the first game that I took Avery and Carter to, which Mike was nice enough to let me have his tickets. I don't know if you knew that. That was the first time the boys had been to a game. And I have that ticket stub still. It's in the garage. It's always up with my stuff. So I always have that around. So yeah, there are some things that I kind of, the cups, I think the cups are the most significant things that people think of because that is That's something that it's usable over and over and over. You'll always have it around, and it's just part of the game. It's not worth anything.
As opposed to like the ice cream helmet, you're not probably walking around being like,
Wearing
my
those.
hat's too small. Like, I do think that would be kind of a funny
I bet if somebody wanted to, they could have a collection wall where they put those on their wall.
Tonight, if you're going to the All-Star game, I can't imagine you're listening to us, but thank you if you are. If you're in Seattle, going to the All-Star game. Wouldn't you want a physical ticket to that game?
Yes.
Because if you're going in and you just scan your phone, okay, but like I still have my 1995 All-Star game ticket going to.
I have mine from the Home Run Derby.
The ballpark in Arlington. And
Yeah.
I don't know what I did with mine.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I didn't keep it or think about keeping the Home Run Derby day where it was 1,000 degrees and you had to buy bottled water to cool down your seat because it was so hot.
I even kept the program too, because the program was another big player. I don't know how much people care about that.
From the 817, in 1972, the Dallas Cowboys popcorn container was also a paper megaphone. I have two my dad bought for me. And like those are, things I bet, dude, how many times, Mike, when you're doing the post, you look out and you're like, man, they're cleaning a lot today because kids leave stuff. Parents leave. We leave a bunch of stuff, and sometimes we think it's trash. Sometimes people are like, I got to take that with me.
I know it is an old cliche, but when they say like one man's trash is another man's treasure, I think about that in terms of like, we talk about the Dallas Card Show. We're going to go this weekend in Allen. My older son, Brandon, every time he would go he's like, I want to buy something different. Like, I don't want to buy like just cards or boxes or whatever. So one of the things he bought was like a giant Dr. Pepper bottle, I think, with Roger Staubach on it. And he got the Wheaties boxes. And now I know we're veering a little bit away from the ballpark, but I was thinking about that in terms of I have multiple little ice cream helmets that I value way more than like an actual human would be like, I'll give you $1 for that. And I'm like, never.
Somebody texted in and said they take napkins. Now, I don't know, like maybe some napkins have the names on them. I know, like, when we go to weddings, Adrian, she doesn't want the centerpiece from a wedding, but she wants to take a napkin that has the names of the couple on it.
You know what was really cool when I went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and this is a good 22 years ago, is they had at the time, it was a traveling kind of Beatles museum, because they'll have a level where they take that out and then they put in another famous rock star, rock band or whatever into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Some lyrics are like either on napkins or like crappy pieces of paper that whether it was John Lennon or Ringo or whoever it is, Paul, like they kind of kept that piece of paper and they're like, here's kind of the start of this song that we were writing on a piece of paper. And luckily, whether it's a publicist, a manager, or them by accident kept that kind of piece of paper. And it looks really cool.
It does.
Like, that looks like it should be worth a lot. Just some napkin where you see some lyrics written on there.
I went a couple of years ago when Adrian was up there with Lucy for a couple of months actually, and we went to visit and we went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and I saw that. It's awesome. And it's one of those like now you start thinking, what were they doing when they found that napkin? You know, you're like, why was that the only thing they could write on at the moment? What was going on? From the 760 cups from games and set lists off stage from concerts. I do think that is a really cool thing to have. I haven't collected all of them, but that would be something that if I was, I wish I would have started that back in the day.
You guys have both watched the movie Air, the Jordan Nike, obviously, movie. That the coach who coached on Team USA in '84, somehow he was on the Olympic team, if I'm remembering this story right, and he walks around, he doesn't even know what he's doing, and he walks up on stage with Martin Luther King Jr. for the I Have a Dream speech.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And it's a true story. He has Martin Luther King Jr. is looking into the audience as he's kind of giving the speech that he had written out, and he finds that it's just not connecting with the audience. They're not really. And then he totally changes to I Have a Dream.
Yeah.
And so that young man / kid who's there is like, hey, and he was just like, I was just so inspired. That was the greatest speech I've ever heard. And he's like, well, here's my notes for it.
That's awesome. Yeah,
and
that was
awesome. He
awesome.
still has it to this day, and he's been offered hundreds of thousands of dollars. He's like, no, I'm not selling that speech.
Not that you should sell it anyway, but if you did, it would for sure be in the millions.
Somebody said they have the game program from every season since 1972, and that's awesome. Like, that's a really cool thing. And then from the 817, and this is an absolute fact, the club level bathrooms at AT&T Stadium have badass paper towels, and my dad's friend would stuff his pockets full of them, and that is true. Those they're the thick ones, you know, that like you feel like, man, is this a rag or is this a towel? It almost is like a ShamWow. That's how awesome those things are. My dad collected a beer bottle from every bar he went to from 21 till I was born at 30. So that's just little things, man. Again, it started as a stadium thing.
Yeah.
As what do you grab on your way out? I saw one of the Boston Red Sox, and y'all may have talked about this on Friday. One of the rookies or the younger players was playing in the Futures game, and his cleats had soil or dirt from the Fenway Park. Marcelo Meyer. His cleats had dirt from Fenway.
Yes.
In it. And I just thought that was really cool. And when we talk about collecting a little dirt or a piece of grass, it's always like, oh, whatever, but it's cool.
Dude, the coolest thing at Fenway, and I think this was like 2015, so I'm not sure like how long this program went, is me and Brandon were up there. They gave Brandon a pin that said, "My first game ever at Fenway." Like they just gave it to him, and he thought it was the coolest thing that had ever been. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's tap back into a little bit of basketball because we got audio from Mark Cuban giving us a breakdown about how maybe Kyrie is misunderstood. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
The KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Wanted to go over something real quick before we get to the Mark Cuban stuff. Is Mike, I was hoping you could give some people some insight because this was really fascinating us yesterday. Is Wyatt Langford, he's a college kid. And we talked a lot about high school kids and how they get drafted and everything. Will you walk us through the potential educational benefits you can still get if you get drafted as a high school kid?
Well, as a high school kid, if you're drafted high enough and they want you to sign, they give you a full scholarship to the school that you were signing with. So let's just say they were to take Walker Jenkins. He is going to North Carolina. Most likely he won't. He'll sign as the 5th overall pick with the Minnesota Twins. But when he signs with the Twins for his about $7 million signing bonus as the 5th overall pick, they will also, he's an in-state kid, so looking into North Carolina because my daughter was interested in going there.
Yeah.
It's about a $65,000 a year school as out-of-state and about $30,000 in-state. So what they're going to do is they're going to say, not only do we give you $7 million, but we're going to give you 8 semesters at $30,000 a year at any school you want to attend when you want to attend school. You can negotiate that still. You can say, well, with inflation, if my son wants to go back to school at that time, let's make it 40 a semester times 8. So you're looking at $320,000 or something like that. So also Walker Jenkins is going to get somewhat of a $300,000 scholarship to go to college when he chooses. Now, you do have to do it your last year of playing professional ball, whether you get done at 40 years old or get done at 24 years old and you never make it. You have 2 years to start it or restart it. If after 2 years you have not started your college education or restarted your college education, and then it's a continued education, then that money goes away completely. But also Walker Jenkins, 5th overall pick in the draft. I'm going to bet he had a 50% scholarship to North Carolina. He did not get a full ride. Nobody gets a full ride as just an outfielder. You have to be, to get close to a full ride, you have to be a guy that they project. You are going to pitch for us and you're going to play a position for us.
Which is pretty wild compared to other sports.
Yeah, so he probably, and it's also incentive, like family-wise. You're like, okay, I can go to North Carolina, pay about $15,000 a year to go to school there and play baseball for 3 years, or take $7 million of a signing bonus and get educationally, I can get about a $300,000 scholarship.
Wow. And then, Corey, I know you were tracking this earlier. Unfortunately, no picks selected in the 2023 NFL supplemental draft.
Oh.
So there was 2 whole people eligible, I believe. Neither one of them were picked up.
Can I throw another fact out there for
Yes.
MLB draft? This is the first year since 1978 that a southpaw wasn't selected in the first round.
What's happening with your left-handed people?
Spin rates must be down. Extension, spin rates, velocity.
You guys can't do any of that.
Is
it
it
because you're all
weird.
becoming broadcasters?
Yep. It must be. It is weird though. That has, and you said first time in ever
since 1978. That's a long time, man. And that's this could reboot and a lot of things happen. But I think actually it wasn't until pick 46 that the Rockies took a left-hander, Sean Sullivan from Wake Forest. I did have a question for you, Mike. Did you think that the draft lottery is it working? Do you like it, the draft lottery in Major League Baseball? Because things kind of changed just a little bit.
I guess it was great for the Rangers and it really helped them out. This year, obviously, Oakland is horrible and we know they're horrible. But I guess Washington's rebuilding
Yeah.
So, I mean, but I feel like for the most part right now, you don't feel like going into the second half. Oakland is, but you don't feel like, oh, these teams are intentionally losing to help out their draft status. I mean, I would have to go through there's probably some. I named Oakland and Washington for sure. Oakland's out. I mean, Oakland just, you see, they're playing in a bad place.
The Twins.
Yeah, Kansas City, the Twins I think are fighting for a playoff spot.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't think the Royals were trying to be this bad this year. I think the Royals thought they could be possibly a 500 team, and then after about 2 weeks of baseball, like, we are horrible.
All right.
Because they heard him in the parking lot.
And I was right. But I don't know. I mean, that's the hope. The hope is that these teams won't intentionally lose, because I think if you intentionally lose for a certain amount of time, they just take you out of the top 10 picks.
Okay.
If you have the worst, if like Oakland keeps being the worst team, I need to look at the rules, but they're like, no, we won't allow you to have a top 10 pick if you're bad for like 3 years in a row. You go to like the 10th pick is the highest you can pick.
Now, I know this caught your attention earlier, Corey, is Mark Cuban talking about Kyrie Irving. And the one bullet point I heard is maybe he's misunderstood, but I'm hoping you can walk us through some of the things.
Yeah, he was on Sirius XM NBA.
Please come on our show, Mark Cuban.
Yeah, Mark, you're always welcome to hang out. And I know you always like a fun debate, and we like fun. The first question was like, is Kyrie, like his why he was attending Lakers games and other speculation on his potential departure?
No, Kyrie just loves basketball and loves going to games. So no, I wasn't concerned about that, but we traded for him because we wanted to be a long-term piece, And I think Kyrie's just misunderstood. Everybody sees all the noise and everything around him, but when you actually talk to him, I like him. He's open, he's smart. He's always looking to learn things, and to me, he's an interesting guy that's just misunderstood.
All right, so is that Mark Cuban just playing like a defender and putting a shield in front of Kyrie Irving, or do you think Mark Cuban sees something behind the scenes that the rest of people just make a bigger deal out of what Kyrie does? And we'll talk about the next part in just a moment.
Okay, no, I believe he really believes that.
Okay,
I do. Without jumping ahead, because I don't know what he says next. I would love to hear him expand more about why and how he's misunderstood.
Okay.
I'd say Kyrie did nothing in his 2 months here for Mark Cuban to think anything different.
Yeah.
It's the other 3 places he's been over a longer period of time that I think Cleveland, Boston, and Brooklyn would say, just wait.
All right. Well,
I hope it never happens.
Then let's get to the second cut. And no, I didn't say Sirius XM. It's Sirius XM.
That's good.
This is where Mark Cuban was on, and they were like, hey, will we see a repeat of the split that happened with Brooklyn?
It's interesting. When I would watch Kyrie before he came to the Mavs, I didn't pay enough attention to his relationship with other players. And then when he came to us after the trade, it was inevitable. After every game, there were multiple players walking up and hugging him. Not just giving him, a high five, but like a real honest to goodness, I like you hug. And when you talk to players around them, they would say the same thing. And when you talk to our players after he got there, say the same thing. We love the guy, And so it wasn't a question of his relationship with players. And then when you get into it more, as he matured, he's had different relationships with different organizations, which is why, Jay Kidd and I made the effort to really get to know him.
Okay, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier.
Does that stick then?
I think he believes what he's saying. In fact, I'm almost positive he believes what he's saying, because that's why they made the move that they made. And I appreciate all of that. It's just there's been some stops. Boston is the one that stands out to me, that it starts great, but it ends poorly. And maybe that's inevitable for a lot of players. I just don't feel like you've seen that as many times as the varying degrees of problems that Kyrie's had, whether in Cleveland, Boston, or now Brooklyn. And that's why he's available, right? That's why nobody wanted to touch him in free agency.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've only heard these clips of the interview. And one of the things I would love to talk with Mark Cuban about is I really want his insight, his education for me, is he is a great player. Nobody disputes that. Then why did nobody go chasing after him? Like when he was made available, why wasn't everybody like, meet with me at 12:01, meet with me at 12:01? And the only team that really was a team that didn't have any salary cap space. Like, why weren't more teams looking to pick up?
We kind of found out that was fake, too.
Yeah.
It might have been Kyrie's side making up just that Phoenix might have been interested.
If Mark Cuban was to answer, and this is fictitious, all right? So, but if he was to answer to you and say, well, every other team knew that he wasn't going. We told them. Like, it was out there. We had said he's going to be here. They knew it. They weren't going to meet with him anyway. Would that satisfy
yes,
you? Okay.
Actually, it would, because that makes sense to me. Because how many times have we seen, hey, this player's becoming available, and you're like, but not really, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying Draymond and Kyrie on the same level, but Draymond became available, and people are like, yeah, but he's just going back to Golden State. If he said that, that would be, and that might be the probable outcome.
I don't know. I was just, like I said, I just made that up as a potential, sounds kind of real. And if Mark Cuban said that, would that satisfy that part of it? I do. Alec, can we go back to the first cut real quick? Just play it, because a lot of people are saying that Mark Cuban's voice cracked whenever he said, I like him.
No, Kyrie just loves basketball and loves going to games. So no, I wasn't concerned about that, but we traded for him because we wanted to be a long-term piece. And I think Kyrie's just misunderstood. Everybody sees all the noise and everything around him, but when you actually talk to him, I like him. He's open, he's smart.
Was that I like him? Was that a little too much? Did that inflection in his voice give it a little too much? I like him.
I'm not going to say that. I understand.
He's adequate.
Okay. Well, I don't want to go.
Keep that around.
I don't want to go that far.
I wonder this, and I'm just wondering, I don't know. Mark Cuban, I think I know this first. Mark Cuban's Jewish, right?
I don't know the
I have
answer.
no idea.
I think that I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure on that. But I don't think he really practices religion or anything like that. But I wonder if a little bit of the crack is like my Jewish brothers, like kind of like they're going to be like,
interesting.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, he's like, I like it, but he's like, I wonder how much pushback I'll get from that community.
I have no idea. Yeah, that's interesting.
But I'm looking at, this is a small quote from April of 2022, because, you can go search things. It's like, I don't really feel like doing this, but in this segment, I am. It's Jason Tatum on Kyrie Irving and their situation in Boston as it played out. And this is a year or so later. This is obviously we've talked, and there's some things that he probably would have done differently, but I think that's just part of life. Nobody's perfect, and you just got to move on from it as you get older. That is Jason Tatum on him and Kyrie's relationship while they played together. It's just like, hey, probably said some things. He probably she would have taken back, but we both move on and this and that. Like, the weird thing about Kyrie, which is factual, is when he is gone from a team, they seem to get better. And when he's with the team, you would think they would get better, but they get worse. And I'm not blaming Kyrie for missing the playoffs. Kyrie had very little to do with the Mavericks missing the playoffs. But in a weird way, Boston was at their best. The year that he was hurt and didn't play, they were at their best. When he did play for Boston, they became a worse team. It was really weird. I don't get it. I don't understand. There were times in Brooklyn where they would go on stretches where they would play better without Kyrie. He'd come back and you think they're going to be even better. And then they wouldn't play as good as they played before. And it's a weird thing with Kyrie. I don't know everything to it. I'm not following every place that he played at and every game that he played, but it is a weird thing that it doesn't make sense. His numbers, his impact on the game, a lot of players love him, look up to him as a mentor and a person that is a hero of theirs. But in a weird way, he's never really been the guy to make things better or put a team over the top. It's a weird thing.
Yeah, I don't know if that is what they are counting on here or not. I'm super hopeful that it works out. And I believe Mark Cuban is saying what he really thinks. I have some questions about the rest of the roster, but I'm intrigued to see how this goes. By the way, just as an aside, did you see the Portland GM I think he was just hoping to shut down questions about Damian Lillard for a while. Is he goes, if it takes months, it takes months.
Okay.
Now, is that just to get everyone off his back? And he's like, hey, stop asking me that same question all the time. It's going to be a minute. And is that going to work?
I would say that's my approach to it, is give yourself as much time. So he gave himself months. So like that's the way you get people off your back about it for a while.
Yeah.
Say, look, on this date, I'll tell you. And then on that date, you go, you know what? Oh, unfortunately, we have not come to a conclusion yet. It'll be next date. And then people wait till that date.
And then one more amazing note is I forgot to bring up yesterday. Did you see the contract offer that Paul Reed had signed with Utah? Now, he's with Philadelphia. I thought Utah threw this in there, and it was really fun, is they said, hey, first season's fully guaranteed, and the 2 other ones become fully guaranteed if you get to the conference semifinals next year. So Utah was like, we're not getting to the conference semifinals, but Philly might be like, oh, that's probably about where we usually make it.
Yeah.
Do I want to give him a 3-year guaranteed contract?
Danny Ainge is a genius.
I did think that was super clever.
He is a genius.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are live at Hurtado's. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, let me tell you.
When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing. Let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are live at Hurtado Barbecue. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Oh, we are outstanding, Hagee. Are you kidding me?
I mean, that's the only logical answer.
Yeah, we are properly in Barlington, Texas here. We're actually at Haters, which is Hurtado's bar, which is right next door. But we put in an order for some Hurtado, and it's on the way. So, you know, it's an All-Star Tuesday. It's a Toxic Tuesday. We got 5 Rangers in the All-Star game, though, and we're here to celebrate it in Arlington properly, and we want everybody to come by and say hi.
I don't know if you know this, Kevin, but
we got 6.
Multiple Rangers players do enjoy themselves from Hurtado as well. I think Marcus Semien eats there like once a week or something.
I mean, you know how I knew that? Because they're humans.
Yeah.
Like, I imagine all humans to some degree or another would enjoy that. Now, I have a question for y'all. This kind of bums me out, but I don't know if people really care or not. You know, I think it's yesterday or over the weekend, the news came out about the New York Times dropping their sports staff to incorporate The Athletic. And then yesterday, the LA Times dropped their sports game stories and box scores and standings. Are y'all bummed at all to see those go away? Or are you just like, look, it's been a long time since people have read newspapers anyway. We'll all survive just fine without a box score and a game story in a newspaper.
I mean, it's just a sign of the times. It lets you know you're kind of getting old. But there's no objective value to these things. It's just nostalgia for us. Like, if we never knew it existed, we wouldn't miss it. So it's just one of those tests of, you know, how you're going to handle the aging process. And I would say just, you know, roll with the punches here. It does stink a little bit. You know, I liked it, you know, growing up and all that. But shoot, we can get it on the internet now. It's just a sign of the times.
I used to actually consume my newspaper through the internet. Now, I'm sure, is everybody on the program right now somebody who at one point or another was cracking open the newspaper?
Oh, yeah. I grew up with,
wearing a robe, perhaps.
It was a better way to keep up, too, because it really force-fed you everything relevant and gave you a much wider view. Like, the internet's great at zeroing in on what you love as a niche, but if you were a newspaper guy, I believe you got a much better wide snapshot, fine detail, looking at the box scores every day, stuff like that.
Yeah, I grew up with going to the box scores, getting the ink on your fingers and stuff like that. You know, Cowboy Weekly. They used to do a newsletter that you would get if you were a Cowboy fan that had, you know, it had all the stories, had everything in it in that one weekly, and you would that's kind of how you learned about the team through those writers' eyes. It's a shame that we're starting to see. I know a lot of those guys and gals at the New York Times that were very talented writers. Some of them Pulitzer Prize winning writers that covered sports now have to cover other things, and that part of it is very unfortunate. But that's it appears the world that we're living in today.
Kevin, can you imagine, though? This is interesting because we're in a world in radio where we get everything via the internet. There was a time when radio hosts only got the newspapers and would have to use rulers and tear all those little things out in order to have their content for the
I mean,
day.
I still saw stories in the actual newspaper that I thought were interesting at times, but for the LA Times, they've switched their print deadline to 3 p.m. So obviously, pretty much any day that would be impossible to put together a game story or box score or anything like that. Now, staying in or going in the world of baseball, excitement level for All-Star Game tonight, but also we were kicking this around earlier and there's a ton of different answers. Who is your single most improved Rangers player this year?
Ooh, that is a good question. I think it might be. I think it might be Dane Dunning.
It's a good pick.
And from a pitching standpoint, he's the guy that jumps out the most for sure, and he's maybe the biggest surprise of all these guys.
Yeah.
And then, but there is so many to choose from. I mean, with the way this lineup's been batting, when you think about the Ezekiel Durans of the world, early Odie,
Tavares
I mean,
me, Tavares, because
that
for
was mine,
years,
Broadus.
Yeah, for years we've asked whoever the general manager is for the Rangers or front office members, we've asked them, what are you going to do at center field? What are you going to do at center field? It was always a constant question. You know, even with Joey Gallo, you had an idea of who the corner outfielders might be, but we never knew who the center fielder was. And the fact that he's come at the bottom of the lineup, you know, the fact that if you look at, you know, his RBIs or him getting on base, Simeon has this large number of RBIs. Why? Because guys like Tavares and others are finding ways at the bottom of the lineup to get on base and get driven home.
A lot of good candidates in there. How about Nathan Evaldi, who I learned earlier on the KNC Masterpiece has an ERA that's a full point better than his previous best. You know, this guy took a bit of a late bloomer,
career year.
Yeah. Or just, you know, got lucky for a couple months, but we shall see.
Oh, no.
Career couple months.
Yeah, career couple months.
I like that. I like that perspective. I think that's
Yeah.
smart. You know, you can
fair.
always take this like, hey, look, it's going to be like this forever, but it might not.
And see, I'm not saying you're wrong. You just voiced like the part about the second half of the season that makes me really nervous.
That part that makes you want to say, shut up, don't do that. Don't do that.
Like as if just because Dawson said it, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Although sometimes that does happen.
That is true. Yeah.
So please stop saying bad things that might happen, Dawson. I would appreciate
I'm
that.
sorry.
It's okay.
It's a guilty pleasure of mine.
Yeah. No, I could see that as well. Most likely Rangers player to be All-Star Game MVP tonight.
Give me my guy Jonah Hahn.
Oh,
wow.
With this one at bat. I love it.
I think with his one at bat, he's going to hit more home runs than anyone in the history of one at bat has hit.
I like it.
And so
Is
if
the
you
record
do that,
one?
The record is what the record is, Hagee.
Yeah,
And
you get to deal with that.
Heim knows that, and he's going to break that record tonight. And
Probably
in
throw a
one
guy
at-bat-
out.
Yeah, he'll throw one guy.
Yeah.
I mean, one guy on his first throw out opportunity, and then on the second one, we'll see what happens. But we know.
After
like it.
After the one throw out, they're all like, we don't want to run on that guy. Did you see how he got him by 2 miles?
So there's a
Yeah.
lot of implied
Yeah.
throwouts
Yeah.
there too. Then so maybe
thinking
one
3.
Yeah, one throwout for Heim, 3 more implied throwouts, and they're like, he would have stolen.
Yeah, but come on.
But yeah, okay.
Which Ranger is going to play the most innings?
I feel like Simeon or Seager are logical.
See, that's how I would go. If you can find a way, like we're laughing about the at-bats, but if you can find a way to give me a couple of at-bats, you know, you get a single and then, then the next at-bat you get a double that knocks in 2, you know, that kind of thing. You go 2 for 2. You make a couple of plays in the field. Now you're kind of thinking, oh, well, man, this is our guy. This is the one, you know, couple of hits, couple of plays, and, you know, the limited opportunities that they do get.
Yeah, maybe that power comes in that bat of Seager tonight, and he hits a grand slam. I think he's
my
batting
guy.
4th.
Yeah, I think he gets 2 at-bats and Simeon gets 2 at-bats. I think the other Rangers get 1 at-bat.
Okay, I like those answers. Now, tell everyone what you guys got coming up on the program, please, and where they can find you today.
Well, we are live at Hurtado Barbecue next door here at Haters,
Holy
and
jeez.
wow, they just delivered a tray of barbecue. I'm going to take a snapshot of this.
Oh
You got
my
the burrito
gosh.
tacos in there. I'm going to take a shot of this and post it at G-Bag Nation. This is where you want to come feast right here, baby. So yeah, come to Hurtado's, and we're already cracking them here at Haters, which is right next door. Okay, and we do have Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. I'm coming in hot, so I don't really have anything specific to timestamp. But
I'm just glad you're here now.
yeah, I did not know I was going to make it in time.
We're going to have automotive engine talk.
Yeah,
to open the show.
We're going to spin the topic wheel here throughout the show and see what happens.
All right, look forward to that. Grab some barbecue and some brews while you're at it. Go home with the GVAC Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say adequate, Kevin.
Oh, adequate. How big is that?
2 inches.
Damn, Mike.
Sports with lots of fan studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, live from Hurtado's Barbecue in Arlington. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. General at your service at ease. I'm in barbecue heaven right now. You know I love it. There's Brian Broaddus, former NFL scout and executive. Eric Chiafalo here. Lucius Alexander is back in the Pimp Cup at Master Control, along with Carter Freeman. And you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And gentlemen, this is just great. You know, I like my barbecue a little spicy, and boy, they bring it here like nobody's business, right? A burrito taco, a rib, and now I'm going to be working on a piece of brisket there. I'm just absolutely starting the show in heaven. That's what that is.
Yeah, I had a rib earlier, and it had that perfect. I like to judge ribs. I don't like the ribs when they fall off the bone. I like when you bite it. It's got that, you can see the actual bite mark in the rib.
Yeah,
it was perfectly flavored. The salt, pepper, the crust on it, the bark, everything you're talking about in barbecue
passes the eye test.
It all passes the eye test. And I learned something today. They get their meat from the ranch, the Yellowstone Ranch.
Is that right?
From that show, from the actual ranch itself. They're
right,
one of the only restaurants in Dallas that gets their meat from that particular part of the country.
Very important.
And very important.
Yeah, where you source your meat.
Yeah.
People don't realize Kevin Costner's actually single-handedly he provided these animals.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is crazy.
He hunted them by himself.
Yeah, just the chew, the bite, the bark, the flavor, everything about this place is just incredible. Even the sides are, unreal.
You know how I feel about onions. I'm offended by them. I'll accept them on this burrito taco.
That burrito taco on a Taco Tuesday.
I didn't even move to take them off. I was like, go ahead, bring the onions.
Yeah.
And you know what? I kind of liked them.
That's how I know you really are in heaven right now.
I can tell you tasted it, and then you just said, "Nah, I'm in.
Yeah,
I'm committed."
These onions out.
Broaddus, I don't know if you noticed the glow that Dawson had when he walked in, but you could tell this guy was sort of walking into the pearly gates, it felt like, for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you join us out here, you're going to discover the same. We also have prizes from Rally House. They brought us some great Rangers gear as we can celebrate them being in the All-Star. You can enter to win that prize. But everybody's going to be a winner here that comes by Hurtado Barbecue. And we're actually inside a Haters bar and grill, which is right next door, but you can get your barbecue from here as well. Okay, MLB All-Star Game tonight is the top story, and it's exciting times for the Rangers, and with five guys in the starting lineup, it is historic. But I want to know from the texters out there, Chief, I see you have that open there already. I'm just getting settled, so I don't have my text open. Or Carter, I know I'm annoying you right now. I don't have the Zoom open. I'm working on it, okay? How much of the Rangers' struggles, here's the question, how much of the Rangers' struggles take away from the excitement here? You haven't won a series in a while. If this All-Star thing had been like 5 series ago, we'd be like, yeah, this is unbelievable, just flexing and stuff. Right now, it's like, okay, what are we looking at here?
Yeah.
Is this like getting excited too early for a big letdown like a Cowboy season? What exactly are we looking at? Or are you just soaking in all the positive love of the All-Star Game vibes and the fact that you're back?
I'll tell you, I am trying to do that because I'm trying to block out some of the leaking of confidence that we all had coming into this All-Star break. You want to be as crotch first as possible at a time like this. You want to be able to celebrate. And this time next year at Globe Life Field, it's going to be even more of a celebration. It's going to be off the chain. It's going to be amazing.
Yep.
But yes, this is coming into this All-Star break. It was one of those deals where it's like, okay, we all need to have a little sigh of relief here, and then let's go ahead and barrel through into the second half of the season, and hopefully these guys can have some fun, but it's certainly not quite the same as if we were still number 1 in the power rankings, and on a heater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are we now in the power rankings? How far are we falling?
I think we're sitting in that 7-8 range.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's something that has to concern everybody out there that's a Ranger fan. You have to revel in the idea, though, that they've put all these guys in the All-Star game. That's great. Guys are having some, career starts to their season. You get a guy like Corey Seager, he gets hurt, he's missing, and just immediately doesn't miss a beat coming back. But it just hasn't translated into some wins. We've seen some series where the Rangers have, when they split with the Tigers, you're kind of like, No, it's a 4-game series, 3 of 4. You know, you go in now. Boston was kind of a 500 team. And then you let them take 2 or 3 from you, and then you move on to Washington, and you're like, they're playing terrible baseball. They got swept on a 4-game series by the Reds. Reds are playing good baseball, but here's a team that doesn't win at home, and all of a sudden you allow them to take 2 or 3 from you. You have to be concerned. You could talk about, was all the energy that they had to use to make up for loss of, in the pitching department, at the plate, was it just too much, as they got to the halfway point of the season? And it's not going to get easy. The second half of the season, when it opens back up on Friday, the Guardians, the Rays, the Dodgers, you're going to find out very quickly that this season could very well hinge on some of these early series, whether the attitude is the right attitude going forward, or are we now in full-on scramble mode and just pleading that CY does something to fix it?
I think there's enough leadership to have the mindset be in the place you want it to be, and I think they desperately needed this time off. This is going to be a rejuvenating week, I think, for all of these guys. Now, hopefully, same goes for the main guys who are obviously playing and participating in the All-Star festivities, who get, I guess, slightly less of a break than the rest of the guys. But the amount of games they just played with 1 day off is pretty ridiculous. These guys were out of gas, and it was obvious. So I think they come in with a physical and mental recharge that any human being would need after going 31 of 32 days playing a game.
Well, I hope that is the case, and that's the optimistic view. The recent series, and you start stacking up the losses, and you start to look at things a little bit differently. I had some sobering thoughts last night and today on the drive-in listening to KNC Masterpiece, like, when DeGrom went out, was that a bigger blow than maybe we gave it credit for at the time? Like, we were flying high and I think kicking the Braves' ass that week, or maybe the Cardinals' ass. I forget. Yeah. But, he's the kind of guy right now that could really stabilize things and give you, 7 innings of 1 or 2 runs every week. So, and how so many guys have overachieved. Like last night, Reggie said it feels like this team is regressing below the mean. Okay, but what if this is closer to reality than the first 2 months? Like, what is closer to reality? And I don't think this is a below 500 team, but maybe it just barely above 500 team. So where I'm at is hoping they come out of the All-Star break on fire and energized, but also I'm looking to see why. I'm looking to see why right now to fortify this thing. Look, you made a big risk bringing in DeGrom, right? Now it's on you to fix that, right?
For sure.
You spent money on a guy that's like chronically broken. Okay, and now we got to figure out. I don't need a player DeGrom's equal, but we need quality. And we need bullpen pieces too.
Talking to guys around the league, though, he was aggressively knowing that he had to go get an arm in the bullpen, a left-handed arm too. Yeah. And I talked to a team that's like he beat us. CY beat us to getting Chapman.
Yeah,
he beat us.
I have confidence in him.
And I just I want to believe that. He's sitting there watching his baseball team play, and he's thinking like, okay, get my pro guys. Tell me who's on the market. Tell me who I can go get. Let's start making these calls.
And I just hope they're not done spending money. Right? At any point, they could be like, wow, we're tapped out.
Sure.
I saw what you did with DeGrom. I'm cooling my jets a little bit like I did after we failed on Prince Fielder and Shin-Soo Choo.
Yeah.
Like that was the cap of, Ray Davis spending. So we shall see, but I do believe that CY can figure it out one way or another with an arm tied behind his back and no money.
And hopefully Ray Davis and company saw just how special things can be with this team. Yeah. And you see, wow, the ceiling for this team is legit. The time is still now to go ahead and swing.
What ownership saw, though, if they go back to the Houston series, and it didn't end well for the Rangers that particular time, but they saw 4 games of sellout baseball. Yeah. When your team is interesting, when the stakes are high, that's the type. The fan base will come out and support you.
They're ready. Yeah.
So if you continue to support your team and the fan base, you will find a way for ownership to continue to do what they need to do.
Salute to my man DJ Pridemore here, a remote engineer.
Diet Coke number 2 down the hatch.
Well, he knows how to take care of a broadcast crew, and he's training up Ruben as
right.
well. So
The young Padawan.
that's the full crew.
Future Jedi.
That's all of us. Gavin, will you let Brian know? Thank you for that. I argue with my friend that better ribs don't fall off the bone; they leave a bite mark.
I just do it, and it's
They
just
got to still be tender.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
my personal preference. My family. I mentioned
Well,
it a
that's
bunch
what
of times.
competitions ask
Red
for.
Brian's barbecue. Sunny
Yeah.
Brian's barbecue. I just when you have that bite, that chew. I want that to be able to see those teeth marks in the ribs. I think you learn a lot about a rib cooked that way.
I wonder if people like Gavin who hate onions realize onion is in like 80% of all dishes. That might be onion powder, sir. What's most offensive to me is the crunch and the texture of it. I don't mind the flavor at all. The flavor's great. Like you go over to somebody's house, they're making fajitas on the grill.
Right.
They're like laying onions and bell peppers on the meat as it's cooking, so it like kind of soaks up that flavor. I love the flavor on the meat. It's just
You
usually,
hate the texture.
Yeah, that and mushrooms. Oh, mushrooms are just horrific in that texture department. I tell you what. MLB All-Star Game tonight, though, and we are here in Arlington celebrating that. And then we do need to salute a couple participants from last night. Vlad Guerrero Jr. winning that home run contest. Adolis Garcia did have 17 home runs. Thought he did a pretty nice job, but it was not enough to get by his buddy Rosarina there. A salute to Julio Rodriguez. Hit a record 41 in the first round. It was a great home run derby, dude. All kinds of crazy stuff was happening. And then Adley Rutschman goes, half on one side, half on the other.
Yeah.
It was just stupid cool the whole night long. And I figured out what it is they're using actual all-star participants. That's the cool thing about their events.
We talked about this yesterday.
We were
under the
talking
break.
about that last night in the break. Yeah.
The NBA All-Star game, they find ways not to use their stars in slam dunk contests.
Yeah, we need the stars doing the dunk contest, and
Yeah.
then it would be as cool as the home run derby, maybe even the coolest thing ever.
That's what happens when you have a player-run league. They get to decide. I mean, the NBA would love to have guys like LeBron James in their dunk contest. And, in the three-point contest, I think they do a little bit better of a job because
Yeah.
staff will participate and stuff like that. But it mostly boils down to the dunk contest. And really, since LeBron decided he didn't want to do it, that became the trend, and none of these guys want to do it. And when the players run the league, you just say, okay, guys, we understand. We'll get no-name dudes, and we'll try and keep pulling this thing off.
I mean, I get it on the other side of 30. You don't want to go get shown up by a guy on a bench somewhere.
Right.
I wouldn't want to do that either. But if you're like under 27 and you still have like 98% of the hops that you were born to have and you could put on a show, figure out a way to incentivize the player to do it.
I know.
Let's get a sponsor involved that's willing to throw a big prize on the line or something like that. But that's that. It is time to take the kids out of that home run derby outfield as well. That might be the final talking point. Another kid gets beamed in the face, second time in about 3 years.
Gotta have an age
112
limit.
miles an hour off the bat.
112. Do we know?
Yeah.
Do we know what is unfolded since then? Do we know
He
the
made his way
status?
off the field and iced
I
his
saw a
face
picture.
and-
He had a closed. It looks like he went like several rounds with Mike Tyson. That eye was completely shut. There was a gash underneath the eye. We need those kids as much. Put them up in the stands. If they get hit up in the stands, that's one
Well,
thing.
I saw you can win a contest to be a catcher. You have to be like an all-star at 12 years old or 13 years old. If I'm running Major League Baseball, you can't win a contest to shag home run derby balls coming off the bat at 110.
In a sea of other
that's
kids.
crazy.
No.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
it is a little bit crazy.
What a great honor to get to do it. But if that
Yeah.
was my kid, I would be like, he's lucky he didn't lose his eye.
I mean, at 12 years old, I would have
Yeah.
been fine out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been out there barehanded snagging those balls.
That's right. But a lot of these
Same
kids
way
don't
you
grow
do
up playing
now.
baseball like we did, Brian.
No.
A lot of these kids don't know their way around a glove.
I don't know if I'd be out there trusting myself to stand out there, and not get hit with a ball.
I mean, we have all these like youth all-star baseball leagues. We got the little league World Series. You can
Yeah,
get some.
pluck
You can
the
get
kids-
some
yeah.
super studs out there.
Yeah.
You can get some future outfielders.
That'd be
that kid's eye looked terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
That kid doesn't want to be out there.
Just the fact that he has an eye. I
Yeah.
mean, when 112 mile an hour baseball comes at you,
doesn't
and you're
look
not
pretty at
realizing
all.
it.
Not at
You
all.
might have lost your face that day.
One of my best friends, his son was born with one eye, right? And didn't play baseball for a long time, shows up for tryouts at like 11 years old.
And when that's the case, is that like the Monsters Inc., like single eye in the middle of the face?
No.
Or that's still a right or a left?
Yeah, he had his left eye, and he wore a prosthetic often for his right. And really cool kid. Well, first day of tryouts, he gets hit with a ball in the other eye.
Yeah.
Wait, the good eye?
Yes,
Yeah.
the good eye, dude. His dad was like, "You're never playing baseball again. What have I done?" His dad's like, "Man, you won't believe it. I let the kid play baseball."
If you're
Got
wearing
hit.
if you're wearing a hockey helmet with a shield,
Okay,
maybe.
okay. Here's the question: What is the most palatable sport to play with one eye?
I don't know. Maybe golf.
I think golf is. I think that might be the winner.
Archery.
It's a depth perception.
Archery.
thing.
There you
Archery.
go.
You close one
There it
eye.
is.
You shoot
I
with
like
one
that.
eye. You
Yeah.
don't. You know.
Maybe biathlon.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I think you could cornhole
That
with
could
one
be,
eye.
You could
Probably.
be your dominant eye. Yeah. You know.
Yeah.
Shooting, archery, all those I think would be good.
Salute to Derek Lively. He had 11 boards in 24 minutes. I asked for 10 last night. He gave me one more.
Yeah, he did.
So
He's
that's
an
a good
overachiever.
sign. Jaden Hardy scored 24. He slimmed down a lot. He looks good out there, and I think his game is smoother. I got a chance to watch it last night on the ESPNU with my new cable package that gets everything. It's pretty amazing. So I was checking
I'm about
in
to jump
that.
on that cable package.
Sounds pricey.
Yeah. I'll let you know. You know, I got a pretty good deal on it. I keep forgetting the name of it though. I keep racking my mind for it.
Keep asking you keep forgetting.
Dawsonville.
Now, Mav Summer League continues. Obviously, Wemby not involved, but there's a lot of interesting storylines, and they're doing a good job of like triple headers every day on television. If you really want to jump in and watch a lot of these new players, it's out there for you. Adam Silver, NBA commish, says no plans in the future for a sovereign wealth fund to be welcome into the league's owners. You can buy a small stake in it.
5%.
But no, he says it's important for there to be an actual owner. I think he's spinning. It looks like a bunch of BS to me. He says, but it's very important to us that there's a person in charge and the independent of sovereign wealth funds. I think that in terms of the connection with the community, the connection with the players and their other partners in the league, he thinks it's important to have a specific owner in charge. I don't know about that. I just want a good team, you know, and I think actually a board might be better at just empowering a GM to do his job. I think right now, like the Mavs are actually losing from having an owner be the main face of the franchise because he meddles too much in the affairs of what should be a brilliant GM in charge.
Yeah, that's what you want.
All I want is my team to spend money.
Yeah,
I want my team now.
Just willy-nilly?
If I was going to say this, if I'm the New York Mets, you know, and they're spending $340 million, as a fan, I can't bitch. I really can't.
They're trying.
I can't, you know, because I'm like, you know, you could be the Tampa Bay Rays and spend $75 million and still be in first place. Yeah, but you know what? To me, going out and buying the best players, that to me is the way I think that you go. Look at European soccer. You know, look at the top teams, how they're able to spend.
Yeah.
And every year they're the teams hoisting up the championship.
I mean, the Warriors are buying titles right now.
Sure.
They cleverly acquired all those players and are now just, you know, footing a massive tax bill of like $150 million a year to keep it together.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to run. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. We have Texas vacation news, why lawmakers are warning you to watch your step while you're on vacay inside these borders. It's next in the nation.
We will gladly be
We are live at Hurtado's Barbecue in Arlington. Actually at Haters Bar and Grill, which is right next door. It's their bar. And we're going back and forth in between the two spots here at the breaks. Chiafalo's family is here, which is always outstanding to meet a coworker's family. Met your mom there at the break.
DJ thought it was my sister.
Seems like a lovely lady. Yeah, she looks young. Young, good genes there, buddy.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm glad Walchuk's not here.
Yeah.
He just gets hazy.
Is he in love?
You know how he gets with those
I hear
sausage
you.
fingers.
I don't blame him. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation's always free. Visit truckwreck.com. Would you get annoyed over the years growing up with your buddies jabbing you about your mom being kind of attractive?
You know, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Because there were some high level moms out there that probably maybe took it a little bit tougher. You know, and a couple of my buddies.
That's quite
maybe,
a neighborhood if you got more high-level moms than that.
Well, I appreciate that, Broadus.
As the 59-year-old man of the group.
Yeah.
Don't mean to sound creepy, but
passes the eye test. No,
like,
no
who's
creepery.
that?
It's yeah. There is always something fun though about the one kid in the friend group who everybody is just like can't believe that's their mom.
Yeah,
and it's always good for some fodder.
Yeah,
and it sucks to be that guy. And I was close, but not quite to the point of wow, this really sucks.
Okay,
you know?
All right,
so that was good.
Right on, man.
Right in the sweet spot.
Appreciate you being vulnerable on that one and opening up for us.
It's my pleasure. It's about time I do that.
It's nice when you walked away; they were able to kind of talk about, you know.
Well, Texas authorities are warning beachgoers to watch their step, not when talking about friends' mothers, but on state shorelines, been littered with aquatic landmines, Brian. Not a Navy SEAL invention, but we're talking blue button jellyfish that have been washing ashore in record numbers, according to Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. The creature's blue tentacles make them an attractive sight, but wildlife officials say coming into contact with the stingers could result in major skin problems. You ever been stung by a jellyfish?
I think I have once or twice, but never terrible, but like on the foot. I never did the pee thing either, but that is something I've learned I think is the number one way to eradicate that pain, that problem.
I wonder if that's a real thing.
It has to be someone else's pee too.
It has something to do with the acidity. Is that what helped you with the acidity and the urine on the wound?
Potentially.
Potentially.
I think you're on.
I thought it was more alkaline.
On that, please?
Well, yeah. Could we get some feedback on that? The truckwreck.com fan text. Yeah. Experts expect more blue buttons, which are actually hydrozone polyps, not jellyfish. So I don't know if the urination technique would work on their specific venom.
I'll certainly give it a shot.
To arrive over the next month as they search for free-floating plankton. That is their meal of choice. So they're out looking for the plankton, and if you see one, try not to step on it.
I need to look these bad boys up here.
I've seen a lot of these, lot of
blue
videos.
Button.
Yeah, blue button jellyfish.
Jellyfish.
A lot of videos with these people that are trying to save these turtles, these sea turtles that have the. You know, they have the plankton on them or the
barnacles
and stuff. And they're always cutting them off, you know, and they're always trying to help.
I like those videos.
The videos, how about the ones where the orca, the baby orca brings the boat.
Yeah.
And the mom orca's kind of trapped in a net.
Yeah.
And they get the orca out of the net.
Dude, that's some serious
They
flipper.
get they're cutting the net loose, and the next thing you know, mom orca's bringing up a squid.
Yeah.
To the surface.
I saw that.
And puts it on the boat thank you.
Yeah.
You know, for helping
Here you
us
go.
out.
Here's a feast.
Me? Oh no,
here's our favorite
you can't
meal.
make this stuff up.
Yeah.
You know,
you can't.
I'm the mom's kind of trapped. Her fins kind of trapped, side fins kind of
like
trapped
a fishing
in the
net or something. Yeah.
And she can't really go. But the baby orcas bring this research team to her.
Of human beings?
Human beings.
Okay.
And they go.
They cut her out.
Cutting her loose.
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
And seriously, she shows up. They're all going away. She comes back and she surfaces and dumps this squid on the deck hey,
appreciate you
here's
guys.
a meal for me. Thank you, guys.
That's one of the coolest things I've ever heard.
Yeah.
I'm jealous that you painted a great picture there. I feel like I've seen it, but I'm jealous that I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
It's terrific.
Y'all's algorithms is better than mine right now.
Yeah, I got a lot of good stuff going on.
A damn good algorithm, boys.
Yeah, it'll listen to you.
I got some trash
I'll tell you
on
what,
there too.
this blue button jellyfish, if you guys made eye contact with one of these
I really
things,
don't want to see it.
This looks
that's pretty killer.
really cool.
Yeah, you'd want to pick that up.
You would want to pick that up.
Yeah.
It's like this. It is a gorgeous color blue.
Is it clear?
It is. It's clear-esque, but it's very blue.
Yeah.
And it looks like just a sun because there's a bunch of little, what would you call, tentacles coming off this thing? It
think
looks
so.
like a circle with sun rays coming off of it if you would draw it, but it's blue.
Yeah, general rule of thumb, like bright colored things in Mother Nature, probably dangerous. You know what I'm saying?
Seem very
Like I would look at
poisonous.
that and be like, wow, this is awesome. I want to take it or whatever. But then my
instincts
would think, wow, it's pretty sweet looking though. Maybe I'd pick it up with a shovel.
Maybe the brown button fish you would pick up, but not the blue one?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I think that. Okay, so maybe you're in Galveston, maybe you're in Rockport. Stay away from the blue button. Vacation season is in full swing, according to a new list. Texas has a few of the best vacation spots. If you want to stay inside these borders, where would you go? Truckwreck.com fan text is open.
Hill country.
It's fast. You'd go to the hill country.
Hill country, Austin, San Antonio area.
New Braunfels.
Yeah,
It
down
is
there. I
gorgeous.
think, if my back wasn't jacked up, golf in that hill country area is great. They got some great resorts
So
down
is the
there.
Vino.
In that, yeah.
I do like getting out there when you have hills and a river
It
and
doesn't
scenery
look like you're in
and
state
trees.
of Texas.
Yeah.
There's so many hills and stuff, and you're down there, and the courses are just beautiful.
Yeah.
And like you say, you can go eat places at night, entertainment, all that stuff. The hill country's where it's at for me.
Yeah, I think Big Bend is just unreal. Like,
Yeah.
if you get a chance to get down there, you'll be like, wow, is this even Texas? But Googling it today, there's a lot of spots in the South that have, like, caves. And there's tree
Terrified.
houses, and there's all kinds of incredible like nature stuff to explore down there. I was thrown off by this list. It said actually the best spot to vacation is Houston, and then San Antonio, and then DFW actually comes in at 19 in the nation. I'm like, how did this happen? So I read their criteria. They're basically just looking for good weather. I think this is an example of how stats can lead you astray. They thought they were creating criteria for a perfect weather city, and they ended up sending you to 110 degrees with humidity.
I was about to say with
no destinations.
You have like Miami humidity
Yeah.
with like not anywhere
tell
close
you.
to Miami things to do. I guess.
If you're like, I spent 5 years of my life in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Coming down here would be a shock to
Heat
your
shock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A shock.
Yeah.
Because you're like, but it's that one way of thinking, I'm getting out of this cold.
Yeah.
I'm getting out of this,
Yeah.
I'm getting, 5 months, 6 months, 7 months out of the year, they're dealing with wearing jackets up there full time.
That
I
sounds
lived
like a
there
great
5
idea.
years, never went in the water.
In October or April, brilliant idea.
Yeah,
You
you do
May.
it this time of year. You overcompensated.
We ran into the people from Gaylord, Michigan that set up those golf vacations.
choppy things.
They come down here for a golf conference in February, bro, and they were at the swimming pool
Yeah.
at the hotel in
Yeah.
68 degrees.
That's a different
They're
level,
like,
man.
we're getting out of here. We're hitting the pool, but it was incredibly warm to them. It
Oh, yeah,
was,
that's where, they don't have many warm days up
No,
there.
it is time now for the G bag of the day. Back to the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Check
Buddy?
1, check 2. I sound good to you?
You sound really
Terrific.
good.
All right. I apologize there, General, Mr. Dawson. I don't
What
have
happened?
your run sheet of all the live and everything. I
Oh,
was
you
running
coming in hot
behind
as well?
today. I was running behind today, so I
I did as
apologize.
well.
Okay.
I was running behind as well. I pulled in here right before crosstalk started.
Okay.
Had an incident with the Scooby-Doo van.
Okay.
It might be time to shut down that experiment.
Oh.
Yeah. I think that's the third time I've been stranded in less than 2 years.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that you don't want to be stranded out there.
I'm trying to do my rich dad, poor dad thing. I got two leases from D&M for the family. I was
Yeah.
like, well, let me see if I can save a little money for investments here with a used vehicle.
Nothing wrong with
well at
that.
all.
You just got to find the right, the right match. I was fixing a trap seal under my kitchen sink, so I had to get out and go to Home Depot and everything and try to find the right fit and put that together. And then I finally made it up here, bro.
I don't know. It sounds like a movie to me, Lucius.
Yeah.
He was dadding his balls
Plumber
off.
Trap
guy,
seal.
Plumber
Hell
guy
yeah.
at the house.
He needs some help with some pipes. Yeah, right. All right. So our winner is a pastor who clearly has some guns in his church and says, if you want to bring that smoke, bring it, because I got something for you.
We noticed a couple of guys whispering, looking around, pointing. I need you to know, if you come to this church for any other reason than to worship, it's not going to go like you think. Don't play with us. Go back to Georgia or South Carolina, wherever y'all doing that at. It ain't going to go like you think. Because your loud noise or whatever you say is not going to scare us. We're going to lock the doors. And this might help. This might help. This might help. we're not going to call the police. We're going to handle it and you in-house. Don't play us. Don't make me put my thumb on that box right there. Yeah, it's a box right there. Come by today and peep at it. That's what you're looking at. Don't make me. And there's 7 more boxes in here. Damn. We're going to put you in that box. Stop playing with God. Don't do that. I'm just trying to warn you.
Stop playing with God, bro.
Ooh.
First he said, don't play with us. Then at the very end, after he threatened your life with these 7 guns we have in here, don't play with God.
I like the high note he ended on, too. With the, just to close it down.
That's how, sending you to glory. That's how it's going to sound when you get there.
In general, I'm not a big fan of combining homicidal violence with God, but I like that cut.
Have you read the Bible?
Yeah.
I don't think you read the Bible, bro.
It is in the Bible.
Yeah, he'll get you out of here. The almighty smiter will get you out of here.
I like how he's sending them back to Georgia and South Carolina.
Yeah.
That whole thing, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're one of those places, go back. Just go and go back.
Come on, man. Relax, man. I like my Georgia folks.
I do, too.
I was born in Brunswick, Georgia. Yeah.
Brunswick.
Let's see. Let's go to the 49ers, Deebo Samuels. He hangs up on a radio show. Hung up. Had enough of the question. Let's go to CBS Sports Radio.
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not. That's like we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever we get into. We'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right,
That's
we're
your
good
message.
to go.
What do you mean? We have Debo on right now.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you
Thanks,
go.
Bye.
Debo Samuel right there. Doesn't want to answer a few questions.
She said, okay, bye.
I love Debo now, even more. Don't beat the Cowboys next time.
I said what I said. What you want me to do? What you want me to do? Said what I said, bro.
Yeah, the Philly radio style is a little jarring, I think, for people that aren't in that market. That's what that is right there. And that guy's like, wow, you got to be kidding me. I was just asking this guy a couple of questions. He's like zinging fastballs at his head.
Shout out to Tolo SCG Artworks on Twitter. Sent me this one the other day. I'm going to Charlotte FC. It's a little soccer right here, fellas. And it's not like the players or anything like that. It's about the announcer. They have Mickey Mouse as their announcer, apparently. Listen to this.
Vargas in the area, still with it on the right side, stepping over, sending it back for Lindsay. Lindsay sends it back into the area for Swiderski. One touch, he scores! Another one for Swiderski! And that one was more impressive than the first!
The golden touch.
Wow. Yo, one of the teams in Los Angeles needs to hire that guy to work in some Is he doing this on purpose?
Orlando. I think he just got excited, bro. That's what his voice can do. You know what I mean? That's the gift that God gave him right there.
Another one for Swiderski!
It's an impressive skill set, man.
I mean, not only does it go high, but it sounds like Mickey.
It sounds just like Mickey. It might
Very
be the
much
guy who
like
plays
so.
Mickey, man.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Nah, the way it's going down there in Orlando, Mickey probably hustling up all types of jobs right now. You see what they did at ESPN? Mickey trying to put some money in his pocket real quick before they come and get him. We don't need you, little mouse. Yeah. We got Pat McAfee as our mouse now.
Pat's out there greeting everybody at the park.
In his tank top.
Yeah.
Welcome to Disney.
And his sunburns. You know, you got to have them sunburns. Let's go to Jordan Usher. He plays for the Phoenix Suns. This is Summer League basketball right here, and everybody's still talking about the Usher and Keke Palmer situation.
With the board, Usher with the handles. Usher to the rack on the attack. I see him. And one. He's putting on a show. His Las Vegas residency.
I think Keke Palmer like that one. Have you seen Usher with the
Let it burn for the Suns.
We see Usher driving, slicing through this Miami defense.
Man, Keke Palmer's baby daddy probably said, you know what, I'm going to get off the internet right now. I'm tired of this story. I'm going to mind my business. I'm going to watch some Summer League basketball or something. And there it is.
Oh,
There
geez,
it
man.
is.
Oh,
It can't
man.
escape you, bro. Shouldn't have tweeted it out loud. You should have tapped your girl on the shoulder and talked to her if you felt the type of way.
Those guys are ready to drop that line as soon as that depth chart dropped. They were
Bro.
like, "Oh, well, we're going to sneak one of these in here."
Yeah, masterfully. Okay, is it our champion Church with a thumbprint gun safe? That preacher telling you all about it. Debo hangs up on the Philly guys. Charlotte FC soccer play-by-play man Mickey Mouse calling a goal, or is it Jordan Usher Phoenix Suns highlight? I'm going to vote for the soccer highlight.
I am too, man. I am too. That was great.
Lucius?
Yeah, Mickey Mouse on the mic. Pause.
How about that? Let's go with the soccer highlights.
4-0 to the Charlotte FC play-by-play man here in the G-Bag Nation as we are live at Hurtado's Barbecue. And actually, Haters right next door, Haters Bar and Lounge. If you'd like to come by, get some barbecue, get something delicious to drink, this is your place to do it right now. Woolchuck's on a cruise, so he'll be back next week. Coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are we headed with that?
Yeah, some executives, coaches, and scouts, they'll rank your defensive backs going into the season. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet, y'all.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Salute to Sam right here, also known as Dan, during What You're Drinking and What You're Thinking.
I'll tell you what, he has got a history of our station.
He does.
Now.
He does.
knows
That's a Tolo
it
right
all.
there.
Yeah, he was interesting to talk to about that.
Meeting lots of Tolos and family members here of the G-Bag Nation, and it's great to see all you guys come on by as we're broadcasting live from Hurtado's and Haters Bar and Lounge right here in one of our favorite places in all of DFW, Arlington. You know, close to the ballpark, close to Cowboy Stadium and all that. It's a great place to be. Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, Chief's going to have the NFL news of the day. And then at 3:20, we got these Mark Cuban cuts of him talking about Kyrie Irving and a very interesting take on are the Mavs winners or losers from free agency. But right now it's time for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here he is, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. And, again, appreciate all the folks coming out and saying hello to us at Hurtado Barbecue here, man.
Look at this. I got a whole student section over
You
here.
do have
Broaddus,
you have your
kidding me?
fan club here today, right?
My gosh.
I tell you what, it's nice to see everybody. But
They forgot their Broaddus fathead. They had it.
Yeah.
They had it like the Josh Young one we have in the studio. They just forgot it, Broaddus.
I'll tell you what, though, the just being in this atmosphere and stuff around the smoke and the smells and stuff, it reminds me so much of just like growing up as a kid with my family too in the barbecue business. And you go into those restaurants and that you just catch that whiff of all that good stuff, all that smell. I love
beat it.
Can't beat it.
dude.
Can't beat it. Love broadcasting out here. Okay, in Krusty's Corner today, you know, I don't always agree with Terrell Owens. I really don't. I don't.
That surprises me.
I don't always agree with him.
I thought you liked it when he disrespected the Hall of Fame.
I acknowledge what a great player he was, though. I really, really do.
Well, the scout in you has to.
Yeah. I mean, 3rd-round pick, Tennessee Chattanooga. Come on. Man, great job, 49ers. That was just a great pick right there.
Top 10 football physique maybe of all time?
Just all time, yeah. And still this day. But he said something on his podcast I just want to address real quick because I totally agree with him on this. He's got a podcast called Get Your Popcorn Ready. He's with Andre Reed, who was a nice player in his own right from Kuntstown. And the two Hall of Famers discussed who should...
Sounds like a great place.
Really does.
They discuss who should be inducted into the Hall of Fame. And this is where I totally agree with Owens. Owens said former Cowboys Darren Woodson should be in the Hall of Fame over John Lynch.
Oh, wow. Okay, so he's not only putting somebody in, but he's taking somebody out.
He's taking somebody out.
Going after Lynch.
He's going after Lynch.
That's something you're going to enjoy, Brian.
I absolutely enjoy this.
Because Darren Woodson is your all-time favorite football player.
All-time favorite football player. I've been very blessed to be around some great ones. The Reggie Whites, Brett Favre's. Woolchuck, if you're listening, I'm sorry. I know you're on a boat, but, maybe he can call in.
He's booze cruising.
He's booze cruising.
He can't even hear right now.
Brett
Only
Favre,
2 of his senses are working.
Yeah. Jimmy Smith, Tony Boselli. But Darren Woodson is my all-time favorite player that I've ever had the pleasure of working with.
I saw you guys embrace at the airport when we were leaving Oxnard last time. Or the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl. Why was I felt like that I was more pissed off about the situation of him not getting in than he was.
Yeah.
I felt like that I was like, he was like, it's okay, Brian. So, I was getting like emotional about it.
I'm sure you start to callous over the years if you're somebody like him. You've had those highs of hoping, and then at some point you're like, okay, not even necessarily callous, but just the idea that, okay, I don't need to get set my expectations too high because the letdown has probably been huge early on, and then now he might be more used to it.
He's also like the ultimate stoic.
Right. He's only giving you so much.
He's the strong, kind of quieter type.
Yeah.
And if something bothers him, he's not going to let you see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a gentleman.
I had to apologize to him and his wife because I was like dropping F-bombs in front of their kid.
Yeah.
And I
looked
at the kid and I'm like, I'm sorry. And
how old is his kid?
Not that old. It was maybe 6, 7, 8 years old.
That's a bad age to cuss in front of.
Yeah, that's not the age to cuss.
Yeah. I mean, even if Dad misses the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but
let's keep it together.
I felt like I needed to say it. I couldn't help myself.
He
couldn't help myself.
I bet it was a therapeutic F-bomb for you personally.
Well, I apologize, and Darren, hey, it's okay, Brian. It's, he was nice about it.
Yeah.
They were nice about it. But anyway, Owen said, I'm thinking about a guy like Darren Woodson. That's not in the Hall of Fame, but John Lynch is. How in the hell do you quantify that? My feelings exactly, T.O. Exactly.
Do they have a similar number of like all-pro teams and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
Let me go one further. I'll take somebody out that I really know that I was with, Leroy Butler. I was with Leroy Butler in Green Bay.
You won a Super Bowl with him.
Super Bowl with Leroy Butler. He does not deserve to be in the Hall of Fame over Darren Woodson.
Yeah.
Does not.
And a lot of people acknowledge that.
Nice player. Nice player. You can say what you want about John Lynch and, that. I get it. But Leroy Butler, good player, nowhere near as good a player as Darren Woodson is.
Do you think there's a difference in how the media and the voters see it as compared to what's known inside the NFL? I think the voters are more vulnerable to narratives, right? And a guy like Leroy Butler is in a place to produce a lot. So voters look at what he did and what he achieved, and he was on winning teams, and it's like, well, this guy was one of the best. But I think inside the sport, those players know how much a guy was feared or respected.
Yeah, I just know that if you sat down and watched all these guys play, that if I had to power rank them, if I had to say, okay, Butler, Lynch, Woodson, I would have it that Woodson, Butler, Lynch. But I'm just saying that, to me, a guy that I know, a guy that I was with, that was a really good player. But I was with Darren Woodson too, and saw what he did on a daily basis as well. And there's not any other players that I've been around like that.
972 says, I agree with Brian that an F-bomb was in order. Okay,
Yeah.
appreciate that support,
Well,
972.
Darren, thank you for texting in. I appreciate you allowing me to.
817, Brian, I have his jersey over all other Cowboys. He was my favorite too. Super nice guy.
I would wear, if you said I had to wear a jersey of a Cowboy, you like Brian, break out a jersey, like you could wear Parsons or whatever, I'd wear that 28. I'd wear the 28. That's what I would wear. That would be my jersey. All right. But, hey, Terrell Owens, I appreciate you sticking up for Darren Woodson. You're absolutely right about that. Okay, I teased this thing about the cornerbacks. This comes to us from ESPN real quick. And Jeremy Fowler and the group is doing fine work over there. Scouts, general managers, and all that are picking the top cornerbacks in the league. Let's see if you guys agree with this. Pat Surtain, the second from Denver, he would be the number one rated cornerback by scouts and general managers.
Interesting.
Number one on your list. Sauce Gardner from the Jets, number two.
It speaks to just an unbelievable year.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me? To be 1 year in and be already number two in the sport?
Yeah, he was unranked last year.
A lot of people have number one already.
Yeah. There's some people, though, think he might be a little bit overrated. There's, one guy said this. He's going to be great, but number one is a bit rich, a veteran scout. Probably gets more hype because he plays in New York. Number three is Jalen Ramsey with the Miami Dolphins. Number four would be Jair Alexander of those Green Bay Packers that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Number five is Darius Slay from the Philadelphia Eagles. How they got him back, I don't know. Man, I thought those corners were going to be both gone.
Bradbury was better than Slay.
Yeah, well, they got him at number five.
If
Marlon
you actually
Humphrey
win the Super Bowl,
with the Ravens.
If you actually win the Super Bowl, that's when a discount comes into play.
Sure.
It's another sign.
Sure. Marlon Humphrey is number 6. Number 7 is Marshawn Lattimore from the Saints. Number 8 is Trayvon Diggs, Dallas Cowboys.
There you
His
go.
highest rank was 3rd. His lowest rank was unranked. He was 10th last year. This is a classic risk-reward corner. Diggs can tilt the game with splashy interception or an egregious queasiness with his chance taking.
Yeah.
One personnel evaluator pointed out all the offensive corners should run plenty of double moves on him to make him bite. But he is number 8 of the top 10 cornerbacks playing in the National Football League. Just to finish this thing out real quick, Denzel Ward at number 9 from Cleveland and number 10 A.J. Terrell with the Atlanta Falcons round out the top 10, but Diggs will be number 8 on this list.
Well, that's awesome, and I feel like both those guys could be in the top 10 after the year as well because of how good this pass rush is going to be, man. We're in great shape with this Cowboys defense, and that is a reason some people are picking them to go all the way this year finally. And I know that might be a crazy idea for some of you out there, but when you combine a defense and an offense like this, it's doable, especially in a weak conference. Okay, NFL News of the Day is coming up next, Chief. Where are we going with that?
Yes, sir. Private Plane's disrespectful teammates, and is this the most underrated running back in NFL history? That's next right here in the Nation.
DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We have been enjoying Hurtado Barbecue for over an hour now as they are providing us a feast and inviting you to join us. We have Rangers prizes from Rally House. If you'd like to try to win a Rangers prize, just come on by. Looks like we have some decals, some hats, and T-shirts. But let's get caught up on it's the middle of July, and I know there's a couple weeks till training camp, but man, the news is cranking.
The news is cranking, boys and
girls.
girls.
Does not quit.
Yes, it does. 2 weeks from today, we hop on a bird to Oxnard, California, Brian Broaddus' personal heaven. We're in Dawson's heaven right now.
Yes.
Little place called Barbecue Heaven. But Oxnard, California is a football haven, and the man who sits on that football throne for the entirety of the 10 days that we are there is Brian Broaddus. And I have a football question for you guys. Who is the most underrated running back in your mind throughout time in the NFL? Who doesn't get the credit they deserve? Because right now, Corey Dillon, who is a dang good running back.
Yeah, with Cincinnati.
He's upset at those Bengals. He thinks he should be in that Ring of Honor. And I'll be honest with you. What do we do in Cincinnati? Yeah. He's a Ring of Honor player. Now, I know there's, I think, some off-field things that maybe come into play there from some younger days there with Corey Dillon. But he's thrown a bit of a fit, and I think he's got a leg to stand on here.
Yeah, great player.
He's a really, really dang good player.
Cincinnati needs to get over it, you know?
Yeah, and I don't believe him to be the most underrated running back of all time, but it made me think of the question. I have a guy in my mind, 877-881-1053.
Who do you got?
I think it's obvious. And maybe not around here because there's some respect, but nationally and all time, I think Jamal Charles is the most underrated running back in NFL history.
What kind of a longevity did he put together? Because he was electric there for, 4 years?
Yeah,
3
man.
years?
He had an incredible run. I'll pull up the numbers right now so we can see exactly how long his run was. But when you consider the advanced metrics, the yards, expected
was he over
yards
6
over
1 year?
Yeah, like he had some insane years. And he played 11 seasons, but the height of his powers was 4 Pro Bowls. And he was electric. And obviously locally here with the Texas Longhorn ties, people know the greatness of Jamal Charles. And I think he gets the respect here. But I think nationally he doesn't get the respect that he deserves because this dude was very, very special. 1,400 yards, 1,500 yards, 1,300 yards. And he's got 6.4 yards per attempt for a season, 6.9, 5.3. I mean, from 2008 to 2015, he's over 5 yards a carry. And so I know he doesn't have all of the counting numbers, the longevity.
2008 to 15?
From 2000 to 2015, he was over 5 yards a carry.
That's stupid.
Now, only, 2009, 2010, 2012, 13, 14, he's over 1,000 yards.
Jeez.
And then not to mention the things he does in the receiving game, where he's scoring 5, 7, 3 touchdowns on a season through the air as well. So I think Jamal Charles is that guy, but Corey Dillon's the reason why I started to think about it. And I think Corey Dillon has a case to be made.
The Chiefs run an incredible run there, and I think you could also, for historical purposes, Priest Holmes wasn't appreciated enough for his brilliant 4 years. I know it was cut short. Larry Johnson was outstanding until he wasn't. I think he had too many carries.
Yes.
And it really took the tread off of his tires.
But they had that time where it was the duo, right? Didn't they have Holmes and Larry Johnson for at least a season together? But Priest Holmes was a touchdown machine.
Yeah.
You just imagine him jumping
Fantasy
over the pile
football
at the goal line. Yeah.
was
one of the gods.
Yeah, if you had the number 1 pick for those years, it was easy.
I was with a guy in Jacksonville named Fred Taylor.
Fred Taylor's a great name. Dude.
Outstanding.
And I think
great speed.
And they always laugh at me because I told the story about you say great speed.
Yeah.
I always tell the story. Everybody's like, "Oh, you're going to tell us that story again." Brought us about you were at the University of Florida and you timed him, on the grass and the fast grass. Everybody always.
Grass in
that's
Gainesville.
when we do the draft show. Oh yeah, brought us. Tell us how you timed Fred Taylor. And so I have to tell that story. But when you look at Fred Taylor and the way that he played and what he meant to us at Jacksonville, he was there my very first year in Jacksonville, and he averaged almost 4.5, a little over 4.5 yards a carry. He had, his ability to receive the football. He scored 14 touchdowns his first year. He was reliable when you put him back there as a starter. Guy ended up with 11,000 yards, Almost, I think that when you start to talk about, we're mentioning Corey Dillon's and people like that. He finished ahead of Corey Dillon, all time. So to me, when you start to talk about him, I give him a lot of respect for what he was able to do, while he was there in Jacksonville. And I'll tell you one more. And you guys will understand this one. I think you will. Curtis Martin was another one.
Curtis Martin. I was going to bring him up.
Yeah,
He's getting texted in quite a bit.
I just remember scouting, and Curtis Martin didn't have a long career. He wasn't highly drafted by the Jets. Everybody was New England, I think. New England or Jets. It was one of the two. I'm always mess these things up. But Curtis Martin was one of these guys that, when you handed him the ball, he was always finishing, always going forward, always getting more yards, catching the football, blocking, all these things. And people didn't like him coming out of Pitt because they didn't think he was a very tough guy.
Right.
And he really was a tough guy. You could hand him the ball, but you look at his career, he had over 14,000 yards. Like, he's sixth all time.
Yeah.
But I kind of feel like we don't talk about him.
We don't.
Like we talk about the Adrian Petersons, the Barry Sanders, or those types of guys.
And I do think that the running back position, more than any of them, the longevity is even more impressive. Like, to have double-digit years and double-digit thousands of yards that you've compiled. I always make fun of the compilers, but I do think at that position in particular, it is extremely impressive, because we see the shelf life for running backs these days is not 10, 11, 12 years of good football. Now, getting a lot of good feedback here. A lot of people actually texting in Emmitt Smith, which I think is fair when you see some all-time running back lists, and he's like not in the top 10. I'm talking to you, Gil Brandt. That's right. And so I think that is certainly underrated, but Gale Sayers is coming in. Steven Jackson was fantastic.
We had a chance to draft Steven Jackson, and we didn't. And we didn't draft him because we felt like that there were some medical concerns. He was dealing with a back ailments and stuff like that. And I'll never forget, Mo Cawthon, the running back coach, he was like, no, these backs in the second round are just as good as Steven Jackson and all that. And that's when we ended up trading with Buffalo. We ended up trading with Buffalo to get their next year's one for that particular pick. And, then able to get Marcus Spears the following year.
Now, we're getting Jamal Lewis. Jamal Lewis is a great one for me, too. Those years in Baltimore.
Yeah.
What a bowling ball coming downhill. And another bowling ball that keeps getting texted in, Maurice Jones-Drew. Shout out to the 469 for that one. Ricky Waters coming in. Chris Johnson, CJ2K. Man,
he was brilliant for like 3 years.
He had fantastic years, dude. And he was
Ricky
super
Waters
fun to
is
watch.
a good one, too. Ricky Waters is a good for what he did in San Francisco and then Philadelphia. Yeah, absolutely.
Gale Sayers coming in from Pastry Chef Eric in the 214. Cedric Benson, RIP. Matt Forte's a good one.
Matt Forte catch that football.
Sean Alexander had some great years as well. So there's a lot of underrated running backs, I think, out there. But Jamal Charles is my guy, and I'll always stand for him. We do have some news when it comes to DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
Jeff Darlington reported that the Bills want him if he wants to ring chase, but he's going to have to lower his asking price. My question is, can you go to Josh Allen in the AFC and feel like you're ring chasing with them? Because you're going toe-to-toe with, obviously, Pat Mahomes and Joe Burrow. Like, if you're ring chasing, aren't you taking the discount to go to Mahomes or Burrow? You're not taking the discount to go to Josh Allen right now. Not in that conference.
But I feel like the Bills, for at least like half of the season, the last 2 years, have been considered as good as.
They've been the best regular season team over the last 2 years.
Okay.
So maybe it's their time. Maybe they're due for one.
Maybe, but the lack of postseason success is there. I would say yes. If I'm DeAndre Hopkins, I'm looking at this like, wow, they have Diggs. They have a really good defense. If I go there, I'm going to put us over the top of the Chiefs and Bengals.
What you have to hope for if you're ring chasing with the Bills, that Cincinnati and Kansas City hook up again in the playoffs.
Yeah,
and then it knocks Kansas City out, and you take your chances with the Bengals. If you're Buffalo.
Yeah.
Even though last year it didn't work out. I mean, your quarterback was banged up in that game, and he couldn't read the defense very well, so big problems there.
Okay, if you're a wide receiver, are you obligated to put your quarterback in your own personal top 5 quarterbacks list if that quarterback is Kirk Cousins?
No.
I don't think so.
You don't have to.
He's not quite that where, even though he's not top 5, he's still not good enough to even just throw him in there because he's my quarterback.
I think you could if you really like him. You know, you could, but
Your
I
besties.
don't think you're obligated to.
I don't think you're. It's a situation too that, are you talking about Justin Jefferson?
Justin Jefferson has his top 5, and rightfully so. He's got Mahomes at 1. Then he goes Rodgers, Burrow, Hurts, and Josh Allen. Everybody's like, wait, where's your guy Kirk? No, he's not lying.
He's not lying.
I
And
appreciate
to me,
it.
I have more respect for the guy that, and he has a good enough relationship with Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins is probably sitting there like, hey, bro, you didn't mention me. Yeah,
It's like, I know I'm sick,
Yeah,
dude.
when
They
are
only
you
gave you
better
5
than? When are you
opportunities.
better than Burrow? When are you better than Mahomes?
Yeah.
Like he knows, that he knows what's going on.
Okay, now is Dak Prescott in the threshold where CeeDee Lamb should be putting Dak in his top 5, even though I don't think many people on the planet are putting him in their actual top 5? Does he pass the cut where it's like, dude, you got to put him in there just because it's close enough?
Why do so many people feel like that Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott are the same guy?
Because they
that's a narrative you hear
There
quite
is.
a bit.
There is. And
they're
there's
not
something to be said
dissimilar.
for it.
And their overall quality, they're about as good as each other.
They're probably in that same tier, but I think what we've seen from Dak at his highest level is better than anything that we've seen from Kirk Cousins at his. But neither one of them have much in the way of playoff success, so it's easy to sort of lump them in.
Well, we had a Love of the Star yesterday. We did it yesterday, got posted today, and we talked about Dak. He was at his football camp, and he had some really – Bobby replayed some very interesting clips from him talking about sense of urgency and the fact that he's turned 30 now.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that a little later.
Yeah, and so to me, that's kind of where it's interesting that you start to hear that now from Dak. Year 8, 30 years old,
Wow.
Prehabbing for injuries and stuff like that. You know, it's not just on him. I mean, I talked about it on Love of the Star. I hope you go back and folks can check that out. We had a really good conversation about it.
I believe it. You guys always do.
We try.
Millions of listeners understand that fact as well. Now, when it comes to team travel in the NFL, were you guys under the assumption all these teams had their own plane?
Not all of them do.
I guess you would know for sure. Obviously, not all
American
of them do, 'cause I'm just
Airlines.
finding this
American
out.
Airlines travels the Cowboys.
Okay, so
maybe a lease situation,
Yeah.
where we got to deal with
The
you.
not the Bengals, the Patriots.
the Patriots.
Patriots have their own plane, and Mike Lombardi told me one time, you shouldn't fly on that plane.
Really?
He says it's kind of sketch.
Oh, really?
It's contaminated.
It's kind of sketch.
They
Or
gave him a
engineering.
hand-me-down. They gave Robert Kraft a hand-me-down from like United or
Mike
Spirit.
says they need a lot of work on the plane.
See,
Okay,
that's
that's
why
funny.
I would rather have a deal with a major carrier.
Yeah.
That can they're maintaining one of their planes and they send me.
I was talking with Brianna Dix, who's with Tampa Bay, and she says, I said, who do you guys charter? She says Delta.
There you go.
And the Cowboys have had American as a partner forever.
Reputable name.
Yeah.
So part of the problem that they're running into is for cities and teams that don't live in like an airline hub.
Yeah.
Then these airlines, like for instance,
Oh, they're going away.
United
Yeah.
has to fly empty from Houston to New Orleans to pick up the Panthers at some point, maybe week 1.
Yeah.
This plane will then fly to Charlotte, sit on the ground for 33 hours, and then fly the team back to New Orleans. And then it proceeds to fly empty to New York City for its next flight. So United Airlines
They're
is
losing money.
only getting paid for the 3-hour flight time.
Yeah.
But their plane is sitting there not being used for 44 hours, and it can't be used. So now you're having
Yes.
teams that are having to just, I guess, buy their own plane. Robert Kraft is at the forefront. I think the Cardinals are as well.
Okay.
But it's interesting because I assumed if Robert Kraft is buying a plane, this thing is going to be better than whatever normal commercial flight they're getting.
Let me
But if
tell
you're
you
telling
what.
me that's not the case,
No.
then that is a bummer for the Patriots.
It is, and there's a lot of airlines that are getting out of the charter business just for what you're talking about. They're having to take these 777s and take them out of use, and they're not getting money for them because they're flying these teams all over the place. And some of the, like I say, there was a team an airline we flew with called Atlas Airlines, and they have 747s. We flew them from when we were at training camp. We flew them from L.A. to Hawaii to do that game against the Rams in the preseason.
Yeah.
And then flew them back to Dallas, and they're all first-class seats. They're the team. They do Atlas as a cargo company, but they got this fleet of 747s that they have.
That's the move.
And so what they've done is like they flew Barcelona's soccer team ahead. So they flew Barcelona's soccer team. Then they came and picked us up. So this Atlas, their planes, my gosh, best charter I've ever flown in my life.
That's the plane you want right there.
Yeah.
I can tell you from personal
All
experience.
first-class seats.
Yeah.
Everything.
I've never been on a 747. I've been recently, though, on a 737-9 MAX. Okay? Now, side story here. Great job with the NFL News of the Day, Chief. I'll appreciate that. This is a tangent off of that. This is a tangent off of that.
Hello, good tangent. Brought us, you know that.
Yeah.
This plane came in so damn fast when we were
Has
landing.
to. Yeah.
I forget where it was, Seattle or Redmond, Oregon. And I'm like, what's going on with this? And I'm kind of asking around, and they're like, well, that's how fast we land these planes. So I Googled it, 737-9 MAX. Why was this pilot flying so damn fast? And it's the way they're engineered. If they slow down to normal plane speed for landing, they stall.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
This was the one that had the engineering nightmare like 3
Boeing,
years ago,
yeah.
and they were just like turning and going into the ocean, so they had to shut them down for like 6 months. Now they're the safest plane, right? They are the safest plane because of all the scrutiny they've been through, so you don't have to worry about disaster on a 9 MAX. But just be aware.
You're coming in hot every time.
You're used to a certain speed where it kind of creeps in, and you're like, oh, yeah, this is a nice, cool landing speed, right? This is going to be safe. That thing is humming in there, boy, and it's fishtailing a little bit on you because they got to get the thing going so fast to avoid what's called a tail strike or a stall.
Now, did you know that before the first time you landed, or did you
No.
find out afterwards when you had to change your pants?
And I have anxiety when we're landing, bro. So I actually had my headphones on, and I said out loud, what the bleep? You know,
we have two F-bombs on the program today at an airport, nonetheless.
And fiance wife turns and looks at me like, honey, like keep that down a little bit. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but that was too damn fast. I know.
Sometimes you feel like they're trying to do it to beat the crosswinds on the low-level crosswinds there at the airport, that they're just gunning it to get that thing down to the ground as quickly as they can.
It'll make you even sicker to know that my younger brother is a guy who mans planes like that.
Yeah.
Really?
So that's the
He's a
kind of
pilot?
guy that they're trusting.
See, I got to talk to people like that because they can put our minds at ease, because they know what the plane can really handle.
For sure.
We're not in danger.
Right.
Those things are engineered to handle a lot of tough stuff. But when you're sitting in there and the plane starts shaking and you're that close to the ground, it's like, is this the moment where everything turns?
Everything stops.
That's
and
always
flashes.
in my mind. And I feel like that's fairly common.
I feel like you've had a good
but
run.
be aware if you're on that 9 MAX, they're coming in hot. And there's nothing abnormal about it. Mark Cuban on Kyrie Irving, do you agree? And are the Mavs winners or losers in free agency? That's coming up next. I want to talk about D&M leasing before we do any of that, though, because this is the best place to get new vehicles in DFW. If you want All right, welcome back, Nation. We're broadcasting live from Hurtado's Barbecue today here. And next door at Haters Bar and Lounge, if you would like to come on by, enjoy some barbecue, fellowship with us, we'd love to see you. And I tell you what, this barbecue is second to none.
It's incredible how good this is. And again, smoke profiles, bark, all the things that you and I kind of appreciate with a really quality barbecue, they figured out here. And it's not. I had a hamburger. I was curious.
Sure.
What's a barbecue place doing with making a cheeseburger?
Yeah.
Perfectly.
Dominating it.
Yeah, they're taking like brisket trimmings and stuff. You could tell, and like grinding it up and making their own burgers and things. So, I mean, just the flavor, the freshness, the attention to detail on the sauces, the sides, everything about it is just legendary. It really, really is.
It's such a great job that they've done. And, you know, my favorite part is when you can ace brisket and it's got that perfect tender texture and it's like every bite is just unreal.
I noticed,
savoring it.
yeah, on breaks, you're kind of like you're doing the grazing technique where
Yeah.
you're like, you got that little side piece and you're just kind of
want the little
bit,
morsel.
a little bit taken.
Ignite that. And
You told me about that whole thing with the salt and the pepper together and how it gets that bark.
Salt, pepper, and fat. And, you know, I think
figured
it's just
it out.
magical. And they put a little kick in there.
They
you
do.
know, I don't know
They
if that's
do.
jalapeno or cayenne or whatever, but I do like a spicy barbecue bite and a heavy smoke and salt bite. I like to pack the flavor in. It's just they do it the best here. So thanks to Hurtado for having us out. Obviously, we'll be back at the yard on Friday at the Globe for the Rangers game, and whenever we're there, we like hitting them up as well. But their home spot here is in the shadows of the ballpark, just a couple of miles away here in Arlington, and we love to be here. Okay, we're going to get these Mark Cuban cuts on Kyrie Irving in just a second, get our thoughts on those. But I wanted to get your thoughts on The Ringer. They named winners and losers. And for the winners, they got the Lakers, the Suns, and the Mavs re-signing Kyrie Irving and trading for Grant Williams. And I hadn't thought of it as far as retaining Kyrie Irving, but maybe we should give him more credit for that. And, you know, they got one of the best players in the game to re-sign here without much of a debate.
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of people criticized him because they were like, hey, there's a lack of market here. You know, not many other teams are getting involved. Did you have to go as far as you did? But I think us here know what it was going to take to keep Kyrie. He's still one of the top flight players. He's not going to take a huge discount, but you did get him at less than what he could have gotten.
Like 80% market.
Yeah. So, I mean, I consider that to be a win. And when they made the trade for him, I think in their mind, they were hell-bent on making sure Kyrie was more than just a quarter-season rental. And so they accomplished their mission of getting him back. And I'm certainly more excited going into the season with him on the team.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And I think the move for Grant Williams was big time. I didn't know that they were going to be able to pull that one off. I think Nico and company have done, you know, since draft night, they've made some nice moves. The problem is the expectation coming into the offseason for a lot of folks is in an offseason, let's get back to a team that's at the Western Conference Finals. And that's just not very realistic with some of the constraints that they were under. And so I think for what parameters they were working in, I think they've done a nice job. And hopefully these draft picks end up hitting. And hopefully there's more moves to be made, not only in this offseason when it comes to a big, but then at the trade deadline, you know. But I think for what they could do, I think they've accomplished pretty much all of it.
Brian, what do you say?
Yeah, to me, I don't want them to waste the talents of Kyrie and Luka.
No question.
You know, I'm excited about, I mean, especially going out and watching the Mavs, you know, with Kyrie, watching him play live, watching him and how, you know, his teammates interact with him. You know, he was everything he needed to be to get his career going back on the right path where people weren't talking about off the court. You know, they were talking about, hey, this is what he can do on a nightly basis with the Mavs. I just worry that it's two guys that are going to have to bust their ass every single night just to carry this team because they're not going to have enough.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm excited about what Seth Curry and Hardy can do together. You know, for the first time we have like 4 good playmaker ball handler guys.
Right.
This team has messed around with like only 2 of those and dabbled with 3 for a minute when they had Brunson and Dinwiddie together. You do have more firepower than just those 2 guys. I think their issue is defense, and
that's what I worry about.
It's a huge issue.
Do you have enough? I mean,
no, you don't have enough.
Are these guys
right now.
going to
Not
have
win a
to
title.
exert just massive amounts of energy every night having to play defense. And you should play defense. I mean, if you're a complete NBA player, you should be able to have to play both.
No, but the guys that are expected to be good defenders are going to have to be they're going to have to be selling out in a huge way defensively because there only is going to be, for the most part, 2 guys that are above average defenders on the floor at one time. So that's tough.
But you want to be that team that's like, hey, we won 50 games. We can't defend our shadows. We're not a threat in the playoffs, but damn it, we're here.
Right.
You don't want to be the team that defends so bad that you don't even make the playoffs. That would be a tragedy for the quality of players that they have on this team. And you have to consider that a realistic possibility. So if I'm those players, if I'm that organization, I'm looking at what's left of this summer is it's massively important that we get on the same page and get off to a good start. And hopefully,
I think offensively they'll be fine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I just think that there's going to be
Could
so
be
many
record-setting.
There's going to be so many nights that they're probably going to come up short because, like the things that happened to them in previous games, especially towards the end, where they play in the last 4 or 5 minutes of the game and they can't get a stop.
But I love how they've ripped the Band-Aid off this model that they had that was capable of making the conference finals but wasn't a good pick to do it again. I mean, Dorian Finney-Smith and Bullock, 2 of your best perimeter players that you needed for 40 minutes a night from each of them in your playoff run, both of them are gone now.
Yeah.
And it might be a little step back, a significant step back to lose quality defenders like that, but they knew, building our future around 2, 3, and D guys with no skill set beyond that is going to seriously hamper our upside. So they've blown up the dam and are now rebuilding, and I think it should give them a much better chance of having a quality supporting cast. You look what Jokic had around him. You look at the Boston supporting cast. You look at Miami supporting cast. A ton of guys that can create their own shot. Not 2 of them. And now the Mavs have, I think, taken a big step back in that direction, now having 4. Here's Mark Cuban on SiriusXM. What do you think about his assessment of Kyrie Irving and everything that's transpired and looking to the future now? Couple of cuts here.
No, Kyrie just loves basketball and loves going to games. So, no, I wasn't concerned about that, but we traded for him because we wanted to be a long-term piece, And I think Kyrie's just misunderstood. Everybody sees all the noise and everything around him, but when you actually talk to him, I like him. He's open, he's smart. He's always looking to learn things, and to me, he's an interesting guy that's just misunderstood.
Yeah, so the question was, did it concern you that he was at the Lakers game? And at the time, I think you had to be thinking, well, maybe it's possible that the Lakers could figure out a way to get this done, but ultimately the organization didn't want anything to do with it. I would agree. I think Kyrie is misunderstood. At times he's taking a public position on controversial subjects that sort of invite the controversy. And certainly that part of, the Kyrie reaction wasn't a misunderstanding. But a lot of times he's just talking and giving his honest thoughts and opinions on stuff. And there's maybe an abrasiveness to his honesty for some people. And there's a matter-of-factness about the way that he talks about things that I think rub people the wrong way. Because of how honest and forthcoming he is with his conversation. But I think a lot of that is just a misunderstanding, and you can see, in how his relationships are with several people in the league, that he's obviously a pretty dang respectable guy.
Yeah, I think in an era gone by, he might have been more accepted.
Yeah.
But in an era as we play in today, with the way that people are very mindful of your approach to this or your approach to that, or what you think, we look at these athletes, actors, whoever, as they say things, and it's like, you talked about yesterday, the cancel cultures and things like that maybe in a time gone by, being honest was the right thing.
People could respect the differences.
People could understand the differences, whereas today it's a little bit tougher. Like,
you can't say that.
Yeah, you can't say that.
Yeah.
You can't think that. You can't say that. And that's just the times that we live in now. But back then, athletes can kind of say things and get away with it, and it not be we see now where people there's so much crossover now into sports when athletes say something outside parties, or wait a minute. You can't say that. You can't do that. I think that's where Kyrie gets in a lot of trouble, is that, these groups outside of sports look at it and say, no, you're absolutely wrong about that.
Kyrie's reputation took such a massive hit. He was like, people thought of him as the most unlikable guy in all of sport, around just 6-7 months ago. Here's cut 2 from Mark Cuban talking more about, the complex nature of his public persona.
It's interesting. When I would watch Kyrie before he came to the Mavs, I didn't pay enough attention to his relationship with other players. And then when he came to us after the trade, it was inevitable. After every game, there were multiple players walking up and hugging him. Not just giving him, a high five, but like a real honest to goodness, I like you hug. And when you talk to players around them, they would say the same thing. And when you talk to our players after he got there, say the same thing. We love the guy, And so it wasn't a question of his relationship with players. And then when you get into it more, as he matured, he's had different relationships with different organizations, which is why, Jay Kidd and I made the effort to really get to know him.
Oh, all right, some good reaction coming in on the text. Misunderstood, a nightmare for 2 teams. He will be gone in a year or 2.
Yeah, no, I think plenty of organizations wouldn't want to touch him. We've seen that. There's a huge difference in thinking in regards to way teams and front offices view him, and then the way players in the league view him. A ton of players like him, but when he was just available, no team was really doing much sniffing around. So there's a lot not to like from one perspective. But I do think it's interesting that the players, because most of the time it's like, I just want you, at the very least, I need my teammates to show up.
Don't you
and
think
for a time we were wondering that about Kyrie, but despite that, the players and former teammates, Durant still wants to play with them.
Yeah.
LeBron is still like, hey, I would love for him to be here in LA. So players do like him, despite the fact that there were times where we wondered, is he going to play tonight?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Don't you think though that there would have been a market if there were contenders with cap space, and if a sign and trade was possible without it costing Kyrie Irving $20 million?
I do think it absolutely would have changed things. But a guy with his talent, without the other stuff, I think a team forces their way into salary cap gymnastics, whatever they got to do to bring him here. But the market was certainly not what it would usually be. That's fair.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Hurtado's Barbecue and right next door at Haters Bar and Lounge. If you'd like to come on by, we'd love to see you. Okay, we have a full 5-hour show today and the All-Star Game this evening. We're very excited about that. But we're going to do a little Gavin's Gadgets, NFL or Amazon Prime Day news, what to get, and where else you can get the good stuff. That's coming up next. Then we'll go around the rim. It's here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else. These are the guys that I call when there's an accident in the family, not our fault, and due to somebody's negligence, our life has been turned upside down. The Frankels are amazing. 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. They are your car and truck wreck attorneys.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Oh, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get into some Gavin's Gadgets here real quick. We are live at Hurtado Barbecue and actually broadcasting from Haters, which is next door. They own all this property. It's their bar. You can check them out here in Fort Worth and also Section 101 at Globe Life Field, the official barbecue, your Texas Rangers. And speaking of gadgets, you can now order the Hurtado Smoke Box, the ultimate backyard barbecue pit, available to order. And you can Google it up, Hurtado Smoke Box, and it's like $22.50. You put $500 down. They're going to ship them August 1st. But it looks like one heck of a barbecue outfit right there. You're going to be doing some proper stuff like this right here. You want to get elite? Get the Smoke Box. Okay, yes, Brian?
No, I was going to ask because I need to see a picture of the smoke box. Is it like offset, Gavin? Is it a stick
like a
box?
vertical? It's like a vertical one.
Oh, it's a smoker.
The fire's in the bottom, and,
Yeah,
and
okay.
you got probably the trays that come out.
Gotcha.
Load that thing
Gotcha.
up.
I was thinking maybe they had this big old long, like a pit with the stick burner on the side.
Yeah.
A lot of people are coming up with Aaron Franklin, those guys down there in Austin are all coming up. A lot of these pit masters are coming up with their own rigs, for opportunities for us to purchase and maybe throw in our own backyard.
I like this style one. I've never had it, but it's almost like a toolbox that you'd have in your garage that sits on wheels. It's just like a giant box with the fire on the bottom. Anyway, let's kick off some Gavin's Gadgets here for you in the G-Bag Nation, and we'll start with a Pat Mahomes story. There is one way the future GOAT is just like the rest of us, just trying to impress his kids. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes on why he agreed to do the upcoming Netflix docuseries Quarterback. He said, to impress the kids. Peyton Manning, who produced the 8-part series, tells the New York Post, I could tell that Pat wanted to do it so his kids would know what he used to do and what his life is like because they're so young now. Golden opportunity, right? All this documentation. These kids can see how killer I was when I've, grown up, might be out of the league.
Right.
They might not be able to watch me that much. I know that's a regret of some athletes that their kids never really got to see them at the height of their powers. This locks it in.
If you're one of these guys like Mahomes, where your highlight resume is borderline endless, do you treat your house in certain rooms maybe where you have these screens like you might find at the Star, where there's just a constant loop of Cowboy highlights from the previous season? If you're a Mahomes, do you throw a couple of those screens, just float them around the house, and it's just on a loop? You throwing touchdown after touchdown, running, making crazy highlight plays. The kids are surrounded by it. They're going to know exactly who Daddy is and who Daddy was.
Yeah, no, I'd put a Jumbotron in my front yard.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Take it next level.
Yeah. Let all the neighbors know. Every time I pull up, there it is.
You know who the GOAT is.
Yeah. Update it, with this week's highlights, constantly leading charge.
Yeah. No question. Yeah, week to week. You got like on a Monday, it's yesterday's personal dominance.
Absolutely.
And it just highlights Mahomes.
You're making me laugh because when I did work at the Star, you walk around the corner and they're these constant highlights and them handing a trophy to Jerry. And
all the great moments,
it made me
man.
think, I'm like, all right, Eric might be onto something here, but
I think that's the new age way to do the, like Aaron Rodgers is sending his jersey out, signed to the new Sean Clifford, I believe, the rookie for the Packers, setting that out, and that goes up in a man cave. And I'm sure Rodgers got a bunch of his own memorabilia in there, but I'm sure, the new age quarterback might start going more digital highlight man cave,
absolutely.
Show off what I got.
Yeah, you got to do it that way.
Well, like when Mahomes and those guys and their days are finished, we at least have a better understanding of, like, oh yeah, we saw them play. The highlights will be better than they were of like Johnny Unitas.
For sure.
When the great quarterbacks that, I've never seen Unitas play. I've never
full
seen
games on YouTube.
I've never seen Namath play. I've never seen, these great quarterbacks play. I think history will be able to show that these guys were really, really, really
and
good.
our descendants will have a much better idea of who we were, especially
Yeah.
us. I mean, they'll be able to go back and listen to our podcasts and stuff, generations to come. Like
so
the
that
digital,
AI gets us, right?
Well, they might nuke our existence, or they might just scrub us from history
We do have to
digitally.
that's what we have to be fearful is the scrub.
Yeah, you don't want that. That quarterback show debuts tomorrow, by the way, on Netflix. It also is going to have Kirk Cousins and Marcus Mariota.
See, I'm interested in the Mariota story because he got replaced in Atlanta during the season by DeRitter, the quarterback there, and I kind of feel like he quit on that team, and I'm interested to see
Mariota?
Mariota
Okay.
quit on the Falcons. I'm interested how they portray that thing with him and Ritter and those guys like that.
I'd throw him under the bus. New York Liberty star Sabrina Ionescu joining Kobe as a cover athlete for NBA 2K24. Ionescu will be on the cover of the game's WNBA edition. Kobe graces the cover of the Kobe and Black Mamba editions. 2K Sports has not revealed whether anyone else will be a cover athlete. The release date has not been announced either, but pre-orders are live now. So another way the women's sports are gaining popularity. The college game soared to new heights this year, and the WNBA game is pretty amazing how many great players they have. Like if you tune into a WNBA game, you are going to see like 3 or 4 great women's basketball players. It's a pretty good product. I've tried to watch more coming off the women's run and all the hype and excitement that was at the AAC with those tickets going for $400.
Oh, yeah.
You might laugh at it if you're not down. You haven't tried to check it out, but try to check it out. It's a pretty good product. NFL continues to reign supreme in all of American sports, ranking in nearly $12 billion last year. Forbes, with the report, league generated $11.9 in national revenue, and that's shared equally. So that's $372 million per team.
Mm-hmm.
Just right off the top for everybody before you even get into your own individual sorts of deals. So I bet the Cowboys might be netting over $500 million, maybe close to $1 billion per year. I don't know what their net is, but I mean they are.
I worked
just
there for
bringing it in.
14 years and never kind of had an understanding of that.
How much
they were generating. I know there were meetings and stuff that we were in where there were outside things from like Blue Star and other things that Jerry was involved in that was doing quite well as an organization. So it just shows you though the power of that star and what it can generate.
Okay, and then Amazon Prime Day is today and tomorrow. Amazon spokesperson Scott Soroka recommends checking back on items you want because chances are the price will change every half hour. So if you're eyeballing something, you're like, it's not discounted enough, just keep refreshing that bad boy. I saw some pretty good items earlier. This massage gun. You seem like a massage gun guy, Chief.
I am a massage gun guy, yes. I had one of those. It was a knockoff version, but it got the job done for a while. I lost the charger, and then ipso facto, I no longer have the handheld. But that thing is a game changer.
So there's a $200 one right now for $49.
See, okay, that's the steal of a lifetime.
Fire Stick 4K Max, $25 right now, regularly $55.
Okay.
Okay, that's the one.
Now we need to go.
And then the basic Fire Stick's like $10.
Jeez, bro.
Yeah,
But
so you're in pretty
you
good shape.
recommend the Max, right?
Either one will do it.
Okay.
Yeah. You just gotta. There's a couple of settings you gotta change in there, and then download something, and then you can get this new cable service I've been telling you about.
Yeah.
I think it's new because I've never heard of it.
Yeah.
But it's got everything at a pretty good price point. The other thing interesting to know is Overstock and Wayfair are having 72-hour sales. They're going to war with Amazon Prime Day. Costco has special online savings through July 26th. Target and Walmart are offering huge discounts over the next couple of days, up to 50% in-store. And Home Depot. Best Buy is holding its Black Friday in July event.
Whoa,
so
dude,
Amazon
it's a
started
buyer's
this.
market.
We got 2 Black Fridays now, essentially, is what this is. 2 Cyber Weeks.
This is fantastic, dude.
Yeah.
I need to just tell my wife the only online shopping you can do is on this day and then that day in the fall.
Yeah.
Otherwise, stay off the keyboard, please.
I was trying to decide if I need a new TV, and maybe the truckrick.com fan text can help, but I
Do
don't think I do.
they have any deals on TVs?
Oh,
I was checking it out, and
Like
it's
70-something inch TVs?
Well, yes, but only like 30% off.
Okay.
And I figure you can get that throughout most of the year. I need to hammer like 70% off.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an immediate click. That's a buy now. That's a buy now
Have
situation.
you ever walked into someone's home and seen their TV and feel like that your TV is really inadequate compared to their TV.
Almost every time I walk into someone's
But that's just because
my
the
neighbor,
framing
my
of
new
it is
neighbor,
fancy.
my new neighbor over there in North Dallas. She invited me over just to say hello.
Wow,
Hey,
look at
welcome
that.
welcome to the neighborhood.
She gave you a great.
She listens
great
to us on
light
the radio.
off.
She listens to us on the radio again, and she's listening.
She
And
wanted the old bull.
and so she's like, yeah, she's sitting there talking to us, and I walked into her. She had the Rangers game on, 78 inch TV kind of a thing.
This girl sounds
I've got in my little TV. I'm kind of like, I walked in there and I felt embarrassed.
How big's your TV?
Not that big.
17 inches.
No,
right?
it's not. It's like
42.
Yeah, it's something. Not 42. It's 50 something.
That's right. That's reasonable. Yeah.
But no, compared to a TV that looked like it was
like
huge.
an IMAX theater.
I'm sitting there. I'm like going. She doesn't even like sports, and she's got a TV that's almost 80 inches.
See, I just don't think that's necessary. You go for one of these big new giant TVs, you're in it for like $2,500. It's got the OLED DD and the backlit.
Let me
and
tell
all
you
this,
what,
and
man.
It's like I don't care. I got a cheap $400 50-inch TV,
I'm the same
and it's just
way.
as good.
I'm the same
Yeah.
way. But then I walked in and I saw it, and I'm like going, "What am I doing?"
But that's the presentation. That's the trimming on it. That's.
I mean, you're seeing dudes' nose hairs and stuff
Yeah.
like that on this thing.
You don't need to see that. You don't need to see that.
I'm
for
just telling you,
$2,500.
man. Like she's not even like, hey, let me turn on the game for you. And I'm like, God.
She sounds like a winner. Congratulations on that.
No,
by
she's
the
just
way.
a neighbor, nice lady.
Yeah.
You know, she's like, she
sure.
just wanted to say, hey, welcome to the neighborhood, kind of a
Definitely.
thing.
Yeah, in her own special way.
You gonna have her over for dinner? You should.
No.
The way-
no,
with
no.
the way you cook,
No,
you gotta
I
return
cook,
that
I
favor.
cook. No, I cook all the time.
Wow.
Yeah.
I cook all the time.
You're putting her in the friend zone, aren't you?
Might
No,
have
I'm
to.
just, me. I have the worst luck with women. I am not
Yeah.
trying to do anything.
That's right.
No, that's.
I
Smart,
do. I
man.
have terrible luck with women.
Yeah,
terrible
after
luck.
3 divorces, I understand.
One must know thyself.
Two divorces.
2, 3, 4. I'm losing count.
Broadcasting live from Haters Bar and Lounge next to Hurtado in Barlington.
Why can't I meet somebody like your mom? What's the?
Come on over to Hurtado Barbecue. I think Chiafalo's whole family has been here at one point or another. and we're only
My
2
kids
hours
are here
in.
now. They
Yeah.
heard barbecue. They
I
came
apologize, ma'am, if you're listening on the way home. But,
There it
sir.
is.
That's respect. That's respect.
That's respect.
In addition to Gavin's Gadgets, we used to do it all the time. Every night we used to do Gavin's Gadgets in the G-Bag Nation. Now, every now and then, when I see some gadgetary content that I know you'd appreciate. Chief, where are we going next?
Got a good old-fashioned rim sesh. I do want to ask the question to the Tolos. Does Broadus need to return that dinner favor to
Yes.
the neighbor? 877-881-1053. All the NBA news. The 2K ratings are out and about, ladies and gentlemen, and we had a godlike halftime speech yesterday. That's next right here in the nation.
All righty. You know what's here, though, the heat, the humidity, the scorching, sweaty temperatures, the high temps that force your AC.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time now for a very special edition of a Rim Session here with Eric Chiafalo, as his entire family is here. A beautiful trio of girls, buddy.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much.
Come join the Chiafalo family here in the audience. Get yourself some amazing barbecue. And if you'd like to crack them, we're at Hader's Bar and Lounge, which is right next door to Hurtado Barbecue here in Arlington. Oh, I love this. I love this city. I love this area. All the sports around, the terrific barbecue and the good times. And here is Eric Chiafalo with that NBA stuff.
Yes, sir. For the first time in Hurtado Barbecue history, the G-Bag Nation cuts the lights out. We put the kids to bed. We're going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It is a special occasion when my entire family's here for a good old-fashioned G-Bag Rim Sesh, man.
It is.
Well, Wolchuk's going to be very jealous.
Put the kids to bed.
Yeah, that's right.
It's right behind me.
We got to get these kids to bed, as a matter of fact. It's
Yeah.
way past their nap time. They're about to get cranky up in here. It's going to be amazing. Now, speaking of amazing, God apparently had an amazing halftime speech yesterday, directed right at Jaden Hardy.
Cool.
Because
Tell him to get his head out of his rear.
It was a summer league situation, but yes, you had Jaden Hardy in half number 1. He was not the Jaden Hardy that we were hoping to see. We were hoping like Jaden Hardy dominance, look like a guy who belongs at a higher level than the competition that he's playing, standing out amongst the rest. And he's done that plenty in these first couple of summer league games, but in the first half yesterday, not quite the case. And so after the game, you had the Summer Mavs coach Jared Dudley talking about Jaden Hardy. Says he wasn't listening to play calls, he was dropping his head, and then he attributed a halftime talk from Shamgod for turning around Hardy's play. The quote: I thought Jaden Hardy, he played terribly in the first half. This is from Dudley. Because I thought he played terribly in the first half. He wasn't listening to the play calls. He's dropping his head. He's going too fast, turning the ball over. He goes, Shamgod had a good halftime speech. I came in to follow him, talking to him about slowing down, making the right reads, and that we were going to score enough points, so don't worry about it. And that's exactly what happened in half number 2. And Jaden Hardy, not overly efficiently overall, but he comes away with 24 points, and he is now, I believe, the all-time Summer League points per game leader in Mavericks history with 24 points per game in the Summer League. So
he's
how
killing
about
it. It was fun to see, and I mark my words, Jared Dudley is going to be an NBA head coach. He's going to get a great opportunity. I watched the interview last night. I don't know if it was on social or ESPNU, but the way that he broke everything down. And here's what's great about guys that are talented to be coaches. They can be honest about things without, like, making players resent them.
Right.
There's just an honesty and not accusing you of anything or having contempt against you for anything. I'm just evaluating what the situation is with concise clarity.
Correct.
And the way that he broke that down and gave the kid confidence somehow at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's a special thing you're seeing there from Jared Dudley. I don't know if that's, next year or 2 years down the road, but I know that in his last 3 or 4 years as a player, teams were keeping him on the roster just to coach the youngsters.
Right.
And it was a big decision, like, do I want to stay with the Lakers and be kind of a player coach, or do I want to actually start my coaching journey now with the Mavs?
Yeah, I think he's on a good trajectory. I mean, being the Summer League coach is usually a pretty good sign and sort of an honor from the organization to say, okay, like you're sort of in that head coach pipeline there. So at some point, yeah, I'm with you. And we see former players all the time, especially in the NBA, become coaches, and now at a younger age than ever. So that's true. I mean, he has been pretty impressive, and I like the way that he did that. He wasn't sugarcoating anything. I imagine the way he directed that to Jaden Hardy himself was pretty direct, but then to the media to come out there and it still come across a little bit playful, but at the same time driving the point home. You did have Derek Lively rebounding the basketball last night, and you had him playing some perimeter defense that at times was, pretty impressive when you consider his size. And so there were some things to like, certainly some stuff that needs to get worked out. But 4 offensive rebounds in 24 minutes, 11 overall for the game. I mean, that's early things where you say, okay, there's things to work with here for a guy who didn't do a ton of rebounding at Duke.
Yeah, I love that you get one game in and you're like, hey, that's not enough, because it was basically the same stat line that he had in college in Summer League Game 1. This game, the 11 boards, a lot more activity, and that's what you need to see in these next couple of games. And then when we get to the preseason, see another progress. Like the role that they ask you to do in college, especially as a young guy, might not optimize you as a big. Like college is much more of a perimeter game. It's more of a guard game. And there can be hidden traits and talents that never showed up on a college basketball floor that a coaching staff, a professional coaching staff can pull out of you in 3 or 4 months. So I'm kind of holding my breath and hoping. I'm not counting on it or expecting it. But, man, if that would come together, I think it could significantly change how I'm looking at this basketball team.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I feel like, though, to me, this is, the Summer League stuff kind of gives you an idea of maybe some of the things you might need to work on.
Yeah.
Get him back to Dallas and get him over in that gym.
Yeah.
And let these coaches, like you said, Gavin, that's the thing that I think helps when the Cowboys have their OTAs, mini camps, and then there's that period where the veterans go away, but the rookies stay. That's where I think that you see some of that growth where, like, okay, we have to practice this way. We have to play this way. You kind of get a jump on techniques that you need to see during the season, and hopefully Lively will pick those things up when they get him back in that gym in Dallas.
By the way, the overwhelming feedback from the Tolos is definitely return that dinner favor brought us. Show her how impressive your chef skills are. So
well,
that's
thank
just,
you.
That's
I appreciate
the
that.
overall.
I had the worst luck with females, so just trying to kind of navigate things.
You got to strike while the iron's hot, and that thing
Yeah.
is sizzling right now.
She was very welcoming to you.
Well, it was one of those things like say, hey, welcome to the neighborhood kind of thing, and just kind of, she gave me an understanding of the building. I'm in a building where there's 4 apartments in this building.
So
I'm the only male.
Guy.
I'm the only male in the 4 apartments. Is what we're in.
Wow, bro!
Yeah.
You're just going to be cleaning up.
Yeah,
now,
right.
a little NBA housekeeping for you. Ramona Shelburne on ESPN saying she just talked to 2 general managers earlier today who said we might be looking at another Ben Simmons situation when it comes to Damian Lillard. He's got 4 years left on his deal. Portland can take their time, and she says, let's see if he shows up for training camp. If they want to wait till February to trade him, they can. So I don't know. I think it's just posturing. I don't believe that it'll come to the point where he has to make a decision whether or not to show up to training camp as still being on the Blazers. But I do imagine that he would in that scenario. He would show up. He would be the professional. But I just think this is the posturing that takes place. The Blazers are having to garner up any type of driving up the price or making sure, because there's no competition other than Miami out there.
Yeah.
And so they got to make Miami sweat a little bit to say, okay, we want to get him as soon as possible. We'll sweeten the deal this way or that way. I don't think it goes this long, but they're starting to talk about the idea that the Trailblazers are going to be pretty dang patient here.
Okay, number one, you're a brave man for broadcasting with a sub-2-year-old on your lap. That is a very well-behaved daughter.
Jules,
so congratulations on that.
Thank you, Jules.
That's Jules.
That's right.
Number two, I think the deal is this. You don't want it to become adversarial if you're Damian Lillard. And if you're Damian Lillard and the organization and you're looking at it objectively, you've kind of fired the first shot as the player. You signed a 5-year Supermax deal, and then 9 months later you're asking out.
Yeah.
So you're not in a position to be like, hey, you guys have been dinging me over. This organization made a massive investment in you on the other side of 30. So even if Damian Lillard was the kind of guy to do a training camp holdout, his agent could explain this to him. Like, dude, this team has been taking care of you in an insane way over the last 13 years, let alone the last 13 months. If you want to do this, you could. But I don't think he wants to, because at that point, the Trailblazers say, wait a minute, you're going to do this and that?
Right.
Now we're doubling down on waiting.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to sit out what's left of your prime, that's fine. But we're not going to get bullied like this after, already giving you the contract that nobody else could compare with,
No question.
Did we see that with down in San Antonio the time when Kawhi? Didn't San Antonio just kind of not play him anymore? Like
he was not playing.
He just didn't want it. He was kind of, and they just said, "Yeah, we're fine. We'll
wait. Yeah,
we'll wait. We'll
they
just keep
kept
moving
trying
on."
to convince him to stay. Popovich thought, "No, I can figure this out. We can move on from whatever drama occurred here."
I just kind of feel like these teams are like they probably feel like that the fans will side with them on this, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I was just in Oregon, and the fans are all siding with the team. They can't believe that Lillard would actually ask out. Yeah.
Right.
And that's the nature of the beast, man.
Yeah.
I mean, these Trailblazers fans they're not Damian Lillard fans. They're Trailblazer fans. They want what's best for their team.
Right.
And Damian Lillard for so long was what was best for their team, but as soon as he decides to change that dynamic, they're always going to side with the team. That's just the way it goes, and I totally understand that.
The Trailblazers haven't been cheap here. They gave him the contract that he deserved.
I think the contract is not the gripe. I think there were things discussed on the front end of him agreeing to, okay, I'm not going to jet out of here when I'm in my prime. I'm going to trust that you guys will build a championship team around me. And it's obvious they did not do that. And there are specific things that have been called out where he wanted P.J. Tucker. They give him Trevor Ariza. Trevor Ariza sucks, bails on the bubble.
Yeah.
P.J. Tucker goes to Milwaukee, wins a championship. And Damian Lillard's looking at him going,
yeah, I wanted that guy.
P.J. Tucker was ready to come and play with me. I talked to P.J. I knew P.J. wanted to be here. You gave me Trevor Ariza. Trevor Ariza sat out the bubble. And then P.J. Tucker's a champion for the Bucks. I understand Damian Lillard's frustrations as well.
Oh, yeah. And then I think drafting Scoot was the last thing that, pushed him. It's like, wait, you guys are going young here.
Yeah, because he wanted them to flip that number 3 for old Zion.
Well, the thing about it is, too, though, that you're in a situation where this is a team, correct me if I'm wrong, Gavin, ownership's in flux right now.
Yeah.
Because the Paul Allen, the estate, and
he
all
died.
that.
Team went to his sister.
Yeah, and now she's
fighting a forced sale.
Yeah, she's trying to keep team, trying to keep the Seahawks.
Phil Knight's trying to buy him.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on that if you had stability maybe in ownership, that maybe he would feel a little bit more comfortable about. I think this Joe Cronin, I believe he's a new general manager there.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that he's trying to have to pick up that initially wasn't happening on his watch.
I'm getting the 2K24 ratings coming out in pieces. I believe the 5 players with the highest rating are all tied with 97 overall. I don't think they have any 99s.
Is Jordan not in the game?
That's a good call. I'm sure there is a way to go back in history. That's a good point. But of the current players, I believe you're talking about 97s across the board for LeBron James, Nikola Jokic, Giannis, Luka, and Joel Embiid. I believe that is how they have their highest rated players in 2K.
Fair starting point.
A couple of guys like Jamal Murray are already coming out saying like this is not right because he was like 84 overall and he didn't like that particular rating.
I'd give him a 91, 92. Jamal Murray's a good player.
The championship bump. If he's 88, the championship makes him 90.
I think
Come on now, Jamal. I understand where you're coming from. And then finally, Wemby's debut is the second most watched NBA Summer League game ever, and it was unfortunately not the second game of his that was if they could have flipped it, it would have been much more fun because we were all gathering around. We were watching Wemby not play all that well, but it was 1.39 million viewers on ESPN watching that NBA Summer League game, the Wemby debut. I'm trying to figure out, was it the LeBron debut that was the number 1? I'm like, what if that's number 2? With all this Wemby hype and where we're at,
Zion maybe
Zion did. I'm trying to figure out.
Was LeBron versus Melo in the summer league?
I think we got a LeBron versus Melo, and that
I don't know
might
if that
be,
was the first.
I could certainly understand if that's the first place getter. Otherwise, I'm trying to figure out
How long have we been televising this thing? I know it's a terrible question.
Actually,
how long have we been televising Summer League basketball?
Not a bad question because I don't know the answer to it.
Because it depends on then how far back can you go.
Yeah, we used to have to get them on the internet, like in the late 2000s.
Yeah.
I don't think it's been that old of a deal where they're actually on TV.
I think the NBA channel was one of the ones I remember first seeing Summer League games, and I think ESPN's kind of picked up on it. If I'm right about that.
All righty, there you have a nice little rim session for your afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. We are an hour away from the Expressway. It hits every afternoon at about 5:20. We give you 35 minutes of uninterrupted content, including LA Live with Lucius Alexander. That's coming up at 5:20.
Now, at 4:40, we will we'll have some football content, analytics or asalytics. Okay, some more Warren Sharp stuff.
Love that game.
You know how we like those Warren Sharp. And his content is hot right now because the publication just came out, and there's some really interesting things to dive into. We'll continue that journey coming up in about 22 minutes. But Wooly Bully's Top 10 is next. He's on a cruise this week, so Chief has his broadcast duties. And where are you taking us, sir?
Happy National 7-Eleven Day, ladies and gentlemen. Go get you that Slurpee. And we're talking gas station items. What is the best gas station item? And we're not bringing in the new age. We're not bringing in the Buc-ee's, just your classics, old school gas station items. What's the best? 877-881-1053. Redman will be making an appearance next right here in the Nation.
For Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. We are live at Hurtado Barbecue and Haters Bar and Lounge. They're right next door to each other. Come on by. You can get a fan t-shirt. You can win some Rangers prizes from Rally House, our favorite place to go for local sports merchandise. They have some great Rangers gear here. A couple of hats, a couple of t-shirts, some cool back-window decals, stuff like that here, G-Bag Nation. Segments brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art. And the Woolly Bullies Top 10 brought to you by the Alma TED Procedure. Only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Here's the Chief with Zach Stuff.
Thank you very much. The Woolly Bully is out and about, perusing the Atlantic Ocean, I believe, going to the Bahamas, doing his thing, loving life. He is probably not aware right now that the Cowboys have made a hire. Did you guys see this?
Who they hire?
William Britt, strategic football analyst. Okay? Spent the last 2 seasons as a data analyst for the Steelers. Studied data science, computer science, and math at Center College, where he played football and basketball. So you're talking about for this summer, the Cowboys have hired Director of Strategic Football Operations from the Colts, Strategic Football Analyst from the Ravens, and now Strategic Football Analyst from the Steelers. And it seems like a new leaning into the analytics side of the sport.
Absolutely.
They had a guy, Tom Robinson, who'd been with them for a long time. And I mean a long time, the last several years. And then all of a sudden, Tom leaves, they start replacing. This is a complete overhaul of what they're trying to do.
Do you think it's because Kellen Moore's out? Mike McCarthy more comfortable with this? Or?
Maybe they just, I don't know if there's a connection. I need to ask that question. Is there a connection between Robinson and what Kellen Moore was trying to do? I think that I was asking somebody in the organization about, I believe it was Park, is the new director of that, and I said, is this guy an in-game? Is this an in-game type of analysis guy? And
right.
My guy was saying, I don't know. We're trying to define the roles and stuff because we've seen teams take these analytics guys and gals and then put them in situations where they are there in the with a headset on
They're a voice
during a
in the
game.
ear of
They're
the
a voice
coach.
to the ear, like
Go for
it. No, punt this thing. No, that kind of thing. So I think they're still trying to work out how all these are going to mesh and be a part. I know the young lady that they hired, she's more of a player personnel and a scout kind of analytics person. Like, okay, give us the top 5 receivers. Give us the top 5 runners. Give us the top 5. And she's more of a scout-friendly type of an analytics person.
That's good. Yeah, I think this is great news. I am fascinated by the execution of it. Of how much is it just a in lead up to the game during the week, putting the work in, and then how much of it is in real time during the game. These people helping out, making decisions. I think that is one of the untapped understandings, I think, across the sport of how teams are going about this. But I'm hugely encouraged. I mean, getting somebody from the Steelers, getting somebody from the Ravens, 2 organizations you probably don't mind cherry picking from. The other guy was from the Colts. So we'll see. But another addition to the analytics team, if you will, for the Dallas Cowboys as of just a few moments ago. Now into the list, 877-881-1053. Happy 7-Eleven Day. Go get that Slurpee of yours. Or, as other people are calling it, Happy Trayvon Diggs and Micah Parsons Day here locally.
Okay.
The old 7-Eleven situation. Micah actually tweeted that out earlier today, got some love online. But let's talk gas station items. And this doesn't just have to be limited to food and beverage. So if you need to get your tobacco-esque items, I can certainly understand that can be on the list. I have a personal list. I've personified this thing because I went and looked at the lists and I thought they were I think it was haphazard the way they went about it.
And this is something you could easily handle on your own. And frankly, that'd be more interesting to me than like
go.
what Yahoo has to say or something.
There you go. I tell Wolchuk all the time, man, just tell us what you think sometimes. Give us your list. Otherwise, we're going to just keep hammering these lists that you give us and make fun of them.
I like going into 7-Eleven. I think they have a good selection of trail mixes.
They do.
They have one that's like a breakfast trail mix with like some probiotic like yogurt beans.
How about that?
And they're delicious. They got granola that comes along with them.
Love that granola, dude.
Yeah.
That granola, I mean, add a little granola to something. It's special. Broadus?
It'll go right through you.
The granola?
Yeah. Oh, I experienced that yesterday late in the game with us.
Oh, no.
Almost a golf course situation yesterday. Because I tried a new granola.
Yeah.
And it took me a different direction.
The old backfire.
It took me, I was lucky. I was lucky we were at our facility. I'm a Slim Jim guy.
Dude, okay, Slim Jim's going to make an appearance
You know,
on my
the beef
list.
jerky kind of a thing.
There's beef jerky, and then there's the Slim Jim.
I
like the Slim
Jim.
Yeah,
give me
I
the
love
Slim Jim.
The actual Slim Jim.
The Slim Jim, the long
Slimmy
stick.
Jimmy.
The long stick. I find myself when I'm on trips, if I'm riding along and we're having cocktails as we're riding, the Slim Jim kind of gets you. You know, it's that little bit of
it's a
gives
good
you
buffer
something to
between
eat.
drinks.
Gives you something to eat. You know,
You don't want to
and then
overeat in a
you're-
situation like that, though.
What's that?
You don't want to overeat in a situation like that, though.
you know,
so.
you want it, but the Slim Jim, I'm all about that.
Keep it lean,
I'm
keep
all
it
about
protein.
that.
There's not
I'm
many
all about
items
that.
left you hanging. There's not many items at a gas station that I would say is more fit to be consumed by a dog than a human, but that's one of them.
You think the dogs enjoy the Slim Jim?
That's prison quality right there.
Don't you dare crap
I
on
am
the
all.
Slim Jim.
Don't go down. There's plenty of good pepperoni sticks and jerky.
Okay, let me tell you another
You don't have
thing.
to go to the bottom of the barrel.
Okay,
it's not like a Totino's pizza.
No,
You have steak every night. Sometimes you just want that hot dog. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
the Slim
you know
Jim
you're
is
playing
it's
down
got
a
me
level.
over some bad situations in my life. I think another thing is like the drumstick ice cream.
Yes.
Amen.
If you
Now
could
you
get,
got your
if
fastball.
you give me the drumstick ice cream or maybe even an ice cream sandwich.
Yeah. The Nestle one in the yellow wrapper.
Yes.
The cookie,
Yes.
the
Yeah.
chocolate chip cookie ice cream
Yes.
sandwich.
Yeah.
Stupid good.
That's really impressive stuff. All right, Lucius
Glad to see I
Alexander.
rallied there for a minute, and I was a little worried that Gavin hated me. The rest of the show.
Yo.
How we
Hey.
doing?
Hi, Lucius.
Hey, what's up, man? How you guys doing
Buddy,
down there?
Doing great, Lucius. Thanks.
All right. What's up?
Happy
You want some
National
street
7-Eleven
tacos?
Day.
Some brisket street tacos?
No, I'm gravy, dog, but I will have my face in some tacos tonight, hopefully.
Right on.
Yeah.
It is a taco Tuesday.
Yeah, what kind? Taco.
Homemade taco.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Right on.
It's a good taco.
One of a kind taco.
One
Now,
of one.
Lucius, gas station items could be anything, food, beverage, or otherwise. Maybe perhaps behind the counter.
Okay, 32-ounce beer.
32.
Some papers. I'm going to need some papers, sir.
Little zigzags.
Yeah, 1.5s. I like the raw papers, king size.
Yes.
Let's see what else. The little vape pens that you can get behind the joints. Yeah, and beef jerky for the dogs.
There you go.
Lucius.
That's a real
Lucius.
thing. That's a real thing. And I get the 7-Eleven brand too. It's in a little purple pack, the teriyaki. They love that one.
Yeah.
Taking good care of them now.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are good sticks.
Teach them to stand up and sit, and all the other guys are roll over. You want some beef? Roll over.
I'll roll over if you got some beef.
All
Lucius.
right.
All right.
I do like the 32-ounce beer. That's a nice halfway point. I was going to say the 22-ounce Mickey Hornet, which is I hit 21. They were up at the gas
green
station.
bottle
Right,
one?
yes, in the tall green. It was 99 cents
Yeah.
in like 1997.
That's something.
So for like $3, you'd be sitting right.
Lucius, let me ask you a
gosh,
question.
dude.
Do you keep the 32-ounce beer in that little bag that it comes in? The little paper bag that it comes in? Or do you get rid of that?
Nah, I get rid of the bag. The bag looks so suspect.
Got to unwrap that.
Yeah.
bag.
Come on.
Looks like I've been loitering all day. You know what I'm saying? I'm just out getting back from loitering. Been playing dominoes or something besides 7-Eleven.
There's nothing wrong. I kind of feel like you have to keep if it's the 32-ounce can, you have to keep that bag on it. Kind of hide it what you're doing.
Yeah.
Loitering. I like that.
All right, it is National 7-Eleven Day. If you're getting your Slurpee, let us know. I think the Slurpee deserves a place in the conversation. Not going to crack my personal top 10. Maybe 10 years ago, it would have been a Mount Rushmore. I'm not getting Slurpees anymore.
The smoothie really put it out of business.
Sort of
feel
did.
like.
I think for
they
for
improved on it.
once you graduate into some level of adulthood, you lean more towards
What's the
smoothie
flavor
than-
of the Slurpee that you like?
Definitely, you don't want the Coca-Cola one.
I'm going to go ahead and agree to disagree on that.
I think
like the
I
Coke
think he's
Slurpee?
onto
I like
something.
I like to mix it up. I like to do a little Coke, a little blue, a little red. Let's
cherry.
Cherry.
The cherry, just
or
Cherry
blue
one,
raspberry.
the cherry one. I might have some bad takes about Slim Jims.
Yeah.
But I do not have a bad take about the Slurpee.
All right, we're getting a lot of love for the QT breakfast pizza.
I heard
Swisher,
that's good.
Swisher Sweets coming in real hot here
There you go.
as well.
There you go, yeah.
The game.
They still
Energy
smoking
drinks and
Swishers? Y'all still smoking
taquitos.
Swishers, bro?
Yeah.
Why not? Is there something wrong with them?
Yeah, what's wrong with the Swish?
This is a lot of tobacco.
Yeah.
It is. Well, and Lucius, you're choosing your tobacco to be just a good old fashioned Cuban stogie.
Yeah,
right?
nice
So,
cigar where it's not
how
like-
much tobacco.
it's not stepped on and everything. It doesn't have like all this product for you like to be addicted to it. These are supposed to be like some farm-grown tobacco rolled up by somebody with some skills.
Yeah.
Like a guy from Tampa.
Yeah.
Like the real cigars
With a
are
hat
actual
on.
giant tobacco leaves.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you on that, and I do appreciate a good cigar. And because of you, Lucius, I've had one in the last couple of weeks, and it made me re-fall in love with the greatness of a good cigar, especially if you pair it with a nice little like whiskey of sorts, or maybe that tequila of
What
yours,
are you
Lucius.
doing right now?
That's a good it's a good combo. That's all I'm saying. QT egg rolls making an appearance. The wood tip black and miles
There you go.
are starting to really show up here in a big way.
Donuts,
The
zingers.
donuts, the zingers, absolutely. The all subs burrito. If you haven't had your moment with an all subs burrito, then I highly encourage you do that. You get the taquitos, and to me, that's going to be the number one on my particular list. I don't mean to give that away too early. I got hot fries. I got Glacier Cherry Gatorade and the Slurpee outside looking in. Okay? So that's how that's going to start.
I have no qualms.
I do have the Red Man sitting there at number 10. It's not a guarantee for me when I go in there, but it is definitely on the, it's
You love to see it there.
I love to see it there. I do
it's
love
available.
To see it there.
I
It's
think
available.
they renamed it, though. It's like America's Best Golden Blend or something.
Oh, you're
now.
right. 100%. Good call on that. The mini donuts actually have at number 9.
Okay.
There's something about the mini donuts at
The chocolate
the
ones.
gas station. They don't call me as much as at the grocery store, but in a pinch at the gas station, they're screaming at me. Same way the Slim Jim is, which is why the Slim
it's
Jim
much
comes in
more
at number 8.
reasonable in the little sleeve than the big grocery store bag.
That's a good point as well.
Yeah.
You know that, hey,
You
this is
punish
just a
those on
one-time
the walk
moment.
to the car.
The bag is instant constipation. You're going to be dealing with that for 6 days.
I'm telling you, the strawberry frosted donuts. It's their hybrid now. They have the
Okay.
chocolate. They have the powder. That strawberry one is an absolute game changer. The Slim Jim comes in at number 8 for me personally. We're getting a lot of Slim Jim hate out here,
Yeah.
Broadus. So just know that.
Lucius is feeding it to the dogs.
That's a step up from the Slim Jim that Lucius is.
Like
giving the dogs.
Lucius is like, here, Brian, here's
Yeah.
the Slim Jim for you and the dog. You know,
That's a good pepperoni stick that Lucius's dogs are getting.
Let's see.
Unlike the Slim Jim.
At number 7, I got the muscle milk. Sometimes you're in a pinch, you need a little protein.
I've
That's
never
the
had
quickest
one
way
of
to get
those.
a little protein.
Obviously,
It's not
just
bad.
look at me until I haven't
You're
had one.
watching your calories and you're working out. It's cutting season. You're trying to get shredded.
In a pinch, I need protein.
Bam.
What am I going to do? I'm going to hit that
Eat
MM.
donuts.
Sunflower seeds. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Sunflower
I
seeds out of the
slept on
gas
those.
station?
I thought corn nuts, but I should have gone sunflower seeds.
Love a good
Corn
sunflower
nuts.
seed, man. And no one, I don't think anybody's texted in sunflower seeds. I'm surprised. I thought that was like almost a guarantee.
That's a
every time
messy.
you go
That's a
in there.
messy deal.
Brian,
It's fun.
no matter what we say, it will not be as bad as your Slim Jim suggestion. As your number 1.
It's
I
my
mean, at
number
number
8.
8, I can at least have a little respect for it.
It
I
made
do
the
appreciate
top
that.
10 list.
Yeah, it did make my list here. Funyuns coming in at number 5. I used to do the Funyuns paired with the chocolate milk. And that was the toughest one for me, leaving off my top 10. The chocolate milk, back in the day, like late at night, maybe you just catch a hankering. Chocolate milk, you pair it with something salty. Maybe it's a salt and vinegar chip. Maybe it's a Funyun. Either way,
Don't do the
you're
the
swimming in
chocolate
victory.
milk on a hot day. You'll get sick.
Not necessarily. Yeah, the hot day thing is
it's not good.
great. But
That's the
chocolate milk is
craziest
so
flavor
amazing.
combo I've ever heard of.
Yeah.
Chocolate milk and Funyuns.
It pairs, or I'm telling you, with the salt and vinegar
That's
chip.
weed. That's weed.
Salt and vinegar chip.
We used to do the strawberry milk and black and mild. Strawberry milk and black and mild. That's a real thing. Right before school, too.
Before school.
Yeah, strawberry milk,
I
black and
can't name a
mild.
better duo. Gosh, what a breakfast of champions right
Man,
there.
Lucius is rolling into school with the black and mild.
That's really good. Number 4 is just going to be either coffee or any energy drink. You know, I mean, you swing through the gas
Their
station.
coffee
I need
is
caffeine
yeah.
now.
I've heard their coffee's not bad.
No,
mean,
gas station coffee.
Not bad.
It's come a long way. Number 3, Reese's peanut butter cup.
Shoot, yeah, ball.
Now, it's not the best sweet item at the gas station because that's reserved for number 2 on the list, which is, of course, the Snickers ice cream bar. Not the run-of-the-mill Snickers. It's the Snickers ice cream bar, which was a vending machine 1 seed throughout middle school and high school, and I've now taken it into adulthood with me. I believe it'll stay with me forever. The Snickers ice cream bar is the best ice cream sitting in any gas station freezer at any given moment, despite how good that cookie
We talked
freaking
about that. We
ice
talked
cream
about
sandwich
the
is.
tall, the Nestle, the cookie and ice cream together thing, right?
Yeah.
The Toll House cookie ice cream.
He said it's
sandwich?
better.
Toll House, yeah. No, I'm telling
Sounds
you.
like he's a man that knows.
Lucius, can you back me up on this? Can anybody back me up? Anybody
I don't think
within
I've
ear's
had one.
reach?
The Snickers ice cream
The
bar.
Snickers ice cream bar.
They're not bad, but
All
not
I-
as good as the ice cream sandwich.
Well, I agree to disagree.
I'll
All
try
I
it
can
on
do is
the way
highly
home.
recommend it. The number 1, of course, It's the taquito. The hot and ready on that roller taquito. It's been hot and ready for maybe it's been 10 minutes, maybe it's been 10 hours. I don't know. I don't care.
That might be a shingle.
Give me that nacho cheese. Give me that taquito. And hopefully give me a bathroom within striking distance.
You got it, buddy. Whatever you need. There he is, Eric Chiafalo with Wolchuk's Top 10 here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, we're live at Hurtado's Barbecue, and right next door here, Haters Bar and Lounge. Come on by. You want some dinner. You want the best barbecue in DFW. It's right here. There's a spot in Fort Worth as well, and, of course, Section 101 at Globe Field. And you can now buy the Hurtado Smoke Box, the ultimate backyard barbecue pit, now available to order. Google that up, and you'll get the Hurtado Smoke Box coming on August 1st there to the backyard. Okay, now, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, it's time for some analytics or astalytics. We got some of the latest, greatest stuff from Warren Sharp. We'll tell you if it's meaningful or not. And Dak reflecting on turning 30. That's coming up at 5 o'clock here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat Diamonds Direct, though.
kicks off Tuesday, July 25th, up until the regular season.
To the goal line. Parsons recovered a fumble and brought it all the way back.
On your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
This segmentation of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation here, 105 through the Fan, live at Hurtado Barbecue and Haters Bar and Lounge next door. Tonight it's Dollar Taco Night, either brisket or carnitas. Yeah, there's an excellent dinner idea there for you. Dollar Taco Night at the Hurtado nearest you, either here in Arlington or the Fort Worth location. I'd drive an hour for tacos this good. I really would.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't been hungry now for about 2 hours because I just feasted when I got here, but I keep eating, and I keep liking it. It's just the flavor. You know, they get it perfect here at Hurtado. Okay, more Warren Sharp numbers. Tell me how much these couple of things mean to you and what you think about where the Cowboys rank at it. Throwing between the numbers. Number 1's Tua, number 2's Burrow, number 3's Hurts, number 4 Mahomes, and number 5 Josh Allen. Number 6, Jared Goff. Number 7, Trevor Lawrence. Dak comes in at 29. Why is that? How much does it matter?
Have we seen when Dak has the accuracy problems or the interception problems? There's some confusion on those in-breaking routes, whether they're the seam routes that go in the middle, that maybe he didn't see the safety, or maybe the safety played off and they fooled him, you know, or they fooled the. Yeah, we've seen guys like CD run to the middle, then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, that looks like a bad pass there, or that looks like a bad route there, you know, or it's a contested ball. You know, I'm surprised. Dak is usually pretty good at throwing that ball down the field. And I mean, there are some times where he doesn't always see it, but he doesn't get help in the middle of the field with his receivers. Guys quit on the routes and stuff like that on him, and that's a problem.
Yeah, and we've
so
talked
the
about
ranking doesn't surprise me a little bit, because it seems like the biggest issues he has during games are those types
over the middle
of throws, at least last season.
Last season
we saw
and
that.
particularly down the field
Yeah.
and over the middle. You saw plenty of that. I do think we've criticized the Kellen Moore and Jason Garrett way of doing offense when it comes to the route concepts quite a bit.
Absolutely.
And so I think that has a lot to do with it. I wonder what the volume is of throwing between the numbers and getting guys on the move and allowing them. That's how you get all that yak. Miami getting all the yak. San Francisco's getting a ton of yak. They got their wide receivers going in, you know, they're crossing across the field and they catch it on the move and they're running. And a lot of that is credit to their play designers in setting defenders up for failure.
Yeah.
And there's a pretty easy, either this guy's going to be open or this guy's going to be open. And they unlocked that with Tua. He's got that skill set. And Dak is probably not on the same level as some of these guys that are dynamite there. But I know Jimmy Garoppolo dominated over the middle of the field. How much of that is Jimmy? How much of that is Kyle Shanahan? There's equal opportunity there. But I think in the West Coast, with more, won't we get more in-breaking routes here in the West Coast scheme?
Yeah.
So that should go up. That should be something that trends up.
Dak's had years where he's been good at it. I think maybe Brian was onto something with last year. The picks go up and your analytics are going to take a major
analytics
hit.
get skewed because, again, the routes, I mean, there were a couple of times where Dak tried to fit something in and he maybe didn't get the finish from the receiver. You know, maybe he didn't, maybe there was some hesitation about how far inside am I supposed to be, or am I supposed to be further up the field? Maybe I'm too far up the field.
Yeah.
You know, there were some times it looked like Dak was throwing to a spot and guys weren't there either on the route, or he misjudged how far the depth of the route was going to be, or like Gavin likes to talk about, he's dealing with somebody in his face and he's trying to make that throw and he doesn't get all the way through it.
You don't have the full field of view. But it is crucial to succeed in this part of the field. And, you know, it's the biggest risk-reward part of the field. The completion percentage actually goes up when you throw to the middle, but so does the interception rate.
Yeah.
And the teams that are having success in there had the most success in the NFL last year. How about this stat from Warren Sharp? 40% of offensive drives without a quarterback sack score points. 54% of drives with a sack at any time end in a punt.
Yeah.
The only thing worse for a possession than a turnover is taking a sack, and I do feel like Dak is great at that. Since I think either first or second year,
he kind of made the move, and that's something that I believe is pretty underrated with how important it is and how much of a quarterback stat that it actually is. How much awareness do you have to get rid of the football? Sure, your offensive line is important for giving you great, clean looks, but if they're not, it's not on them when you get sacked. It's on your lack of awareness. There's going to be some that you have no chance on.
Right.
But by and large, the majority of sacks are avoidable, and I feel like Dak's, pretty dang good at that.
I think there's that side of Dak, too, that doesn't give up on plays. And if you remember in the San Francisco game, gosh, I don't know if it was the first or second interception he had, but he had a chance. There were a couple of options that he had. He could take off running, and it was going to be a collision, and there probably was going to be contact, getting hit. He didn't choose that option. He could have just ate the ball. It was a second down play. Could have eaten the ball and just not worried about it. And said, okay, I'm going to fight on third down. We're going to have a negative play here, but I'm going to fight on third down. But yesterday we brought up who was one of the better quarterbacks in the league on third and long, Dak Prescott.
Exactly.
Yesterday I think he was the second best passer when it was second, when you were expecting pass, and it was second and more or third and more than 7 or 8 or whatever long distance. He was the second best quarterback at that range. In the San Francisco game, he tried to force the ball. It gets picked off. Instead of maybe, run it, collision, eat it, take the sack, and then play to your strengths and make that throw, and he made the throw. And
it sounds like what you're saying is like a lot of stuff with Dak. It's pretty good,
yeah,
just not elite.
Yeah,
I mean, for you to be great on third and long, and also you're not giving up on plays, and you're not getting sacked, those are three hard things to have all be true.
This is where I get in trouble, because I try to explain to people that that whole DNA stuff and all that, because Dak doesn't give up.
Yeah.
He doesn't. And you know what?
Well, he's
and
strong
I'm
enough
gonna ask
to
him.
make plays.
I'm going to ask him when we get at camp. I'm like, you trust your receivers probably too much. You trust Noah Brown too much. You trust Michael Gallup too much. He's one of those guys that's going to throw it, and these guys, the ball's clanging off him, and he just keeps throwing it to him.
We got a lot going on in sports right now. Rangers at the All-Star break. We're going to take a trip around the bases coming up at 5:30. Mavs Summer League. But we're going to stay with the Cowboys. Dak reflecting on the urgency as he turns 30. That's coming up next right here. The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. We're back for Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Join us at Hurtado's Barbecue here. We're cracking them, actually, at Hader's Bar and Lounge, which is right next door. Both establishments owned by the Hurtado crew. And we're here broadcasting here in the tavern, so come by and get yourself a cold beer and some delicious barbecue. It is Dollar Taco Night. Plus, we have Rangers gear. A beautiful T-shirt, some wonderful back window decals, a couple of different Rangers hats. So just come up and say the G-Bag Nation loves the Texas Rangers. That is your phrase that wins.
This is the city edition stuff we've got, too.
Yeah, it's the fun stuff.
Yeah.
We'll be doing that with you right here, G-Bag Nation, all the way until 7 o'clock, live at Hurtado's, who are now producing their own smoker. And you can order the Hurtado Smoke Box online. They ship August 1st. Thanks so much to Hurtado for having us out and giving us all this delicious food. Apparently, we've got some buttermilk pies and some banana cream pies here coming in the next 30 minutes or so, Brian.
Oh, jeez.
I know.
I tell you what, every time I turn around, I feel like I'm kind of getting myself back. Oh, okay, I'm feeling normal. And then they bring another plate of food out, and what are you going to do, like not eat it?
You're going to eat it.
Stupid, you know?
What you're going to try to do is maybe not eat tonight or tomorrow to offset that a little bit. Maybe a little a 20-hour cleanse or something, a little fast for you. But how about Dak on turning 30? I know you guys talked about this last night on the 11 Star podcast.
11 Star, yeah. And it's out right now, so if you want to get that a listen, we would appreciate that.
The story goes the Cowboys are under pressure. They got a great team on both sides of the ball. They haven't won anything in 30 years, and that pressure's certainly being felt by Dak Prescott, who recently turned 30 himself. Okay, when asked if leaving his 20s behind adds any more urgency, Prescott said 1,000%. Understanding injuries and what I've been throughout my career, and understanding that you don't have forever to play this game. I'm blessed for every moment that I get, just trying to take it with a sense of urgency. And I think that's key, and why so many guys in the NBA win on the other side of 30 and win more than in their 20s when they were more in their athletic prime. Not only do you get the experience, which I think is invaluable, and a lot of NFL quarterbacks benefit from the fact that they get like 10 or 12 years to figure out the league, and they're playing against guys that have only been in the league 2 or 3 years. Pretty big advantage.
Yeah.
But, more than that, there's a sense of urgency after you turn 30 in sports because you don't know when it's going to end. Your body might slow down suddenly. You're more prone to injuries, and guys just take things so much more seriously and are so much more present about, hey, guys, we got to win now. And they take young guys and say, hey, don't take this for granted. And to have your best leader and your best wise man in the locker room on the other side of 30 now, I think it can only be good things for this Cowboys mentality.
I think it's unfortunate in this way. I don't think, Dak Prescott has said it in a way of the sense of urgency. He feels it. But I think he's the guy that had the microphone in front of his face yesterday. But if Jerry Jones was standing there, if Mike McCarthy was standing there, I think he would feel the sense of urgency from them as well.
Absolutely.
And the fact that Dak, and he understands the history of the Dallas Cowboy quarterback. He's met with Roger Staubach. He's met with Troy Aikman. He's met with Tony Romo. He's
Kellen Moore, obviously.
Yeah, he knows the history of the Dallas Cowboy quarterback and how they're looked at in this town. The responsibility is, and rightfully so or wrong, however you want to look at it, he feels that responsibility to bring a championship here because it hasn't happened, like you mentioned, Gavin, in 30 years. It hasn't. They haven't had a run. They haven't had a run through the playoffs. And he feels that. And I don't think he's the only one in that organization that feels that way.
Yeah, I think there's even a young guy like Micah Parsons who feels it. I mean, there is the rare young guy who's got the perspective, but I think for a lot of guys, they're either going to fool themselves like, well, it's hard, it's the NFL, there's 32 teams and you can't win it every year. I love it when people are willing to step up and say, yes, this is about trying to win a championship, and I feel every day the pressure to get this done now. I think that's what fans want to hear, and I think it's the honest-to-God truth from anybody that's competitive.
I think you're exactly right about the fans. I think this fan base is tired of pointing fingers and saying, oh, this reason or that reason, or why has this kept us from winning a championship? You know, I think the fan base, and I think Dak feels that. I think he feels that every time, that pressure of, you know, every time I go out there, I have to find a way to win this game.
And he also knows, like, when he came into this league, they really didn't have a pass rush. You know, it was like tank, and that's it. You know, guys like Jeremy Mincey and hoping guys like Caesar Rayford could step up and get more than 2.5 sacks for you in an individual season. You know, hell, they draft Taco Charlton. You know, and you know, no disrespect, but they had Orlando Scandrick and Brandon Carr, who were solid, sufficient corners, but nowhere near what they got now. I mean, hell, they got 2 top 10 corners, 2 top 10 pass rushers, 2 legit fire plug defensive tackles. You know, great collection of safeties. I mean, and you don't get this. You know, sure, when he came into the NFL, he's got a better offensive line, but it's once again the best roster he's had. And considering how the last 2 playoffs ended, getting in the divisional round and then really having a disappointing finish, that recency has to add to it as well. Like, you can't even get there. I mean, hell, Danny White had 10 playoff wins. The guy made it to the NFC title game 5 times.
And he catches a lot of flack from Cowboy fans that know that era, that, like, well, he replaced Roger Staubach, and, you know, they never had Super Bowl success again. All they remember is, you know, opportunities that went by the wayside.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the unfortunate thing. The quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys takes a lot of unnecessary strays.
He does.
From people.
He does.
If you don't deliver the championship.
And there's a lot of benefit that comes along with it. You know, there's pluses and there's minuses, but there's no doubt he's got to feel the pressure. He continues knowing that I'm the old guy going into year 8, seeing some of the young guys, some of the rookies, and seeing the difference in 8 years. It's fun and challenging knowing that I stay connected and stay in the now with what's cool and whatnot. But this game is beautiful. It doesn't matter how old you are, because you play this game like a kid. So Dak always putting the right words to things.
You know,
poetic at times.
I think there's something that we've talked about before. I think that injury has robbed Dak Prescott of his ability to be the type of quarterback that I think he thrives as. The blood and the mud guy.
Yeah.
The blood and the mud guy is when Dak Prescott is a little bloody and a little muddy.
Yeah.
He gets a feel for, like, okay, this is how I'm going to have to play this game today.
Yeah.
And that injury, you know, he's got all these people telling him, don't run, don't do this, don't do that. That's against everything that he believes.
Yeah.
You know, he wants to be the guy that's running into linebackers.
His shoulder to
he just want to be that guy. And all of a sudden he has to be like a normal quarterback. That, you know, but that's what it takes to win these games in the NFL and get in championship games.
Yeah.
Look at Mahomes, the way he plays.
He won that with his
spinning
legs.
around, and, you know, Joe Burrow gets sacked 1,000,000 times, and he's leading his team to the Super Bowl. You know, that's when that injury was so horrific. I believe it robbed him a little bit of that inside way that he plays.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, and now it's like, okay, Dak, you have to play this way. And he's like, no, I need to play this way.
He definitely needs to play that way in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I get managing it in the regular season. It seems like Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts are going to do the same thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, to be over 30. But growing up, they were guys that played physical in their 30s. They were just old, tough guys.
Yeah.
And I want to see Dak play that way in the playoffs. Right now, it's too important. The stakes are too high, and I feel good about us being a playoff team. So get there and then go wild and free and try to rumble on guys.
Yeah, I think that should be the MO for a lot of these teams, especially with how many teams have a super mobile quarterback. And that's one of the most interesting storylines of this entire season for me, is a handful of these guys who have now been paid, been banged up a little bit. You saw Jalen Hurts banged up towards the end of the season with the shoulder, Josh Allen with the elbow. You've seen Lamar Jackson's season get cut short. And so how does that change the way they themselves and the team want them to approach the regular season, as opposed to getting into the playoffs, and now it's no holds bar, and it's still the biggest advantage any team can have is a quarterback who is a threat to pass, of course, but who can also really run. That is just so difficult to stop. And so I can't wait to see how it unfolds for some of these quarterbacks and who rises to the occasion, who develops other skill sets to their game to overcome that and then let loose in the playoffs.
I don't think it's all about just running. I think it's that ability to move and play that way. The waggles, the boots, the get on the edge, the run pass stuff, anything that they kind of create for him. The running part of it is a strength of his.
Yeah.
I just don't want him to okay, I can't run. I can't play this way.
It brings out more competitiveness. I mean, there's not only the added threat, but the energy that it brings him into when he's playing like that is
the team feels it. When
sure.
You can watch games. We've seen enough games when he gets into that mode where he's a badass, and and he's doing stuff and he's flying around and he's the team feels that.
That's
they
the Rocky
feed
Balboa.
On that. They feed on
that. He goes into Rocky mode at some point, and starts getting after the same guys.
This injury might have robbed him of that.
Yeah, I can
which
see
is
that.
Unfortunate.
Injury, age, whatever it is, but that reality is coming for anybody that chooses to run. And we're in a resurgent era of a running quarterback in all of football, really, with the new scheme showing, hey, the defenses have gotten faster. You really need another guy to create some space, and now they're doing it more with the quarterbacks. But when you get to this level, if you have a guy that can get you to the playoffs in the pocket, I think it's wisest just to go there. And if you have a guy who's just running, right, or running is a huge part of it, you better try to go for it like a mofo when he's under 30 years old, because you don't know how effective he's going to be on the other side of 30.
Well, he's already talking about, real quick, Gavin, he's already talking about, pre-rehab. He's rehabbing stuff even before the season. He dealt with the shoulder thing, that lat, all that stuff. He dealt with that. He dealt with the thumb. He's dealt with the ankle. There's things he's just trying to prevent getting any worse. How much flexion does he have in that ankle? That's probably something they're working on, like trying to bust up stuff in there so he has that ability to use his ankles, his feet in order to make plays.
Got to stay limber.
Yeah, the awkward steps. It's not just the explosiveness, but it's the unpredictability of how much flex you're going to have and how coordinated. It's just totally different once you open up that foot for an operation like that. Next branch on this Dak topic tree. Boy, KG was fired up last night with Craig Carton, the talk show host turned TV personality. Called Dak the biggest failure that ever started for the Cowboys. He wants to win every time he goes out on the field. He just hasn't been good enough to do it. G-Bag does love the Texas Rangers. Would you like a shirt, sir? Yes, G. We got some great prizes from Rally House here for you from the Texas Rangers. There's a T-shirt for you there. I thought you'd appreciate it.
Oh, that's gonna look.
Oh
good.
yeah, that's a good one for you too. Yeah. Oh,
there
and
you
you won
go.
the tickets this morning with Sean and RJ.
There we go.
This guy's on a freaking heater, a Tolo heater, and congrats to you, sir. That's the exact kind of Tolo we love to see win these prizes. Biggest failure that ever started for the Cowboys. That's a bad hot take from Craig Carton. I actually really respect and appreciate his abilities as a talk show host, but he's a hot take guy. And, there's obviously guys that are much worse. I mean, DiNucci, Kellen Moore, Kyle Orton, the list goes on and on and on. I mean, Dak's probably what you got? You got Romo, Ty. Danny White, probably better on resume. Aikman and Raj. So I'll put and better than Dandy Don. I think we're in a tie for fourth. Ahead of Dandy Don, tied with Romo.
Yeah.
That's a damn good quarterback there, and that's just some bad broadcasting from Craig Carton there. Reached a little bit.
Yeah, Dandy Don took him to a couple of NFL championship games. Packers got in the way along the way, but yeah, you start to talk. I think, and I'm with you on Carton. I respect him. I think it's that East Coast type of hatred for the Cowboys that and maybe if that's how
TV
he feels.
Clickbait.
Yeah, if that's how you feel, bro, you know what? Hey, they'll debate you. You can have your show, get your ratings, whatever you want. But I don't agree with what he said at all.
Do you think?
I really don't.
Do you think Craig Carton put together like a take school when he was locked up for the white collar crime? You think he was gathering around?
He practiced on the other inmates.
Saying, fellas, what do you think about this? He's workshopping stuff. He's teaching them. He's conducting classes. And that's a guy that is so interested in hearing his own voice that there's no way being away from a microphone was going to stop him from spouting off takes. So who knows what type of
guy is a legend.
Prisoners that are about to be unleashed into the real world that now have a Craig Carton school of fraudcasting and and they might be taking over. We have to be careful.
Boy, you need to be careful around Craig Carton now, especially if he's trying to sell you some kind of investment.
Yeah.
He had one of those the pyramid scheme deals.
Ponzi's.
Oh, yeah, it was one of
Ponzi,
the-
a Ponzi, a pyramid. Yeah.
Are those synonymous, or are they slightly different? Like Ponzi and pyramid, is that basically the same thing?
I kind of feel like it's the same thing.
Okay, yeah, he was.
You're selling to be selling to be selling to be selling kind of a
be
thing.
selling to be. Yeah, I got in one of those energy drink things in college, and I probably wasted $300 or $400 on that thing. I thought I was gonna take it to the moon.
I think Ponzi and pyramid's the same. You're taking the money from the new people and giving it to the people as returns, but
Right.
you're really you're getting more people to buy in.
Yeah, you're getting more people to pay the other people is what you're doing.
Yeah, they used to. I almost got signed up for Excel, which was a long distance pyramid type of deal.
Okay.
Amway is probably the most
is a
notorious
famous one. Yeah.
Amway, yeah.
Although some of them have been around for so long, it's almost like they're a legitimate company. What was the energy drink though?
It was. I think it was called Verve. It's
Huh.
called Verve Energy Drink. It wasn't very good, but
You had cases sitting in your dorm
at
room?
18, 19 years old, I had the cases. I was trying
Do you
to
think you were on
recruit.
your way to Red Bull?
I thought I was on my way to, skipping the having to earn your way to success, and it was
There
just
you
going to be
go.
an overnight, make a bunch of money, and live the dream from there. Like a couple of the people that I was getting on the Skype calls with were telling me was going to happen to me.
Dropping out of college
Yeah.
to be an energy drink tycoon.
I had the plan, dude. It was great, and then I wasted about $350.
That's not bad.
No, it could have been way
Lesson learned
worse.
for $350.
Yeah, lesson
Yeah.
learned for $350, and I
couldn't
had
get anybody else to go with you?
some damn good caffeine out of it as well. No, I had a couple of buddies that I looped in that I still have to apologize to this day for, but it's all right.
It's kind of like Dave Campo. I have to apologize for those early 2000s that we really didn't help him with players.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the Dave Campo of my friend group when it comes to the pyramid schemes.
We still have some Texas Rangers gear if you'd like to come by and shout us out. G-Back Nation loves the Texas Rangers. You can have a hat. What do they have over there? It looks like
That
one
looks
of those
like a
key things.
lanyard. Yeah, a
one of the
lanyard with
lanyards,
Some
some
decals.
decals.
Yeah.
Some decals.
All
Dream
the
the
good
big
stuff.
dream,
They love the
Eagle
Rangers
style.
here. We love the Rangers, and we love being in Arlington, which is where we are right now at Hurtado's Barbecue and Haters Bar and Lounge, which is right next door. Now, we're coming back. With the Expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted content. Chiefs going to take us on a proper round tripper. Then LA Live with Lucius is coming up at 5:40, and we're back right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat.